Chapter 396, Pure Light Brotherhood. After returning to the real world, Fors sat at her desk, lost in thought about the Abraham family. The few words in her mysticism notebooks now had new meaning. So that's how it is. No wonder Mrs. Arlisa didn't want Mr. Lawrence to know about her and her husband's deaths. The Abraham family is really pitiful and sad. Fors muttered to herself, then pulled out Sights in the Spirit World from a pile of books, preparing to copy its first 2 chapters. To avoid mania and confusion, she entered cogitation and adjusted her breathing for optimal focus. Though the words lacked spirituality, the absurd scenes they described seemed to stir her emotions. I'll need a 5-minute break every 5 minutes of copying. I don't want to lose control. She set her small intrinsic pocket watch diagonally on her desk. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek awoke as lightning flashed in his eyes. He looked around but sensed no one watching. Still, the hanged man's confident analysis convinced him there were beyonders with special powers secretly observing him now. Mr. Fool hadn't denied it. Derek got out of bed, stretched, and his mind quickly ran through the hanged man's advice. So far, no one has confronted or imprisoned you, which means the 6-member council prefers to observe and hopes to evacuate the City of Silver through Amon, the first person encountered in over 2,000 years. If you don't act rashly, they won't alert you to avoid tipping off Amon. They probably aren't physically close while you're awake and don't know you've coughed out the worm of time. They can only watch your rituals but won't know who you're praying to. I'd suspect Amon if I were them. You can openly hold the bestowment ritual, then push the blame onto Amon, but you must act cautiously and be ready for scrutiny by psychoanalysts and other beyonders afterward. You can seek Mr. Fool's help with this. Following the advice, Derek circled the table twice, closed the window, lit a candle, and set up the bestowment ritual. Above the grey fog in the ancient palace, Klein idly stared at stone pillars supporting the dome, feeling the building resembled an Athens temple. Is it my subconscious? He wondered. Then the dark red star of the sun glowed, dispersing ripples to form an illusory door. Power flowed like water, stirring above the grey fog. Hearing the pleas, Klein looked at the all-black eye before him. Let's hope little son doesn't lose this. Otherwise, Mr. World must be gloriously sacrificed. Thanks to the all-black eye, Klein, who wasn't a marionettist, could secretly control the world, letting him act as if flesh and blood. If the item is lost, the world must die to prevent exposure. Sighing, Klein stirred his spirituality, pushed open the illusory door slightly, stabilizing the transmission channel. He placed the all-black eye into an iron box, threw it into the door gap, and casually said, "Do not touch the item inside." Knowing little son wouldn't act quickly and unsure when Miss Magician would finish copying the chapters, Klein relaxed his spirituality and vanished. Back in the Berg household, Derek saw the iron black box on the altar and heard Mr. Fool's voice. Do not touch the item inside. He vowed to obey. After thanking the Fool and Mr. World and ending the ritual, Derek opened the box carefully. Inside was a completely black eye without a pupil. Just looking at it muddled his mind. Faint, crazy-sounding ravings echoed in his ears. A shiver ran through him. He closed the box, grabbed a silver dagger, sealed it with a spiritual wall, then hid it in a secret pocket. Fixing the axe of Hurricane, Derek left for the training field. The exploration team was still under disguised quarantine, but Derek planned no action today. He would observe patiently, waiting for an opportunity and acting decisively if it came. At the training field, he saw the team whispering in 2s and 3s. When they noticed him watching, they stopped and stood silently, moving like zombies from the darkness. What if I removed the spiritual wall now, letting them sense Mr. World's item? Would they all turn and look at me with cold, emotionless eyes? Derek imagined the terrifying scene and felt an indescribable fear. He breathed deeply, telling himself to be patient and not panic. At the City of Silver Spire in the chief's room, demon hunter Colin Iliad rested with eyes closed, then looked toward a dark corner. A twisted human figure rose, voice scraping like metal. Your Excellency. Derek Berg held another ritual, a bestowment request ritual. He received an iron black box in response. I couldn't see inside, but it felt evil and dangerous. The shadow pleaded urgently. "Your Excellency, it's directed by that mysterious person. We must act, or Derek will summon an evil god or similar, destroying the city of silver." Colin's expression darkened. He stood, pacing slowly. "Let's wait. We don't understand the mysterious Ammon's purpose. Why send only one avatar and stay in dungeons for 42 years? If his goal was destruction, he wouldn't act so strangely. Wait a bit longer. This might be our hidden hope for surviving the apocalypse." Lightning flashed past the window, illuminating the gloomy room. Near evening, Klein finally received Miss Magician's prayer, obtaining the first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World through the ritual. Sitting in the fool's seat, he leisurely flipped through the notebook, reading line by line. He grew increasingly irritable. What's happening? The words have no spirituality. The paper is ordinary. It's not a sealed artifact, so how does it affect me? Klein frowned, recalling similar phenomena in the Book of Secrets. Soon he roughly understood. Detailed descriptions of certain existences, even in text, can affect a reader's psyche. The scariest were records about true gods. A book explaining a god could drive readers mad or distort their ideology. Beyonders risk losing control. Sights in the Spirit World was written by an Abraham ancestor, recording strange events in the spirit world. The first chapter described the spirit world's lights, 7 rays of pure color holding limitless knowledge. No matter where travelers were, the rays blanketed higher elevations. Surprisingly, the 7 rays were alive, like lingering spirit bodies. Many secret mysticism rituals targeted the 7 pure lights, using their connections to gain knowledge. Mysticism experts called the lights master or teacher. The 7 pure lights seemed happy, even gathering spirit world creatures to form a secret teaching group, the Pure Light Brotherhood. In the second chapter, the Abraham family traveler recorded an encounter with the yellow light, Venethan, chapter 397, Apocalyptic Prophecy. Relying on the mysterious space above the grey fog, Klein quickly recovered his composure and continued reading the second chapter of Sights in the Spirit World. The Abraham family traveler claimed he met an elder in lemon-yellow robes deep in the spirit world. The elder was translucent, similar to other spirit creatures, but surprisingly amiable. He was one of the 7 pure lights blanketing the spirit world's highest elevation. Yellow light, Venethan. Venethan told the traveler that his characteristics were reason and adaptation. He symbolized astromancy, and his gem was emerald. He made an anxious prophecy: focus as the stars fall from the cosmos, shattering the lands. Everything in the world will cease to exist. He believed the world would end within 200 years. The traveler asked about removing his family's bloodline curse. Venethan said it was indeed a curse, but unlike typical mysticism curses. The solution lay in the future, with an apprentice assisted by a hidden existence. He warned lifting the curse would mark the Abraham family's true doom, involving a godlike tribulation. Venethan also said rulers of the Great White Brotherhood often entered the real world, transforming into humans to teach their knowledge. Since the 5th epoch, many mentor-level figures, like the great astrologer D. Forsman, were incarnations of these pure lights. The notebook's owner theorized, which pure light was Roselle Gustav, a mentor in many fields? No, probably green light. Klein rubbed his temples. Judging from the lack of respect for Roselle as emperor, this spirit world tour likely occurred before Roselle's proclamation, or during a period when Abraham family beyonders only recognized the Tudor emperor. A traveler roaming the spirit world had to be a high sequence, probably sequence 5 or 6 with a mystical item. Though the Abraham family had declined, they remained strong. Klein frowned. Why was Venethan's prophecy so similar to the Demoness sect and Aurora order? The apocalypse is coming. Roselle became consul in 1173. It was now 1349, 176 years later. Venethan predicted the apocalypse within 200 years, so Klein estimated the catastrophe might come in 24 to 50 years. Though the first 2 chapters lacked practical knowledge, they opened Klein's eyes to the spirit world's situation, the 7 pure lights, and the Great White Brotherhood. He marveled that these pure lights were alive with their own thoughts and could take spirit body forms. At least now, Klein knew Yellow Light's real name was Venethan and his gem was emerald, useful for designing secret deed rituals aimed at him. But for now, it wasn't very practical. Closing the notebook, Klein returned to the real world. He had more important tasks. Taking out a piece of paper, he wrote to inventor Leopard, asking about the bicycle patent status and if a lawyer was needed. With the magician's rules, digesting the potion wouldn't take more than 2 months. Klein had to save money quickly for the Beyonder ingredients to advance to Faceless. The son might provide one item free via the all-black eye, but the other he had to acquire himself. Sequence 6. Beyonder ingredients cost over £1,500 and were in high demand. Besides the main ingredients, rare supplements included thousand-faced hunter blood and deep-sea naga hair, rich in spirituality and expensive. Earning money was hard, spending it easy. If only I could sell the werewolf and interrogator characteristics. Klein sealed the envelope, stamped it and counted his funds. £624 in notes, 5 gold coins, 7 solly notes, and some copper pennies. Miss Magician was paying £600 for the sheriff characteristic meant for Miss Gio. He silently cheered the two ladies on. "You're telling me a Beyonder circle you joined has both sheriff potion ingredients and the price is £600? Gio's eyes widened. She had just returned from East Borough to check who'd been tracking Capim. Yes, a reputable seller. The only problem is strict verification. Joining quickly isn't possible, Fours said truthfully. That's great. Gio took 2 excited steps forward, then her expression sank. But I don't have enough money. Fours' lips twitched. How much do you have now? £310, counting a £30 deposit from this job. Still short half. Gio scratched her short blonde hair. The bank won't loan a bounty hunter. Usurers have high interest. Maybe Miss Audrey? She knew Audrey had just spent £450 on the Trickmaster recipe and didn't want to borrow from Fours. Why are we all so poor? Fours sighed. Audrey rarely goes out. Borrowing from her isn't timely. Try Viscount Glaint first. If not, I'll cover the rest. I have £430. That's enough. Gio blinked, then lowered her head. Fours, you're the best. When I become sheriff, I'll earn more money. Fours smiled and shook her head. So, why don't you do the cleaning today? How about that? City of Silver. Derek left the training field and returned home. He'd asked when the quarantine on the exploratory team would end, when the lightning calms today. Sitting at an ancient wooden table, Derek reconsidered his plan, remembering the hanged man's words. If there's no suitable audience to testify, use the Beyonder monitoring you. But how do I know when I'm monitored? The hanged man was sure but vague. Many questions plagued Derek, no way to verify. Though embarrassed to ask Mr. Fool, this involved the city's survival, so he summoned courage. He called the Fool's name softly, describing his troubles. Soon he saw Mr. Fool in the grey fog and heard, "Touch the item in the iron box. Do not exceed 3 heartbeats. Prepare yourself. Pay attention to the origins of the black lines." That simple? Derek thanked him in surprise, adjusted his posture, and put his hand into his inside pocket. As he lifted the spiritual wall, his fingers opened the iron box and carefully probed inside. Suddenly, he touched an ice-cold item. Black illusory lines appeared before his eyes. His mind buzzed. An illusory roar tore through his ears. His body convulsed. Tears and snot streamed from his face. He almost forgot his task, but the black lines converged in his vision. A shadow appeared in the dark corner. Derek withdrew his hand as if it had touched a red-hot iron. He collapsed, twitching like lightning struck. His mouth couldn't close. Saliva dripped. It took nearly a minute to recover, close the box, and seal it with spirituality. He stood and sipped cold water, aware someone watched him now. After an unknown time, a knock came. "Who is it?" he asked, bewildered. A jovial voice answered, "It's me, Dark. The exploratory team is out of quarantine. Weren't you interested in hearing about our experience?" Chapter 398. Alluring Mushrooms Dark. Derek immediately pictured him. Medium height, slightly plump but strong. An optimistic, cheerful teenager with a friendly smile. He was Derek's classmate and patrol squad teammate. But after exploring the fallen creator's ruined temple, Dark had grown reserved, only faintly smiling. Recalling that change sent a chill down Derek's spine. Why was Dark here now? Shouldn't he be heading home after quarantine? Suddenly, Derek wondered. Elder Lovia knows I suspect something's wrong with them. Did she send Dark to deal with me? Shock and horror flooded him, but then he realized it might help. Mr. Hanged Man said, If there isn't a suitable audience to testify for you, then you might as well use the Beyonder who's monitoring you. Dark was that watcher. If Dark attacked, it would expose his corruption. Even without using Mr. World's item, Derek could make things go smoothly. He looked out the window. Lightning frequency had dropped, long dark stretches blanketed the city of silver. If alone, Derek wouldn't light a candle. He preferred lying quietly and thinking. But darkness was dangerous, as monsters could suddenly appear even in the city. Derek was a light suppliant and felt safe, but caution remained. Knock, knock, knock. Dark knocked again, urgingly impatient. He hadn't been like this before, always polite. Derek felt a wave of sorrow. He fetched a candle from a wooden box, rubbed his fingers to create a golden flame that lit the candle, filling the room with a faint, warm glow and a pungent aroma. Candles in silver were made from refined fat and oil of monsters, varying in scent. Taking a deep breath, Derek opened the door cautiously. "What took you so long?" Dark smiled. "I was looking for candles," Derek replied, not turning his back, walking side by side with Dark back to the table. "Want to try some recently dried doom fruits?" Dark asked, pulling a small cloth bag from his waist. Doom fruits came from the doom bloodvine, a plant that grew by absorbing nutrients from rotten corpses. It didn't need light and was a weak but common monster. Each vine had many thumb-sized black fruits, crispy and sweet but not filling, used as snacks. Patrol merit points could be exchanged for bags of them. "No, there's no need," Derek declined cautiously. "All right." Dark poured a pile onto the table, picked one and noisily munched. Derek asked, "Did you encounter any monsters in the temple's underground area?" Dark smiled. "Quite a few, but not powerful. Easily eliminated. The place was destroyed long ago. Strong monsters likely fled." He paused, then smiled wider. "We found strange plants at the temple's bottom. They looked like mushrooms you'd see in general knowledge class, bright and appetizing. It's confirmed they're edible, enhance spirituality and strengthen the body. Combined with roasted monsters, they emit an unimaginable fragrance." He pulled out a palm-sized mushroom-shaped object from another bag. The stem was milky white, the cap bright crystalline red dotted with dark golden spots. The mushroom's sight made Derek gulp like he'd starved days. Under candlelight it gleamed alluringly. "Here, one for you." Dark smiled warmly. Okay. Derek almost grabbed it but forced himself to say, "I'll try it tomorrow." Dark said nothing more, pushing it forward as he resumed eating doom fruits. Derek tore his gaze away and asked, "Did you find anything else on this expedition?" "Yes." Dark paused, holding a doom fruit seriously. "We found many murals, a continuous series. Remember the temple statue?" "Yes." Derek nodded toward the mushroom. A huge cross with a naked man nailed upside down, smeared with blood. Dark fiddled with the doom fruit. "The murals say the builders believed the statue represented the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent, omniscient God. They believed the Lord didn't abandon this land but bore our sins during the cataclysm, hanging upside down, nailed to the cross, bleeding for us. God's grace is boundless. We aren't abandoned but beloved chosen ones. Without him bearing our sins, the city of silver would have been destroyed long ago. Humans would have ceased to exist." But outside, in the lone kingdom where Mr. Hangman, Miss Justice and others lived, there were no curses, no deep darkness, no monsters lurking. "We aren't beloved chosen ones," Derek thought bitterly. "If true, we only need to change symbols and honorific names during ritual and the Lord will respond again," Dark continued speculating. Derek struggled against the mushroom's temptation. "No, I mustn't eat it. Eating it might corrupt me like Dark and the others, becoming a fanatical believer of the fallen creator. Even if someone monitors me, they wouldn't notice." Panic surged. Derek needed to escape. Should he chase Dark away and take back the mushroom? But that meant giving up the opportunity. His gaze fell on the yellow candle flame. "I'll get you a glass of water." Calmly, Derek stood. Dark nodded, popping another doom fruit. While pouring water, Derek slowed down, lowered his head, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. "Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom." Whoosh! A gust blew up. Nature's power under the incantation formed clear waves. Dark, chewing a doom fruit, suddenly looked at Derek. "What happened?" Derek said nothing, holding one hand over the axe of Hurricane and pulling the other from his secret pocket to remove the spirituality wall from the iron box. His gaze locked on Dark. Dark's expression darkened. Bright red traces appeared in his blue eyes. In his hand, the doom fruit shed its outer darkness, revealing a pale, fleshy human finger. The pile of doom fruits on the table were human fingers. The bright mushroom transformed into a blood-stained scalp with short black hair, losing its beauty and luster. Staring at Derek, Dark said coldly and drifting, "What were you doing?" Backlund, 15 Minsk Street. Klein, wrapped in his quilt in the warm room, heard what sounded like a prayer from Little Sun. He struggled out of bed, conjured a spirituality wall, and moved 4 steps counterclockwise to the grey fog's edge. Seated in the fool's seat, Klein didn't hurry to examine Little Sun's request. He arranged the Dark Emperor card, paper figurines, and other items neatly on the long bronze table. Per the Hanged Man's plan, the sun stimulating the exploratory team's mutation would occur during a sacrificial ritual. This would make it simple to remove the object borrowed from the world, erasing evidence and blaming Ammon. Klein had agreed to Little Sun's request to simplify the ritual, focusing only on key steps. He waited for the ritual's prelude to conclude before responding. Chapter 399, The Corrupted. In the Berg household of the City of Silver, Derek stared at the blood-stained scalp on the table. He remembered how it once looked, a beautiful, alluring mushroom he'd almost swallowed. The doom fruits Dark shared, which made crisp, crunchy sounds when bitten, were actually bloody pieces of human fingers with pale skin. A violent spasm hit Derek's stomach, acid rushing to his throat. Fighting the urge to vomit, he croaked a line from a song. "God, please have your kingdom descend upon this land. Your enemies will disperse and your followers will relish in joy." The warmth and holiness in the song eased his discomfort, filling his spirituality with vigor. His courage, strength, and agility surged, beyond the powers of a Sequence 9 bard. Dark's expression darkened as he stared. His voice twisted into an inhuman snarl. "What is that thing on your body? What is that thing on your body? What is that thing on your body?" Suddenly, Dark's clothes stretched and bulged, as if venomous snakes writhed beneath. Bloody strips of flesh tore through his skin-tight clothes, covered with rough skin and hair, flailing outward like a bloody, furry hedgehog. With a swoosh, the meat strands surged toward Derek. As a patrol squad member used to monsters, Derek stayed calm. He twisted his waist, raised his arm, and swung the axe of Hurricane. Oof! The axe cut through some bloody strands, splitting them, but because it was night in the City of Silver, no lightning followed. More bloody flesh surged, wrapping tightly around the axe, refusing to let go. A pure light ignited in Derek's eyes, 2 small suns shining in the dim room. His other hand held something near his mouth and nose as if praying. Without sound, a fiery pillar of pure light struck the ball of bloody flesh. Dark screamed uncontrollably as many bloody strips fell, charred black and squirming like living things. The spirituality in the meat no longer obeyed its original owner, merging with natural power from the sacrificial incantation into a bright pink wave. The wave surged into the candle flame which Derek had drawn, the fool's secret symbol, on long ago. The candlelight suddenly brightened, forming an illusory, mysterious door. Everything was part of a simple, complete sacrificial ceremony. Gotcha! As the seat shattered, Dark lunged at Derek, flailing bloody meat strips. His eyes held no fear, only pure, fervent desire. Above the fog, Klein responded. With a creak, the illusory door cracked open, revealing deep darkness filled with countless transparent shadows. 7 pure lights of different colors hovered above, containing endless knowledge. Above them was grayish-white fog, topped by an ancient palace overlooking the mist. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from darkness, covering Dark. Dark's bloody flesh strips were wrapped by pitch-black viscous liquid as he seemed trapped like a cat in an opaque bag. The shadow rushed toward Derek, who dodged, shouting sternly, "Stop! What are you trying to do?" The observer had planned to watch and record anomalies, intervening only if things became unmanageable, but seeing the strange door open with its cryptic symbols, he felt awe and fear. It was linked to a terrifying evil god, so he tried to forcibly interrupt Derek's sacrifice. Derek chose a spot far from the shadow. To stop the possessed boy, the observer had to get past him. The observer chose to confront Derek directly, noting Dark's obvious abnormality. Turning his back to that was foolish. Seizing the moment, Derek pulled the iron box from his pocket and threw it through the candle's door crack. As the box vanished inside, the door slammed and disappeared. Remembering Mr. Hangedman's words, Derek twisted his face into a grimace and charged the shadow. Before the shadow could cover him, Derek coughed violently, covering his mouth, then collapsed. The pitch-black liquid spread and engulfed him. Silence returned, but now 2 huge black chrysalises lay on the floor. After a while, the liquid withdrew and reformed into the shadow. The silhouettes of Derek and Dark reappeared. Derek lay unconscious. A tiny, strange worm with 12 transparent rings dropped from his hand. Dark had transformed into a squirming lump of flesh, roaring as he prepared to attack. The observer had no choice but to use his powers again, enveloping the monstrous Dark in shadowy liquid. He glanced at the pale fingers and bloody scalp, sighing deeply. Using his Beyonder powers, he sent tidal waves through the shadows to alert the chief in the spire. Only then did he examine Derek closely and notice the translucent worm. "This, the avatar that Amon hid in Derek's body, is dead," the observer muttered. Recalling Dark's mutation and the mushroom and doom fruits, he pieced together the situation. Amon was arch-enemies with the mastermind behind Dark's corruption. To foil that scheme, Amon sacrificed his avatar. Derek's visit to the training field and his reports to the chief were attempts to eliminate the enemy covertly. The mastermind, sensing Derek's strangeness, sent Dark to control him. The bloody scalp and fingers were props. The observer agreed with the chief's fears. The city of Silver faced an apocalypse or worse, explaining repeated strange events. In the chief's room at the spire, the shadow recounted everything. Colin Iliad, grizzled and scarred, nodded thoughtfully. Derek, or should I say Amon, had prepared ahead. The candle's hidden symbol, the evil object exposing Dark, Derek's excuse to whisper prayer while pouring water, and the sacrificial ritual, all part of his plan. 2 questions. Who does the hidden symbol on the candle refer to? Amon, or the god behind him? And why expose the exploratory team's abnormality at the cost of his avatar? Is it because he's arch-enemies with the mastermind? Then why stay in the City of Silver for 42 years? Could it be he foresaw this and planted his avatar with the exploratory team decades ago to foil that mastermind, waiting all this time for the moment? The shadow observer brightened. Maybe. Your Excellency, think. Why would Amon wait 42 years before making Udal lose control when Derek was imprisoned with him? Because the foretold time was near, and he needed a free vessel to fight the mastermind. Indeed, we only noticed Derek's differences but missed the timing, Colin said thoughtfully. The observer urged, lock down all exploratory team members. They're definitely compromised, and Elder Lovia, she might be corrupted too. Colin frowned. Before you reported, and even before Dark went out, Lovia warned me she suspected contamination among the exploratory team. She recommended secret monitoring and guarding Elder Horwick's inverted mausoleum. Horwick, former chief of the City of Silver, built his mausoleum and slowly withdrew from appearances. His doors were now sealed forever. Lovia mentioned abnormality long ago? The observer asked, surprised. Colin nodded. The observer muttered, half relieved. Good that Lovia's fine. I've sent people to lock down the exploratory team, but we must not ignore other possibilities. Colin sighed. Let Iflor come. I'll interrogate Derek Berg with her. Chapter 400, The Growth of the Rookie. In a dark, sturdy room, Derek Berg, feigning unconsciousness, suddenly rolled to his feet. His axe of hurricane had been confiscated and sent for inspection. His pockets were emptied, nothing left. He took a steady breath, eyes suddenly lighting up like twin suns, reflecting everything clearly. The room was sparse, a table, 2 chairs and a stone floor engraved with strange patterns. A half-used candle sat on the table, a standard precaution in the City of Silver to guard against monsters emerging from darkness. Without hesitation, Derek sat and broke the candle into 3 pieces, one 3/4 length, the other 2 halves of the remaining quarter. The cores were fully exposed. Pa! Rubbing his fingers, he ignited a golden flame that lit the 3 candles. 2 represented Mr. Fool, the 3rd symbolized Derek himself. He poured essential oil instead of the usual herbal powder, leaned back, and softly chanted the honorific name of the Fool, quickly entering cogitation. Repeating the words monotonously, he seemed to hypnotize himself. With cogitation's aid, Derek entered a strange artificial sleepwalking state, his mind drifting deeply but retaining a strange lucidity. His psyche dispersed upwards, floating higher. This simplified ritual was thanks to Mr. Fool's permission. Above the grey fog in the ancient palace, Klein fiddled with the all-black eye. Suddenly, the crimson star symbolizing Little Sun brightened and condensed into a human shadow. The mysterious space stirred. Relieved, Klein knew Little Sun had finished the dangerous part. He only needed to round up the situation. He set down the all-black eye, picked up the Dark Emperor card, instantly rising in level and authority, forcing the stirred power in the fog to submit. Flicking a paper figurine toward the crimson star, the flowing power expanded it into a gigantic angel with 12 pairs of black wings. The angel pierced the crimson light, overlapping Little Sun's illusory figure, then silently combusted to ashes in under a second. Klein could no longer influence the City of Silver's situation directly. Whether his angel substitute would help Little Sun pass investigations was uncertain. He sighed inwardly. Having done what he could, all that remained was to wait for fate's judgment, hopefully a favorable outcome. In his daze, Derek saw an angel descend, enveloping him in 12 pairs of black wings. He snapped back to reality, 3 candles burning quietly before him. Thanking Mr. Fool, Derek ended the ritual, extinguishing the 2 smaller candles. He created a bright golden flame in his palm. Drip, 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 the wax melted onto the remaining candle and table. When the candles burned out, only one remained, shorter but not obviously so, as if it had barely burned. After removing the traces, Derek extinguished the last candle. He sat silently, staring ahead, his mind racing. He worried the 6-member council wouldn't act fast enough, allowing the exploratory team to corrupt more of the City of Silver's residents with mushrooms and dune fruits. He feared the chief and others would find clues elsewhere, ruining his preparations. He hated the outsiders lurking in darkness, Amon, the fallen creator, full of malice. He felt guilty for avoiding the expedition without warning Dark and the rest, leading them to corruption. He had painfully eliminated a friend, a classmate, with his own hands. Though he hadn't seen Dark's end, Derek believed Dark was effectively dead. He didn't know how long he sat there struggling with these feelings, even rekindling the candle once. Then came the sound of seals breaking and a door opening. By the dim candlelight, a woman in a black skirt entered, her ponytail draped over her vest. "Ma'am Iflaw," Derek called subconsciously. Iflaw was pretty but had wrinkles at her eyes. She smiled, nodded, and sat across from him. "Do you have anything you wish to say?" she asked gently. Derek lifted his head and noticed her pupils had turned into golden vertical slits. His mind drifted into a sleepwalking state. Iflaw adjusted the candle flame so the light fully shone on Derek's face. Her pale golden pupils grew indifferent like an emotionless audience. Rings of faint light appeared in those eyes, forming a vortex, constructing a maze. In his stupor, Derek felt himself drifting into endless darkness and bright colors. Then, clarity returned. He saw the flickering candlelight and Iflaw with her pale gold pupils. From a shadowed corner, a grizzled Colin Iliad, the chief, emerged. After nodding to the chief, Iflaw asked Derek, "What have you been doing all this time?" Derek recalled his training, maintaining his half-dream-like state. "I don't know. I've always been in a daze as if I was in a dream. Only occasionally will I have clearness of mind." As he spoke, 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. Iflaw pressed, "Do you know that you had a conflict with Dark Regents?" "I only remember that we were fighting. I felt like I had seen a man hanging upside down on a cross, and a man in a pointed hat and a crystal monocle." "Yes, I saw him back at the dungeon. He had opened his mouth and spoke with a smile." Derek told a long story. Iflaw looked to the chief and asked, "What did he say?" "I can't remember. I can only remember one thing. He said with a smile, 'Fallen creator, true creator, shepherd.'" Derek said, barely containing his excitement. He had risked everything to tell the chief the fallen creator's name, and that a shepherd was suspicious. "The fallen creator, the true creator, it matches the murals at the bottom of the temple," Colin whispered with a frown. "Shepherd? And then?" Iflaw's voice stayed gentle. Derek answered, After that they clashed and there was a lot of light, very bright lights. Then I woke up and kept coughing. The dark green symbols in Colin's eyes never faded as he signaled Evelyn to ask more. Derek selectively answered, blaming Ammon and feigning amnesia beyond that. Finally Iflor asked, "Where did you get the axe? Where did you get the Sun Pathways potion formula?" "I bought the axe from an underground market. That person was masked, and I could only tell that he was male. The Sun Pathway potion formula was left to me by my parents. They had discovered it during an expedition." Derek answered confidently. These points of suspicion had always been known, so the hanged man had Derek rehearse them thoroughly. Though the City of Silver's underground market was semi-open, some concealed identities for various reasons. This was the best explanation. After listening, Iflor turned to Demon Hunter Colin and said, "He's not lying. There's no way he can lie. I'm using the powers of Glory Crown." Colin nodded. "In this state he doesn't show any traces of evil, degeneration, or corruption." Detecting these traits was a demon hunter's specialty. As a high-sequence job, demon hunters were masters of concealment, making it impossible for targets to detect danger, a devil's nemesis. After thinking, Colin stood and left. To the shadow outside, "I'll release Derek later. I think he's fine for now, but keep monitoring him. If Ammon can create 2 avatars, maybe a 3rd is possible." "Yes, Chief," the shadow replied. After waking, Derek's interrogation chamber was empty, with a note telling him he was free to leave. He sighed quietly, walking out, recalling Mr. Hangedman's advice, "You can't relax just like that and end up careless. The secret surveillance will definitely continue for some time, otherwise, your chief is lacking." "Yes, I can't even recite the honorific name of Mr. Fool anymore for the time being," Derek muttered as he descended the spiral staircase. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure in a purple-striped black robe, Shepherd Elder Lovia. Her pale grey eyes swept over him, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Back in her room, expression indifferent, Lovia unfolded a piece of leather parchment. She pinched the tip of her right index finger and snapped it, but no blood appeared. Instead, her blood seemed gathered on her fingertips' surface. Using that finger, she drew a complex symbol made of a pupilless eye, representing secrecy, and contorted lines, representing change. After inspection, she wrapped the finger with the parchment, stuffed it into her mouth, bit down noisily and swallowed. With only 4 fingers left, flesh and blood squirmed around the wound on her palm. A new pale index finger grew quickly. She lowered her head, whispered softly, "The Fool?" Chapter 401, Divine Epiphany Backlund, in a basement resembling a temple. Mr. A knelt silently before a figurine of the hanged giant, dressed in a hooded black robe. Suddenly, he perked up like he heard something. Without hesitation, he snapped his right index finger using his left palm. He stuffed the bloody finger into his mouth, munching on it with crunching sounds. Gulp! His throat moved, swallowing the remains. His body trembled violently, as if an invisible force shook him. In this trance, he extended his hand and used the blood to write on the ground. The words weren't in Jotun, Dragonese, or Hermes, but in ordinary Loan. Scarlet liquid pooled and arranged into "Found, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, adorers and devotees in Backlund." When the divine epiphany ended, Mr. A stopped trembling. A new finger squirmed out of the wound. He lowered his head, studying the words carefully. The corners of his mouth curled up in shadow. "By your divine revelation," he murmured in reverence, prostrating as if he'd rediscovered his purpose. Atop the spire in the City of Silver, Lovia stood by the window, gazing down at the candlelight flickering in the darkness, her expression soft. After some time, a knock sounded at the door. "Your Excellency," she called out with a smile. The door swung open on its own. Standing outside was Demon Hunter Colin Iliad. He wore a brown coat and a leather belt lined with secret compartments. "Lovia, the exploratory team's abnormality has been confirmed," Colin said flatly. "As captain, regardless of your condition, you must stay in the dungeon 3 days and undergo Glory Crown's cleansing. It's the rule." Lovia remained calm. "I know, I've prepared to stay for a long time, even after I can accept any arrangement, even if I'm not trusted." She walked past him into the corridor. Colin followed without a word as they descended the winding stairs. Halfway, cries and shouts echoed from below. "Is it starting again?" Lovia asked, confused. Colin nodded grimly. Yes, a fate we can't escape. In the mid-levels of the spire, in a vast hall, members of the corrupted exploratory team and infected citizens were pinned to the ground by holy light, as if a mountain sat on their backs. A couple in their 40s approached a young man who'd turned to slush. Only his head remained intact, a blood-red tendril growing from it. Seeing them, the young man cried, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat grilled iron scorpions tonight? Dad, Mom, I caught a lot of iron scorpions for you." The couple averted their eyes but raised the patterned sword together. 2 stabs. The young man twitched, then lay still. Nearby, a girl of 10 stabbed her sister through tears. The sister laughed softly. "From today onwards, you'll have to live your own life. Don't be naive anymore." The girl's sword hovered mid-air until a strong hand pressed it down. Oof, the girl froze, unable to hear or see. This was the City of Silver's ancient curse. Blood relatives must deliver the final blow to prevent them from turning into terrifying evil spirits after death. Even Dark, thoroughly corrupted, wasn't killed on the spot. The observer restrained him and brought him back, awaiting his parents. For 2,000 years, the ritual hadn't changed. No one knew if these corpses would mutate after death, but no one dared risk it. The City of Silver's small population made it easier. Families lived close, and most people had at least one relative within 3 generations. When forming patrol teams, blood ties had to be considered. Exploratory teams were exempt since their missions ventured far into darkness, but if someone lacked close relatives, they'd be placed under strict surveillance. When they aged or fell ill, they were exiled into the dark. When Udall, the previous team captain, was isolated, 3 elders still lived. Yet it was Colin who acted. Udall was his own bloodkin. Now Lovia and Colin entered the spire's bottom level, accompanied by a few Dawn paladins. They stopped before a cell. The paladins moved back. Lovia entered alone, walking to the simple bed and table under candlelight. Before the door sealed shut, she turned to Colin with her pale grey eyes. "Your Excellency, you once said that when people die far from the city, they don't immediately turn into evil spirits. There's time for others to get away." Colin nodded in agreement. Lovia closed her eyes, a sad smile on her lips. 2 months ago, someone died in front of me during an exploration. I pretended to get separated and waited 5 days. He never turned into an evil spirit. Colin said nothing. The door clanged shut, and the seal formed. Above the fog, in the ancient palace. Klein waited, watching the crimson star that represented Little Sun. Seeing no change, he sighed in relief. He should have succeeded. He rubbed his temples, wrapped himself in spirituality, and returned to the real world. Cold hit him instantly. He sneezed and dove under his blankets. "Fortunately, my body gets some protection from the fog, otherwise I'd be sick tomorrow." Klein sighed, burrowing deeper. His frozen bed reminded him of a joke from his past life. Warmth is gained by vibration. With nothing urgent to do, Klein let his mind wander. Yes, the magician's acting rules are set. Even if I play it safe, I can probably digest the potion by New Year's. Next, collect ingredients for the Faceless potion and save funds, but no need to rush. The mental tension loosened. Klein even considered resting for a few days. As the bed warmed, he drifted off. He woke to 8 chimes from the church bell. Stretching, he felt the cold and pulled his arm back under the covers. It's colder today. There's nothing important. Might as well keep sleeping. He closed his eyes again, but then his stomach growled. He also felt the urge in his bladder. Life is full of hard choices, Klein muttered. After 10 minutes of indecision, he gave up and rushed to the bathroom. Later, dressed and refreshed, he went downstairs to cook phainopot and noodles. This time, he used the meat paste he made himself, based on memories from his previous life. Though differences in ingredients made perfect replication impossible, the flavor still satisfied him. He slurped noodles and read the newspaper, checking if Eye of Wisdom had submitted any new listings. With no tasks pressing, Klein considered entertainment options, concert, opera, or play. Tickets in Westborough and Hillston range from 6 solly to pounds. For the poor, only 1 pence in Eastborough. Klein browsed through listings, planning his day. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chapter 4-2, Digging. Who is it? Klein jerked his head up to look at the door. He felt sick somehow. The fear of the doorbell echoed his old fear of a ringing phone back on Earth. He put down his newspaper and looked at the plate he had wiped clean of even its seasonings. Then he got up and walked to the door. Before touching the handle, he already knew it was Dr. Aaron. "Don't you need to work?" Klein mumbled as he opened it. "Good morning, Aaron. The fog is grey today." He smiled. Aaron's expression was its usual cold, but now lined with anxiety and fear. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and blurted, "Sherlock, I had another dream. I dreamed of Will or Septon again." Klein almost froze. "That's not right. The real paper crane's with me above the grey fog. The one folded by the Nighthawk should have weakened the effect. That's not mystic." He grew serious. "The same dream?" "No, it's not that scary this time." Aaron calmed a little. "I dreamed about the grim cemetery. You know of it, right?" "Yes," Klein replied simply. He remembered catching Kapusky and some students dancing there. Kapusky had later given him another copper whistle for summoning a messenger. Aaron took a breath and continued. "I dreamed of the woods outside the cemetery. A birch tree had a strip of bark peeled off and Will or Septon was sitting under it looking at me. And then the dream ended there. Strange. If it's not tied to the crane, then the dream shouldn't have changed after it was switched. And I divined the paper crane above the grey fog and got relevant revelations. This is no longer within my scope of understanding. What do you want from me, Aaron?" "I want to pay a visit to the area outside Grim Cemetery. I want to do it now while it's still daytime. Can you protect me? I'll pay you £1. During the day, probably nothing too strange will happen." Klein thought for a moment. "I can accept this request, but I suggest you go to the same cathedral and tell your dream to the bishop you're familiar with." Aaron agreed, then frowned. "Why do you always suggest going to the cathedral? I know you've explained it. If mystical powers exist, churches are strongest. If not, at least there's psychological comfort. But why even when it's not that strange?" Klein paused 2 seconds. "I'm a detective. I've come into contact with a lot of unusual things, so I understand the special nature of the church. I also know when to ask for help." "Really?" Aaron looked serious. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Just kidding. Take it easy, Aaron. I'm going to change my clothes first, and also do the dishes." He had stood too long in the cold wind without his coat and was feeling stiff. Taking the opportunity, Klein went to the washroom, ascended above the grey fog, and divined the danger of this mission. The result: almost no risk. If it had been dangerous, I'd have declined with the church as an excuse. Hillston Borough, Myriad Star Cathedral. "Sherlock, why don't you hire a maid? As a great detective, you can afford several," Aaron asked as they arrived. He had wanted to bring it up earlier, but hadn't found the time. Klein sighed. "Aaron, let me tell you a story. A detective hired 2 maids, a cook and an assistant. Life was good until he took a case and found the murderer, a savage man who snuck into the house for revenge. The detective was a fighting expert and only got slightly injured, but 2 of his servants died because of him. Do you get it, Aaron?" "I see." Aaron's voice carried sympathy. "Sherlock, I never knew that you've had such an experience. The story's fake. I just made it up. Can't exactly say there are too many mystical secrets in my house to have servants wandering about." Klein sighed inwardly. In truth, his home was cleaned twice a week by Mrs. Sammer's maid for a solly each time. They entered the cathedral's hall. It was dark and quiet. No candles, perfectly matching the Church of the Evernight Goddess's style. The altar bore a dark sacred emblem, inlaid with self-illuminating pearls as stars and a ruby crimson moon. Crimson light flickered in the darkness, making the space feel sacred. But Klein still preferred St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen. That pitch-black hall with fist-sized holes had looked like a true starry sky. Still, that design wouldn't work at night. Klein found a seat, removed his top hat, and leaned on his cane while Aaron walked toward the confessional. Watching the silent crowd praying, Klein felt unexpectedly calm. "Come to think of it, this is only my 3rd time entering the goddess's cathedral," he chuckled softly to himself. Cathedral of Serenity, Winter County. Leonard Mitchell, wearing a black windbreaker and red gloves, entered the high-ranking deacon Crestet Sesamir's office. "Congratulations, you have officially become a red glove. May the goddess bless you." Sesamir drew a crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady, the honor is mine." Leonard gestured 4 points in a circle. Sesamir didn't waste words. As you requested, your Incest's team. He's a soul assurer with a mystical item. A Beyonder weapon is being prepared for you. You'll be investigating a devil summoning case. Look into relevant clues, Backlund's recent incidents and anything tied to a tarot ritual. Yes, Reverend Sesamir. Leonard didn't object. This will be the beginning of my revenge, he thought grimly. Westborough, grim cemetery outskirts. Klein and Aaron wandered the woods, coughing now and then from the falling grey-white dust. Maybe there isn't a tree like that. Dreams can't fully reflect reality. Even Aaron was starting to doubt. Luckily, I'm good at finding things. Klein tapped his cane. Let's check over there. One last try. All right, Aaron said, panting. Soon after, he stopped and pointed. Over there, over there. A dozen meters away stood a birch tree with a peeled strip of bark. It's identical to the one in my dream, Aaron said with certainty. Klein smiled warily. But there's no will or septin. Aaron approached, then pointed beside the tree. Back then, Will or Septin was sitting here pointing at the mud below him. Pointing at the mud? Klein looked at the grass below. You want to dig it up? Aaron nodded. We've already found this place, so we should confirm what's here. Sherlock, go borrow 2 shovels from the cemetery. It's better if I stay here. You go, I'm worried something might happen to you. All right. Aaron left and later returned with 3 shovels and a tombkeeper. They began digging. Then Klein smelled something familiar. As they cleared the soil, something slowly came into view. A child's corpse, already badly rotted. His flesh looked melted and bugs crawled in and out of his mouth and nose. Clang! Aaron's shovel slipped and struck a rock. He pointed at the legs, mouth moving but no words coming out. Klein forced down the nausea and saw it. The child's left leg was missing its lower half. Aaron stumbled back and fell, screaming, Will or Septin! Will or Septin! It was Will or Septin's corpse. Chapter 403. The Fate of a Private Detective. He's dead? Will or Septin is dead, and he seems to have been dead for some time. Could this be fake? Klein stared at the rotting child's body, shocked. How could such a mysterious and powerful child die so silently, before Aaron's dreams even began? Will had once cursed Aaron with only a casual line. His paper crane had connected Aaron's astral projection to the spirit world. Even Klein's divination above the grey fog barely revealed anything. Despite the nausea, Klein examined the body carefully. There were torn tarot cards buried in the soil around it. His spiritual intuition told him it was very likely Will or Septin. This is too shocking, too strange. I need to go above the grey fog to confirm. Wait, what does this have to do with me? I already decided to stay out of this, in case I get pulled into something involving a snake of mercury. That might be even scarier than sealed artifact 08. Klein pulled himself together and said to the terrified tombkeeper and the shaken Dr. Aaron, Call the police. Okay. The tombkeeper was stunned at first, then turned and ran so fast it was like a zombie was chasing him. As expected, just an ordinary person. No caution at all. In this situation, shouldn't he be wary of the people around him? Exposing your back makes it easy to be hit with a shovel. Klein shook his head. He recalled many case files from his Nighthawk days. Victims often fell to their own companions. He walked over to Aaron, bent down, and extended his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's already dead. It's the death that scares me. Aaron managed to steady himself and got up on his own. His black frock coat was now filthy. Klein winced in sympathy for the coat. I'm the kind of person who can't stand seeing valuables damaged. Noticing Aaron's pale face, Klein chuckled. At such times, praying to the deity you believe in has quite a remarkable effect. Is that so? Aaron was stunned. Then he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise motion and whispered, The Evernight goddess is nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity. Your devout believer prays for your blessing. As he repeated it, he visibly calmed. Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and whispered internally, God of steam and machinery, your completely unfaithful believer is begging for your blessings. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, half waiting for lightning to strike. No, wait, that's Lord of Storm's domain. About 20 minutes later, they were in a police interrogation room. Klein told the truth, that he was just a private detective. Aaron described his dream as the reason they had dug up the body. Klein could tell the officers didn't buy it, but after leaving briefly they returned with new attitudes. They said there was nothing suspicious about either man, and just asked them to sign statements. Aaron was surprised. Klein wasn't. Clearly, the Nighthawks had intervened. Sending Aaron to Myriad Star Cathedral beforehand paid off. As they left, Klein spotted a familiar face, the Nighthawk who had once entered his dream. The man, probably a captain, wore a grey windbreaker and coldly professional face, pretending to be a regular senior inspector. Klein nudged his glasses, put on his top hat, and left with Aaron. In the carriage, Aaron asked, "Sherlock, do you think this will be the end of it? If that body really belongs to Will Septin, then you shouldn't be troubled any longer." Klein added, "Aaron, have you noticed anything else strange lately?" "Anything at all?" Aaron thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, this is worth celebrating." Klein smiled. To him, this was the best ending. Even though divinations above the grey fog had turned up nothing, and the paper crane's presence couldn't be detected, he still feared a Nighthawk might find something someday. But now Will Septin's death would bury the case. Without further leads, it would be shelved and forgotten. Aaron, now more relaxed, still asked suspiciously, "Honestly, my testimony wasn't convincing. Why did the police believe it?" "I don't know either," Klein said innocently. "I thought I'd need a lawyer to take me home. No, bail me out." Aaron smirked. "Sherlock, you sound like you have a lot of experience being sent to the police station." Klein laughed in a low voice. It's the fate of every private detective. Meanwhile, at Grim Cemetery, Fours Wall wore a long black dress and bonnet as she found the grave of Mrs. Orlisa. An hour ago, she and Shio had visited Viscount Glaint in Empress Borough. They'd successfully negotiated a £400 interest-free loan. In return, they would accompany Glaint to Mr. A's gathering tonight to protect him as he tried to buy a royal jellyfish's venom crystal for his apothecary potion. Audrey had also helped. She found a flying unicorn horn in her family's treasury and borrowed it in the name of scientific study, using it to offset part of her debt. She even added a condition. Glaint had to get help from Duke Negan's children to verify whether one of their dragon specimens was a thousand-faced hunter, and if any light still pulsed within. But Fours didn't immediately pray to Mr. Fool to finish the deal. If things progressed too fast, Shio might grow suspicious, so she used the time to change clothes and visit Grim Cemetery, where she found Mrs. Orlisa's grave. Knowing the laws of Beyonder, characteristic conservation and indestructibility, Fours believed she had inherited the apprentice trait from Mrs. Orlisa. She had gained strength from the woman's death. She laid down a bouquet and whispered, "Thank you." It was early winter. Most flowers had withered. The greenhouse-grown ones Fours brought were expensive. "Thank you, Emperor Roselle, for your invention." Greenhouse flowers were used by nobles at winter banquets. Some rarer ones came by airship from the south, luxuries for the rich. Staring at the black tombstone, Fours studied the photo of Mrs. Orlisa and bowed, then stood in silent remembrance. A gentle voice interrupted, "You really are a good and kind-hearted lady." Fours turned and saw Mr. Lawrence of the Abraham family holding a bouquet of plain, tasteful flowers. "No, it's not kindness," Fours said sincerely. "Mrs. Orlisa once gave me a girl who had lost her mother, a period of unforgettable warmth." Her eyes turned moist. Lawrence laid his bouquet down and sighed. "This shows that you value relationships." They chatted for a while. As Fours turned to leave, Lawrence began coughing violently. "Cough, cough, cough." He buckled and collapsed to the ground, looking like he might suffocate. Without hesitation, Fours, trained in medicine, rushed over, crouched down and administered first aid. Eventually he stabilized. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. "Lady, can you take me back to the hotel?" "No problem," Fours said, helping him up. Lawrence looked forward, eyes slightly unfocused. He coughed again and gave a weak, self-deprecating smile. "My life might be coming to an end." Chapter 4-on-4 in Trust. In the Carl Pencer Hotel, Fours helped Lawrence into his room and laid him on the bed. The suite was luxurious. Thick greyish-yellow carpets and famous oil painting imitations adorned the space. Lawrence struggled to breathe. "Thank you, Miss Wall, and please forgive a dying man for not being able to bow." "No, Mr. Lawrence, your problem has eased. As a former doctor, I can tell you can still live. After some rest, we'll go to a clinic," Fours assured. Lawrence smiled faintly. "I know my condition well. I'm also an amateur astrologer. I've foreseen it. I'll die in this hotel in Backland." Most of what he said was true. Now nearing 80, he had lived long past expectations thanks to sequence potions, but after suffering serious injuries during the Traveller Botis rebellion and losing all his descendants in the disaster, his health and spirit never recovered. He had returned to revisit the graves of Laubero and Aulisa, intending to tidy up affairs with the Elder Council before dying, but now even that plan was crumbling. Lawrence reached into his coat and took out a small notebook with a bronze-green hardcover. Ancient Faceless words were embossed on it. I came, I saw, I record. Placing it on his chest, he looked to Fors. Miss Wall, if I die here, can you help send this to Pritz Harbour? Mr. Lawrence, you'll be fine, Fors insisted. Still, she instinctively glanced at the notebook. It wasn't thick, and the paper came in 3 types. Yellow parchment with very few pages, yellowish-brown goatskin of medium amount, and ordinary white paper comprising most of it. Lawrence smiled painfully. I mean, Miss Wall, will you help? Pritz Harbour isn't far. I can make a round trip in half a day by train. Fors nodded. He sighed in relief. After I die, wait 10 minutes. Retrieve the glowing object from my body. Send it and this notebook to Dorian Gray at the Pritz Harbour Fishermen Association. The £42 in my wallet is my gratitude. Let my clothes burn with me. No, you don't need to give me anything. No, you'll be fine, Fors said earnestly. As if he hadn't heard, Lawrence muttered, Maybe Dorian will give you more. I believe you. From Aulisa's matter, I can tell you're a good girl. Then, lucidly, he added, Miss Wall, can you bring me a jug of water from downstairs? I don't know when the waiter will come. No problem. Fors took a jug and stepped into the hallway. After a few steps, something struck her. This jug was full. There was plenty of water. Just as she turned back to ask, she felt a sudden spiritual fluctuation from the room. She froze. Then she understood. Lawrence had sensed the changes in his body. He feared losing control and becoming a monster. To die as a human with dignity, he had chosen to end things early. If he had mutated, everything he had planned, including the delivery of that notebook, would have been ruined. Heavy-hearted, Fors waited outside for nearly 10 minutes before re-entering. Lawrence lay silently on the bed, his face even more aged than before. Beside him sat a diamond the size of an eye, refracting the sunlight into star-like brilliance. Fors sighed, examined the scene, and confirmed the cause of death, cardiac arrest. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein returned home and soon went above the grey fog to divine the truth about Will Osseptin. He summoned the paper crane, laid it before him, then retrieved his topaz pendulum and entered cogitation. His thoughts focused on the woods, even the smallest details. He might have missed some, but his spirituality hadn't. He wrote a divination statement on goatskin parchment. Will Osseptin is completely dead. Placing the crane beside it, he began the spirit dowsing. The pendulum spun counterclockwise at high speed, a negative result, so he's not completely dead. Surprised but not entirely shocked, Klein wrote a new statement. That corpse was Will Osseptin's. This time the pendulum affirmed it, so the body was his, but Will wasn't dead. He tried a third statement. Will Osseptin's corpse will resurrect. Again, a fast counterclockwise rotation. Negative. So he abandoned his body. Is he still alive in some other form? Was it voluntary or forced? Is this the Snake of Mercury's doing? Klein attempted further divinations, including Will Osseptin's present state, but they all failed. Switching to dream divination, he sought Will's current location. The result, a dark room, the sound of running water. It seemed familiar, yet not. Forget it. I'm not getting involved anyway. He packed up the pendulum and left the ancient palace. But he had a theory. Will Osseptin is likely another Snake of Mercury. As a sequence 1, Snake of Mercury could exist in up to 3 individuals, until a sequence 0 was born. Once that happened, there could be no more sequence 1s. The Dark Emperor potion's formula was proof. Its main ingredient was 2 beyonder characteristics of a Prince of Disorder. That meant to ascend to sequence 0, a sequence 1 needed to absorb the characteristics of the other 2. So if Will Osseptin was one Snake of Mercury and another one existed, the conflict between them was inevitable. And Klein absolutely didn't want to get caught in that. This would be a real fight between deities. I want no part in it. In Empress Borough, in an inconspicuous house, Mr. A's Beyonder gathering proceeded as usual. Fors and Shio, now in different outfits, accompanied Viscount Glaint, his face hidden behind an iron-black mask, into the hall. They chose random seats and sat down. Before the event began, Viscount Glaint wrote his needs on a slip and prayed silently that someone would respond. He desperately sought a royal jellyfish's venom crystal to complete his apothecary potion. Fors, wearing a hood that cast shadows over her face, was quiet and languid as always. She wasn't focused on the gathering. Her thoughts kept drifting to Mr. Lawrence. She had recognized that glittering diamond beside him as a beyonder characteristic, but she couldn't yet tell what sequence it came from. Flipping through the notebook had yielded little. The pages were mostly blank. The ones filled in contained symbols and magical inscriptions too complex and obscure for her to decipher. Doesn't matter what it is. I just need to keep my promise, she reminded herself. Then Mr. A, seated in his signature exaggerated hood, rasped, "I have a mission. Help me find people who believe in the so-called fool." "Ah," Force snapped to attention. Chapter 405, Cult, the Fool. Several members at Mr. A's gathering whispered or exchanged glances, trying to recall if they'd ever heard of such a cult. "When did such a cult appear?" someone murmured. Mr. A then had an attendant raise a blackboard with lone words. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." In his hoarse, jarring voice, Mr. Ra warned, "Do not read this in Hermes Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese or Ancient Hermes. Don't even write the corresponding meanings. Otherwise, something terrible might happen. Help me find believers of the fool. They might also be followers of the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, or the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. If you discover anything, inform me immediately. The reward will exceed your imagination." "This sounds like a real big shot, similar to the gods in ancient texts," someone exclaimed. His companion shook his head. "A lot of cults use similar descriptions." "But is it even a cult?" someone asked, startled. "Most likely, when we summon creatures, the honorifics usually include something like blessed of X or belonging to Y. Not like this," a mysticism-savvy attendee explained. Fors felt her heart freeze. "Isn't that Mr. Fool's honorific name? Even though it's written in Loan, why would Mr. A want to find his believers? Is this tied to the Aurora Order?" Her thoughts spun rapidly. She knew Mr. A was part of the Aurora Order, the same group that had claimed credit for assassinating Inti's ambassador Bakerland. "No one knows I'm part of the Tarot Club. I was only pulled above the grey fog after reciting the honorific name from a piece of paper. But that paper? It's connected to Viscount Glaint. It came from a book in his study." Shio's memory followed the same track. Her bounty hunter instincts kept her from showing any sign, but she, too, traced it all back to that book. Suddenly, both women arrived at the same conclusion: Viscount Glaint. At that moment, the Viscount, staring at the blackboard, said with interest, "This honorific name is very rare, but it sounds very impressive." Then, sensing something, he turned. "Why are you two looking at me like that?" "Nothing," Fors and Shio said at once, shaking their heads quickly. Later that evening, in an elegantly decorated home, Audrey, accompanied by Susie, arrived for her academic meeting under Escalante's guidance. Leaving her maid and bodyguard behind, she entered a warmly lit activity room where candle lamps glowed gently. A man in his 30s in a grey tailcoat approached. Escalante began to introduce him, but he interrupted with a chuckle. "Escalante, don't say anything. Let me guess." He had a neat mustache, charming dark brown eyes, and gave off the air of a university lecturer more than a furniture merchant. After studying Audrey closely, he smiled. "Escalante only said you were her student. I'd guess you're a cultured, noble lady. You don't have to worry about a decline in lifestyle. You're a little excited, very curious, simple, full of love. And of course, very beautiful, like an angel." Pressing a hand to his chest, he bowed. "Welcome, the beautiful Miss Angel." "You're mostly right," Audrey thought, "but that was me months ago. Now it's just a mask I maintain." Feigning surprised astonishment, she asked, "Did you know me before, Mr. Hampras?" She didn't hold the expression too long. Real surprise was fleeting, and lingering shock often meant an act. "No, I still don't know you. This is just basic psychology," Hampras said with a laugh. Before he finished, Audrey had already analyzed him in detail. "He's overly concerned with appearances. The sapphire on his ring looks large, but its quality is poor. No mystical engravings, He's vain. His posture and the direction of his feet show he's guarded. His compliments were sincere, but not how a man usually looks at a woman. He's using facial products. His eyebrows are drawn, not badly, but not as well as my maid Solia. The cologne he wears is confusion, a scent I've only seen women use. He likely likes men, and plays the more submissive role. Keeping a gentle smile, she expressed admiration. "I'd love to have your observational powers, Mr. Hampers." She was soon introduced to the rest, 7 or 8 others, from fallen nobles to professors' assistants, and the children of wealthy families. One young man's father owned Philip's department store. During the session, Audrey mostly listened, asking a few curious questions here and there. The discussion touched on mysticism and psychology, concepts like the body of heart and mind, the spirit world, and the collective subconscious. By the end, she had gleaned several insights she'd been hoping for. As they stepped outside, Audrey asked with innocent hope, "Miss Escalante, when will I be as good in psychology as Mr. Hampers?" Escalante tilted her head, smiled, and replied, "Very soon." That night, just before bed, Klein appeared above the grey fog. Sleepy moments earlier, he was now wide awake. Miss Magician's message had stunned him. The Aurora Order knows about the Fool? They even know my honorific name? The true creator has locked on to me? Klein bolted upright, but after a moment he calmed. No. If the true creator had really locked on to me, Mr. A would have shown up at my door already. Maybe even a saint. So only the Fool and his honorific name are known, and the trail leads to Backlund. Who leaked it? He frowned deeply. Little son. He recently recited my honorific name in front of someone from the exploration team who was already corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual and the ancient palace above the grey fog briefly appeared. That, plus the all-black eye which is tainted by the true creator. Through those symbols and connections, the true creator sensed something, confirmed someone was watching. That someone was me. I can't use the all-black eye anymore. That mystery solved, Klein now pondered a new one. Mr. A announced this bounty at a public Beyonder gathering. Is he clueless or trying to bait people into exposing themselves? Sigh. Aurora Order members are lunatics. Their brains are mostly broken. No way to guess their motives. As they say, if I'm crazy, you'll never know what I'm thinking. Chapter 406. A joyous but extremely helpless reality. Above the grey fog, the Grand Palace loomed silently. Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table, contemplating how to respond to the Aurora Order and Mr. A's bounty. Unable to decipher their true intentions, he instinctively thought, report him. Report Mr. A's illegal gatherings. With Miss Magician's help, Klein could learn the gathering's location and secretly tip off the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. An oracle from the Aurora Order would attract major attention, and Mr. A wouldn't have time to hunt full believers. But that plan had a flaw. Innocent Beyonders would get dragged in. Maybe that was exactly what Mr. A wanted. If he'd already prepared an escape, then the act of reporting him would confirm there was a believer among the attendees. The Aurora Order didn't need to pinpoint anyone. They could simply corrupt every captured Beyonder and let their methods do the work. That's too dangerous. Better not report it. Klein leaned back and reorganized his thoughts until something hit him. There aren't even any believers or adorers of the Fool in the real world. No one in the Tarot Club had leaked anything. The Aurora Order wouldn't find a single clue. The only bad outcome is that the Fool's now on the true creator's radar. But that won't affect me directly. The only past exposure was the account password he once created using the Fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes. But that was over a month ago, and he'd abandoned the account. The bank employees involved couldn't connect the password to anything mystical, especially not to Sherlock Moriarty. No signs of copying had occurred since. He chuckled and muttered, "You believe the Fool has many adorers and that countless clues will surface?" Wrong. Absolutely wrong. There's only one believer and adorer of the Fool, me. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Not exactly something to be proud of. Still, he reminded himself to be cautious, no using the Fool's name as a banner. Klein turned his attention to Miss Magician's prayer. Straightening his posture, he said in a low, gentle voice, "Don't worry about it." Falls was surprised at the response, but it felt fitting. To Mr. Fool, the Aurora Order is nothing but ants. She lowered her voice and reverently recited his honorific name again. Honorable Mr. Fool, which existence does the Aurora Order believe in? Above the grey fog, Mr. Fool calmly replied, the true creator. Forz's eyes widened. So that's why Mr. A suddenly started hunting Fool believers. With help from the Tarot Club, Little Sun had exposed the corruption of the exploratory team in the City of Silver, foiling the true creator's scheme. It was a clash between Mr. Fool and the true creator. Forz dared not ask further. Instead, she reported her visit to the Abraham family, Lawrence's will, the strange notebook and the Beyonder characteristic he left behind. Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do? She's so lucky, Klein inwardly sighed. Follow the true desires in your heart. He wasn't worried about Dorian Gray. Miss Magician still had 2 Spirit World teleportation stones left. She could escape any time. Forz nodded. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool. She decided to buy a steam train ticket to Pritz Harbor tomorrow. It would only take a little over an hour. After reporting everything, she held a sacrificial and bestowal ritual. With Mr. Fool's approval, she exchanged £600 for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. She held the fist-shaped object, colored black iron, dark red and silver, with admiration and joy. Shio already has all the supplementary ingredients. She'll soon become a sheriff. Meanwhile, I'm still stuck at Trickmaster. Hopefully Mr. Hangman or the others can help me find what I need soon. Shio will have to start digesting properly. Should I teach her the acting method? Or suggest she join the police force to find more opportunities? Back above the grey fog, Klein eyed the thick stack of cash in front of him and counted it carefully. With this I'll have won £230. Still 300 short of a Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient, and even 1,500 is just the floor price. Real deals cost more. Maybe I should sell part of the bicycle patent shares once they're approved. Then he remembered. The werewolf Beyonder characteristic from the Rose School of Thought can't be sold in Backland, it's too risky. But I can sell it elsewhere. I'll have the world entrust Mr. Hanged Man with the task. He can sell it in the Sonia Sea. I'll pay him a commission. That alone should bring at least £1,000. He nodded with satisfaction. That would be enough. Unfortunately, Miss Shio didn't have much money. Even if she digested the potion quickly, it would take her a long time to afford the interrogator's characteristic. Then if the Abraham family took interest in Miss Magician, then his astrologer potion formula might no longer be saleable. What a pity. Klein sighed and returned to reality. Wednesday morning. Despite everything, Klein had slept soundly and woke up cheerful. He went out and bought himself a Desi pie and paired it with sweet iced tea. As he read the newspaper, he noticed an ad from the Ernst firm. There would be an Eye of Wisdom gathering tomorrow night. Finally, I can try to purchase Beyonder ingredients. Though the odds are slim, it's usually just supplementary items like deep-sea naga hair. Klein stretched out his hand and counted possible sources. There's the Tarot Club, Little Sun, Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, then Eye of Wisdom's gathering, and Miss Bodyguard and Marek, though I should avoid them for now. Ah, yes, Emlyn White, the vampire. He said he would write to powerful sanguines for help. That's the power of connections. Klein immediately decided to go to the Harvest Church to find Emlyn. Though the Aurora Order probably wouldn't find him, he still felt a sense of urgency. Once he digested his potion, he could immediately advance to Sequence 6. At 10 in the morning, south of the bridge, Rose Street, wearing a double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat, Klein stepped into the small Harvest Church. At a glance, he saw the towering Father Utravsky and Emlyn White in brown priest robes, wiping candle lamps with a numb expression like he'd rather be dead. What a coincidence. Wait, don't tell me he stays here all day? Klein casually found a seat. Only a handful of devotees were inside. Emlyn noticed him, put down the rag, and came over with a faint grin. He sat beside Klein, eyes lively now, and raised his chin smugly. You came here suddenly because you have something you need my help with, right? Chapter 407, The True Adorer Inside the Harvest Church. Klein tilted his head toward Emlyn White and lowered his voice with a chuckle. Are you short on money? As soon as he said it, it felt like asking if Emlyn knew about Amway. Emlyn was momentarily stunned, then scoffed. Don't insult a noble sanguine with money, Klein sneered. Glancing at the towering Father Yutravsky, he said, "From what I know, those handmade puppets aren't cheap, especially the human-sized ones." Emlyn opened his mouth but couldn't respond. After a pause, he coughed lightly and said with forced nonchalance, "Tell me, what do you want? I am not a sanguine who enjoys riddles." Klein smiled without turning. "I have a friend about to advance and needs certain beyonder ingredients. I was wondering if you could help." "Are you doubting a sanguine's capabilities?" Emlyn said smugly. "Even if I don't have them, I can write to the nobler excellencies." "Perfect," Klein replied rapidly. "Mutated pituitary gland of 1,000-faced hunter and 100 milliliters of its blood. Characteristic of a human-skinned shadow and 5 strands of a deep-sea naga. Any of those will do. I'll pay full price. The cheaper you get them, the bigger your cut." He intentionally included multiple supplementary ingredients. Emlyn felt he'd been tricked into agreeing too quickly. He composed himself. "The main ingredients cost at least £100. Supplementary ones are at least 10. Judging by the list, these aren't cheap. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me." "Very sharp." Klein laughed. "Deal." Emlyn suddenly suspected he was being underpaid. He added, "Mr. Detective, do you know how to remove psychological cues?" Seeing Yutravsky still praying, Klein glanced at Emlyn and replied, "There's a simple method." "What?" "Defeat Bishop Yutravsky and snatch his mental terror candle," Klein said with a smile. "After meeting your parents, the 3 of you should be able to manage. Is a Dawn Paladin stronger than 3 sanguines?" Emlyn's expression collapsed. "We lost. We couldn't beat him. My parents were nearly captured. That mental terror candle is really strange." "So you've already tried and failed," Klein thought grimly. 3 sanguines couldn't take down 1 bishop? Either Father Yutravsky is terrifying, or vampires are weaker than the legends suggest. He said thoughtfully, "Then write to your noble excellencies again. There must be powerful experts among the sanguine." "They refused," Emlyn said numbly. Then looked at Klein with hope. "Can you beat him, or your friend?" "I'd originally thought I could defeat him with the sun brooch and biological poison bottle, but now I'm not sure. That sealed artifact clearly counters spirit bodies." Klein shook his head. "No way." He quickly changed the subject. "Why did the noble excellencies refuse? Should have been a small matter for them." Emlyn's face turned gloomy. "They said Father Yutravsky is an adorer of Mother Earth. They don't want to provoke him. Instead, they're looking for ways to undo the psychological cue. They're venturing into the Sonia Sea, the Fog Sea, the Berserk Sea, hoping to find dragons who understand the psyche domain." He forced a smile. "By the time they succeed, I might already be a devout believer of Mother Earth. I'm beginning to appreciate how precious life is and how joyful a harvest is." Adorer of Mother Earth? No wonder he has so many mystical items. Klein felt a chill. If I'd accepted Emlyn's request earlier, I could have ended up locked in the basement, or worse, offended another deity. And I definitely couldn't win. "I suggest you find an organization called the Psychology Alchemists," Klein said. "If Miss Justice joins them later, Emlyn's presence might help. Then I won't have to personally appear every time trouble arises." "Psychology Alchemists? Never heard of them," Emlyn scoffed. "Must be some new secret group." "This organization's at least 100 or 200 years old," Klein corrected. "For sanguine, that's new." "Among the noble excellencies, a nap can last a century," Emlyn replied proudly. Then he cleared his throat. "Do you know how to contact them?" Klein nearly said Dr. Daxter Guderian at Tingen's Asylum, but stopped. "With the true creator targeting me, I can't risk linking anything back to Tingen. That could endanger Benson and Melissa." He shook his head. "I've only heard of them. Try asking the other sanguine." Emlyn was disappointed and turned to Klein. "I'm guessing your friend who's about to advance is you." Klein calmly looked ahead. "Congratulations, you got it right." Emlyn was stunned. "That wasn't the response I expected," Klein chuckled. "Mr. White, you're better suited to being an actor than an apothecary." Emlyn raised his head proudly. "I'm a noble sanguine. I don't rely on looks to survive." "Do you think I meant you're handsome?" Klein stood and laughed. "No, I mean you're very talented at comedy." Emlyn's expression froze. He got up, squeezed into the aisle and said stiffly, "Don't forget what I entrusted you with." Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street. Fors had taken an early steam locomotive to the kingdom's largest port. She'd also booked a return trip by boat. It was cheaper. Taking in the sea air, she saw dock workers hurrying to and fro. During seasonal work, the port was packed with temporary labourers, including many from Backland's East Borough who walked 60 kilometres to earn better wages. The streets here are wider than Backland's. The air's a bit better, but it's dirtier overall. Fours soon found the Fishermen Association's building and entered without difficulty. She was quickly led to an office where she met Dorian Gray. He was medium-built with exaggeratedly long arms. His neatly combed hair stood in stark contrast to the other members' messy appearances. He's likely from the Abraham family too. She explained her visit and handed over Lawrence's will, the strange notebook and the diamond-like Beyonder characteristic. Dorian received the items solemnly. He opened the will, read it carefully, and looked at Fours with sincere blue eyes. "Your kindness and honor are praiseworthy. Ms. Wall, I shall always remember the help you provided Aulisa and Lawrence. Can you accept my gratitude? I wish to invite you to lunch." "No problem." Fours was still wondering how to pass time before her return ship departed. Dorian arranged for her to rest in a nearby lounge, providing tea, snacks, newspapers, and magazines. Returning to his office, he opened a hidden cabinet and took out an item with some hesitation. It was a pure crystal ball, shining with radiant light. Chapter 408, A Bold Assumption. Dorian drew the curtains, dimming the office. He sat with the crystal ball in his left hand, gently stroking its top with his right while softly chanting. Gradually, bright spots of light surfaced in the crystal, like stars forming a night sky astrolabe. Revelations from the spirit world filled with symbolic meaning. Dorian studied it. She wasn't lying. That really is the situation's trajectory. She could bring optimistic change to the Abraham family. As the starlight faded, he stood with his decision made. At the Four-Winged Bird restaurant, Fours sat before a filleted fried fish scattered with rosemary. Its skin was crisp and the meat fresh, marred only by the cook's disturbing sense of artistry. The fish's eyes bulged upward in indignation. Fours promptly pushed the head down and covered the eye. Across from her, Dorian casually asked, "Aulisa really liked mysticism and did some research. When packing her things, did you find any books or notes?" "There were some notebooks and books," Fours replied frankly. "I became a mysticism enthusiast myself, but unfortunately I couldn't understand some of the content. Like the sights in the spirit world, it was absurd, illogical, and even when I forced myself to read it calmly, I forgot everything after finishing. Understanding it was impossible," she added inwardly. Dorian nodded and smiled. "Then you can consult me. I'm also a mysticism enthusiast, quite a proficient one, if I may add." "Really? That's great," Fours replied. Seeing her interest, Dorian steered the conversation to mysticism, spirit world concepts, cogitation experiences, and more. He had deliberately chosen a secluded corner, so there was no risk of being overheard. At the end of the meal, Dorian said, "I didn't know how to thank you, but now I don't have to worry. Though Lawrence paid you, I don't think it matches your kindness, good-heartedness, and honor. Miss Wall, feel free to write to me with any mysticism questions. That's the least I can offer." "That's what I wish for," Fours agreed. She could tell that Dorian had deep, systematic knowledge of mysticism, fitting for an Abraham family member. Her own knowledge came from scattered notes, books, and what she heard at gatherings. It lacked structure and depth. Dorian raised his glass. "I hope that one day we will also possess mysterious and extraordinary powers." St. Samuel Cathedral, North Borough. A group of men in black windbreakers and red gloves entered a basement. Their leader was a man in his 40s with soft features and long hair, wearing a top hat and carrying a gold-inlaid cane. Celeste. He quietly followed a nighthawk into a spacious room lined with bookshelves and dossiers. Sitting leisurely in a high-backed chair was a beautiful woman with blue eyeshadow and blush, Daly, the former spirit medium. "Celeste, all the information you need is over there," Daly said, nodding toward a nearby table. Celeste smiled. "Daly, why were you sent to guard this place? You should be tasked with more important matters." "No, this is what I wanted. I need time to settle down and read," she replied with a chuckle, "to ease future progress. Humans are fragile. They need rest between thrills and pleasure. Your style really never changes. Unfortunately, you never gave me a chance." Celeste laughed. Daly shook her head seriously. "You clearly don't understand me. My hobby now is far more novel. If you become a rotten corpse or expose your white bones, I might be interested." Then she turned to the red glove behind Soest. "Leonard, why'd you join his team? He's conceited, arrogant, and gutless. He dreams of women crawling into bed with him. Maybe that's the unique trait of a nightmare?" When she mentioned nightmare, Daly visibly paused. Leonard said helplessly, "Ma'am Daly, this was His Excellency Sesamere's arrangement." "Is that so? I can tell you agree with me about Soest," she said in a slightly husky voice. Leonard fell silent. Soest ignored them and walked to the table, flipping open a dossier. The red gloves gathered around him and began reading as well. After a long silence, Soest asked casually, "What's new in Backland? Anything worth paying attention to?" Daly's eyes moved slightly. After some thought, she said, "A few Beyonders working with us reported that many people are searching for an organization that believes in the Fool, using the corresponding honorific name." She recited the Fool's honorific in Loan and chuckled. "I seem to be witnessing the birth of a new cult, or maybe the reincarnation of an old friend." "What do you think, Soest?" Soest considered it and said, "No, I've never heard of such an organization." Leonard looked up thoughtfully. "Could this be related to the 2 tarot rituals we're investigating? The Fool is the first card in the deck, the most important major arcana." Daly paused, then nodded. "Interesting idea. But there's no evidence. It's pure speculation, not even a deduction," Soest said disapprovingly. Leonard smiled faintly. "Emperor Roselle once said to make a bold hypothesis and then carefully back it up. Hilston Borough, Quelaag Club. After leaving the Harvest Church, Klein entered the club and saw equestrian teacher Talon Dumont sitting alone in a corner, deep in thought. Seeing that it was still early for lunch, Klein went over with a smile. "Good afternoon, Talon. You seem to have encountered another problem?" Talon jolted upright and quickly shook his head. "No, nothing." "You seem guilty about something," Klein mused, sitting down. "It's a pity Aaron and Mike aren't here," he said lightly. "We'd be having another pleasant afternoon." "They're busy," Talon replied with a smile. Then, lowering his voice, he added, "Sherlock, there's an important figure who's heard of your deeds and wants to meet you. Would you be willing? Honestly, I'm envious. It's a rare opportunity." "My deeds? Helping Mrs. Mary expose an affair? Accompanying Mike to a brothel? At most, someone might have heard about the serial murders, or how I helped Aaron with his nightmare." Klein quickly realized what happened. Talon must have been asked to recommend a capable detective and exaggerated my accomplishments, probably said I cracked the murder case, caught embezzlers, and so on. That's how these circles work. After a moment's pause, Klein said, "I'm sorry, Talon, but as a detective, I have principles. I don't involve myself in matters related to important figures. In high society, what might be a minor frictiontum could be a disaster for me. I won't paint a target on my back. So, I won't meet this person." He had long since decided this. Until he could become a Faceless, Klein wouldn't risk exposure to high society. "You're very rational," Talon sighed. "In fact, the important figure expected that answer and finds you more trustworthy for it. He just wants you to take on a case that doesn't involve high society." "What kind of case?" Klein asked. Talon smiled. "The Capine case you and Mike mentioned. The important figure is very interested in the tarot card organization. He said there have been multiple cases and wants you to investigate for any clues." Chapter 409, December. "What? Getting me to investigate myself again?" Klein nearly suspected this was a deliberate test. An organization using tarot cards really is interesting, but I don't want to sell myself out. And Capine's matter clearly isn't simple. 4 Beyonders were protecting him. There must be a powerful faction behind him. How is this any different from meddling in high society? But Sherlock Moriarty wasn't supposed to know that. Klein revealed a thoughtful expression and said cautiously, "It's not easy to find a mysterious organization. Besides, it's very dangerous." Talon had expected this and chuckled. "Sherlock, there's no need for you to take risks. The important figure just wants you to keep an ear to the ground. Here's £5 in cash. Even if you don't find anything, it's still yours. If you gather useful clues, he'll pay you per lead and reimburse all expenses." Such good conditions? That important figure is clearly invested in this. Does he have ties to Capine's backers, or is he seeking help from the Tarot Group? Klein hesitated. "Reimburse? It's been a long time since anyone offered that. He finally said, "All right. I'll do my best," and took the 5 £1 notes. "I can always provide vague clues once in a while. Isn't the Aurora Order also looking for the Fool? Let's hope this important figure chases that thread and deals with Mr. A." A thought began forming in his mind. Under St. Samuel Cathedral, Faceless gathered the team to discuss follow-up actions. He looked at Leonard. "If I were to relegate this matter to you, how do you plan on investigating the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual?" Leonard brushed his hair back, smiled, and said, "First, I'd follow my previous train of thought. Do a reverse search on those seeking the Fool's believers. They might know something. Second, reinvestigate the 2 cases and make a complete name list of everyone involved, not just suspects. Then use nightmare powers to inquire and eliminate them one by one. The devil might be hidden in the most improbable person." Soest chuckled. "I've read the dossiers. These 2 cases involve lots of people scattered across different places. Some are beyonders in hiding. Investigating that thoroughly would need far more than a small team. We'd need at least 5 more Sequence 7 or higher Nighthawks, plus support staff." "The case we're in charge of is the devil summoning one," a red glove reminded Leonard. Leonard smiled lightly. "I know, I'm just sharing my thoughts. It's up to Captain Soest how to act." He paused and frowned. "I don't understand why the tarot ritual cases don't have higher priority. One involved an evil god's attempted descent. That's far more serious than a mere devil summoning." Soest took a sip of coffee. "The Nighthawks have limited manpower. Everything requires prioritization. So far, the tarot group hasn't shown any clear malice. In fact, they helped us, like foiling the true creator's descent and hinting that Capim wasn't simple. Perhaps they can help expose deeper filth. Of course, we'll still investigate. No secret organization is above suspicion." "I see, Captain Soest. Let's focus on the devil summoning case," Leonard said earnestly. Winter in Backland, a world of fog and fireplaces. Time passed in grey and cold. It was now mid-December. Klein extinguished his fireplace and pulled on his dark red wool vest and frock coat. 3 weeks ago, Leopard got the bicycle patent and began courting investors. Steam power mogul Framis Cage showed interest, and final negotiations were scheduled for today. Klein had led a quiet life recently, slowly digesting his potion with steady effort. All he lacked now was a significant act to finish the process. "If there's no rush, I can afford to be cautious." While thinking, he took down his half-top hat, brushed it clean and adjusted it carefully. He had no real interest in the 4th January gathering mentioned in Lanavas's badge. The weekly tarot club continued. Klein received more of Roselle's early diary pages, watching him transform from a dreamer to a self-proclaimed playboy. Besides that, not much progress. The werewolf characteristic had yet to sell, too cursed and too expensive. Still, the Hanged Man recently told the world that an artisan from the Church of Steam had shown interest. Hopefully that deal will go through this week, but there was still no clue about the wind-blessed formula Alger needed. Justice Audrey had finally passed the psychology alchemist's tests and would officially join soon. She had asked Mr. Fool to bless her in advance to avoid accidents and promised to offer 10 pages of Roselle's diary in return. She had also confirmed the dragon specimen in Duke Negan's treasury was a 1,000-faced hunter, but only a lifeless sample. The £2,000 she owed would be paid around February or March. Though she'd come of age at the New Year's ball, she still needed parental approval to manage her fortune and was still waiting on Viscount Glaint's final payment. Fours finally acquired deep-sea marlin blood via the Hanged Man, £320, leaving her only 120 in savings. To recover, she began furiously writing a new book full of storms, pirates, and love. She and Dorian Gray kept up their letters. He announced he'd be coming to Backland to pay respects to Aulisa, Lobero, and Lawrence. The son, Derek, acted normal as Alger suggested, patrols, merit points, no rituals. At the tarot gatherings, he skillfully pretended to sleep and made sure to appear casual, even napping in real life to avoid suspicion. Elder Lovia was still sealed in the bottom of the spire. 7 days had passed with no change. Mr. A of the Aurora Order continued searching for the Fool's believers, but Klein had kept a low profile. All who knew the honorific name understood it was not to be uttered lightly. None dared pray to what might be an evil god. Emlyn said he'd soon confirm the ingredients for advancement, but Klein didn't have the money to buy them. With a sigh, he took his cane and headed for Lawyer Jurgens. When the bell rang, he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Old Mrs. Doris opened the door and gave him a warm smile and outstretched arms. "Oh, the doctor you introduced last time was wonderful. My body hasn't been this healthy for almost 10 years. Since Klein had kept his distance, she folded her arms and beamed instead. "Mrs. Doris, you've already told me this for the 9th time," Klein said, half amused, half exasperated. He glanced up and saw Brody the black cat perched on the coat rack, wobbling but balanced. "I can do that too," Klein thought, evaluating himself. "Is that so?" Mrs. Doris asked, confused, then quickly moved on. "Are you here for Jurgen?" Klein smiled. "Yes. Negotiation matters required a professional lawyer." Chapter 410. Framis Cage, St. George Borough, 3rd Street. As Klein and Jurgens stepped down from the carriage, they saw a massive object parked before Inventor Leopard's door. It was iron black, with a dozen wheels arranged in 3 groups, the top part towering like a ship's chimney, emitting smoke. It was a steam engine Klein had often seen in magazines and on the streets, described by the public as an ironclad warship, an exaggerated name. In streets not rebuilt in the past 20 or 30 years, such a vehicle would fill the roads, leaving no room for horse carriages. So these steam-powered transports appeared only in certain areas. At that moment, the heavy glass door of the vehicle slid open, and 2 men stepped out. One was the steam power mogul Framis Cage, whom Klein had met before. A quarter Fey blood gave him pale blue eyes, and he was tall and bulky. A pipe dangled from his mouth. Next to him stood a man wearing a heavy black coat with a grey scarf. His features were unremarkable, black hair and brown eyes, but an inexplicable familiarity clung to him. "Hi, Detective Moriarty. You're really punctual. This is my lawyer and partner, Pacheco Duane." 2 burly men, clearly Framis's bodyguards, climbed down after them. "How unprofessional," Klein grunted. "Shouldn't the bodyguards get down first, then open the door?" He smiled and introduced his lawyer Jurgen. While waiting for Lard to open the door, Klein casually chatted. "Mr. Cage, is this kind of steam-powered vehicle popular? Do many people like it?" Framis laughed. "Those who think themselves decent say it's barbaric and crude, and ordinary people can't afford it. Only I, an enthusiast of steam machinery, would buy it." Klein offered consolation. "Many streets are too narrow." Framis was the investor Klein found, but had little to do with Leopard. At the Quelag Club, Klein had mentioned the invention, and Talum, the equestrian teacher, immediately offered to introduce them. Framis liked similar inventions. The club really is a great place for connections, Klein thought. The members weren't there just for free food and drinks. "Ha ha, that's one reason. As populations grow and cities expand, horse carriages will definitely be eliminated. They're just too slow. Efficiency is what the world demands now," Framis said confidently. He smiled. "I've already received a military order. They want me to make improvements, just like in Roselle's manuscript. Increase armor plating for bulletproofing, cover the tracks to drive on simple roads, and add a thick cannon barrel. Then, this will be a brand new weapon." Roselle's manuscript. Klein sighed silently, unsure what to say until Leopard finally opened the door. Inside, the discussion was mainly between Jurgen and Pacheco, the 2 lawyers arguing terms with their employers, while Leopard sat dazed, only offering opinions when prompted. They agreed that Framis would invest £1,000 for 20% of the shares, reducing Klein and Leopard's shares proportionally to 28% and 52%. Additionally, Framis agreed to buy another 18% of Klein's shares at a premium, costing him £1,000 post-tax, and 9% of Leopard's shares for £500 post-tax. This made Framis the largest shareholder in the new Backlund Bike Company with 47%, responsible for industrialization and marketing, funded by his initial capital. Leopard became second largest with 43%, helping set up the assembly line. Klein retained only 10%, becoming a purely financial investor. The £1,000 Klein gained raised his personal wealth to £2,235, almost enough for the main ingredient of a faceless potion. He had also accepted detective commissions recently, so his daily expenses hadn't drained his savings. "I still owe Jurgen £50, Klein thought. I must thank Talum when I see him. He signed and stamped the contract, then shook hands with Framis and Leopard. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Framis took out a golden pocket watch, chuckling. Normally we'd have lunch to celebrate, but an important person is waiting for me. Sorry, but there will be other chances. Another important figure. Klein wondered. The one behind Talim? The one I claimed reimbursement from with fake info pointing at the Aurora order? He felt a pang of guilt but smiled quickly, saying he didn't mind. After leaving, Jurgen frowned. Sherlock, you agreed too readily. Why do you say that? Klein asked, genuinely curious. When discussing share transfers, from your description and Framis's performance, I can imagine a bright future for bikes. Although it's just an invention now, lowering valuation, you should have kept more shares even though £5,000 is a good price. You'd get better returns later. I thought you'd only sell 8% and haggle for £500, but you agreed to 18%. Even for £500, you'd have made several times your investment. You shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Because I needed money, Klein thought. But yes, I agreed quickly without hesitation. For such a big deal, that seems unusual for me. Reflecting, he wondered if he'd been unconsciously influenced by Framis or Pacheco. One might be a beyonder. Fortunately, the price was reasonable. Klein looked at Jurgen, who waited for a reply. The new year is coming soon. He hadn't thought of an explanation, but chose an opening. Smart people would go along with that and fill in the gaps themselves. Ordinary people would press for details. Jurgen, obviously smart, nodded. I understand. Understand what? I haven't even figured it out myself. Klein pointed at the steam metro station. I'm getting off here. Need to meet an informant. In the steam-powered vehicle, Framis sat in the front, wound down the window, and blew a smoke ring. He said to Pacheco, the inconspicuous lawyer, Did you use your powers just now? Passively triggered, Pacheco smiled. My powers aren't suited for these situations. I prefer government or enterprise employees. Framis nodded. Just a reminder, no need to use your powers here. Don't let it affect what matters most. I understand, Pacheco said softly. East Borough, cheap coffee shop. Klein arrived to find old Kohler waiting. Removing his scarf and hat, Kohler sat across Klein and fished out a stack of 1 Sully notes. For next week's expenses and a bonus for last time's information. £1 total. He had been generous recently, having found someone to claim from. Old Kohler's face was redder than before. He looked a bit embarrassed. The info I gave last time didn't seem important. No, importance depends on who wields it. You might think trivial things matter little, but they're how people make money, Klein laughed. So what's new this week? Kohler pocketed the cash and said, Just like before, many are still looking for believers of the Fool. Haha, who'd believe in the Fool? Not a good name. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Are they making progress? The Aurora order is persistent, Klein thought helplessly. No such person. Kohler shook his head. There are strikes organized recently. They came to me, claiming they want reasonable working hours and salaries. A normal thing now, but can cause serious consequences. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Pay attention to the organizers, but don't be too anxious. Safety first. All right, Kohler cleared his throat. A lot of gangsters and bounty hunters are searching for someone. I think there's a bounty. Who? Klein sipped coffee, warming himself. Kohler thought. A man named Azik Eggers. Azik Eggers? Klein looked up sharply. Isn't that Mr. Azik's full name? Why a bounty now? Relying on his clown powers, Klein feigned indifference. Did it say what kind of person he was? Kohler recalled. Seems to be of Balam lineage, once a university lecturer. Chapter 411, coming in throngs, seems to be of Balam lineage, a university lecturer. It really is Mr. Azik, not someone sharing the same name. Using information from old Kohler, Klein confirmed the bounty target was indeed Azik, suspected descendant of death. Here lies the problem. Who or what organization is hunting Mr. Azik? The Numinous Episcopate, whose goal is to revive death? Or Ince Zangwill, the mastermind behind the scenes? Unlikely to be Ince Zangwill. He wields sealed artifact 008, which allows a target to act according to his descriptions. Through a series of coincidences, he achieves goals without needing gangs or bounty hunters to find Mr. Azik. Wait, what if this bounty is an arrangement by 008? Realizing he's now the target of Azik but lacking confidence to fight, Ince might be using 008 to stir conflict between Azik and another faction, hoping to eliminate his enemy indirectly. This bounty could have been issued by that faction. Still, Klein can't rule out the numinous episcopate. Perhaps Azik contacted them for revenge, but ideological differences about resurrecting death caused a falling out. Klein thought of these possibilities as he sipped his coffee. Help me find out who issued this bounty and its exact price. If appropriate, I'll note it while I'm at it. No problem. Old Kohler didn't find the request unusual. From one perspective, a private detective isn't much different from a bounty hunter, the difference being detectives handle trivial matters like catching adulterers, finding cats, and walking dogs, using deduction rather than brute force. After hearing what Kohler had seen and heard, Klein taught him some conversational tricks from the Nighthawk's curriculum and contingency plans. It's time for me to go to the docks. Thank you, Detective Moriarty, for allowing me to lead a good life once again. Kohler picked up his old hat and sincerely thanked Klein. To Kohler, Klein was more than a well-paying employer. He had taught him useful skills that would let him survive East Borough even if no longer needed as an informant. A good life? Klein thought. This is barely what people should have. After Kohler left, Klein sat dazed. It was the first time since arriving in Backlund he'd heard a friend's name from another person, and the first time he might have grasped Ince Zangwill's whereabouts. For 3 months, Klein's main goal had been to digest the potion and enhance himself, especially after killing Lanivus. He knew well the unbridgeable gap between himself and Ince Zangwill, likely a high-sequence beyonder. He couldn't rush revenge, especially against the chilling sealed artifact 008. He didn't even intend to investigate it. Images of the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen replayed, the bright polished shoes vividly appearing in his mind. Raising his head, Klein exhaled slowly, grabbed his scarf and hat and left the coffee shop. Hillston Borough, outside an old building. Klein got off the carriage, adjusted his hat and walked to the door. It was Isengard Stanton's house. The great detective had invited Klein days ago to discuss a murder case. Klein, busy with bike project financing, tactfully declined, but Stanton didn't mind. He said the case had hit a brick wall with no likely breakthrough soon, expressing willingness to wait for Detective Moriarty's visit, looking forward to an exchange that might ignite sparks of wisdom. Klein chose the closest date after the negotiations the afternoon and confirmed the appointment. Ding dong, ding dong. Klein rang twice and stepped back. After more than 10 seconds, the door creaked open. Stanton's assistant greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Mr. Stanton is waiting in the activity room. Tea or coffee?" The assistant was thin with gold-rimmed glasses, refined and professional. Klein said, "Tea. Be sparing on the lemon slices." "No problem." The assistant led Klein inside. "Sorry, our servants are only temporary and happen to be off today, so you'll have to go alone." Klein nodded and headed toward the activity room on the first floor. Just as he lifted his hand to knock, a chill ran down his spine. "I arranged this visit days ago. Why are the temporary servants off today?" His eyes narrowed as he pulled out a copper penny. At that moment, the activity room door cracked open from his knock. A strong smell of fresh blood overwhelmed Klein's nose. The reclining chair was overturned and soaked with dark red blood. A book lay nearby, cover facing up, The Devil's Legend of Sivelaus Burrow. Devil. Klein was about to act when a sudden gust blew through the room, swinging the door open. He saw the full room. The fireplace's charcoal had burned out, leaving no embers. The coffee table, sofa, chairs, cupboard were toppled or shattered. It looked like an intense battle had taken place. Blood stained the carpet and walls, with scorch marks everywhere, but no body, not even a limb. Something happened to Detective Stanton? Klein took a step back, intending to leave. Almost immediately he felt eyes lock onto him. Someone stared coldly and mercilessly from an unknown place. A single wrong move and Klein would be struck down. How can this be the right day to visit Stanton? Was my interpretation wrong? He dared not act rashly, but he stayed calm. After many battles and performances, he knew composure was key. Tap, tap, tap. The assistant approached with a tray holding a tin teapot and 2 white porcelain cups. He froze at the scene, then looked at Klein, face twisting with fear. "You killed Miss Stanton." he stuttered. Each word caused pieces of flesh to fall from his face as blood gushed out. After finishing, his body was torn to shreds, dismembered as if he'd always been in that state, the prior intact appearance an illusion. Clang! Crack! The tin pot and porcelain cup fell, tea splashing on the floor. Klein watched motionless. He still felt watched. The one who caused this awaited his move, ready to leap onto his back and snap his neck. After a long, eerie stalemate, a group of policemen burst in, black and white checkered uniforms. They found the nauseating dismembered corpses, drew revolvers, and aimed at Klein, standing at the activity room door. Despite the muzzles, Klein relaxed. The wordless gaze pressing like a gun disappeared. He raised his hands and laughed helplessly. I won't say anything until I see my lawyer. Backlund's Chisak police station. Chained to a water pipe, Klein met Jürgen again. I will accompany you during the interrogation. Jürgen's expression was neutral, as if Klein belonged there. Klein sighed. What a tragedy. I should be thinking about dinner, not talking to a stone-faced police officer. Thanks to the Aurora Orders investigation and a high-sequence Beyonder's attention, Klein didn't bring any Beyonder items. His only revolver was hidden by a magic-like performance. In the interrogation room, Klein recounted the letter from Stanton inviting discussion of the case before police questioning. Later, we'll go to your house with Mr. Jürgen to retrieve these letters. I hope they're still there. The officer changed tack. How did you get to know Detective Stanton? Klein answered without hesitation. Because of that serial murder case. He froze for a moment. He'd long suspected a master behind the devil dog, the person who harumphed when the dog was killed. Yes, the book Stanton had been reading was The Devil's Legend of Sivelaus Burrow. Could the devil dog's owner be taking revenge after lying low? Stanton was the person who provided the main clues and received the bounty reward. Klein's theory quickly formed. Chapter 412. Letter. When Klein considered that the devil dog's owner might be involved, he changed strategy and recounted in detail his involvement with Isengard Stanton. He made sure to mention Stanton's assembly of a detective team for the serial murder investigation and the bounty they obtained. In that commission, although I only gave some ideas, well, in the jargon of the private detective industry, I provided suggestions, but it was still considered the greatest contribution by Mr. Stanton, so I received the bulk of the bounty, Klein concluded. The two officers jotted down notes and asked, Is there anyone who can prove this? Klein gave names and addresses of Stewart, Caslana, and other private detectives. Very good, Mr. Moriarty. Your answer is detailed enough. One officer paused and asked, How long did you spend at Stanton's house today, from when you entered until we found you? Klein thought briefly and without consulting Jürgen replied, About 2 to 3 minutes. He answered honestly based on his feelings. Another officer raised an eyebrow, saying, Many residents nearby confirmed you entered around 2:10 p.m. We arrived at 2:28 p.m., so you were in the house about 18 minutes, not 2 or 3. What exactly were you doing all that time? Why didn't you leave and call the police? 18 minutes? Klein frowned. He felt the stalemate with the watching presence lasted barely over a minute. How could it have been 18 minutes? Was it the strange feeling of being watched confusing his time sense? Or a Beyonder power? If it really was the devil dog's owner, he'd be at least sequence 6, probably sequence 5. As Klein pondered, Jürgen leaned forward, ready to accuse the police of asking leading questions. Not a strong reason, but it could interrupt the interrogation and delay unfavorable questions. Klein rubbed his forehead. What I said was the truth. Based on what I felt, only 2 or 3 minutes passed after I entered Stanton's house. He emphasized, yes, based on what I felt. The officers exchanged looks and wrote down the statement. After a silence, the questioning officer said, During those 18 minutes, a servant returned and rang the doorbell, but no one answered. He looked through the oriel window, saw the floor full of corpses and you standing at the activity room doorway. He was terrified and ran to the police station. Many passers-by and residents confirmed this. Klein ignored Jürgen's warning look and shook his head. I didn't hear the doorbell. The officers exchanged looks again but said nothing, just jotting down what was said. They asked other details. Klein, innocent, answered truthfully. At the end, he asked, Did you find Stanton? It didn't seem the activity room had a corpse. He's likely still alive, right? A police officer tapped the table and said, "That's what we're wondering. Only the activity room showed signs of fighting. The windows were closed and hadn't been opened for days, normal in Backlund's autumn and winter. The attacker and Stanton left the room in a strange way. We found no trace of him elsewhere. No blood, no sign in the house or neighborhood." He added before Klein could respond, "You're probably thinking of the activity room door and the house door, but many witnesses confirmed no pursuit or hostage or corpse movement nearby. Maybe it happened at night, or they passed through walls," Klein thought silently, praying. May the goddess bless Detective Isengard Stanton. The Evernite goddess is empress of disaster and horror. After the interrogation, Klein was placed in a small room. The police sent someone with Jürgen to pick up the letters from 15 Minsk Street as evidence. Only that evening was Klein granted bail after posting £50. That's more expensive than last time. It's hard for an average private detective to produce so much cash quickly, Klein complained to Jürgen outside the station. Jürgen remained professional. The last time was favorable. This time, much evidence points at you. Stopping a rental carriage, he looked at Klein. "Sherlock, I'm your lawyer. Before you answer police questions, communicate with me, even a glance. Don't speak carelessly, even if you think it's harmless. Untrained people easily say things that trip them up." This, Klein thought, "I'm used to fabricating my own stories and solving my own problems." He gave a hollow laugh. "Okay, I will keep that in mind." Jürgen boarded the carriage. Klein sat across him, thinking about Stanton's attack. His stomach rumbled. "Already past my normal dinner time." He took out his gold pocket watch. Not wanting to waste energy cooking, he thought about restaurants worth visiting. Jürgen raised an eyelid. "I've asked my grandmother to prepare dinner for 3. How can I impose on you?" Klein was startled, then laughed. "Mrs. Doris's cooking is always something to look forward to." By the time they returned to Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, the sky was dark and street lamps shone brighter than the faint red moon. After dinner at Jürgen's house and playing with the cat, Klein strolled back to Unit 15 in the cold, damp air. He habitually checked the letterbox and pulled out the freshly arrived Backlund Evening News. Opening the door with the paper in hand, Klein felt something was wrong. His spiritual intuition as a seer told him a stranger had entered. Was it the police collecting evidence? He looked around warily and suddenly spotted a letter on the coffee table. There should have only been newspapers there. Klein entered cautiously, preparing for an attack. He moved closer to the table, the surroundings silent without a hint of abnormality. Glancing at the letter, he took out black gloves and put them on before opening it. Inside was a thin paper. Upon unfolding, a dark red color caught Klein's eye, and a faint smell of blood lingered. Words were written in coagulated blood. "All of you will die." This, could it really be the Devil Dog's owner taking revenge on those who caused his subordinate's death? A classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why not directly target the Nighthawks responsible for the cleanup? Klein's heart tightened. Many thoughts rushed through his mind. He quickly dismissed his complaint. It was normal to exact vengeance on the ones one could handle. Like in his past months in Backlund, he never sought out Ince Zangwill, but pursued Lanivus. Looking around again, Klein found things confusing. Was the Devil Dog's owner not afraid of official Beyonders catching him using such an ostentatious revenge method? Is this part of the acting requirement for the potion? Or since Stanton escaped, he knows he can't secretly eliminate targets and must switch methods? But why this method? And when Klein was at Stanton's house, the Watcher didn't move. Was he apprehensive about a mere private detective like Klein? No, impossible. Does he know I'm a Beyonder? Possible. Because of the Master Key's side effect, Klein met the Devil Dog, which saw him despite his disguise. Perhaps it could relay the scene to its owner somehow. But at that time, Klein couldn't defeat the Devil Dog and ran away. What was there to fear? Maybe the Watcher was worried about Stanton, injured and hiding nearby. Did he send the letter openly, thinking Klein, a wild Beyonder, wouldn't seek official help? With his mind full of questions, Klein inspected his house and went upstairs. On the desk lay another letter. It waited quietly. Opening it, Klein read a line of dark red blood words. "You're next." Next? How arrogant. he sighed. Then he looked out the window. Across were two-story houses with lights on. Street lamp glow cast crisscross shadows on their walls. Suddenly the shadows squirmed and twisted, forming a black shadow in a tailcoat. The shadow raised its right hand, gesturing like a gun, pointing at Klein. It retracted its arm, blew at the gun's muzzle, then silently dissolved into countless disconnected shadows. Chapter 413, Visitors inside the Rice police station, which oversaw Minsk Street and the surrounding district. Klein shook hands with the officer who escorted him out. This threatening letter must have had something to do with the previous serial murders. The organizer of the detective team, the great detective, Mr. Isengard Stanton, was attacked this afternoon. Please take it seriously. The officer retracted his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Moriarty, we won't ignore your suggestion and will immediately report it to the higher-ups." "Thank you so much." Klein put on his hat and stepped outside. After seeing the two threatening letters and the provocation from the suspected Devil Dog's master, Klein didn't hesitate to bring the evidence to the police station. He secretly hoped the case would be handed over to the mandated punishers or machinery hive mind team soon, so he could be under official Beyonder protection. He no longer needed to hide his detective identity and could easily change residence and identity. But he suspected this was exactly the author's plan, to use the fear of wild Beyonders being exposed to force him to flee at night, providing a chance to attack him. "Actually, it's quite a suitable time to attack me while I was heading to the police station, just like when I was at home. That fellow has other plans." Confused and wary, Klein returned to Minsk Street. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, a figure loitered in front of his house under the street lamps amid drizzle. Klein's heart skipped a beat but relaxed as he recognized the visitor. It was Stewart, a slim private detective with a medium build who admired him. "I can't be careless. What if the higher sequences of Devil have powers like Faceless?" Klein gripped his cane tightly and called out. Detective Stewart turned sharply and nervously said, "Mr. Moriarty, I received a threatening letter. It said, 'All of you will die.'" "You received it as well?" Klein blurted, surprised but understanding. Stewart was also one of the detectives Stanton had gathered to investigate the serial murders. Stewart's eyes widened abruptly. "You received it too?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "More than one, actually," he thought silently. "What should I do? I first went to visit Mr. Stanton, but I heard he was attacked, so I came to you. Oh, thank God for his blessings. I was about to leave." Stewart blurted. Klein pointed toward the door. "Let's talk inside." Once inside the living room, Klein excused himself to the bathroom and hurried upstairs to perform 2 divinations above the grey fog, one to confirm the visitor's identity, the other to detect any serious danger that night. The revelations confirmed both. Stewart was genuine, and the night held significant danger. Of course, the danger might not happen directly to Klein, but possibly to someone else, as divination only offers partial insight, not a precise answer. Mysticism's limits couldn't be overcome by exclusion or dichotomy. Back in the real world, Klein flushed the toilet, washed his hands, and opened the door. "Stewart, coffee or tea?" Klein asked, composed. Stewart shook his head. "No, we should discuss the problem first. I've received many threatening letters before, but none like today's. He must have written them with fresh blood. My intuition says he will act and has the ability to. By the way, Mr. Stanton was attacked by the same person, wasn't he?" "I think so," Klein said stoically, sitting down. "This likely connects to the previous serial murders. The thing you, I, and Mr. Stanton share is that case." Stewart's reaction was extreme, spooked by Stanton's attack. Klein carefully observed him. Calmed somewhat, Stewart sat again, thoughtful. "It seems to be the case." Before finishing, tinkling sounds echoed, the doorbell. Stewart jolted like a frightened bird. Klein frowned but rose to answer. As his hand touched the handle, the scene outside appeared in his mind. Visitors were Detective Kaslana in her grey tweed coat, her red-haired assistant Lydia, and several familiar men. They were all detectives Stanton had assembled, just as Klein recalled. He opened the door and stepped back. Kaslana, with bushy eyebrows and slightly drooping cheeks, looked at Klein and Stewart behind him. Without pleasantries, she said bluntly, "We've all received the same threatening letter, so I believe you did too, right?" "Yes," Klein replied solemnly. Kaslana exhaled a breath of white mist. We were all assembled by Mr. Stanton for the serial murder investigation. That's all we have in common." "I think so too." Klein pointed inside. "Let's talk." As the 6 detectives entered, Klein analyzed the Devil Dog's master's intentions. To stir such commotion would attract official Beyonder organization's attention. Who knew if a demigod guarded the area? How would the Devil Dog's master take revenge? He was provoking the military and Beyonders from the 3 churches to send protection for all these detectives. With official Beyonders cautious, personnel would be scattered and exhausted by running around. Is this all revenge on the main target of the earlier attack? During the process, the Devil Dog's master might even kill some official Beyonders. As for the private detectives, he'd only act later, once their vigilance relaxed. Of course, if this provocation created an opening, he wouldn't miss it. For devils who can sense danger, this method exploits their strengths. But the 3 churches, military and royal family have many experts and sealed artifacts. They possess demigods and grade 0 and 1 sealed artifacts. Is the Devil Dog's master so sure there are no powers or items to restrain him? No, he wouldn't dare. The official powers, Nighthawks, mandated punishers, machinery hive mind have fought devils for years. In the 4th epoch, even the 3rd epoch, such deeds weren't rare. The Devil Dog's master is at most sequence 5. If anything goes wrong, he could be torn apart by a demigod or terrifying sealed artifact. Why dare such attempts? Or he's toying with officials and wouldn't act, repeating this game. Yes, another possibility, using threatening letters to gather more than half the targets, then exploiting officials' counterbalancing and bureaucratic delays. The attack on Stanton likely went to machinery hive mind in Hillston Borough. Those who killed the Devil Dog were mainly the Nighthawks. The 2 organizations don't communicate much. Or it could be assigned based on Stanton's faith, which Klein didn't know. With private detectives living in different districts and faiths, jurisdiction division is troublesome, and joint operations aren't easy. At the moment, only 2 or 3 official Beyonder groups protect them. At most deacons, without using 2 powerful sealed artifacts. Even a demigod high-sequence Beyonder wouldn't quickly direct attention here. This gives the Devil Dog's master a chance. Though 3 to 4 official Beyonders could kill 1 or more sequence 5 devils, if he exploits the situation, escape chances rise. Klein deduced 2 or 3 possibilities in half a minute, giving each a preliminary opinion. Recalling the divination's warning of significant danger tonight, Klein nodded thoughtfully, closed the door and entered the living room. "Have you called the police?" he asked the detectives. Kaslana answered for the group. Some called the police, others tried to find Mr. Stanton or friends. Finally, we all gathered here to visit you, the great detective. Klein nodded and said deliberately, "Everyone, don't be too nervous. The letter's author is likely seeking revenge for the serial murder, but he's only one person, with at most a couple companions. We have 8 detectives skilled in combat and shooting. Why fear him? Besides, Mr. Stanton assembled more than just us, and others who received letters just didn't meet you or come here." Kaslana and Lydia exchanged doubtful looks. Another detective sighed deeply. "Mr. Moriarty, perhaps you're right. We shouldn't fear him. But he's a sinister snake lurking in the dark. No one knows when he'll strike, and no one can guard in advance. He might even harm our family members." "Family members? Oh, my wife." "No, my little angel." The detective showed exaggerated emotional reactions. Behind Klein, Stewart trembled with fear and anger. "No, I don't want that," he muttered, nearly losing control. Just as Klein and Kaslana tried to calm them, Stewart suddenly drew his gun and aimed at the back of Klein's head. His eyes glazed, emotions overwhelming him. Chapter 414, Desire Apostle. While Stewart raised his gun to aim, Klein, already alert, lunged forward at the same moment. Stewart pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed a private detective's face and hit the wall. Instantly, the other detectives drew their revolvers, eyes wild with stress, turning the room chaotic. Among them, Stewart and a detective had flushed faces and bulging veins, their eyes burning with a mix of fear and anger, like devils unleashed. Kaslana bellowed, "Stop!" Her voice wasn't loud but filled with awe, making everyone's body tremble, and they obeyed instinctively. Though silence returned briefly, the mood stayed tense. Klein rolled over, stood, and held his revolver. His mind raced. He planned to rely on his hallucination ability to calm the group. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Several detectives snapped to alertness, eyes clearing. The doorbell's tinkling was like cold water poured on their heated heads. Stuart looked at his revolver and mumbled, dazed, "What was I doing just now?" "The official Beyonders have moved?" Klein breathed relief, revolver in hand, as he approached the door. The moment he touched the handle, the visitor's image appeared in his mind. A man in a black coat and hunter's hat, grey temples, thin face. Isengard Stanton. His face was pale, his left arm propped near the shoulder. He really is all right. Klein's first feeling was delight, but caution quickly returned. He recalled when marionettist Rosago, disguised as a constable, knocked at his door. Klein placed a finger on the trigger, pulled the door open, and stepped back. Isengard smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your visit this afternoon. Otherwise, I might not have been able to continue playing hide-and-seek with that devil. You saved my life." Could the suitable date for visiting Isengard Stanton mean that visiting him then helped him escape danger? What about the next days? By skirting the murder scene, I wouldn't be suspected? Klein thought, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He kept his guard as he made way. "What exactly happened? We'll talk later." Isengard's voice dropped, and he laughed. "Do you wish to discuss Beyonders in front of Stuart and the others? So you casually mention Beyonders to me now?" Klein thought. "Well, I did hold the line against the Devil Dog's master for over 10 minutes, so I'm no ordinary person, and I had already suspected a devil-turned-animal." Klein quietly stayed 2 steps behind Isengard. Seeing Isengard, Kaslana and Lydia sighed in relief. Stuart and the others visibly relaxed. "Are you all right, Mr. Stanton?" they asked. Isengard moved his left arm slightly. "A little injured, but not too badly." "Okay. Everyone, don't be nervous. This will be over soon. The police are waiting for that bastard nearby in the dark." "Is it because of the serial murders? Have you locked onto the suspect? Will he hurt the innocent?" The private detectives bombarded him with questions. Isengard pressed his right palm down. "Don't worry, I'll tell you in detail later, but first I need to speak with Sherlock and Kaslana. We'll go to the activity room for a few minutes." His prestige made the detectives sit without protest. Though worried, they no longer lost emotional control. Inside the activity room, Klein surveyed the enclosed space and thought, "This environment is perfect for using items like the biological poison bottle." Clearing his throat, Klein walked to the window and opened it. He still distrusted Isengard and wasn't sure about Kaslana. Isengard glanced around, taking Klein's reclining chair and chuckling. "Being old, I still like to sit like this." Klein sat on a single sofa and asked again, "Mr. Stanton, what exactly happened?" Isengard looked at Kaslana standing behind the coffee table and said, "We're all Beyonders, so I won't explain general stuff." "Beyonders?" Kaslana glanced first at Klein, then at Isengard, mildly surprised but not shocked. "So you're also a Beyonder. No wonder you were stumped by a weak ghost before. Maybe her sequence isn't good with shadows or wraiths," Klein thought, meeting Kaslana's eyes. Isengard smiled. "I studied in Lemberg for 4 years, where I encountered the Beyonder world and became a believer in the god of knowledge and wisdom. After returning to Backland, I built good ties with the military, the Church of the Evernite Goddess, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. But I hid my true identity. The mandated punishers would eliminate me as a cult heretic. The other official groups wouldn't help me directly either. That'd mean war with the Church of the Lord of Storms." As expected of the tyrant's church. "Tyrant?" Klein asked casually. Isengard took out his pipe but only sniffed the tobacco. "That's what we call the Lord of the Storms internally. All right. Back to today. The person who attacked me and sent you threatening letters is the master of the serial murderer. You know the murderer. A black dog devil sequence, especially you, Sherlock. You were first to suggest the devil might be an animal." Klein smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. Kaslana silently clasped her hands. Isengard shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry, I'm no enforcer, but as a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom, I can't preach openly or form an official group in Backland. I must rely on you and others for help." "In other words, you can help us take the blame," Klein mocked inwardly. Isengard continued, noting their silence. "The Devil Dog's master is a Sequence 5 expert. According to what I know, Sequence 5 in the Devil Pathway is Desire Apostle. They can control everyone's emotions and desires, enticing corruption. When facing a Desire Apostle, one mustn't have intense feelings or overt desires, otherwise they'll be remotely controlled. A seed can be planted or catalyzed immediately. This causes people to act strangely as corruption grows. They might lose control at critical moments and be defenseless. This is part of the Desire Apostle's Beyonder power, which I confirmed in battle. Klein suddenly understood why the culprit sent threatening letters and provoked them. He wanted to anger them, causing emotional upheaval to plant or catalyze corruption seeds. That made follow-up attacks easier. Fortunately, Klein was experienced and vigilant. When Stewart and the others saw the letters, their emotions clearly shifted. Seeds had been planted. Had they not stabilized them, chaos would ensue, straining official Beyonder's response and giving the Desire Apostle an opening. Back at Isengard's house, Klein felt time slow, perhaps due to heightened vigilance and tension. Klein felt lucky. So that's how it is. Kaslana seemed to grasp much. Isengard rubbed his temples. I was nearly manipulated, which caused my injuries. Then I used a mystical item to play hide-and-seek in the house. Only when Sherlock came and the three sides stalemated could I rest. My poor assistant was looking forward to returning to Lenberg for Mass on New Year's Day. He sighed. When police arrived, I escaped using the river to evade pursuit. He then asked, Sherlock, Kaslana, how do you plan to handle this? After silence, Kaslana said, Mr. Stanton, do you have suggestions? Isengard answered, First, get official Beyonder protection to prevent the Desire Apostle from acting. While that happens, we hope to catch or kill him quickly. If not, officials won't assign constant protection, and we have two choices. Change identities and relocate with their help, though there's no guarantee the Desire Apostle won't find us, or join an official organization as external members, changing identity and residence, which is safer. Join an official organization? Machinery hive mind? Or go to Lenberg or Mussin to join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Would that make me a believer of three churches? Klein felt absurd. He asked, Are there no other solutions? Kaslana's expression didn't change. Isengard rubbed his pipe. Yes, we unite to create an opportunity to find and detain the Desire Apostle. Of course, the perfect outcome is killing him directly. Chapter 4 of 15. The ring. Klein didn't have a big reaction to Isengard Stanton's suggestion. He looked at the closed activity room door and said, As far as I know, a devil can predict danger before we act, even pinpointing the source, so they can respond effectively. It's hard to find and restrain him. Isengard nodded. Yes, that's true, but that doesn't mean there are no solutions. What solutions? Kaslana asked immediately. Isengard smiled. I fought him head-on and saw his Beyonder powers to predict danger, so I roughly know his strengths and weaknesses. A devil can detect danger well before it happens, sometimes quite a long time in advance. If we plan something that can really harm him, he'll get a premonition of it. Klein thought. No, different devils have different limits. Some only detect danger 10 to 20 minutes ahead. Isengard continued. The flaw is that the premonition only detects the person and location of the danger, not the specific details. That's our chance. What chance? How do you trap a devil that predicts danger? Kaslana sounded doubtful. Klein nodded in agreement. I could use the grey fog to fool the Desire Apostle's premonitions, but how do I reveal that secret to others? Klein thought silently. Isengard chuckled. Normally it won't work, but the Beyonder world is full of surprises. I'm a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper of the reader pathway, also called a detective. Being honest about this shows my sincerity in cooperating. In situations like this, honesty is more important than anything. Only Sequence 7? How does he escape a Desire Apostle? Klein thought, realizing Mr. Stanton must have a powerful mystical item. Klein shifted, enlightened. Does a knowledge keeper suppress a devil's premonition? Kaslana leaned forward to ask. No, Isengard laughed, but I have a ring from a Sequence 6 rampager of the reader pathway that lets me recognize, remember, and mimic all Beyonder powers I've seen. Stronger powers are harder to mimic. Haha, our church says omniscience means omnipotence. That sounded familiar. Klein's mind raced as Isengard took out a gorgeous ring inlaid with many small diamonds around a beautiful emerald green gem resembling a human eye. Looking at it, Klein felt dizzy, as if his mind was overloaded. Isn't this sealed artifact 2081? Isengard Stanton is old Mr. Eye of Wisdom? Klein looked up surprised. That ring was the sealed artifact 2081 that Eye of Wisdom flaunt and used multiple times at the Beyonder gathering. Eye of Wisdom. That fits the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Klein carefully controlled his expression, observing Isengard. Some details matched Eye of Wisdom's silhouette, but many were very different. His disguise is impressive, maybe aided by 2081, Klein judged. Suddenly Klein imagined, if Stanton said, "Let's cooperate honestly, here's my sequence and item, your turn," what would I say? Pull out the sun brooch I sold him? He'd probably go, "Nice, so it's you, punk." While Klein pondered this, Kaslana eyed the ring enviously and puzzled. What power do you plan to mimic to resist the Desire Apostle's danger prediction? Isengard curled his lips in a fox-like chuckle, the premonition that devils have toward danger. Wait, that actually works? Klein was briefly stunned. Seeing their puzzlement, Isengard laughed and explained, "First, like now, we make a plan that can actually harm the Desire Apostle and start acting on it. Second, the Desire Apostle senses the danger comes from us and this place. Third, without preparation, certain reactions are instinctual for a devil. First, kill or take revenge on us. His body changes, then he decides whether to counterattack or keep distance. Fourth, by mimicking the devil's premonition powers, I sense the Desire Apostle's threat and pinpoint his location." That's some godly operation, Klein thought. But what then? The Desire Apostle might run at once and escape. No time to chase. Doubts arose. Isengard smiled. He's hiding nearby. Even a Desire Apostle's remote control over emotions has distance limits. He made Stuart and others lose control earlier. After escaping him, I discussed plans with the Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and Military. Each will send 2 or 3 squads to monitor nearby districts with code names. Heh, this is within the Desire Apostle's expectations. Even if he senses danger, he'll treat it as normal. When I confirm his location, I notify official Beyonders who will quickly seal off areas and close in. But the problem is how to notify them fast enough. If we can't do it in seconds, he'll escape. Or he may have already fled after his failed attempt, Klein said thoughtfully. If that happens, we have no solutions. No plan is perfect. We wait for a sealed artifact to activate. The Desire Apostle may leave Backland but could return any time, Isengard explained. He pulled out a golden palm-sized device resembling a miniature telegraph with a trumpet. This sealed artifact can broadcast my voice simultaneously over 5 kilometers, he smiled. Its downside is all sounds within range are transmitted to me for a long time. I can mimic a Beyonder power to reduce this effect. Kaslana frowned. Since official Beyonders are involved, do we even need to cooperate? Isengard put on sealed artifact 2081 and said seriously, to avoid alerting the Desire Apostle, there's a power void nearby. If he's really here, the 3 of us must help each other keep him restrained. I have no problem, Klein thought and agreed. Kaslana nodded. Mr. Stanton, no need to explain more. We'll cooperate for our own sake. Haha, explanation is part of the plan. Agreement means the operation is starting. Isengard half closed his eyes. The emerald gem on his ring glowed dark blue. Suddenly Isengard stood and pointed upward, grim. He's right here! Upstairs! Klein and Kaslana stood immediately, one ready to snap fingers and light a match to jump upstairs, the other following Isengard toward the door. No one expected the Desire Apostle to stay nearby after the previous failure right here at 15 Minsk Street. Maybe he's upstairs coldly watching us plan, Klein thought. Suddenly Kaslana's eyes turned red, her right hand formed a fist and she punched Isengard's back near his heart. This, Klein's pupils shrank, realization hit. The Desire Apostle hadn't fled because he had other plans. He still had a seed of corruption in someone's heart, not catalyzed yet. That person was Kaslana, one of the only 3 Beyonders present. The failed emotional attack earlier was to make them let their guard down and wait for the moment Kaslana would lose control. The Desire Apostle's biggest target was still Isengard Stanton. How crafty. Klein snapped his fingers and fired an air bullet at Kaslana. He shouted, "Be careful." Isengard, experienced, threw himself forward without hesitation. Kaslana ignored the bullet. It struck her arm, splattering blood. Bam! She punched Isengard in the back, throwing her entire body forward. Catcher! Klein heard bones break. The spine was the point of impact. Chapter 416. Two rights make a wrong. Catcher. When Klein saw Isengard Stanton's back cave in, even he felt a faint pain in his own spine. Isengard collapsed with a thud, instantly losing consciousness from the pain. Kaslana, meanwhile, stood gasping, her eyes blank, forehead covered in cold sweat. No follow-up attack came. It was as if she'd just awoken from a nightmare born of her emotions. All her strength had drained away. Huff! Puff! Kaslana swayed, nearly collapsing. Klein's eyes narrowed as he rushed to Isengard's side. He kneeled, trying to help him up. Isengard, sprawled on the ground, cried out, "Run! Don't worry about me." He clearly didn't believe a group with one heavily injured and another weak could hold the Desire Apostle. He wanted Klein to escape and meet the official Beyonders, or all three would die. Isengard raised his right hand with difficulty, trying to use some Beyonder power to attract the distant official Beyonders. The tiny telegraph with its trumpet had long since flown to the wall when Isengard fell. Klein hesitated, about to decide, when a thick black liquid flowed down from the ceiling, quickly forming a pitch-black figure wrapped in a black curtain, exposing only cold blue eyes. Seeing him, Klein felt the raw emotions of a living creature: fear, wrath, greed, jealousy, hunger, lust. The Desire Apostle wasted no time and entered the activity room. Of the three detectives, Kaslana was exhausted, Isengard's spine was badly injured, and only Klein remained unscathed. But aside from his revolver and Beyonder bullets, all Klein's mystical items were above the grey fog. He was facing a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, a powerhouse capable of nurturing a devil dog. At that moment, a slight smile touched Klein's lips. His right hand, resting on Isengard's wounded back, abruptly swiped, moving the deep depression to the side onto a rib. The magician's miraculous Beyonder power, damage transfer. It lets one transfer a wound once on their own body, turning a serious injury into a minor one. It cannot transfer damage to others or items. Klein had already planned a countermeasure when Isengard was injured. First, they'd act out of options to lure the Desire Apostle out. Then Klein would transfer the great detective's wound, so he'd only have a slight rib fracture. Isengard could then fight alongside Klein. It was a survival instinct. That way, even if the Desire Apostle sensed something wrong, it'd be too late for escape. Once Klein treated him and joined forces with the great detective, they'd stall the target until the official Beyonders arrived. Almost simultaneously, the ring Isengard wore began glowing with vibrant green vitality. A faint glow enveloped Isengard's body, quickly healing his wounds. The rib fracture vanished. The great detective's pain was real, but his helplessness was an act. However, this overlapped with Klein's help. The Desire Apostle, about to act, suddenly froze. His eyes widened, his body stopped abruptly. Freed from ensnarement, he turned and ran for the window. As he fled, his body collapsed into sticky black liquid. The liquid seeped into the ground, penetrated the wall and vanished. Klein snapped his fingers just in time. The air bullet flew through the open window, sparking wildly outside. But the Desire Apostle had disappeared. He ran fast, without hesitation. Are you a devil or not? This will only make things worse. Klein's mouth twitched as he turned to Isengard, who rolled and stood up. The great detective looked at him. You're capable of healing wounds? You're capable of healing wounds? They said it in unison, surprised. After exchanging glances, Isengard shook his head, smiling bitterly. I never expected the trap I set would let him escape. His ring glowed as he scanned to confirm the Desire Apostle was gone. Isengard explained, I didn't have the chance to mimic healing this afternoon. Later I thought I could set a trap and lure the Desire Apostle by pretending to be injured, so I deliberately exaggerated my wound. He pointed at the cushion supporting his left arm. Sure enough, it worked. But I didn't expect you to treat serious injuries, and... Isengard sighed softly. Both of us prioritized healing, so no one held the Desire Apostle. The moment he sensed something, he fled. Both Stanton and I had trump cards the Desire Apostle didn't know. We wanted to use them to trick him, but we cancelled each other out and let him escape. Is this the so-called two rights make a wrong? Klein laughed helplessly. This happened because we don't know each other well and lacked teamwork. No, it's my fault, Isengard said sincerely. When I saw you didn't run or defend but helped me, I should have realized you weren't flustered. You had confidence and means. But with this ring on, my brain was taxed, so I couldn't think straight. So sealed artifact 2081 passively reduces intelligence, Klein smiled. Mr. Stanton, it's not time to argue who's to blame. The Desire Apostle has fled. We need to consider next steps. Isengard took off his ring and turned to the activity room door. The official Beyonders are arriving soon. I'll go calm Stuart and the others outside. After that, we can plan. Are you joining me, or handling your matters? The official Beyonders, Mr. Stanton mentioned the Nighthawks, machinery, hive mind, and military. Please don't be an acquaintance. Yes, my spiritual intuition hasn't warned me, so probably not. Mr. Stanton's giving me a chance to clean up sensitive items so I don't get in trouble. Many thoughts raced as Klein asked, Mr. Stanton, when you found the Desire Apostle's location, where was he? Isengard thought a moment. Your bedroom. He was sitting in front of your desk. How arrogant. Klein pointed to the door. I'll investigate. See if he left any traces. If we learn what the Desire Apostle truly looks like, it'll help catch him. I'll leave the rest to you. All right. Isengard helped the weak Kazlana up. Klein found it amusing. After all the discussion and preparations to trap the Desire Apostle, we failed and ended in this state. There are always more accidents than plans. That's why Magician is just a sequence 7. Leaving the room, Klein went straight upstairs to his bedroom. The room was unchanged, even the chair's distance from the desk, but Klein seemed to see a figure wrapped in pitch-black liquid sitting there, waiting calmly. As expected of a cold-blooded. He looked at the oriel window glass, hoping it reflected something. The devil pathway is good at crime, leaving clues won't be easy. But I can try going above the grey fog. Klein inspected and began burning some mysticism notebooks casually written. Soon, a few strangers came upstairs. Their leader had a stiff face and a mop of frizzy, messy brown hair. In his hand was an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns. Black gems decorated as eyes flanked the mirror. Hello, Mr. Moriarty. I am Ikansa Bernard of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. May I inspect this place? Klein nodded immediately. No problem. Politely he asked, do you want me to follow and answer questions? All right. Sorry for the trouble. Mr. Stanton told me about your situation, Ikansa smiled. My situation? How did Mr. Bart Stanton introduce me? What story? Klein's thoughts raced as he followed Ikansa back into the bedroom. Other official Beyonders paired off to check the second-floor zones. This is where the Desire Apostle sat? Ikansa pointed at the chair. He clearly asked Isengard Stanton. Yes, Klein answered frankly. Without more words, Ikansa raised the silver mirror and stroked it thrice with his right hand. After a pause he said in a deep voice, Honorable Arose, my question is, what did the devil who was previously sitting here look like? The lights dimmed, as if shrouded by mist after rain. A strange aqueous glow formed on the mirror's surface, revealing a man covered in sticky black liquid, sitting on a chair with his back to the window facing the bed. The scene shifted. The mirror's corner reflected the dark shadow's side profile, also pitch black. Yet the outline was clear. The Desire Apostle had high cheekbones and cold blue eyes. Chapter 417, Erodes. Seeing the scene in the silver mirror, Klein's expression turned pensive. This mirror was powerful and even had its own name. It seemed to be a living, sealed artifact. Such items weren't too harmful but were very difficult to seal. They were seldom used except in special cases. Ikansa Bernard from the machinery hive mind seemed highly ranked, likely a deacon, and not a simple one. Divination was limited, so the result from the silver mirror was likely as good as it got. Even going above the grey fog wouldn't yield better insight. There was no way to confirm the Desire Apostle's appearance. Many in Backland had high cheekbones and blue eyes. As Klein mulled this over, the silver mirror's image quickly dispersed. Then blood-red words appeared. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask the question. If you lie or are unable to answer, you will have to accept an arranged mission by me, or suffer a penalty. Klein raised his brows at that. Is this some kind of truth or dare mirror? Interesting. The blood-red words slowly changed to a new question. What is Red Light's true name? Red Light? One of the Great White Brotherhood's leaders? One of the 7 pure lights above the spirit world? Klein thought carefully but realized he didn't know the answer. He only knew Yellow Light, Venathan. Ikansa's throat bobbed as sweat formed on his forehead. After a brief pause, he answered in a deep voice, "Nanides." Wrong. The blood-red words changed again. Mission or penalty? Ikansa struggled visibly. Finally he sighed, "Penalty." At once, a streak of silver-white lightning struck his head. With sizzling sounds, Ikansa's hair stood on end and he collapsed with a thud. Small wisps of black smoke drifted from him. But the mirror didn't fall. It floated by itself onto the desk. After 2 seconds, Ikansa staggered upright and sat panting, shaking. Klein silently observed, unsure how to react. After recovering somewhat, Ikansa forced a smile and said, "You've heard of sealed artifacts and their negative effects?" "Yes." Klein looked at Ikansa's standing hair and finally understood the reason for his frizzled, messy, stubborn hairstyle. Klein couldn't help but say, "Actually, you could ask the questions alone. No need to do it with me watching." "Phew, the mirror requires someone watching by the side," Ikansa said, still trembling. "It's so sentient." Curious, Klein stepped forward and examined the silver mirror. Apart from its strange patterns and 2 decorative eyes, there was nothing special. Ikansa, side-facing Klein, chuckled nervously. "You can pose questions to him. We don't mind." "No, I don't intend to." How could Klein play truth or dare with something like an Ouija board? As he spoke, he reached to touch the mirror's edge. It was ice-cold and metallic. At that moment, the silver mirror trembled slightly. White words appeared quickly. "Your loyal and humble servant, Arodes, at your service." "Ah?" Klein's mind blanked briefly. Then he left the table, expression unchanged. What's going on? This mirror was ruthless and cold just moments ago. Now it's polite? Klein was amused and puzzled. He guessed the mirror knew Relite's true name and was connected to the spirit world. The mysterious space above the grey fog also seemed tied to the spirit world. At least when Klein summoned himself, after passing the door, he saw what seemed to be the spirit world. Is this mirror, Arodes, able to sense the grey fog's aura? While mulling this, Klein saw Ikansa had recovered and stood, grabbing the silver mirror. The other 2 stopped ignoring what they had seen and ceased aimlessly searching. After inspections, Klein bade Ikansa and company farewell and found Isengard Stanton back in the activity room. "What now?" Klein asked. Isengard replied solemnly, "Let Stuart and the others have their families move in together. It'll be easier to protect them, but this is only a short-term solution. You, Kaslana, and I will act normally while receiving secret protection. Let's hope the Desire Apostle is found soon. You're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, right?" "Yes." Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. He inwardly lamented. "For now, I can only go above the grey fog inside the bathroom." In Empress Borough, Earl Hall's opulent villa. Audrey glanced at an elegant wall clock, then slowly sat at the dressing table, nervous but excited. She was about to visit her psychology teacher, Escalante, and take the key step to becoming an official psychology alchemist. Beforehand, she needed to time herself well and pray to Mr. Fool for help. "I should see the angel this time, right?" After a moment's silence, she clasped her hands near her mouth and softly chanted the honorific name of the Fool. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein stood in the quiet living room, sighing. To him, the Desire Apostle meant danger. But to Stuart and the others, it was a change. I hope this ends soon. With so many Beyonders and sealed artifacts, there must be something against the devil pathway. Lost in thought, Klein suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. It was Miss Justice. Prepared, he looked around and calmly walked to the bathroom. After locking the door, he sighed inwardly. My life's changed too. Until the Desire Apostle threat ends, I must limit going above the grey fog and stay secretly protected by the machinery hive mind. Next week's Tarot Club itinerary must be simpler, but even compressed it'll take nearly 10 minutes. Well, constipation is normal. Even Beyonders get constipated. Optimistic, Klein took 4 counterclockwise steps and went above the grey fog. Meanwhile, Audrey followed prior lessons and performed a simple ritual, entering an artificial sleepwalking state. Klein saw her blurry figure inside the Crimson Star. He used his spirit body to contain the Dark Emperor card, then picked up a paper figurine he'd cut with improved skill and sent it out. As expected, the figurine gathered power from the grey fog, becoming a gigantic angel with 12 pairs of black wings. Audrey watched the sacred archangel descend and wrap her in its layered wings. She was speechless for a long time. This is an angel, Mr. Fool's angel. It has 12 pairs of wings, an archangel, exactly like the legends in canon, and it's an angel of our tarot club. The angel's silhouette rapidly faded. Audrey felt something exceptionally sweet. She joyfully thanked Mr. Full with excitement and piety, then told the maids to prepare for her outdoor trip. Klein smiled, returning to the living room, looking at the bullet hole in the wall, lost in thought. Should I hang a cheap oil painting to cover it, or repair and repaint it? In Escalante's house at Hillston Borough, 7th Avenue, Audrey left her maid and bodyguard in the living room and followed her mistress into the activity room with Susie, her large golden retriever. 2 others waited. Gilbert Alucard, the psychologist introduced by Lady Norma, and Stephen Hampris, who'd organized the last psychology discussion. Though the banquet time had come, only a single candle flickered on the coffee table, dispersing darkness with its faint yellow flame. After greetings, Hilbert, with slightly brown skin from a touch of Southern Continent blood, glanced at Susie silently. Audrey smiled apologetically. I feel safer with her around. Susie looked at Hilbert with innocent eyes. Understandable. Please sit. Hilbert smiled and took the sofa opposite Audrey. Hampers and Escalante also sat. Once seated, Hilbert brightened the candle flame. He gazed at Audrey through the light. Now answer honestly. Are you sure you want to join the psychology alchemists? Under candlelight, his eyes seemed golden with a vertical eye deep inside. Audrey briefly drifted, but regained focus and nodded. Yes. Hilbert asked, will you intentionally hurt the psychology alchemists? His tone implied that answering yes would bind her to obey. No, Audrey answered logically. After more questions, the group sighed with relief. Hilbert smiled and asked, anything else you want to say? Audrey hesitated, then sincerely said, I once purchased the spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering. I'm already a spectator. That gathering is the tarot gathering, Audrey thought proudly. Chapter 418, The Power of the Mind. Audrey knew her mind and psyche were being influenced by some kind of Beyonder power. Only because of the angel's blessing from Mr. Fool was she miraculously immune. So she decided to set certain small secrets in motion to stun her counterparts, hiding the crucial matters and earning greater trust. It wasn't that she didn't believe in the angel, rather she felt she could observe her counterparts just as they observed her. Though she had always hidden herself in the dark, pretending not to be a Beyonder and avoiding suspicion, she took the psychology alchemists seriously. After all, they were professionals, and she was only a dabbler, lacking experience and flexibility. She might expose problems she hadn't noticed yet, so she took this opportunity to confess and fully dispel doubts among the psychology alchemists. She called the angel's descent and enveloping wings a blessing. After Audrey's reply, both Escalante and Hampers briefly showed surprise, doubting their own powers. Hilbert curled his lips into a faint smile, showing no abnormal reaction. He nodded and said gently, Your honesty is admirable. Anything else? Audrey pretended to be in a trance and shook her head. There isn't anything else. Hilbert thought for a moment, then asked more questions. Which Beyonder gathering did you buy the spectator formula from? Who did you buy it from? Where did you get the ingredients for concocting the potion? Audrey's eyes darted, recalling, I have to keep the Beyonder gathering a secret. I was unable to see what the person who sold me the spectator formula looked like. But from the way he spoke, I could tell he was a believer of the Lord of Storms. Hearing that, Hilbert nodded slightly, as though recalling something. Audrey continued, My spectator potion ingredients were mainly found in my family's vault. The rest were exchanged from a few friends. 2 spectator potions. Most ingredients from her family's vault. Hilbert, Escalante and Hampers exchanged looks, momentarily lost for words. After a pause, Hilbert nodded to Escalante and Hampers, signaling all was well. The gold tinge and vertical pupil in his eyes faded rapidly. Hilbert touched the candlewick, flickering the flame. In that light and dark moment, Audrey felt the strange power affecting her suddenly disappear. She controlled her drifting expression, switching to one of doubt and inquiry. I didn't expect you to already be a spectator. Hilbert chuckled. Huh? Audrey showed surprise and panic at the right moment. Knowing how to display the right emotions and body language was a telepathist's basic skill. Hilbert smiled. There's no need to be nervous. We don't mind. That was the last of our tests. Congratulations, you have passed all the tests. Now, you're an official member of our psychology alchemists. All right then. Audrey hesitated, then smiled. It felt like a dream. She stood, lifted her skirt edges, and bowed at Hilbert and the others. We are now companions. Escalante and the others immediately stood and bowed to the polite noble girl. After sitting again, Hilbert began formally. Miss Audrey, I'm going to explain the psychology alchemist situation. All right, Audrey smiled. Just call me by my name. Hilbert nodded, leaned back, crossed his right leg, and clasped his hands. The original Psychology Alchemist was a seminar for enthusiasts who believe the mind has limitless power and wonders. Later, this seminar found a treasure map and relics left by Hermes. Hermes of the Hermes language? Audrey asked excitedly. Yes, he was an early master of mysticism from humanity, creating an ancient language resonating with nature's power. Active during the dark Second Epoch, when humans were slaves of giants, Hilbert said reverently. He sighed softly. The original psychology alchemists found much from those ruins. Hermes was a master of the mind's mysticism, researching the dragons ruling the sky in the Second Epoch, specifically, mind dragons. The materials show mind dragons had advanced far, reaching the same achievement level as deities. I know, the dragon of imagination. Ankerwelt was an ancient god, Audrey thought complacently. Hilbert sighed. Those materials laid the foundation and direction for our psychology alchemists' research. We believe the mind has many secrets, each hidden deep and difficult to grasp. Forgive me for using deep, which seems most fitting. The slightest mistake studying these secrets can cause irreversible bodily harm. Audrey, you must remember to proceed carefully. After Audrey nodded, he continued. If we unravel the mind's secrets, we can both unearth power hidden deep in consciousness and perform miracles, and influence or control others' minds. Beyond this lies the collective subconscious, the place we most look forward to. It's more accurate to call it the mind world of all living beings, which has a veiled, miraculous connection to the spirit world. If one masters this mind world, what beyonder powers would we gain? Audrey asked, curious and admittedly unknowledgeable here. Hilbert smiled. You might have noticed real-world wonders. When we wish for something, it appears. When we want to see a friend, they knock on the door. When we desire something to happen, it does. You might call it coincidence, but too many coincidences aren't mere chance. Our research shows many are unconscious magical influences of the mind. Mastering the mind world, or the collective subconscious sea, lets you master coincidences, creating magical phenomena that echo your mind and appear as you wish. This is too amazing. Audrey had heard the sun mention the dragon of nightmare, but Hilbert's description was far richer. Hilbert chuckled. At our level, it's best not to delve too deep lest we lose ourselves. Let me continue. The discovery of the ruins marked the psychology alchemists' founding. Initially, members wanted a pure academic seminar, but often needed help with matters, lacked items and research materials. So the group became more systematic, transforming into a real secret organization. Compared to others, our structure and relationships remain relatively loose. That's what I like about it, Audrey expressed. Hilbert explained the main rules and regulations, then concluded, at higher ranks, you'll meet more members. I'll now give you the Sequence 8 Telepathist Potion. As expected, they had prepared a telepathist potion. Audrey felt both glad and proud. Seeing the lustrous potion, she hesitated. I wish to consume it after I get back. She still didn't fully trust them and wanted to confirm. Hilbert smiled. Okay, with your performance, drinking the telepathist potion shouldn't be a problem. Audrey beamed and thanked him, then asked a probing question. Can you give me the potion formula to psychiatrist? I wish to gather the ingredients ahead of time so I don't waste time. When others join the psychology alchemists, don't they usually hope for a formula? But who asks so casually about gathering ingredients early? Hilbert, Hamprez and Escalante were momentarily speechless at her tone. After a pause, Hilbert forced a smile. I'll help you apply. Normally, this needs contribution points, earned from missions, research, and new information. Okay, I'll do my best, Audrey said briskly. She left Escalante's house silently. Only after sending Annie and the others away in her room did she smile at Susie, her huge golden retriever. Susie, we got your potion! It was a pity the rainbow salamander Alfred found her couldn't be used, only exchanged for money. Audrey sighed inwardly. Susie wagged her tail cheerfully. Audrey hung a pair of gold-rimmed glasses around her neck just for fun. Hillston Borough, Isengard Stanton's house. Klein was invited to breakfast, as was Kaslana. After a mouthful of soft potato pie, Klein praised, "Mr. Stanton, your cooking skills are excellent." Isengard, grey at his temples, smiled. "It's a specialty of Lenberg. For beyonders of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, being multi-talented is common. Sequence 6 is called polymath. Many lose control taking the corresponding potion. Until now I lack confidence to advance." Chapter 419, Wishing Polymath. This sequence sounds strong just from its name. The reader pathway's sequence 7 is called Knowledge Keeper, or Detective. It's a job that leans towards grasping knowledge and deduction. At most, it would be accompanied by decent combat techniques and the ability to use machinery, so it cannot be considered powerful. But at sequence 6, there seems to be a sudden qualitative change, especially in Beyonder combat. Each pathway has its own critical point below the high sequences, but not fixed. For example, Sears is magician. Klein drank hot coffee and smiled. "Mr. Stanton, you seem relaxed. You're not nervous or worried at all." Isengard put down his knife and fork, took out his pipe and said, "You don't mind, right?" "Actually I do, but the pollution and smog here are already bad." Klein shook his head and smiled. "This aids in your thinking?" "More accurately, it's a habit after breakfast." He took a deep drag. Exhaling smoke, he sighed. "Fear, nervousness, worry doesn't help us face the threat. Why not take it easier? The brain becomes more active. My assistant's worry led to his fatal disaster." Sigh. Isengard glanced at Kaslana. "Our opponent is a desire apostle. We have to refrain from intense emotions." He chuckled. "Most importantly, we have no other means of locating the desire apostle." "What do we do?" Kaslana asked, finishing the last piece of bacon. Isengard took a drag and said, "I prefer reclining chairs for topics like this. Apart from sensing danger, devils aren't good at divination or premonition. So if a desire apostle wants to figure out the main revenge target, he must actively investigate. Otherwise, how would he know which detective groups contributed to the serial murder? How precisely pinpoint you and me? He'd have interacted with many people. Even disguised, he leaves clues. Along with the machinery hive mind's rough image, these form clues. If he wants to attack me, he must find where I live, my patterns, if powerful beyonders protect me. This takes observation and inquiries, meaning interactions and locations. Interactions mean clues. I like the maxim, wherever he steps, whatever he touches or leaves, even unconsciously, serves as a silent witness against him. I know that sentence. Emperor Roselle said it. Klein smiled, feeling a bit despondent. This was the second time hearing it in this world. The last was in Tingen. Kaslana sighed. "As expected of a great detective. I never thought about such things. I admire your observation and reasoning skills." Isengard smiled. "Everyone has expertise. If it's just fighting, you'd defeat me repeatedly." Sherlock must have also thought of these things. He has outstanding observation, reasoning, and is an outstanding detective. "Actually, I felt a little ashamed when you spoke so confidently." Klein forced a smile. "No, you're a true detective. I'm still far off." "You really are modest." Isengard sighed. "Next, we'll proceed with these points in mind. Use your own resources. Aside from the Tarot Club, a third of my resources in Backlund are from you, my good old man." Klein forced a smile. "All right." Apart from the Beyonder gathering held by Eye of Wisdom, the only people Klein could seek help from were Marek, Miss Sharon, Vampire Emlyn White, and Father Utravsky. With the machinery hive mind secretly protecting me, I'll have to eliminate Miss Sharon and Marek. I can visit Emlyn, as he's a half-believer of Mother Earth and under Bishop Utravsky's protection. He wouldn't face official Beyonders, Klein decided. Kaslana stayed silent a few seconds, then said, "No problem." Klein wiped cream on toast, chewed, swallowed leisurely, then asked, "Mr. Stanton, you mentioned activating a sealed artifact. Will it help us deal with the Desire Apostle?" "Yes, it was critical in finding and surrounding the Devil Dog," Isengard said. "Its code name is 142. 142? A Grade 1 sealed artifact is highly dangerous, used only in limited ways. Even Backlund's diocese keeps 1 or 2 at most." Klein's mind flashed a description. "What is it? Abilities? Negative effects?" Isengard laughed. That's a secret of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. I don't know much except it wasn't originally here. It was rushed in as an emergency during the serial murders. It's said to be full-body armor, silver with dark red bloodstains. It once destroyed a small city, killing over 100,000. Cursed armor? Klein guessed. Isengard shook his head seriously, coughing smoke. Maybe not cursed. Some call it berserker's armor or bloodthirster's armor. Our church guessed the bloodstains come from an ancient deity. At first, it seemed ordinary, just an antique sold and collected. But contact caused death, one after another, horrifying, nearly dismemberment level. Death spread outwards, no further contact needed, and a small city was destroyed. This was early in the Fifth Epoch. The Nighthawks handled the aftermath. As expected from a church beyonder of knowledge and wisdom, Klein praised silently. Kaslana asked worriedly, "Will it bring us danger?" "The church sealed it well, but we should avoid contact as much as possible," Isengard said, partly consoling, partly warning. After breakfast, Klein and Isengard entered the activity room where the fight had been. Kaslana headed to the bathroom first. Watching her back, Klein said thoughtfully, "She seems to be a beyonder from the Arbiter pathway?" "Your observation is outstanding." Isengard sat in the reclining chair. Klein whispered confused. "This pathway is strictly controlled by royal family, military, nor ancient nobles. Very few formulas appear outside. Kaslana has such a background?" Isengard smiled, quite obviously. "Yet she hasn't mentioned relevant matters herself, which means it's inconvenient for her to do so." He looked at Klein with a smile in his eyes as if to say, "Aren't you the same?" Klein laughed dryly and sat. Kaslana returned and resumed discussion about the Desire Apostle. Suddenly her expression darkened and she sighed. "I was pulled into the most dangerous case. I don't know if I'll survive. If I'm killed by the Desire Apostle, I want this on my tombstone. She had a great mother." Her voice softened, and the hard personality seemed to melt. Isengard nodded. "Similarly, he's the most dangerous enemy I've faced." He laughed. "If I die and you two survive, will you help deliver my remains to the Holy Temple of Knowledge in Lenberg?" "Stop raising death flags." Klein's mouth hung open, unsure how to stop them. "No problem, but I hope the day never comes." He tried to dispel the thought. Isengard looked at him. "Sherlock, what about you? If the Desire Apostle kills you, what wish do you want fulfilled?" "Revive me." Klein sighed. "I hope to be buried in a cemetery with good scenery, best if my corpse is intact, sprinkled with holy water and fresh flowers. Meaning, don't cremate me." They were silent until the doorbell tinkled. The visitor was Deacon Ikansa Bernard from the machinery hive mind, his hair stubbornly squeezed out from his hat brim, giving him a messy, masculine outline. This time, he wasn't holding the silver mirror Erodes. No one knew where it was. "If I had the chance, I'd like to use that mirror to see how my loyal servant would react," Klein thought. The Ikansa didn't enter. He stood there looking at them and said in a deep voice, "There's a clue to the Desire Apostle." Chapter 420, Devil Family West Borough, 6 Edward Street. Ikansa Bernard pressed down his black hat, pointed at the door behind the fountain and said to Klein, Isengard and Kaslana, "We have reverse investigated the various information channels for any leaks of news or information. Combined with the outline of their side profile as well as getting the help of the magic mirror, we managed to have a preliminary suspect." "You obviously paused for a moment when you mentioned the magic mirror. I wonder what price you paid to get the answer you wanted." Klein sensed the problem in Ikansa's tone and felt a baffling hint of sympathy for him. "It's the owner of this house?" Kaslana asked, almost certain. Isengard Stanton looked around and said thoughtfully, "You chose to inform us directly because you found another piece of evidence?" "Yes, the portrait of the house's owner proves some of it." "Heh, he never takes photographs," Ikansa answered frankly. "Besides, the people around here have seen a big black dog in the neighborhood many times in the past. This can basically prove that the suspect is that Desire Apostle." Isengard laughed lightly. "Sorry, we were too anxious and didn't give you a chance to introduce the suspect." Walking toward the front door, Ikansa said, "The owner of this house is Patrick Jason, the principal shareholder of a small bank. According to neighbors, he's a cheerful, optimistic middle-aged bachelor, but it's believed he had several mistresses." At this wealth level, the number of servants he hires is utterly inadequate. Every banquet or ball, he hires temporary attendants from the City Family Servant Assistance Association. His explanation? Insomnia. Too many servants disturb the silence he needs. I can tell he has many secrets to hide, so he doesn't dare hire many servants, Isengard joked. Klein, who didn't hire servants himself, said guiltily, perhaps his finances aren't as good as others think. That can't be ruled out. Isengard stepped up to the porch. Ikansa looked at Klein. You don't hire servants and only have your landlord's maid do cleaning twice a week. Is it to conceal being a beyonder? Of all my secrets, that is the most trivial one. Klein smiled bitterly. Yes. Ikansa pushed open the door, releasing an indescribable stench. The smell of decay. Isengard instantly judged. Ikansa called over a machinery hivemind member. Carlson, any discoveries? Carlson, wearing thick glasses, looked grim. We found many bodies. In cement in the basement, thick walls and overgrown garden spots, one hidden corpse after another. The earliest from over a decade ago, the latest servants who were alive a few days ago. Some just bones, some slightly rotten. Deacon, this place is like a human slaughterhouse. Machinery hivemind members and police carried out corpses, some dismembered, tongues, fingers, stomachs, eyes scattered. Some only bones. Looks like many of Backlund's disappearance cases will be solved. Isengard pinched his nose and sighed. Klein saw an intestine almost dragged across the ground, exhaled and looked around. Carlson muttered, Jason paid his servants high wages and gave many holidays. The nearby servants envied him. Jason's cook promised his child he'd be home this week to take him to the circus. A true devil. Kaslana was disturbed. Klein asked solemnly, why are the furnishings so simple and crude? As a banker, even a small one, Jason should have had expensive porcelain, paintings, wall clocks, and fine silk items. Why not? Well, the furniture wood is still good. Carlson glanced at Ikansa and nodded. It's clear Jason planned revenge for a long time. He sold valuable but inconspicuous items and agreed to sell his estate to Varvat Bank. After killing his servants, he sped up liquidation. He was certain he'd be found, no thoughts of luck. All he had left was house, furniture, and identity. Where he moved cash, precious metals, and jewelry is unknown. Klein thought, calm, rational, crazy. A true devil, Isengard said. He is calm and rational but has a strong crazy streak and spirit of adventure, typical of his last deeds. So we must be wary of risky actions? Klein asked. Yes. Isengard nodded gravely. The detectives searched and found much evidence against Patrick Jason. They saw a portrait in the activity room. It showed a middle-aged man with tall cheekbones, blue eyes with hints of grey, ordinary features and neat hair. No special features. Ikansa came in, saying, we found items in a secret chamber confirming Jason attempted to summon a more powerful devil, but failed. These items confirm his identity. He's from the devil family Beria. His real name is Jason Beria. The Beria family? Klein nodded, unsurprised. In the ancient Fourth Epoch, humans worshipping devils formed the Blood Sanctify sect, divided drastically. The three great devil families, Noise, Andariel, Beria, balanced power. Their ancestors received the Abyss's bestowment and worshipped the dark side of the universe, an evil god ruling the Abyss, destined to corrupt and degenerate the real universe, Isengard explained to Kaslana and Klein. Ikansa added, such divided groups either split or unify. Rumors say Beria and Andariel families weakened over 1,000 years, now vassals to Noise. Beria's symbol is a pentagram with goat horns. The Beria family remains ancient with deep roots. No wonder Jason raised a devil dog. Also, owning a bank helps, even if small. In the Second Epoch, the god corresponding to the dark side is devil monarch Farboti. Is there a link? Klein wondered. After extensive search, they confirmed Patrick Jason was the Desire Apostle but couldn't find him. Klein took a handkerchief Jason used during the summoning, planning to divine above the grey fog. Soon, Ikansa told them, the Nighthawks will bring the sealed artifact here. We'll act first. All right, Isengard and Kaslana said. Klein inwardly approved. Leaving Jason's villa, Klein looked back grimly. What problem? Kaslana asked. Klein explained, he sold the bank, business, and valuables early. That means he's ready to give up his identity and life. Revenge on the devil dog alone doesn't justify this. Maybe you love the devil dog deeply? Sherlock some treat pets as family, Kaslana disagreed. Isengard said solemnly, no, Sherlock is right. Kaslana, do you know the ancient name for the Devil Pathways Sequence 8? Kaslana thought but couldn't recall. Klein answered quietly, cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Kaslana understood why Moriarty and Stanton said that. Klein pointed elsewhere. Let's split up and use our information channels. After their agreement, Klein left quickly, not rushing to find Emlyn White. He planned to get his £50 bail back at Chisak police station. His innocence had been confirmed by Isengard and official Beyonders. Chapter 421, Expensive Materials. The front door to Jason Patrick's house suddenly burst open, and a group of Nighthawks in black tweed coats jogged inside. They wore vigilant, alert expressions as if facing a terrifying enemy. Tap, tap, tap. A figure clad in full silver armor walked in. The armor felt abnormally heavy and had an ancient style, stained with dark red blood from the left shoulder diagonally to the abdomen. Sputtered red spots added a queer yet magnificent decoration. Sol Ashura Soest took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Change. The armored figure stopped and lifted the visor, revealing a handsome man with black hair and green eyes. Leonard, hot water has been prepared in the master bedroom's bathroom on the second floor. Don't delay any longer, otherwise you'll only be able to return to the embrace of the goddess, Soest exhorted. Yes, Captain Soest. Leonard Mitchell, helped by the Nighthawks, removed his heavy blood-stained armor. Wearing red gloves, he said nothing and quickly went to the second floor, finding the bathtub billowing with white steam. He stripped and lay down in the hot water without exposing even his nose. His skin quickly reddened like a cooked lobster, and strange scar-like silver lines appeared like pure blade beams spreading outwards and fusing with the hot water. Within 10 seconds, the steam vanished and a thin layer of transparent ice formed atop the water. Only when the silver lines dispersed did Leonard sit up, panting. He cocked his head, listening, then said softly, "Old man, do you know the origins of Wonder 42? An elderly voice echoed in his mind. "You are getting more and more impolite. I don't know where that strange armor comes from." Without waiting, the voice chuckled. "But I think I recognize the owner of the blood." "Who is it?" Leonard asked curiously. "An ancient god before the cataclysm." South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Klein stepped into the quiet prayer hall and saw Father Utravsky and vampire Emlyn White sitting on chairs of different heights, hands placed before mouths and noses with fingers clasped, the unique prayer position of the Church of Mother Earth. Emlyn White's expression was gentle and calm, without his usual arrogance or vexation. Klein smirked slightly, silently drawing a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. After the prayer ended, he approached Emlyn with a smile. "You are especially pious today." Emlyn snapped out of it, muttering to himself with a pale face, "What have I done? What have I done?" His voice trailed off, recalling his actions. "Maybe it's not a bad thing," Klein said unconvincingly before sitting beside him. "I don't want to hear that. Although I feel my resistance weakening." Emlyn's tone was despondent. "But I don't want to betray the moon." Klein avoided the depressing topic and asked casually, "Do you sanguines worship the primordial moon, a deity representing the moon, or are they the same?" "All of them." Emlyn raised his chin. "Pure-blooded sanguines obviously believe in the deity representing the moon. Her name is Lilith, our ancestor, an ancient deity. Humans who become sanguine tend to worship the primordial moon. Usually they overlap, but sometimes they differ." "A human becoming a sanguine?" Klein wasn't surprised Emlyn named an ancient god but was more interested in the transformation. "Is this the vampire sequence Mr. Azik mentioned?" Klein wondered. Emlyn's expression grew complicated. "Two types, one transformed by a powerful sanguine's bestowment, the other by consuming a potion. The latter are our most hated enemies." "Why?" Klein guessed. Emlyn gritted his teeth. "That their potion's main ingredient is our blood essence." As expected, Klein eyed Emlyn a few times, making the vampire nervous. "You're already a Beyonder. You can't switch pathways." "It's just my first time seeing a living Beyonder ingredient, but every human Beyonder is such an ingredient in a sense," Klein thought sadly. Emlyn glanced at Bishop Utravsky polishing the sacred emblem of life and whispered, "I found 2 ingredients you wanted." "What are they?" Klein hid his joy poorly. "Thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood. The former costs £2,000, the latter £300 per 100 milliliters. £2,300. Klein blurted, "Can I get a discount?" After bail, he had £2,185 in cash, quite a sum for a middle-class member, but not enough. "No. Without me, it would have been £2,800, plus £150 extra per hour agreement, totaling £2,450, Emlyn said, shaking his head. Looking at Klein's face, he added, "Dragons are rare now. Except long-lived sanguines. It's tough to find similar Beyonder ingredients elsewhere, and more expensive." "I'm still short £265. Klein sighed, thinking of all his savings and future expenses for the werewolf Beyonder characteristic, human-skinned shadow, deep-sea Naga's hair, and others. He tilted his head toward the cathedral's dome. "Okay, but this deal will be delayed. I recently provoked a fellow, and am now protected by official Beyonders. You don't want that cellar locked in the cathedral's basement, right?" "Official Beyonders?" Emlyn jumped and looked around. Klein smiled. "Don't worry, you're a priest now with legal status. Bishop Utravsky will protect you." "I'm not." Emlyn's denial was weak. He sat again and suddenly asked, "Can official Beyonders fix a psychological cue?" "Maybe." Klein laughed. "But then you might become a believer of the Evernite goddess, god of steam and machinery, or lord of storms, or join military special forces is to spy and seduce noblewomen. I only like puppets and pure beautiful girls," Emlyn emphasized. "I can tell you're a little interested, but only a little." Klein switched topics. "Do you know any Beria family members?" "Beria? That crazy devil-worshipping family?" "No, they're devils themselves," Emlyn blurted. "Why?" Klein sighed. "I offended Jason Patrick Beria over a serial murder case. Help me find his recent whereabouts and acquaintances in your circle. I'll pay for any accurate info." Of course, Nighthawks, machinery hive mind, and military could help too, Klein thought. Emlyn nodded thoughtfully. "You dared provoke a real devil. When he knows, he'll know you'll bring him great harm." "It's fine. I have authorities' protection," Klein said indifferently. After silence, Emlyn said, "I'll try. Info payment needs at least £20. Settling this, Klein left the cathedral, mind racing about gathering money. Miss Magician's new book would bring royalties. Maybe he could promote the astrologer potion formula, but Miss Justice had joined Psychology Alchemists, and Klein had no formulas to sell her. The werewolf Beyonder characteristic might sell for about £1,300, maybe less. Must he produce a mystical item? Or get Emlyn to become a full believer, paying tributes in exchange for removing the psychological cue? Jason Beria carried lots of valuables. If found, maybe Klein could get a share. As he walked out, the sky darkened and fog thickened. He sighed, "I'm really short on money." Back on Minsk Street, Klein entered the bathroom carrying a thick stack of newspapers, ready for a long fight. He planned to go above the grey fog and use Jason's handkerchief to divine his whereabouts. Chapter 422, The True Jason. Inside the bathroom at 15 Minsk Street, Klein pulled out a paper figurine from a hidden pocket and shook it, transforming it into a body double. He made the double sit on the toilet holding a newspaper to fool others. Then, hiding in the shadows, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and rose above the grey fog. These actions felt more magical than magic itself. Inside the majestic ancient palace, Klein sat at the end of a long bronze table, conjuring a projection of Jason Beria's handkerchief before him. Though only a projection, it could still serve for divination, as long as the handkerchief didn't leave his body in reality. He recalled his earliest use of a similar method in Tinjin City with the mutated sun sacred emblem. Back then he couldn't summon himself or bring items above the grey fog. Of course, a projection was weaker than an actual object for divination, so Klein preferred using the real thing. But under official Beyonder protection, lighting candles during the day on the toilet would raise serious suspicion. If the divination failed, he could risk summoning himself and the real handkerchief above the fog later. Mumbling, Klein took a goatskin and fountain pen, writing the divination phrase, Jason Beria's current location. Usually, relying on a handkerchief used only during a ritual was ineffective because the connection was too weak and interference too great, easily attracting the Abyss Grand Duke, the ritual's intended target. But Klein's interferences could be eliminated. The Abyss Grand Duke was at most a high-sequence devil, far weaker than eternal deities like the eternal blazing sun or the true creator, who had already been handled above the fog. As for the weak connection, Klein could only try his luck. Maybe after becoming a high-sequence Beyonder saint here, he could be more confident. Holding the handkerchief and goatskin, Klein reclined and entered cogitation, chanting steadily, Jason Berrier's current location. After 7 repetitions, he slipped into a deep sleep and entered the dream world. Inside the grey realm, countless images flashed in a scattered fashion until one scene grew clear. Dim light, a dark red desk, and a man standing before an oriel window looking out at a garden. In the garden, a glass shed housed roses blooming brightly in December's cold. The man was medium height, curly brown hair, cold brown eyes, seemingly in his 30s. Am I not divining Jason Berrier's location? Who is this? Klein was puzzled but didn't dwell on it, letting his spirituality roam the mysterious world. The man turned and approached 2 large leather suitcases. He squatted, opened one, revealing neatly stacked bills topped with gold bars. The notes were all 10-pound denominations. The gold bars gleamed enchantingly. The man pulled a pale piece of human skin from a hidden pocket, opened it, an entire piece. He quickly stripped and put on the skin. In 10 seconds he transformed into Jason Berrier, tall cheekbones, blue-grey eyes, neatly combed hair. Suddenly the scene shattered, and Klein awoke. No wonder Jason took such risks. He'd been wearing human skin for the past 10 years, never showing his true face. A calm yet crazy devil. Jason left a portrait in the house to avoid suspicion, since neighbors knew his face. Official Beyonders could easily reconstruct his likeness, even better than a photo, so destroying the portrait was logical. Who would suspect a hoax where it seemed most natural? Searching by portrait, even with sealed artifact 142, wouldn't easily find him. Twice he concealed his face with his own abilities. His face was fake. Klein admired Jason's cunning. He rubbed his temples, recalling the dream's details. A house with a glass greenhouse was a notable feature. Such buildings were rare in Backlund. But how to report it? Telling the machinery hive mind might alert Jason, making him change and flee. Going directly to a Nighthawk with sealed artifact 142 risked meeting someone familiar. Klein didn't want to end up scattered in the Two-Sock River. Besides, he just started gathering information. His channels wouldn't respond so fast. That man carried a huge amount of cash and jewelry, 1 suitcase full, likely over £50,000. After calming, Klein decided to wait 2 days before cautiously informing the Nighthawks with the revelation. With divination ending, Klein returned to reality, dismissed his double, and sat on the toilet. In the afternoon before leaving, Klein tossed a coin. The answer was, it wasn't beneficial for him to go out. Will there be danger if I go out? Klein immediately returned to the living room to sit. About 20 minutes later the doorbell rang. Isengard Stanton came to visit. Mr. Stanton, any progress? Klein asked with some delight. Isengard gestured to the back hall. Let's talk inside. All right. Klein stepped aside. Seated on opposite sofas, Isengard held his hunter's hat and sighed deeply. The Desire Apostle has appeared again. Klein's silence encouraged him to continue. The families of 2 detectives refused protection, believing they wouldn't be targeted, so they stayed outside. Today at lunchtime, both were found dead in their offices. One died of fright, the other from excitement draining his last energy. They were stubborn, typical tyrant believers. Now the mandated punishers have officially gotten involved. Several churches and the military's high-sequence Beyonders have placed this event among the most important recently. Are you hoping I won't reveal your identity as a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom? Klein asked knowingly. Detectives can talk easily. Isengard smiled. No problem. Klein promised and added, I have info channels that can be exposed safely. If I get valuable info, I hope you'll help inform the Nighthawks confidentially. He didn't explain why Nighthawks instead of machinery hive mind. Isengard, a great detective, would understand. Isengard agreed but mused, by telling me, you risk Jason noticing early. Let's hope we can avoid that. Also, please help me consider other possibilities. That ring of yours should mimic several Beyonder powers. Klein said calmly, all right. Isengard took a moment and smoked his pipe. Today's Desire Apostle actions confirm a guess of mine, and one you considered before. His main goal isn't revenge. Klein grasped the implication. Isengard leaned forward solemnly. Jason has reached the cold-blooded stage, meaning he's truly cold-blooded. It's unlikely he's going this far for that devil. Look, Sherlock. Official Beyonders and even high-sequence Beyonders have been mobilized. If Jason wanted to target someone else, the real target, wouldn't it be much easier now? Klein considered briefly and replied, That makes sense. After this, Isengard went to find Kaslana. Klein, having tossed the coin, went out as planned toward the Quelaag Club. Neither had revealed their suspicions to official Beyonders, fearing it might harm Jason by tipping him off. Entering the club, Klein met the surgeon Aaron in the lobby. Long time no see, Klein greeted with a smile. I've been busy, Aaron replied warmly but kept his usual cold expression. My wife is pregnant again. I'm going to be a father. Congratulations, when did this happen? Klein asked casually. Aaron thought and said, Just confirmed. She's been pregnant for more than a month. More than a month? Klein was startled, then looked closely into Aaron's eyes. Chapter 423, Winds Arise. Yes, a month or so ago. Aaron nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and gave a positive answer. A month or so ago? Isn't that when you were troubled by Will or Septon-related nightmares? Klein thought, surprised but controlled. He recalled his two divinations, Will or Septon in a dark room with running water outside. Was that amniotic fluid or blood? His heart chilled. Looking at Dr. Aaron's complicated eyes, Klein suspected his wife was carrying Will or Septon, a snake of Mercury. In mysticism, the snake of fate's head and tail connect, devouring its own tail, implying destiny's cycle. Was Will or Septon secretly starting a new cycle to avoid his enemy? Klein guessed. Aaron didn't notice Klein's thoughts and smiled. He'll definitely be a cute guy. When he's born, I'll hold a party. Sherlock, don't refuse my invitation. Perhaps it's a she, Klein smiled back. He was curious about the newborn snake of Mercury's state, but also worried. The snake of Mercury was a sequence 1 monster pathway related to fate and divine struggle. No one could be sure if the future held peace. For Aaron, was it fortune or misfortune? Whether Will or Septon was kind or whether the other snake of Mercury would find him were open questions, and Will or Septon hadn't done anything yet. Informing the Nighthawks now would seem cruel. Klein thought it best to quietly watch or maybe take advantage of the situation. Perhaps he was overthinking. Maybe the child wasn't a snake of Mercury at all. She? That's even better, Aaron said eagerly. Klein asked, Have you had any nightmares lately? Occasionally, but normal ones. No more nightmares of Will or Septon. Sherlock, thank you for your guidance, Aaron said earnestly. No, that's abnormal. Klein's limited psychology knowledge said dreaming of Will or Septon occasionally was natural. It was a normal response to overstimulation. Since Will had troubled Aaron deeply, dreams should reflect that, if only vaguely. Klein was sure of this. At that moment, a rustling sound came. Looking out the hall, Klein saw darkness dispersing as a strong wind swept away thin yellow fog. Leafless branches swayed, the gust leaving a clear trail southeast. Seconds later, all returned to normal. It's hard to see such strong winds in Backlund during winter. At least I don't remember anything like it before, Aaron sighed, staring out. That's no ordinary wind. Suppressing curiosity, Klein made an excuse to visit the bathroom for a quick divination, but gained no useful revelations. He put it aside and prepared to go to the underground shooting range. Just then, a waiter in a red vest appeared and said respectfully, Mr. Moriarty, your friend is here for you. Who? Klein asked, surprised. Mr. Ecancer Bernard, the attendant answered. The deacon often forced to perm his hair. Why was he suddenly seeking Klein? Klein walked to the club's reception. Ecancer pressed down his hat, which his fluffy hair had pushed up, and whispered, The mandated punishers have found Jason Patrick Berrier. How was he found? Klein asked, half surprised, half curious. According to his divination, Jason had always worn human skin, masking his true appearance and aura, making him nearly impossible to find. Ecancer scanned the surroundings. I'm not sure, I just received the news. He pointed at a small white bird perched outside, calmly cleaning its feathers. Before Klein could ask more, Ecancer explained. The mandated punishers found clues and confirmed Jason's location, but the devil sensed danger, killed 2 mandated punishers, and fled before capture. This enraged the Church of the Lord of Storms. So Spellsinger of God Ace Snake is personally pursuing him. You probably felt the gust of wind just now. That was him. He's the Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese and one of the church's cardinals. It sounded normal, but felt strange. According to my theory with Mr. Rife Isengard, this might be Jason, the Desire Apostle, drawing away high-sequence beyonders, Klein said after thinking. Are you sure it's Jason Berrier? Klein asked. Ikansa's face grew heavy. I'll give it a try, he said, voice strange. He motioned Klein to follow him into a large carriage parked nearby. 2 machinery hive mind members were inside. Ikansa took a deep breath and pulled out a strange silver mirror from a hidden pocket. After preparation, he gloomily said, Honorable Erodes, my question is, where is Jason Patrick Berrier's current location? The light around warped like after rain. An image surfaced on the mirror. A riverboat with a raised sail. Jason Berrier, high cheekbones, blue-grey eyes, neatly combed hair, pressed down his cap, pulled up his collar, and hurried into the cabin. He's really trying to escape Backland. Spellsinger of God seems headed to the dock, a female machinery hive mind member said. Too easy to be exposed. Klein thought suspiciously. Ikansa focused solely on the mirror. This time, answering wrongly or lying meant a terrible penalty. Words in blood red appeared. If the man you like is covered with lumps, has his skin shed, reducing him only to flesh and blood, or has become a monster but it is still able to communicate with him, will you still like him? What a shameful question. Wait, a man? Klein glanced at Ikansa. Ikansa exhaled slowly. I will, but I will kill him with my own hands. Very honest. New words appeared. This question and answer game was basically a public hearing. Klein wanted to cover his face. He saw no abnormal expressions on the other machinery hive mind members. Perhaps they were hiding them. He hesitated. I keep feeling this is too easy. Maybe this isn't the real Jason Berrier? But Jason Berrier was directed at him, Ikansa said, packing away the mirror. Klein thought a moment, then said carefully, No, what I mean is we must abandon ingrained judgments. What we seek is the Desire Apostle, not necessarily Jason Berrier. They might not be the same. This is something I have to say as the detective. On King's Avenue, a luxurious carriage left the kingdom's parliament. The carpeted carriage had a bed, sofa, table, like a mobile room. Duke Palace Negan, dressed in a dark blue admiral's uniform, sipped red wine resembling crimson blood. He said thoughtfully, Invite Earl Hall to be my guest tomorrow. I want to discuss increasing factory workers' pay, improving working hours, and amending the poor law. These bills he's been pushing hard for. He should be very interested. Heh, why would the Church of the Evernight Goddess suddenly care about such matters? When you send the invitation, first inform Earl Hall about these topics. The property restrictions for elections are necessary. They can't be lowered. Otherwise, those controlling many workers would gain more seats. Also, suppress recent attacks on invalid voting districts. The secretary quickly jotted down the orders. Duke Negan sighed. I do this for the nobles, but there are more and more useless fellows among us, many owing money to tycoons. The carriage didn't turn toward Empress Borough, but went straight. As one of the greatest property-owning nobles after the king, Duke Negan had many mistresses. In conservative Lone Kingdom, this made him vulnerable politically. So he sneaked when visiting mistresses, which oddly pleased him more. Today, he planned to visit his most beloved mistress of the past 2 to 3 years, a young woman just turned 20. Duke Negan took a medicine bottle of mummy powder and drank it. He touched the dark blue thumb-sized conch hanging from his neck, a mystical item from the Church of the Lord of Storms given after his last assassination attempt by Kilangos. Blowing it would alert the Holy Wind Cathedral's spell-singer of God, Ace Snake, locking onto his location. To protect himself, Duke Negan moved his mistress's residences near the Holy Wind Cathedral. The carriage slowly stopped at an extremely luxurious building. A glass greenhouse with bright red roses gleamed outside. Chapter 424, The Problem of Change inside the carriage outside the Queleg Club. The Desire Apostle might not necessarily be Jason Berrier? You believe that we might have been misled? Ikansa asked seriously, not scoffing or showing contempt. Not a bad deacon. Klein thought, silently praising him for his open mind. Probably the magic mirror Arodes wore down his temper over time. This is my personal opinion, derived from a cautious standpoint. It's very easy to prove again. Ask the magic mirror the Desire Apostle's location, not Jason Berrier's. Ikansa pressed down his hat. Makes sense. His expression grew serious as he stared at the silver mirror in his palm. Deacon Ikansa, if you ask for clues here, The devil will definitely detect it, Klein warned. That's right. Ikansa turned to the two machinery hive mind members. Continue protecting Mr. Moriarty in secret. Even if the Desire Apostle attacks, you three should last some time. Besides, there's military nearby. Yes, Deacon, the two answered promptly. Ikansa left immediately for the Nighthawk's location near Isengard Stanton. With the Spellsinger of God stirred and the church's sealed artifact deployed, if the Desire Apostle acted, it would be this afternoon. Let's hope the magic mirror gives a correct answer. But this way, I won't get involved or see the devil who harmed us die, nor get his suitcase full of money, gold, and jewelry. Klein sighed at Ikansa's retreating back, but he quickly recovered. At least I won't have to risk myself and can safely get out of this mess. The machinery hive mind won't treat me unfairly. If I succeed, my ideas would have mattered. As a god of steam and machinery believer, I'll probably get some spoils. Given the £50,000 premise, it won't be small. Klein felt a bit regretful, but knew better than to risk himself. A magician never performs unprepared. It happened too fast for any planning. He nodded at the machinery members, left the carriage, and returned to the Quelaag Club. Getting a break room was no problem. Hillston Borough, Isengard Stanton's living room. Leonard Mitchell combed his slightly messy black hair. With Captain Soest's help and other Nighthawks, he barely put on the silver armor stained heavily with blood. He pulled down the visor, hiding his green eyes, then extended his left hand, covered by a silver gauntlet holding the magic mirror Ikansa had given him. Within the Church of Steam and Machinery, the silver mirror's code name was 2111. It's only a Grade 2 sealed artifact? Soest asked, surprised. Ikansa nodded. Yes, it's not that dangerous. Soest's tone turned tight. That means some aspects meet Grade 1 sealed artifact standards? Ikansa glanced warily. Only in certain aspects. He wouldn't say more. Leonard gently stroked the mirror's surface. The room grew quiet. After repeating 3 times, he said deeply, Honorable Erodes, my question is, where is the current location of the Desire Apostle who assaulted Isengard Stanton? Darkness seemed to pass over the house. The mirror's surface glowed with aqueous light. A blurry image formed, luxurious villa with a large garden. In the garden center, a glass greenhouse bloomed with bright red roses. Above, the pale sun peeked behind thin fog. It's in Backland, Isengard Stanton concluded from the view and sun's angle. This is completely different from the answer when we asked about Jason Beria. We've been tricked, Ikansa said deeply. Solashura Soest exhaled. How crafty. Then who's the Jason Beria that Spellsinger of God chases? Sigh, no time to discuss. We need to narrow down this scene's location and act immediately. I suspect the Desire Apostle plans a huge incident. The mirror Erodes faded the scene and replaced it with words. Leonard needed to answer a question. Lying or refusal would bring severe punishment. For some reason, Leonard felt nervous. He set aside his usual frivolity and waited quietly. Seconds later, blood-red words formed. On your body, is there something attached? Leonard's pupils contracted rapidly. His back tensed. Cold sweat broke on his forehead. If not for his blood-stained armor, others would have noticed. His left palm trembled. The silver mirror shook. The scarlet words tainted faintly green. A subtle change easy to miss. The question warped. On your body, is there a scar which you cannot tell others? Yes, that scar resides in my memory, Leonard answered steadily. He felt exhausted from suddenly releasing high tension inside the armor. This mirror is too dangerous. It actually noticed. Thankfully, old man has recovered some after so long, his dry lips thought. Soest checked his pocket watch. There's still time. You'll be in charge of the rest of the operation. Yes, Captain Soest. Leonard sighed quietly. Dock area, Backland shipyard. Patrick Jason Beria entered a cabin he reserved. He looked at the foggy sky, silently counting time. Soon, he quickly removed his hat and clothes, then tugged off the outer human skin. Beneath was a beautiful woman in her early 30s with profound eyes, not the brown-haired man Klein saw in Dream Divination. She methodically dressed, becoming absolutely charming. Finally, she pulled a fist-sized stone figurine from a suitcase, wrapped it tightly in the peeled skin, and tied a dead knot. The riverboat was some distance away. She opened the window, throwing the skin and figurine into the river. Plop! The heavy object sank fast. The woman clapped and closed the window, carrying the suitcase to another cabin she prepared. Sitting by the new window, propping elbows, she looked out leisurely. After a while, a strong gust blew, dispersing thin fog. Her lips curled into a brilliant smile. In a luxurious villa near the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. Pallas Negan, bloated and blue-eyed, bear-hugged his approaching mistress, a beautiful girl with innocent features. Two people followed him, a middle-aged man in black tailcoat, brown hair, blue eyes, expressionless, a sequence 6 beyond a guard from the Church of Lord of Storms, and Duke Negan's secretary, a thin blonde youth with refined features and a receding hairline. Other guards were posted outside. Upstairs, the wind-blessed Beyonder inspected the bedroom ahead of Duke Negan. The secretary searched surrounding rooms. Finding no issues, they nodded to Negan to continue. "My roused-up feelings have almost calmed down," Duke Negan joked. His mistress smiled. "Then we can have a nice chat. I want to hear about your time at sea. I hope you'll have the energy for that." Negan carried her into the bedroom, closing the door with his heel. His secretary and the wind-blessed entered rooms beside him, alert. In the attic, a man in a dark overcoat sat in an old chair, eyes half closed. He seemed to sense something, occasionally smiling and shaking his head. His slightly curled brown hair and cold brown eyes marked him as the man Klein saw in the dream divination, though there was one fewer suitcase by his feet. How vigorous, what intense desire. This doesn't match my judgment of him. Looks like he took some medicine. That just works so well for me. Heh. How could they imagine Patrick Jason Berrier is actually two people? He tilted his face up, intoxicated. It's almost time, right now. His right hand clenched suddenly, as if clutching a heart. Chapter 425, Under the Roses. Beyond the window, the glass greenhouse reflected the pale sun, and bright roses stood out even in the thin fog. In the bedroom, Duke Negan seemed to relive chasing wild beasts with his father and elders when young, riding a horse, using a hound. Finally, he climaxed, and the surroundings fell into abnormal quiet. Suddenly, his mind buzzed once. Pleasure and comfort exploded one after another, endlessly. Duke Negan's waist shook, his eyes blank, his brain losing train of thought. His heart pounded violently, like a steam boiler with pressure beyond limits, ready to blow and spew hot steam. An ordinary person or weaker Beyonder would have died instantly from heart attack or hemorrhage, but Duke Negan endured, only unfocused eyes and saliva at the corner of his mouth before he weakly slumped onto his mistress. The wind-blessed and Duke's secretary on guard sensed a strange, mysterious spirituality. The wind-blessed's body was suddenly swept by violent wind, crashing through a wall with a clang as he entered the bedroom. The secretary headed straight for the attic. Decorative vases and objects in the corridor seemed alive, avoiding him ingeniously. As he ran upstairs, wooden floorboards appeared to rise as if aiding him. In 3 or 4 seconds, the refined blonde secretary reached the attic, seeing a figure sitting in an old chair. The figure was covered in thick black liquid, greed of selling and hanging oneself by ropes, hunger that spared not even one's kind, lust without limits. A devil walking the earth. The skinny secretary's expression didn't change. He didn't attack but politely closed the attic door behind him. Bam! The room sealed completely, isolating inside from outside. The Desire Apostle moved, his body expanded, sprouting huge bat wings emitting light blue flames. Fireballs, smelling strongly of sulfur, bombarded the secretary. The secretary clenched his left hand, wrist twisting. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs scattered chaotically, hitting walls, ceiling, the secretary's sides, even nearly hitting the Desire Apostle himself. The attic was a mess of destruction and char, the house shaking several times. Yet the sealed power or tampered rules held. Walls, door, roof looked on the verge but stayed intact. The Desire Apostle wasn't frustrated or flustered by losing control or failing to provoke frenzy. His coffee-brown eyes lit like lava as he took the secretary's form, spitting a foul devil language word, die. Almost simultaneously, the secretary's golden-rimmed glasses pupils constricted. He opened his left fist, palm facing the Desire Apostle. Suddenly, his figure split, one refined and skinny, the other a shadow coated in black liquid desire. They alternated quickly, sometimes overlapping. Die! The foul words echoed as the secretary grunted and stepped back. The split silhouette vanished, rusted red marks appeared on his face like iron left in humid years. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting blobs of rusted blood. Marks peeled off slowly. The Desire Apostle also coughed, expelling rust-colored blood. The black liquid covering him thinned. The language of foulness seemed half-transferred to him by the secretary. In the bedroom, the wind-blessed kicked the mistress aside and lifted the slumped Duke. He didn't assist the secretary. His job was to guard Negan, nothing else. Duke Negan, pale and drained, motioned for the wind-blessed to remove his conch necklace. With great effort, he blew into it. Splash! A low tide-like sound rang out toward the Holy Wind Cathedral. With his grace's speed, he should arrive soon, the wind-blessed said, then slung the Duke over his back and leapt out the window. 2 or 3 low-sequence guards waited outside. Still gasping, Duke Negan hissed, "Catch him. Alive, or with a spirit body. I want to know who it is." He remembered Chilungos, another assassin, and now this. He'd made no new enemies, yet another Sequence 5 came for his life. He burned with fury he would find whoever was behind this and tear them apart. Seconds later, guards swarmed to protect the Duke, forming a circle in the garden. "Hold position. Be alert," the wind-blessed ordered. Evacuating was standard protocol, but this time was different. The enemy could be hiding still, and the wind-blessed feared ambush en route, or missing the Archbishop's arrival entirely. The house shook again. The fight inside was reaching its peak. "Why isn't the Archbishop here yet?" the Duke asked, voice tinged with panic. The wind-blessed hesitated. "Perhaps, the Archbishop." He couldn't finish. He feared what it meant. At that moment, the beautiful mistress appeared at the bedroom window, wearing a dreamy, empty smile. Then she jumped. Bam! Her skull cracked on the concrete. Blood flowed freely. She rolled and landed face up, eyes glassy with madness and terror. Even the guards were horrified. Duke Negan's breath trembled. "Let's go. Let's get out of here," he croaked. The wind-blessed felt a chill of gratitude. Had he not kicked her earlier, she could have killed the Duke herself. Then a voice from the attic. Inside, the Desire Apostle liquefied, turning into black shadows that slithered and darted across the floor. He rematerialized in a new spot, raised his hand, and smiled faintly. "No," the secretary shouted, eyes bloodshot. The Apostle clenched his fist. Outside, horror flooded Duke Negan, up his spine, into his brain, through every nerve. Something shattered inside him. Warmth trickled from the back of his head. The guards panicked. Several turned their rifles and revolvers toward the center and fired. Bang! 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 The wind-blessed was first to act. He rolled with the Duke, shielding him, then summoned blades of wind that slashed through the traitorous guards' throats. They collapsed, clutching their necks. Blood pooled beneath them. Duke Negan twitched once, twice, and stopped moving. His horror had killed him. If he weren't a Sequence 6 Beyonder, he might have been torn apart. But there were no ifs in this world. Palace Negan, the leader of the Conservative Party, the noble with the largest land apart from the king, the elder brother of the current Prime Minister, a Sequence 6 Beyonder, and a truly important figure, was dead. The roses in the glass greenhouse still bloomed. In the attic, the secretary felt it and could no longer control his emotions. He rushed out, opened the sealed door. 2 seconds later, he snapped out of it and turned back. The figure cloaked in black and the suitcase were gone. The Desire Apostle had already fled the villa, vanishing into the fog along a predetermined route. In the distance, before his eyes, a thick sea of blood seemed to spread. Chapter 496, 1-42. The Desire Apostle, who had worn Patrick Jason's skin, stopped in bewilderment. Danger was near. He stood at the edge of a winter-withered garden, dark brown soil showing beneath the grass. Few pedestrians passed on a quiet weekday afternoon, none noticing anything unusual. Suddenly a silver glint flashed in the Desire Apostle's eyes. Across the garden, a figure clad in blood-stained full-body armor appeared. The armor was heavy, every step shaking the ground slightly. Blood congealed diagonally from the left shoulder downward, lending the armor a bewitching beauty. Seeing it, the Desire Apostle felt as if he couldn't breathe. He'd met his most terrifying nemesis. "How are they here so fast? Saw through my ruse so quickly." He calmed, focusing on sensing the Beyonder inside the armor. But the silver armor completely blocked his Beyonder powers, like touching a cold rock with no one inside. Desperate, he spread huge bat wings, summoning blue flames. A silver flash shot from his right palm. His thumb fell to the ground, a clean wound. Amid swooshes and silver light, the remaining 9 fingers were severed. The suitcase he carried dropped with a thud. His pupils contracted to needle points as he flapped his wings and fled another way. His shadow shrank and hid unnoticed. Only 2 steps taken before countless silver lights burst from his body like fireworks. The black liquid coating him splattered like raindrops. His forearm, shoulder, ribs, neck broke off, sliding downwards. Splat, splat, splat. Pale, blood-stained intestines hit the ground, along with his squirming stomach and still beating heart. Blood pooled thickest where he stood, forming a grim flower of death. A Sequence 5 expert, a Desire Apostle who'd just completed an impossible assassination, dismembered without resistance. This was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was sealed artifact 1-42, the one that had caused over 100,000 deaths. Dressed in the terrifying armor, Leonard Mitchell struggled 2 steps forward, sized up the body, and raised his voice. He's not completely dead yet. He paused, then added, different devils have different characteristics. This Desire Apostle is a shadow shifter. He's just abandoned his own body, only leaving a shadow behind. Sola Shura Soest directed Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind members to keep ordinary people at bay as he surveyed the scene. He opened his pocket watch. Serious. There's only 10 minutes left, is it enough? Don't force it. No problem, 142 has locked onto him. I can sense its excitement, Leonard answered confidently. Soest spread red-gloved fingers, instructing, bring hot water with you and follow Leonard closely. If there's any problem, switch immediately and dig a bathtub on the spot. Also, leave marks. The other teams and I will catch up quickly. Tap, tap, tap. The blood-stained silver armor began chasing with incredible speed despite its weight. Soest watched a few red gloves leave, then turned to Ikansa. Deacon Bernard, take the Machinery Hivemind members to that house. Watch the Duke's guards and anyone else alive at the scene. Watch? Ikansa echoed questioningly. Soest nodded, serious. How could the Desire Apostle know the Duke would come to that house today, pinpoint the time, and lure the Spellsinger of God away so perfectly? Ikansa understood immediately. Are you saying a member of the Duke's guards, or someone trusted by him, is partnering with the Desire Apostle? Otherwise, the timing was impossible. The operation wouldn't stand a chance without inside help. It's the most probable cause, but we can't rule out the Desire Apostle having powerful clairvoyance. Soest didn't elaborate further, leading a second batch of Nighthawks to reinforce the front line following the marks. With calm, he led the rest of the Machinery Hivemind back to the Duke's mistress's house. Looking up at the pale sun behind fog, he knew Backland, the lone kingdom, even the world's situation would change because of today. In the sewer's darkness, a shadow clung to the bottom of a stone wall, advancing rapidly. He planned to use the blood-stained armor's bulk and slowness in narrow sewers to shake him off. Every few steps the shadow paused, freezing. His pitch-black surface swelled, trying to form new flesh and blood, but failed for lack of materials. The Desire Apostle gasped painfully, fearing loss of control in this state. After a short rest, he ran for his life, unable to reduce the threat he faced, afraid the silver armor would catch him silently. At Quelag Club, Klein entered the lounge, took newspapers to the toilet. Fearing the Desire Apostle's escape, risking danger to himself, Isengard Stanton, Kaslana, and innocent private detectives, Klein planned to ascend above the grey fog to divine the Desire Apostle's location and adopt targeted strategy. After replacing himself with a paper figurine, he sat in the fool's seat, conjured Jason Berrier's handkerchief, and divined his current location. In the dusky dream world, Klein saw dark sewers. A living shadow struggled to fill itself with flesh and blood, constantly failing. Tiny black dust shed from its body. The scene climbed above ground, revealing a towering cathedral, Holy Wind Cathedral. Klein opened his eyes, understanding the Desire Apostle's situation. He's not caught yet, but heavily injured, in terrible shape, full of abnormalities. His suitcase is gone too, likely dropped when injured. Klein recalled Backland's map via divination, displaying it before his eyes. He overlaid a rough sewer layout. Having long gathered such information focusing on East Borough, Backland Bridge and Sherwood Backland, Klein had completed the first stage of his sewer system plan. A more in-depth understanding would require a long effort. He even considered infiltrating Backland's municipal hall to sneak a peek at design prints. From the maps and dream scene, Klein saw the Desire Apostle hadn't fled toward the Tussock River, but headed opposite to Hillston Burrow, as if aiming for the artificial lake in Empress Burrow. In other words, he's getting closer. Klein's mind stirred with an idea. Though unsure which sewer he'd pass, Klein judged by divination. He was heavily injured and strange, his interference weak. At close range, Klein could find him. He'd seen his true form, knew his aura. Finding people was Klein's specialty. I have to do something. Can't let him escape. There's still time. Confirming the danger, Klein decided and returned to reality. He lit a candle, quickly set a ritual, summoned his spirit body self. Not long after, a figure in black armor, black crown, black cloak appeared in the bathroom. It was Klein's spirit body, carrying the Dark Emperor card. He included mystical items like the sun brooch and biological poison bottle to ensure success. Then he vanished into air, leaving Quelag Club in another direction. The current Klein could fly very fast, but couldn't cause wind as a spirit body. He scraped past a tree, taking a dead branch. Having seen Jason Berrier's true appearance, combined with memory, the handkerchief as medium, map layout, and dowsing rod divination, Klein quickly determined which sewer areas Jason had passed. Entering the pitch-black, fetid area, Klein sped through narrow passages to a relatively spacious area. The dark river flowed, the mixed smell thick. He changed direction occasionally, chasing Jason Berrier. The Desire Apostle nearly lost control again. He pressed against damp walls and cold pipes, struggling to rein in bloodlust and desire to kill. Panting, the thin shadow started moving. Suddenly, he turned his head to look back. The pitch-black armor and black crown first entered his eyes, outlining an imposing figure. Behind it, a weightless cloak swayed lightly as it moved forward. It's nearby. The heavy silver armor stained in blood passed the entrance and descended into the sewers. Chapter 427, The Choice of the Times. The murky sewer river flowed beneath unlit surroundings. A normal person would need a lantern to see, but Klein, in his spirit body state, had everything reflected clearly in his eyes. When the Desire Apostle spotted him, Klein simultaneously discovered the Apostle. Klein opened his mouth and let out a soundless screech, a direct attack on the soul. The Desire Apostle suddenly froze, as if hit by a heavy blow. Large patches of shadow-like black substance fell from his body, like shaking off snowflakes tainted with deepest desires. Severely injured, the Desire Apostle nearly fainted. Without his physical body's support, he was like a candle flickering in a raging wind, on the verge of extinguishing. His shadow suddenly dispersed, turning into pitch-black liquid flowing everywhere, making it impossible to tell which to pursue. Then, a shadow jumped from behind Klein and lunged forward. The black liquid was a tool to confuse and help launch surprise attacks. Klein didn't react, letting the shadow leap onto him. But the Desire Apostle shivered suddenly, as if touched by the coldest, chilliest thing. The shadow slowed rapidly, as if frozen stiff. Klein knew wraiths and shadows had freezing effects, but he hadn't expected the Dark Emperor's crown-bearer to have such influence on a spirit body like his. It was a complete suppression of the natural order of life. Klein had expected this. He half-turned, stretched his right hand and placed it on the stiff shadow's head. The dark golden sun brooch hidden beneath black armor flashed faintly. The Desire Apostle sensed danger, imminent doom. He tried to resist but was powerless. A ray of pure holy light appeared and landed on the shadow's head, enveloping its body. The surroundings suddenly lit up. The black shadow struggled but evaporated rapidly. In a blink it became abnormally thin, its spirituality filled with blazing sun radiance and cries of indignation. Klein summoned another pure holy light without pause. The daylight feeling lasted 2 seconds before the Desire Apostle collapsed, lifeless. His body remained in shadow form, thin and insubstantial. This Sequence 5 expert who'd just assassinated a duke was dead, without time to pass last words. At the same time, Klein saw the deceased spirit about to dissipate after suffering the blows. The Beyonder characteristic would take a while to appear. Should I mimic Miss Sharon by possessing the shadow and speeding up the process? But I don't know how, Klein thought. Suddenly the ground trembled slightly. Relying on spiritual intuition, Klein looked back where he had passed. A tall, heavy silver armor rushed over, stained with solidified blood diagonally from the left shoulder. Sealed Artifact 1-42. Klein's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he wrapped the Desire Apostle's spirit within himself and ended the summoning. His original plan was to return once official Beyonders arrived, even if he hadn't finished the Apostle, handing the rest over. The red glove in the blood-stained armor saw only a silhouette wearing a black crown and cloak before it vanished. He narrowed his eyes, carefully examining where the man had been, and found the Desire Apostle's lifeless body. "Clearing clues and destroying evidence?" he muttered. Tap, tap, tap. The red gloves behind him arrived one after another. After returning above the grey fog, Klein didn't immediately channel the spirit. He left the mysterious space and returned to his real body. He skillfully packed ritual items, candles, etc., removing the last traces. After that, he created a double, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived at the ancient palace above the fog. Here he could communicate directly with a remnant spirit as a real spirit medium, without praying or using rituals. He had confirmed this when communicating with marionettist Rosago's spirit. Knowing the Desire Apostle's spirit might dissipate any time after purification, Klein prepared to ask important questions. As for the Devil Pathways potion formula, he planned to consider it later. Even if he got it, he wouldn't sell it. He didn't want to nurture cold-blooded serial murderers. Looking at the Desire Apostle, brown hair, brown blank eyes, Klein emanated spirituality and asked, "What were you plotting?" The Apostle's connection was cut off from the outside world by grey fog, replying in a muddled voice, "Assassinate Duke Negan." Duke Negan? Again? Who wanted him dead so badly? Klein was stunned, asking, "Did it succeed?" "Yes," the Apostle answered calmly, no further details. In this state, he only answered questions. "Poor Duke Negan, the Lord of Storms couldn't protect you." Klein made the crimson moon sign on his chest, not probing details. He asked, "Who instigated you? Was it the organization behind Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilangos' assassination attempt?" The Apostle calmly said, "An organization, the most secret and ancient. Most Beyonders don't know of its existence. Its members said to be important figures in various fields, higher-ups in churches and militaries of different nations." Sounds familiar. Could it be the secret organization Emperor Roselle joined, the ancient one wielding the second blasphemy slate? Klein's mind stirred. What kind of reward did they promise, that you gave up your identity of over 10 years? The Apostle's voice changed slightly. "A card of blasphemy, the Abyss card." "A card of blasphemy?" "The Abyss card, one of Roselle's 22 cards of blasphemy. This likely corresponded to the Devil Pathway. No wonder the Apostle sacrificed everything for this, the hope to become a high-sequence Beyonder. The reward outweighed the mission. But Rear Admiral Chilangos wouldn't be tempted by this reward unless the organization had another card or item. If it was really the organization Roselle joined, owning several cards of blasphemy was normal. Even if not, they had the blasphemy slate. Klein was alarmed, asking, "Why do they want Duke Negan dead?" The Apostle's spirit thinned again, answering hollowly, "I don't know. I only considered whether to take the mission." Klein pressed, "Have you heard anything else?" The Apostle remained unperturbed. "I have heard their purpose is the resurrection or awakening of the Creator. They interfere with history's progress to fit their needs, to achieve their goals at certain points in time. If trends aren't as expected, they try to reverse them. Otherwise, they watch silently, apathetic. Perhaps they act or entrust something once every few decades or centuries." A secret organization in the truest sense, consistent with Roselle's description of a faction secretly manipulating the world. It also related to the original creator. Seeing the spirit about to disappear, Klein quickly asked, "What is the name of that organization? How can they be contacted?" The Apostle looked ahead emotionlessly, disintegrating fast. Before vanishing, he answered, "They are called the Twilight Hermit Order. Inside a house with a glass greenhouse. The thin secretary with gold-rimmed glasses and white gloves sat sullen, deeply grieving. What's your name? What sequence are you? Which pathway are you from?" Deacon Ikansa asked solemnly. The blonde secretary replied slowly, "Lockhart Siakam, sequence 5. As for pathway, you can apply for access to my MI9 records." "All right." Ikansa asked, "Does the Duke come here at a fixed time weekly?" "No, he doesn't like fixed schedules, especially after Chilangos' assassination attempt. Before today, no one knew he would come. I only heard this morning at Parliament," Lockhart answered seriously. Ikansa asked, "If there's a spy among you, who do you suspect?" Lockhart thought briefly, shook his head. Ikansa then asked for battle details and got a rough idea. Seeing Lockhart pale and badly hurt, Ikansa politely rose to check other guards. After Ikansa left, Lockhart breathed deeply and trudged to Duke Negan's corpse. The noble was no longer naked, but terror still lingered on his face. Looking deeply, Lockhart murmured, "I'm sorry." With his back to everyone, a slight curl appeared at the corners of his mouth. Calmly he added inwardly, "This is the choice of the times." Chapter 428, The Scapegoat Westborough, 9 Hope Street, the Prime Minister's residence. Agwessid Negan stood behind a large table, his serious gaze fixed on Earl Hall. "Lord Hall, my secretary should have briefed you on what has happened. You're the first noble that I've thought of at this moment." The Conservative Party's important member, now Prime Minister, looked worn, his tall, thin frame leaning on the table, burdened by the bad news. Yet his eyes remained sharp, his demeanor calm. Earl Hall, with a beautiful mustache, sighed, "I'm sorry to hear this piece of news. It has shocked me greatly. I was thinking of visiting His Grace in a few days to discuss the bill that we're all very concerned about, but who would have known that he would be attacked?" His youthful good looks had faded, replaced by deep smile lines in a heavier body. He first expressed condolences, grief, and empathy, then restrained himself. "His Grace is already dead. Compared to crying and being angry, we need to be more careful and calm. Only by doing this can we handle the aftermath and prevent this heavy steam train of the kingdom from derailing. That is also why I came to you immediately. The other nobles will only call upon their gods, trembling in fear, expressing how unacceptable this is. They will want the murderer severely punished and the mastermind found. From their perspective, even the Duke, heavily protected, could be assassinated. Then what about them?" Prime Minister Agwessid said gravely, "It's a perfectly natural and understandable reaction, but it's not the reaction we need." Earl Hall nodded. "Who's the murderer? What was the motive?" "A devil disguised as a banker for more than a decade. A true devil. By the way, your Varvat Bank just acquired his business," Agwessid replied without change in tone. "Patrick Jason?" Earl Hall immediately recalled the name. He was the one who approved the bank's acquisition. Prime Minister Agwessid said thoughtfully, "He's a Sequence 5, but he suddenly sold his business, abandoning an identity used for over 10 years, and risked everything to assassinate my brother. We can reasonably guess he was instigated by someone or a faction. Unfortunately, he was killed while escaping. Even his spirit body was taken. Reports say the hero bandit Dark Emperor did it. An extremely secretive organization, and we can't find anything quickly?" Earl Hall asked. "Yes, that so-called hero bandit left no traces. We can only start by tracking who contacted Jason in the past few months. This will take time and may yield nothing," Agwessid confirmed. Earl Hall stepped forward. "What's His Majesty's attitude?" "Grief, but no specific plans," Agwessid replied. Earl Hall frowned, then said, "Then the key isn't the mastermind's identity, but what they want to achieve. If they want war or to restart colonial conflicts, we must tell the masses that the Faceless Empire instigated Patrick Jason. We'll fabricate a detailed, believable process with convincing evidence. This northern neighbor has played this role for centuries, and people are used to it. It's very, very normal for barbarians to do this. And the masses will fear them," Agwessid added, a faint curl on his lips. "But we're making major changes that will take at least half a year before we're ready for war," Earl Hall muttered. "Then let's find a target everyone will accept. Hero bandit Dark Emperor is too mysterious, and so is the secret organization behind him. Making this public would cause panic. People fear the unknown. Yes, what about the Aurora Order? They assassinated that Intis pervert a few months ago. It wouldn't surprise anyone if they did more." Agwessid proposed. "Their reputation's bad enough. The papers have repeatedly painted them as horror elements or classic villains. This will reduce suspicion on us. Some believe the previous assassination was our commission. Besides, while fighting this illegal terrorist group, we can clean up Backland. Too many dangerous people hide there," Agwessid agreed tersely. "The Aurora Order isn't a bad target. We'll first use them. Next year, when ready, we'll publish investigation results accusing Faceless Empire of instigating the Aurora Order. No one defends terrorists or northern barbarians." Earl Hall was taken aback. This goes further than I thought. Egwusid stood. I'm going to meet His Majesty now. He looked at Earl Hall. You must be careful. We still don't know the motives behind my brother's assassination. Humph, the Church of the Lord of Storms already agreed to replace Backland's Archbishop. Snake is always late at crucial moments. The Storm believers are irritable, stubborn, conceited, and easily manipulated. Don't be prejudiced. Lumi is intelligent, Earl Hall said with a low laugh, tapping his chest 4 times. Thank you. The goddess will protect me. The Twilight Hermit Order. Sounds imposing. Back in the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button for the toilet. After washing his hands, he thought about what he had learned from spirit channeling. He suspected the Twilight Hermit Order was the ancient organization with the second blasphemy slate Emperor Roselle joined. Choosing to assassinate Duke Negan for a historical process sounded absurd but made sense. Their goal was to revive or awaken the original creator, like the City of Silver's belief. Little Sun and company never believed the creator was dead, only that he had abandoned that land and sought a response. Klein paced, letting thoughts wander. After an unknown time there was a knock, not an attendant or maid from Queelag Club, but bespectacled Carlson, one of the Machinery Hive Mind members Klein had seen. How did you get in? Klein asked deliberately. Carlson relaxed, smiling. As Beyonders we have all sorts of methods. He heard from Deacon Ikansa about the Desire Apostle's death and came to check on Klein. And your performance? Was it successful? Klein's heart stirred. Carlson smiled. My illusion of a living person wasn't exposed. I pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. That sounds like good news, Klein said. Yes, Patrick Jason Berea has been killed. You're safe, no longer needing our protection. Klein felt the potion inside him seemingly accelerate digestion. Are you sure? Yes. That's great. Klein was happy. Carlson complimented him. Your detective instincts and logic helped a lot. The deacon wrote that after this, a reward will be secretly given, probably £1,000. £1,000? Generous, though less than Jason's total wealth. Jason's accomplice probably took much of the money. Klein felt both disappointment and joy. The Machinery Hive Mind's reward confirmed his success. He felt close to fully digesting the potion. This is what I should do. The person threatened is me, Klein smiled. He wasn't worried about retaliation from Jason's accomplice. Revenge was a ruse. More importantly, he would be Seek 6 by then. Carlson nudged his glasses. Sherlock, you're a believer of God. We hope to build a good relationship. In the future, you can inform us of whatever you encounter. This was them making him an informant. Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. No problem. No longer protected by the Machinery Hive Mind, Klein stayed at Quelaag Club until dinner. Later he took a carriage to 15 Minsk Street. He opened the letterbox out of habit. Inside was a letter with no postage stamp from Detective Isengard Stanton, left after an afternoon visit. I heard from the Machinery Hive Mind of your suggestion. Your sharpness and caution is astounding. If you weren't already a Beyonder, I'd say being a reader suits you best. You truly are the best young man at deduction I've ever met. Klein stood in his living room, reading by gas lamp. This time his performance was steady, step by step, matching past ones. It didn't have much effect, but the audience was on his side, letting him get direct feedback. He half closed his eyes, feeling something inside rapidly disintegrating. Illusory stars surrounded him. He felt only a weak pull from the resplendent stars. In the last month of 1349, his magician potion was finally digested. Chapter 429, Various Parties. The street lamps cast a glow on the wet ground as horse carriages splashed through puddles. Backlund, nestled near the Sonia Sea, was drenched in rain most of the year. The July heat never surpassed 28 degrees Celsius and winters rarely dropped below 2 degrees Celsius. Yet the cold dampness pierced even northerners from icy Faceak, who sometimes shivered from the relentless humidity. Klein stood behind the oriel window in a room where the fireplace remained unlit. The tranquil night scene soothed his body, heart, and soul. As long as he gathered the ingredients and brewed the potion, he would advance to sequence 6, becoming a Faceless. The magician potion had been fully digested. The Desire Apostle was personally eliminated by me, and he failed to escape. The Aurora Order's hunt for the Fool's Believers still circled without progress. Except for Mr. Azik being pursued by an unknown faction and the issue of potion ingredients, I'm free of troubles for now. Klein leaned forward, breathing in the cold air, then stared at the fog condensing on the windows. He had risked his life to intercept the Desire Apostle because if that devil escaped the official Beyonder's pursuit, he might be remembered as crucial and avenged later. A cold-blooded devil would rarely risk avenging comrades, but they could vent fury on those who nearly killed them. This operation was necessary. Maybe someone from the Twilight Hermit Order awaited the Desire Apostle. If he escaped, helped by the Abyss Card and the Twilight Hermit Order, he might become a high-sequence Beyonder, something frightening to consider. One must inflict the finishing blow of justice. Klein reflected on that afternoon's events, summarizing lessons learned. After admiring the night view, he sat on the sofa, pondering future plans. With the machinery hive mind's reward, I can afford the mutated pituitary gland and blood of a 1,000-faced hunter. The deep-sea Naga's hair just requires money. I can get Mr. Hangman to help. The only problem is the human-skinned shadow characteristic. Even if there's a clue, I don't have enough money. Klein chuckled at himself. I'm not one who loves money, it's just average. Back in Tingen, I urged Melissa to spend and Benson to hire a maid. I wanted to avoid treating myself badly, always placing safety first in covert ops, so mental stability wouldn't be lost to the lure of wealth. But now, to take revenge, I have to advance. Advancement requires expensive Beyonder ingredients. I must save every penny. He hunched, feeling the cold living room chill his not-so-robust magician constitution. Deciding to take a shower and read in bed, he sighed. Only 3 or 4 hours remained before bedtime, no need to light the fireplace. He rose and headed upstairs. Under the steam cathedral, Ikansa finished reading recorded statements, then sipped coffee. After a pause, he pulled out the ancient silver mirror Arodes. Carlson glanced at it, curious. Deacon, if I ask the Honourable Arodes an unsolved mathematical problem or a classical paradox, will it give the correct answer? Most times it rejects you. If it suspects ill intent, it might strike you with lightning or curse you horribly, Ikansa sighed. It's a living, sealed artifact with high intelligence, not a rigid, rule-abiding machine. When using it, don't try to find loopholes. Carlson smiled and said, Deacon, let me ask the question for you. I have nothing to hide. He straightened and assumed an open posture. Ikansa smiled bitterly. No need, I already know what I want. I'm no longer afraid of those questions. Occasionally, Arodes asks profound ones. With your body's condition, the penalty wouldn't be easy. He clenched his fists, then stroked the mirror's surface 3 times. In a deep voice, Ikansa asked, Honourable Arodes, my question is, who or what faction instigated the Desire Apostle to assassinate Duke Negan? The mirror's surface stayed still for a while, then an aqueous light formed a scene like an oil painting. It showed a plain at sunset, bathed in golden afterglow. What does that mean? Carlson and others exchanged confused looks. Even a Beyonder who had advanced from Mystery Prior found it unclear. Twilight? The symbol of death's end? A sect that believes in death or lunatics believing in the apocalypse? A Mystery Prior guessed. Carlson nodded. I think it's the latter. Ikansa ignored them as Arodes posed a question. What colour of underwear do you like best? His face flushed red, smoke seeming to rise from his head. With difficulty he answered, red. The room fell silent, Carlson and the others pretending to look elsewhere. Ikansa sat, scratching his fluffy hair, ready for the next question. Carlson couldn't stand it. Deacon, let me try. Try not to reach the punishment phase, Ikansa warned. Carlson stroked the mirror 3 times, surrounded again by teammates. Honourable Arodes, my question is, who are the accomplices of the Desire Apostle? The light shifted, showing a woman's back with an outstanding figure, then a blurry figure barely identifiable as a man by his attire. There is indeed another partner. This should be the one who sold intelligence on Duke Negan. Too bad the other party is dealt with, Carlson said. He felt no secrets to hide, ready for what followed. Arodes gave a choice, question, mission, or penalty. Without hesitation, Carlson said, question. Words like dripping blood appeared. Do you relieve yourself daily with your hand? Carlson's lips quivered, ears burned. Though normal to him, answering before many superiors was embarrassing. Yes, he whispered. Under St. Samuel Cathedral. Daily, with blue eyeshadow, tossed documents to Sola Shura Soest. All the info you wanted on the tarot card case. It's smaller than I thought, Soest said, surprised. Daly snickered. That's just an index. Leonard touched his lower lip with the palm of his red-gloved right hand. Captain Soest, why don't we investigate thoroughly who interacted with Jason Berrier and compare with previous cases? There might be clues about the tarot card organization. Soest smiled. Duke Negan was a devout Lord of Storms believer representing the church politically. The mandated punishers will search frantically for the real culprit. We shouldn't interfere lest we clash. Let's investigate tarot card cases. Maybe we'll find new clues. We'll run all over, but that's a Red Glove's duty. Leonard nodded. I understand. Deep in his mind, an elderly voice sicked and laughed. The Nighthawks missed it just like that. That person smells of the Dark Emperor, the true Dark Emperor. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral. Wearing a black bonnet, Spellsinger of God Ace Snake swept his silver eyes over a mandated Punisher elite. Though I'm leaving Backland, the Council of Cardinals decides. You have one mission. Investigate Duke Negan's assassination. After applying, you may use a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Find out who targets us. A lean, unremarkable middle-aged man with an anchor tattoo on his neck stepped forward. He clenched his fist, tapping his chest. As you command, Your Eminence. In Empress Borough, Earl Hall's opulent villa, Audrey whispered to Susie, who had opened the door herself, what's father and the others talking about? Finding Earl Hall returned late with a grave expression, Audrey sent Susie to listen. Duke Negan was assassinated. Susie shut the door with her feet. Ah? Audrey froze, thinking she misheard. She'd experienced an attempt on the Duke but never imagined the powerful noble would die. It's true, Susie confirmed. Audrey felt blank. Surreal. How could such a living, speaking, laughing, powerful noble, the Duke who gave her land, die just like that? Suddenly she sensed the adult world's cruelty and coldness. Who did it? Audrey asked. A Sequence 5 devil, Susie answered quickly, but he's been silenced by the so-called hero bandit Dark Emperor. Ah? Audrey was stunned again. How could it be hero bandit Dark Emperor? Mr. Fool's adorer helped resolve the Duke's previous assassination. This contradicted everything. Audrey had Susie listen again while locking the door, then sat at her bed's edge, praying to Mr. Fool. After reciting his honorific name and describing the Duke's assassination, she asked, Was your adorer present? After a pause, she saw endless grey fog and heard the Fool's voice. Yes. He's looking for the organization that directed the Desire Apostle. As expected, it wasn't Mr. Fool's arrangement. Was the reason he stopped Chilangos last time also due to that secret organization? Audrey relaxed, curious. What organization is that, for it to gain your attention? Mr. Fool answered calmly, Twilight Hermit Order. Chapter 430, A Brand New Day, Twilight Hermit Order. What kind of organization is it? Why haven't I heard of it? When Mr. Hanged Man briefed me on factions, he never mentioned this. Audrey felt both surprised and confused. As the grey fog faded and Mr. Fool's aloof figure vanished, her eyes darted as she guessed. This Twilight Hermit Order sounds even more powerful and mysterious than underground powers like the Aurora Order and the Life School of Thought. So unknown that even Mr. Hanged Man, who's close to the Church of the Lord of Storms, doesn't know of it. Their plot targeted a powerful kingdom noble, one of the most influential people in the world. Maybe they're hidden observers of the Beyonder world's deepest layers, true controllers influencing the northern and southern continents. No wonder Mr. Fool noticed them. The last time Mr. Hanged Man got his adorer's help, it wasn't just about reward. Mr. Fool was targeting Twilight Hermit Order. This group is as mysterious as our tarot club. For some reason, Audrey felt a thrill that dulled the impact of Duke Negan's assassination. Few Beyonders know of the Twilight Hermit Order. I'm one, and we, the Tarot Club, are targeting them. Audrey stood and faced the full-length mirror. She raised her chin, showing an unusually beautiful angle. Staring at herself, Audrey calmed down. This was the first time she felt it imperative to raise her sequence quickly. Even Duke Negan, a Beyonder under heavy protection, was assassinated. Father, an ordinary person is far more vulnerable. Although the family vault houses many Beyonders and the Church of the Goddess offers extra protection, my heart isn't eased. Duke Negan's guards weren't weaker than ours. All the best, Audrey. Get to Sequence 7, then Sequence 6, then hide in the shadows. I'll be my father, mother, and brother's last line of defense. the capital of the Rorstead archipelago, the city of generosity. The Blue Avenger was moored at port again, sailors indulging and venting. Alger Wilson changed into a storm-patterned robe and headed to the archipelago's largest cathedral, the Cathedral of Waves. Classical in style, built with stone pillars, arches, a towering dome and 2 clock towers, early colonists' lack of cathedrals had serious consequences. Surrounded by tribes, jungles and ancient buildings, they'd die mysteriously in large numbers even after conquest. This panic eased only after churches built cathedrals across the region. In front of the cathedral, Alger paused, peering through narrow windows at the dark, mysterious atmosphere lit by warm candlelight. Seconds later, he entered the grand prayer hall, clenched his right fist and struck his left chest. "May the storm be with you," he said. "May the storm be with you," the bishop replied. Without waiting, the bishop pulled out a telegram. "You're just in time. The Council of Cardinals has issued orders. Read it before praying." "What orders?" Alger asked, taking the telegram casually. The bishop's expression grew grave. "Duke Negan has been assassinated. The council ordered all mandated punishers and priests to focus on anything related to the hero bandit Dark Emperor and all tarot ritual matters." Hero bandit Dark Emperor? Alger's surprise was clear. He already knew the Dark Emperor was Mr. Fool's adorer. The bishop nodded seriously. "The assassin is a Sequence 5 devil, but while escaping, he was killed by hero bandit Dark Emperor. This matches Rear Admiral Chilangos' fate, who failed to kill the Duke." Not just the superficial details, but core issues matched. Mr. Fool's adorer killed Chilangos too. Was Mr. Fool the one who truly wanted Duke Negan dead? No, if so, he'd have warned Chilangos to watch for misjustice, to avoid exposure. Mr. Fool was paying attention to the truth behind the assassination and the real murderer. Who or what organization would gain so much of Mr. Fool's attention? Alger's mind raced with thoughts and made a preliminary judgment. Looking down at the telegram, he saw the church set up a special mandated Punisher elite investigation team for Duke Negan's assassination. Should I apply to join, to monitor their actions closely? Alger hesitated. In the end, he stuck to his plan and kept a low profile. A brand new day. Klein slept until waking naturally. He rose slowly, washed his face, and went downstairs. He didn't rush breakfast. Habitually, he opened the door, breathed in the fog, and took the newspaper from the letterbox. What's this? He noticed a thick envelope stuffed inside, heavy and not light. Squeezing it, Klein's mind caught the faint scent of banknote ink. His spiritual intuition told him there was a lot of cash inside. Carefully, he opened it and pulled out a stack of money. Counting it, he confirmed £1,000. The machinery hive mind's reward. Is this their way of secretly handing me money? Leaving it in the mailbox just like that? What if it's stolen? Delighted but grumbling, Klein smiled. With this money, and without the machinery hive mind secretly protecting me, I can complete the previous transaction with vampire Emlyn White. After breakfast, Klein donned his coat and hat, grabbed his cane, stuffed the newspaper under his arm, and left. On the way to the carriage stop, he saw his landlord, Mrs. Stellin Sammer, directing a maid to load a suitcase into a carriage. "Good morning, Mrs. Sammer." Klein smiled. Stellin smiled modestly back. She seemed mentally recovered. Who knows what happened to her? Klein asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "It's almost New Year's. Mary gave Luke time off early. We're going to Desi Bay to usher in the new year," Stellin said. "We've visited several cities, including famous coastal towns. This time we're preparing to go to Finepotter. I've heard Seville City's scenery is quite good." Klein joked, "How enviable." "What about you, Detective Moriarty? Where will you spend the new year?" Stellin asked, smiling. "I'm probably staying here." "Oh, right, I have to prepare tools to repair the wall," Stuart shot through. Klein smirked. "Back to Mid-Seashire, where winter smells different." Stellin smiled wider. "I hope to meet you at Desi Bay in future New Year's celebrations." South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Detective Sherlock Moriarty's black tweed coat caught Emlyn White's eye as he wiped a candle stand and smiled. He combed his hair, walking over with head held high. "There's information on Jason Berrier. A sanguine knows him. I have his information too." Klein handed over the newspaper. The headline read, "Yesterday His Grace the Duke of Negan assassinated, a true devil plundering the land." Below was a detailed description of the assassination. The murderer was named as Patrick Jason, a banker killed on the spot, with the Aurora Order claiming responsibility. Earlier, while having breakfast, Klein nearly spewed milk reading the news. At first, he thought Aurora Order's Mr. A was brain damaged to take responsibility. After thinking, he suspected it was official cover-up. If Twilight Hermit Order is truly the ancient group Emperor Roselle joined, they'd hate the Aurora Order fiercely. They despise the true creator. This thought flashed through Klein's mind. Emlyn stared at the newspaper, then asked, "Does this mean my information is useless?" "In theory." Klein gave him a sympathetic look. "But officials still investigate Jason Berrier's masterminds. If your info points right, it has value." Klein himself wanted no more involvement. No, he only knew Jason Berrier and some hobbies. Emlyn sighed. Klein teased, "Don't you usually read newspapers? How did you only learn of this now?" Emlyn gave him an odd look. "Why read newspapers? I'm very busy. Busy cleaning Harvest Church, spending time with your dolls and scheming for blood donations." Klein was about to laugh, but used his clown powers to suppress it. He turned serious. "I have enough money for those 2 ingredients. When can you give them to me?" Chapter 431. A drowning man shouldn't desperately clutch at straws. Upon hearing Klein's question, Emlyn White jumped in fright, sizing him up carefully. "You're richer than I thought." He had imagined Sherlock Moriarty would take at least a week to raise £2,450. "I've been saving for a long time," Klein sighed. Emlyn nodded thoughtfully. "It's so lucrative being a private detective?" "This is just an identity that makes things convenient. Without a huge bounty, it's £200 to £300 a year," Klein said frankly. Emlyn glanced casually. "So what do you actually do? Smuggling arms? Stealing from vaults of the rich and powerful? For Beyonders below Sequence 7, there's not much that can be done to save over £2,000 quickly, and most are grey areas bordering on breaking the law." "You, a vampire, are lecturing me about breaking the law? Seems like you want quick money." Klein smiled. "Accept some relatively dangerous missions. If you aren't afraid of death, you can try." Emlyn shut his mouth and, after a long pause, said, "Come find me in the evening. I'll take you to the seller's place." What an obedient vampire. Klein was about to agree, but suddenly felt uneasy. What if the seller, seeing all the money, gets greedy? What if he lacks the corresponding Beyonder ingredients and is trying to fool me into a robbery? Emlyn White can be trusted, but not necessarily his seller. I need an excuse to perform a divination above the grey fog to check danger. No, there's a better way. Klein turned to Emlyn. "No, go by yourself. I'll give you £1,000 as a deposit, and you bring the 2 ingredients to Harvest Church. After confirmation, I'll pay the rest. I believe the seller will accept this. It shows the credit of a noble sanguine." Flattered, Emlyn unconsciously lifted his chin. "There's no problem with this way of trading." He laughed. "Are you afraid the other party won't keep their word? Feel safer at Harvest Church?" Of course, anyone would feel safe with a Mother Earth adorer over 2 meters tall and with exceptionally firm muscles by their side. Klein smiled, pointing at Father Utravsky. People who can deal with him wouldn't mind £2,000 to £3,000. Emlyn's face darkened, and he snorted. "Aren't you worried I'll steal the £1,000 deposit?" Klein looked straight ahead casually. "Why should I be worried? You'll come back every day, easy to find. A living creature like a vampire would sell for more than £1,000. Hit in a sore spot, Emlyn muttered. "Sanguine! Do you understand? Sanguine! Also, don't call me a creature." Klein chuckled silently, waiting for Emlyn to calm down. "We'll do it your way." Emlyn finally rubbed his temples. Klein immediately took out the envelope received that morning and handed it to him, along with a thick stack of cash worth £1,000. "See you here at 8 tonight." After counting the bills and confirming no mistake, Emlyn stole a wary glance at Father Utravsky and whispered, "Mr. Private Detective, with you in contact with so much intelligence and news, have you heard of an evil god known as the Fool?" "Evil? Evil? Youth!" Klein inwardly nearly cursed. He answered with a normal expression, "Many people are searching for believers of the Fool recently. Are you planning to join their ranks for the bounty?" Emlyn sighed. "No, I'm considering whether to ask this evil god or the evil soul to help dispel the psychological cue." Rumors include his specific honorific name, and if converted into Hermes or Ancient Hermes, it's possible to get a response. What do you know about him? How much harm will he bring to his believers? Will he forcibly change their views? Although it points to me, I have to say it. My dear vampire friend, you're like a drowning man desperately clutching at straws. Feeling mixed emotions, Klein said, "The fool is very mysterious. To this day, apart from what you know, no one knows his detailed situation, for example, how vast his clergy is, or what sort of prayer rituals exist. What puzzles me is you're not considering your Sanguine's ancestor, the ancient goddess Lilith. As long as the ritual and offerings are correct, she will help you dispel the psychological cue." Emlyn leaned back and stared ahead, silent for several seconds. He suddenly looked sullen. After a moment he said softly, "Before the cataclysm, the ancestor rarely responded to prayers. Only certain special circumstances allowed her help. This doesn't include removing psychological cues. In City of Silver legends, Lilith, the moon goddess, had her authority taken back by the awakened creator, or perhaps fell in some godly battle earlier, then who occasionally responds to Sanguine's pleas? The primordial moon?" Klein pressed deliberately. "Then there's the primordial moon. Many underground beyonders have rituals borrowing his power." He thought of Shaman King and related creatures. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he stayed silent, fear on his face. Finally he said solemnly, "I suspect the primordial moon was impersonated by some evil god or high-level devil. People praying to him often change, turn cruel, crazy, even full of desire. Among sanguines, many lose control and become monsters. Once a powerful sanguine prayed out of danger but became nothing but meat, knowing only mating and reproducing. She with bulls, rams, stallions, mice, even plants and rocks, bore strange descendants, each developing their own monster species. Thankfully, she and her descendants were quickly eliminated. The primordial moon is that dangerous? No mention of it in the Book of Secrets. Had Shaman King Klarman been corrupted? Fortunately, I only referenced, modified, and prayed myself." Klein's heart raced hearing Emlyn. It made him realize hidden existences besides the 7 deities are not trustworthy. "Except me," he sighed. Emlyn smiled bitterly. "If the fool's negative effects aren't great, praying to him might be worth considering. The only effect is you'll pay some money." Klein patted Emlyn's shoulder and drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "It's very dangerous to pray to a hidden existence you don't know. If you consider that, better choose a faith among the 7 deities. They won't affect your daily life or make you abandon your dolls." "If there's no other way." Emlyn suddenly felt calmer. Klein didn't linger. He pushed through the aisle and left Harvest Church. Looking at the misty sky, he pondered what to do next. His focus was saving money and finding ingredients. Little Sun Side needs stabilizing. To prevent suspicion again, I'll use the method of ridding a rampager's mental corruption as promised payment. Deep Sea Naga's hair can be entrusted to Mr. Hanged Man. For human Shadow's trait, I have to rely on myself. No relevant info from Emlyn White and Eye of Wisdom, Mr. Stanton, for over a month. I'll try other channels. It's been long. Probably the Rose School High Sequence Beyonder isn't monitoring Braveheart's bar closely. I'll visit it tonight, try to contact Miss Sharon and Marek." Klein's plan solidified. To go to Braveheart's bar, he must first go to East Borough and change into worker's clothes in his Black Palm Street apartment. He walked toward the carriage stop on the opposite road. West Borough, Grim Cemetery. Fours Wall, wearing a black veiled hat, quietly walked beside Dorian Gray of the Abraham family. She accompanied him to place flowers on graves of Lawrence Alyssa and company. Her thoughts focused on the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, a Beyonder ingredient. Having digested the apprentice potion, she only needed that pouch to become a trickmaster. However, she lacked clues about it. The son, whom she hoped would help, dared not hold rituals or invite friends to hunt Spirit Eaters because of past events. To advance fast and escape the full moon curse, she even asked Mr. Fool for help. In the process, she revealed publishing a new book and expecting a fixed fee to prove her power to purchase. She wasn't afraid Mr. Fool would learn her true identity because she believed he already knew. In the cold, quiet cemetery, Fours and Dorian stopped at Lawrence's grave. Looking at the posthumous photo and epitaph, "He's a good teacher." Dorian was silent a long time, then sighed. "How ironic." Why? Fours asked, surprised. It has nothing to do with you. It's about our family. Dorian laughed self-deprecatingly, bent to put flowers down. After straightening, he looked ahead and suddenly said, Fours, do you want to become a beyonder? The kind I described in my letter? Chapter 432, Contracted Creatures. Dorian Gray's question didn't surprise Fours. After a month of contact, she had even consulted Mr. Hangman on how to react when faced with it. Are there really such beyonders? Fours asked, surprised. Dorian nodded gently. Yes. He glanced around to ensure privacy, then touched a tree with fallen leaves. His figure blurred, like a reflection in water, then reappeared behind the tree, posture unchanged. Oh God, that's really amazing. Fours exclaimed, recalling Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice's teachings. Dorian smiled and asked, Do you want to become such a beyonder? Fours was silent a moment before answering excitedly, Yes. Becoming a peripheral member of the Abraham family would make many things easier. Her heart filled with genuine joy. Dorian laughed, then turned serious. Are you willing to be my student? Fours nodded. Yes. He sighed and self-deprecated. I'm not a good teacher. I even taught a No need to mention the past. Don't hold too high expectations. He'd learned from experience to treat their relationship strictly as teacher and student, not revealing Abraham family secrets to prevent Fours coveting their few mystical items. No, your explanations are excellent, really, Mr. Gray. No, teacher, Fours quickly confirmed. Dorian looked at the tombstone, shook his head, and exhaled. I wasn't planning to take more students, but your noble character infected me. If nothing unexpected happens, I can give you the potion today. Today? Fours asked, surprised. When she picked up Dorian at Backlund Station, she noticed his small suitcase barely had clothes. No beyonder ingredients in sight. Did he have Abraham family resources back in Backlund? Fours guessed vaguely. She had planned to use distance inconvenience to sell the apprentice potion's ingredients, then claim she had advanced, gaining cash and avoiding the risks of retaking the potion. Yes. Without explanation, Dorian pointed elsewhere. Let's go see Labero and Aulisa first. They left Grim Cemetery, returning to Fours and Shio's rented house in Sherwood Borough. CO, now sheriff, left early and returned late every day paying debts. She tried hard to get every bounty. She was home by noon. Is there a quiet room? Dorian asked casually. Plenty. Fours led him to the first-floor activity room. Dorian circled, examined, then asked Fours to light a candle mixed with dark red sandalwood. He closed the door and drew curtains. He approached the candle, took out 2 bottles of essential oil and herbal powders. Holding a ritual? Fours thought, puzzled. Shouldn't there be 3 candles? She watched silently, captivated by the atmosphere. After finishing the first part, Dorian stepped back and switched to Ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. Special spirit bodies roaming upper realms, the void creature that loves music, Dorian Gray Abraham's contract companion. Whoosh! A sudden gust filled the room, the candle flames flickered blue. Rings of light spread, forming a door beyond normality. A semi-illusory, half-corporeal ball flew from the circle's bottom. Its body was milky white, lacking eyes, nose, arms, or legs. Only an opening like a mouth cracked open. Dorian grinned, hummed a gentle folk lullaby. The ball swayed, satisfied. When he finished, Dorian extended his hand. Malmuth, give me the items I deposited the day before yesterday. The ball jumped, swelled, opened its mouth wide, then spat out 2 strange, lustrous beyonder ingredients. To think that could be done. Fours stared, amazed. Dorian caught the apprentice potion's main ingredients, cancelled the summoning, and ended the ritual. He smiled at Fours. Even in the spirit world, void creatures like Malmuth are extremely rare. Normally, summoning rituals won't call them. An elder high sequence must enter the spirit world, search long, and contract 1. That allows descendants to summon it by name. Once the void creature arrives, a new contract is made, binding it to oneself, making it no longer summonable by others. So that's how it is. That sounds interesting, Fours said sincerely. She looked forward to the future. If not for the full moon curse or the danger ordinary beyonders faced, exploring this world would be delightful. She hoped to truly roam the spirit world someday. Dorian chuckled. Malmuth's greatest ability is swallowing many items harmlessly. It's like a mobile hidden warehouse almost no one can find. Of course, it can't store too much. Its stomach has limited space. Also, it dislikes people without musical talent. It won't contract with them. At least I can play the lyre, Fors sighed in relief. Dorian asked her for a black stew pot. Realizing he'd concoct the potion there, Fors's heart prayed for an accident. I don't want to drink the apprentice potion again. That wastes time. Had I known, I'd be honest now. Teacher Grey must have tried divination, but interference blocked it. Confessing now means a powerful backer or instigator. She saw Dorian hand her a bubbling potion bottle. Drink it, and you'll become a beyonder, he said flatly but seductively. Then reassured, don't worry, there won't be any problems with me here. Okay, Fors gritted her teeth, took the potion and drank it in one gulp. A thought flashed. Honesty is the best policy. The carriage stopped outside East Borough. Klein, with a cane and hat, entered a spacious slum in a decent neighborhood. Ahead, two familiar girls emerged from a relatively clean apartment. They were daughters of the laundry maid Liv, Freya, 17 or 18, and Daisy, 15 or 16, once kidnapped by Capim and rescued by the Dark Emperor. Daisy spotted Klein and smiled brightly. Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Klein smiled and nodded, then asked, puzzled, Daisy, don't you have public elementary school to attend? Thanks to reporters like Mike Joseph and the Evernight Goddess Church, Backlund established a charity fund with Capim's estate for women and families hurt by Capim. Daisy's family moved from a shabby apartment to East Borough outskirts. They separated laundry from eating and sleeping areas. Daisy got a bursary for public elementary school, delighted the charity covered her tuition and meals costing 3 pence a week. What puzzled Klein was public school breaks only Sundays, so Daisy shouldn't be home now. The school is very close. I took advantage of the afternoon break to return and help Freya bring laundry to a client. She and Mother can't handle the workload, Daisy answered frankly. Her school attendance reduced the laundry done daily, lowering income. If not for Mike's help getting the grant, they couldn't maintain life. Freya couldn't attend public school, and when talking with Klein, her eyes revealed envy and pain. Though not yet 18, all she could do was watch her sister attend school. Klein noticed and reminded Daisy, you should know your mother and Freya have it hard. Treat them well. Daisy nodded seriously. I've thought about it. When things settle, I'll teach Freya what I learn at night and Sundays. I'll be her only tutor. Freya blinked, lowering her head. Good, very good, Klein praised before bidding farewell and turning down another street. He went to Black Palm Street to change out of worker clothes. Just after leaving his rented room, an old middle-aged man approached kindly. Sir, have you heard of the original creator? Chapter 433, Intelligence Peddler. The original creator? Klein froze, recalling what old Kohler had told him. People in East Borough, the docks, and factory districts were preaching that he lived in everything and would redeem believers in death and bless them in life with, say, sizzling meat daily. It was almost certainly the Aurora Order. After Lenivus's exposure, they seemed to be targeting the impoverished. They're recruiting on the streets now? Klein hesitated, then replied, I've heard of that. The middle-aged man smiled. Then, do you know about the incoming apocalypse? Do you know that the original creator will create a sanctuary to protect his believers? Klein briefly considered infiltrating the Aurora Order but dismissed it as too dangerous and unreliable. His expression darkened. I don't know, and I don't want to know. He strode away, ignoring the man's shouts. As he left East Borough, he noticed groups of unemployed workers being comforted and preached to. Why hadn't the churches and Parliament acted yet? Are they setting bait? That's reckless. Klein lampooned internally, adjusted his cap and headed toward Backlund Bridge. At Braveheart's bar, workers on lunch break filled the near-empty hall. Klein blended in, bought pork sausage with wheat bread and a Southville beer, then asked the bartender, Is Kaspar's Kalinin here? It seems like you haven't been here in a while. Kaspar's is dead. It's said that he was a little restless while sleeping at night, wrapping himself in a tight bundle and suffocating himself in the end. I don't really believe that kind of thing would happen. I've only heard about such things in ghost stories, but that's what those black and white dogs say. Suffocation in sleep? Klein immediately suspected mysticism. Maybe a Rose school of thought, high-sequence Beyonder had vented frustration after failing to find Miss Sharon and Marek. Killing an ordinary arms dealer was overkill, but the Rose School wasn't known for restraint. He felt a pang of pity. Caspar should have fled the city. If it were me, I'd disappear with all my savings. Still, most high sequences wouldn't stoop this low. They'd just force a ritual that they didn't held its own meaning. The bartender went on, "If you wish to buy some stuff, there's a new dealer." "Who?" "Old man. He's in billiard room 3. Klein stood and walked toward the room. A voice inside said, "Come in." It was familiar. He opened the door to find a young boy in an overcoat and bowler hat, bright red eyes under the brim. Ian. Klein remembered him from his first Backlund case, the missing detective's reel and the third-generation difference machine manuscripts. The same boy who'd once hired Mr. A to assassinate an Intis ambassador. "It's you, Detective Moriarty?" Ian asked, surprised, 2 fake whiskers above his lip. Klein smiled. "Long time no see." He closed the door behind him. It made sense Ian had taken over. He'd once introduced Klein to Caspar's and clearly had street connections. "Yeah," Ian shrugged. "I went to Pritz Harbor for 2 months and found those guys to be so savage and cruel. They didn't even have the slightest bit of modesty or love for children, so I had no choice but to return to Backlund and do what I was good at. When Caspar's died, I decided to switch careers." Before Klein could reply, Ian added, "Mr. Detective, I've always kept in mind that I still owe you 2 requests." Klein picked up a cue stick and gestured. "Other than dealing in black market weapons, you seem to be selling information?" "Yes," Ian said evenly. "What do you want to know? It's free." So he's trying to make up for what happened before. Klein sank a red ball into the pocket and straightened. "Recently, everyone has been looking for the believers of the Fool. There are many bounties available. What news do you have?" Ian thought. "Nothing. I even suspect whether the Fool has any believers since no one can find any clues. That's what you call blasting air with a cannon." Klein gave a silent, self-deprecating laugh and asked, "In addition, there's another bounty. People are looking for a lecturer named Isaac Eggers. I wish to know who was the one behind the bounty so as to determine if I should involve myself in it. Searching for people is very time-consuming." Ian glanced around, lowered his voice. "MI9? MI9? Not the Numinous Episcopate. Then it must be Ince Zangwill. Maybe he's trying to manipulate conflict between Isaac and MI9, or knows something he shouldn't." Klein smiled. "Looks like I don't have to worry about the bounty being false, but I'm afraid that the circumstances as to why Isaac Eggers is being pursued by MI9 is because he knows some secret. That being the case, the day I obtain the bounty might be the last day of my life." Ian spread his hands. "I'm not sure about that, but you can provide only clues." "Good suggestion." Klein paid 5 soldi for ammo and left. Aboard a rental carriage, he looked out at the gloomy sky, feeling melancholy. Caspar's was dead. Miss Sharon and Marek would likely abandon the base. Without a way to contact them, they'd be difficult to find unless they needed help or were ready to deal with the evil spirit. They weren't friends, but he could speak freely with them as a beyonder. Now there were 2 fewer people like that. If not for the Desire Apostle, he'd only have Emlyn White to talk mysticism with. Thankfully. "Is there something?" Klein jumped. Across from him sat Miss Sharon, pale as ever in her gothic black dress and soft hat. He exhaled. "Miss Sharon, do you always appear all of a sudden like this? I'll knock on the window next time." She nodded calmly. He warned, "It could also be a trap." Then added, "I've finished reading the Book of Secrets, and I've obtained the corresponding information from other sources that praying to the primordial moon is prone to problems. It's best not to try." "All right," she paused, then said, "The primordial moon and the chained god seem to be archenemies. Because of their opposing sequences? Or something else?" Klein shifted topics. "Miss Sharon, do you know of any places with the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow?" Sharon listened, then nodded yes. Chapter 434, Tomb and Bounty. She knows? Klein was overjoyed. Where? Inwardly, he was already prepared to pay the consultation fee. Sharon sat still like a talking doll. In one gathering Marek participated in, someone discovered the tomb of an ancient noble. They explored the outskirts but dared not go deep. There were traces of human-skinned shadow activity. They hoped to recruit a strong enough team to explore completely and split the valuables. Klein quickly thought, how can strangers in a Beyonder gathering trust each other? What if there's no tomb and it's a trap? Did they succeed? Yes, Sharon answered simply. Klein held back details, lowering his voice to avoid the carriage driver's ears. And then, afterward, they never appeared again, Sharon calmly said. One member was Marek's friend, who disappeared completely. Before Klein could ask more, she continued in her ethereal voice. Marek found some of his belongings. I used divination to track them to Whitecliff Town, finding a hidden entrance to the tomb at Stratford River's Bend. Marek's friend was inside, but dead. You went in? Klein blurted. No, Sharon explained. I used another method. That tomb gave me a great danger feeling. I didn't explore it. She looked at Klein with her blue eyes. Without help from a Sequence 4 Beyonder or a matching sealed artifact, it's best not to venture deep. Even you find it very dangerous. I don't need to go above the grey fog to divine how terrifying it is. Klein looked down, pondering. Do you know which noble's tomb it is? Without pause, Sharon said, his last name is Ammon. Ammon? That Ammon family, Little Son's possessor who nearly entered the mysterious grey fog space? Klein's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Are you sure? A figure appeared in his mind, a black robe, pointed hat, broad forehead, thin face, black eyes, hair, crystal monocle. Sharon's pale blonde hair shimmered like an oil painting. She said flatly, from the initial explorations items, an ancient history specialist said the tomb's owner was from the Tudor dynasty of the Fourth Epoch. Family name Anne. It really is the blasphemer family of the Fourth Epoch. Unlike the cursed Abraham family or the Antigonus family destroyed by a certain goddess's church. Judging from Ammon's powerful presence in the City of Silver, their situation might match Zarathul's. Secret lineages with high sequence beyonders and perhaps powerful angels guarding critical secrets like the Forsaken Land's coordinates. The danger of such a tomb is obvious. Maybe Ammon borrows some power to watch from the Forsaken Land itself. A low or mid-sequence beyonder can't grasp a demigod's terror. Klein didn't dwell long before denying exploring Ammon's tomb. Slightly disappointed, he looked up. Is that the only place with a human-skinned shadow? Sharon shook her head. No. Oh? Klein's eyes lit, leaning in. Sharon said evenly, I was at a gathering where a beyonder promised to fulfill any reasonable request if someone completed her mission. Ingredients are limited to below high sequence beyonder level. Meaning she can give any beyonder ingredient below high sequence? Klein thought. Is she bragging? Even the Evernite goddess's church, specifically the Holy Cathedral or Cathedral of Serenity, could only dream of that. Klein asked aloud, what mission? Sharon sat straight and dignified. Investigate Hero Bandit Dark Emperor's true identity. If Klein had been drinking water, he would have sprayed it out. Who did I offend? Why target me with a high sequence beyonder's mission? He muttered in Chinese, then quickly analyzed suspects. Twilight Hermit Order? Because Hero Bandit Dark Emperor killed Desire Apostle Beria? Aurora Order? They linked the fool to tarot cards I left at Kapim and want the Dark Emperor's identity. 3 churches and MI9? Seeking the truth about Kapim? All possible, none ruled out. Klein showed no expression as he asked, why investigate Hero Bandit Dark Emperor? No one knows, Sharon said simply. Klein paused 2 seconds, then said carefully, what kind of person is she? I want to know if I should take this mission. Sharon was silent, recalling then described female, over 1, 70 meters, well-proportioned, chestnut hair, disguised, loves black leather boots, only occasionally attended gatherings, first appeared 2 months ago. Black leather boots, female, high sequence beyonder. The combo triggered Klein's memory. When he tried stealing the Dark Emperor card at the Royal Museum, he met a mysterious high sequence beyonder in Emperor Roselle's reconstructed study. She only revealed her feet in black leather boots. When he escaped via grey fog power, he ran into a devil dog and had to shout for help. He met that demigod again. Her? Why seek the Hero Bandit Dark Emperor? She knows the Dark Emperor card thief is a spirit body and what happens if one carries that card. So she targets the Hero Bandit Dark Emperor, who matches the traits. The only confusion, how does she know Klein took the Dark Emperor card, not Abyss or the Sun cards? Unless she's targeting the card of blasphemy and investigated beforehand that it's the Dark Emperor card. Miss Sharon said she joined gatherings first over 2 months ago, right when Roselle's exhibition occurred. She occasionally attended since without leaving Backlund or regularly returned to search for the enemy holding the Dark Emperor card. Klein's thoughts raced. He faintly smiled. I'll keep an eye on her. Hope there's something to gain. She can forget about getting anything her whole life, he added inwardly without hesitation. Sharon nodded barely, saying nothing more about the human-skinned shadow. Only 2 leads, better than Vampire Emlyn White or Eye of Wisdom Isengard Stanton's circle. Klein exhaled slowly, hiding disappointment, then said respectfully, "You and Marek aren't troubled by the curse anymore, right?" "There's only one Scarlet Lunar Corona," Sharon answered calmly. "The wearer is immune to full moon effects, a dream item for mutants. So one will be fine, the other not. When the full moon hits, Marek goes insane. Sharon loses strength. Seems Marek has it," Klein thought, changing subject. "Have you found a way to remove Rampage's mental corruption on the Beyonder characteristic left by Wraith Steve?" he asked casually, hoping for little. "No." Sharon spoke as if about someone else. "Maybe I'll sell you this method someday," Klein thought bitterly, unsure how to continue. He paused, then asked, "Where is White Cliff Town?" "Backlund suburb south of the bridge," Sharon said plainly. She looked at Klein again. "Nothing else?" "Nothing." Klein shook his head, then asked, "Can I tell others about the tune?" "Sure." Sharon's figure quickly faded, disappearing from the carriage, perhaps to conceal herself as she never used perfume, leaving the carriage empty once more. Chapter 435, Aggregation Effect, 8 p.m., Harvest Church. After changing back into his usual attire, Klein glanced around, pressing down the edge of his hat, then walked into the hall toward Emlyn White, who stood before 3 rows of candles on the hall's right side. At Emlyn's feet was a black suitcase, its surface seemingly covered by a wall of spirituality. Sensing Detective Sherlock Moriarty's arrival, Emlyn's pleased expression swiftly turned to alarm. He bent to grab his suitcase and stepped back, closing the gap with Father Utravsky, who was focused on praying. "Are you afraid I'll rob you of the Beyonder ingredients?" Klein stopped, 3 meters away, smiling. "Let me first verify if it's the 2 ingredients I need." Emlyn ran his hand through his hair, lifted the leather case to his chest and undid the buckle. The spiritual wall shattered, turning into a light breeze that blew through the prayer hall. Klein, who had long activated spirit vision, immediately saw bursts of strange dazzling light, spiritual radiance from many Beyonder characteristics. Inside the suitcase were 2 small boxes, a tin box covered with patterns, Spartan and heavy, and a simple cardboard box. Holding the black suitcase in one hand, Emlyn opened the slightly tarnished silver tin. Inside was an item looking like a yellowish-brown peeled walnut with brain-like grooves and ridges. The flickering candle flame constantly changed its appearance, sometimes grey and wrinkled, sometimes dark brown and smooth, colors intertwining to outline a featureless face. Seeing it, Klein felt the power of the potion he had fully digested stir slightly, like a magnet meeting an opposite pole. Suppressing the attraction with his clown powers, Klein knew deep down it was the genuine mutated pituitary gland of a 1,000-faced hunter. It seemed Emperor Roselle's diary speculation was correct. High-sequence items of the same pathway unconsciously attract low- and mid-sequence Beyonders, drawing them together. Though the mutated gland is far from high-sequence and lacks strong attraction, it contains enough Beyonder characteristics, and with Klein having digested the Sequence 7 potion, the proximity triggered this phenomenon. He hadn't noticed before, because first, the ingredients were low quality, and second, he lacked strength. Every time he digested the potion, an illusory starry sky appeared around him, filled with many resplendent lights pulling each other to converge. This could be a law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics in the same pathway. The greater the quality, the stronger the pull. Would Beyonder characteristics of similar pathways obey this law? Klein's expression didn't change as he recalled Roselle's diary and his 3 digestion experiences, determining the existence of such a law. Emlyn glanced warily, quickly closed the tin box, then opened the paper box next to it. Padded with thick cotton, it held a glass bottle that could hold 200 milliliters. The bottle was half empty, filled with a viscous liquid that changed color depending on the light. "Any other problems?" Emlyn closed the paper box. "Let me confirm once more." Klein took out a gold coin, spinning it between his fingers as though it had life. Ding! The coin bounced and landed in Klein's palm. Heads, meaning yes. Klein nodded slightly and pulled out stacks of notes from various pockets, £10, £5 and £1 denominations, £1,450. He placed the cash on a nearby piece of furniture. "Retreat a few steps, no, 5 steps," Emlyn called cautiously. Klein smiled, raised his hands, and took 5 steps back. Emlyn cautiously moved closer, checking for blank paper in the cash stack. After a quick count, he threw the leather suitcase toward Klein. Startled, Klein caught it with agile moves, afraid the thousand-faced hunter's blood might seep out if the bottle shattered. Emlyn took the bills and quickly retreated to Father Yutravsky's side. Only then did Klein exhale, seriously checking the money's amount and authenticity. Seeing the scene, Klein felt ashamed. He and Emlyn had turned a perfectly fine Church of Mother Earth Cathedral into a scene resembling an arms or drug deal. After confirming the ingredients' condition, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting a match he had specially kept. The soaring red flames engulfed his body, and when they died down, he had disappeared. Since he often met Emlyn here, Klein didn't mind Father Yutravsky knowing he was a beyonder who helped eliminate Emlyn's dark personality. He felt it might even build some friendship. Emlyn, counting the money, looked up, stunned for 2 seconds. He muttered quietly, "My suitcase, my tin box." On a lamplit street, a carriage rolled over puddles toward Empress Borrow's edge. Fours told her good friend Shio Derecha that she had a teacher and ended up consuming another apprentice potion. After confirming she wasn't losing control, Shio looked out at gas lamps barely taller than she was and asked, puzzled, "I've always wondered why they're preserved as ingredients and not potions. Your teacher could have concocted the potion beforehand, so why make it on the spot?" Fours smiled faintly. "I asked him. There are 2 main reasons. 1, different Beyonder ingredients have different uses. When made into potions, they lose flexibility. 2, solidified Beyonder characteristics can be kept forever, but potions can't unless special isolation is used." "Why?" Shio was surprised. "This isn't ordinary medicine or weaponry that loses spirituality." Fours couldn't help but smile. "It's not about characteristic loss. Once ingredients become potions, not only humans but even inanimate creatures or materials can absorb them, just slower. For example, storing potion in glass seems fine, but after days the glass drinks the potion, becoming a special mystical item, possibly gaining intelligence. My teacher said this is like a rampager's leftover effects. The 7 churches and some hidden factions use isolation techniques, but they're troublesome and not used on low or mid-sequence potions." "How amazing!" Shio sighed. Looking outside again, she said softly, "We're almost there." They were heading to a Beyonder gathering hosted by Mr. A. Fours smiled, feeling her heart bleed. "I hope there's the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch." Her teacher, Dorian Gray, had taught her acting before leaving and gave her the Trickmaster potion formula, urging her to find the ingredients herself. If she hadn't gathered all ingredients before digesting the apprentice potion, she could write to him for help. Fours felt lost. Why did I spend large sums on the Trickmaster formula and acting method? So far, the greatest help from the Tarot Club was what Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice taught her, plus Mr. Fool's divination interference. Otherwise, teacher would have discovered a problem with me, and I wouldn't be his student. Sigh, I'll consider it the price to neutralize the full moon's curse. As she thought this, Fours noticed the house hosting Mr. A's gathering was visibly collapsed with scorch marks. A fierce battle had occurred. Who had dealt with Mr. A, an official organization? Fours signaled Shio and told the driver, "Not here, 2 more streets ahead." The next day, Klein read a newspaper headline, "Aurora orders base found. Terrorist organization suffers severe setback. Let's hope Mr. A died in this ambush." He drew the crimson moon on his chest solemnly. He had thrown the thousand-faced hunter's blood and mutated pituitary gland above the grey fog the night before to prevent loss. "Even if I die, they won't be lost." Klein chewed bacon with ease. After last night's transaction, his cash fell below £1,000, only 735 left, enough to buy deep-sea naga hair, but not the human-skinned shadow characteristic. Without better clues or money, Klein rested at home all morning. After lunch, he dressed and headed to Backlund Bridge. He had arranged with Carlson of the Machinery Hive Mind to meet at the Lucky Bar near West Balham Dock for intelligence. If Carlson wasn't there, Klein was to go to Lever Cathedral. He wasn't part of a secret organization, so no need for caution. Lucky Bar was quiet that afternoon. Klein quickly spotted Carlson drinking alone in a corner. He walked over, knocked on the table, and said quietly, "Many in East Borough are spreading the faith of the original creator." Carlson sipped malt alcohol, replied nonchalantly, "I'm aware." As expected, Klein thought, smiling. "I have a clue about a Fourth Epoch noble's tomb." "Ah," Carlson paused, glass in hand, looking surprised. He nudged his thick glasses. But Klein didn't continue. Instead, he glanced at the bartender nearby and said with a smile, "1 glass of Southville beer." Chapter 436, Klein's Request. Seeing the white foam of the Southville beer placed before Sherlock Moriarty, Carlson finally came to his senses. Only after the bartender walked a certain distance did he ask quietly, "What do you want?" Klein picked up his glass, took a sip, savoring the bitter malt and faint sweetness. "Cheers." He smiled sideways at Carlson and raised his glass. Without hesitation, Carlson shook his head and refused, mumbling, "You have beer, while I have strong distilled liquor. It's not suitable for a toast." Klein was only going through the motions. He sipped again, looked ahead and chuckled. "What I want is very simple. I'm not sure what's inside the tomb, so I can only describe it vaguely. Well, I hope to choose an item from the spoils of your tomb exploration. I'm not greedy, and I won't ask for any high-sequence items. I wouldn't dare take those even if offered. If you find nothing or only high-sequence items, then I want nothing. Of course, I believe if it's the latter, you wouldn't be stingy with giving me cash that matches my contribution." After hearing about the Amon family tomb from Miss Sharon, Klein had rough plans. The first was to blow the copper whistle, contact Mr. Azik, and join forces to explore. But many potential problems existed. Azik was still recovering lost memories, his strength unknown. MI9 was pursuing Azik, making trouble likely. Klein risked reappearing in sealed Artifact 08's sights. Using the grey fog for contact or expedition wouldn't work either, as blowing the whistle above the fog wouldn't summon the messenger, ending plans. More importantly, Klein dared not reveal the secret space above the fog to Azik, whose identity was mysterious. So he chose the second method. Use his informant identity to submit info to the machinery hive mind and ask for a reasonable reward. Which faction had more high-sequence beyonders than the 7 churches? Klein knew the Church of the Evernite Goddess had close to 10 high sequences, almost half the 13 archbishops and 9 high deacons at or above sequence 4, not counting the Pope. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery wasn't much worse. The Backlund Diocese Archbishop Horamic Hayden was high sequence. Orthodox churches with their resources wouldn't value mid-sequence items very, very, very much. Klein believed he could negotiate a fair price. Simply put, the second plan's core, find an organization to handle difficulties. Carlson paused, then blurted, "Aren't you a believer in God?" "I've always had the goddess in my heart." Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "It is because of my belief in God that I told you this, not the Nighthawks through Mr. Stanton. God said to let those who wish to be strong, be strong. Only by becoming stronger and richer can I access better channels and resources to provide you with better information." To convince the machinery hive mind, Klein spent the morning reading the Steam and Machinery Bible, memorizing some deity quotes fitting his argument. Carlson was momentarily speechless, stunned to the point of forgetting to drink. Seeing this, Klein added quickly, "This will help you build a harmonious and efficient relationship with new informants. If you spread the news of my rewards and keep your promises, other informants will be motivated to gather useful information. Of course, please use my pseudonym when advertising this." Carlson listened blankly, then gulped his drink and nearly choked. Cough. "Sherlock, the real you is completely different from what I remember. The Sherlock Moriarty he knew was calm, polite, a believer in God, and excellent at analysis and reasoning. But now he was." Klein chuckled, sipping his beer. "Everyone has different sides. Using one facade is prone to error. That's a problem in deduction." After a moment, Carlson stood. "I have no right to agree. I will report immediately. Wait here." "All right." Klein waved to the bartender and ordered potato wedges. Leisurely finishing his food and drink, Klein watched Carlson return with Ikansa Bernard, a machinery hive mind deacon. Cancer looked around. Seeing no one, he said in a deep voice, "No problem with your request, but one condition. Items with strong side effects or curses aren't available for selection." "What I want is an ingredient." Klein laughed. "All right. Is this your personal decision or a higher-up's response?" "I have the right to decide." The Cancer pressed his hat on his fluffy hair. "But since it's a fourth epoch aristocratic tomb, I sent a telegram to the Archbishop. He didn't object." "All right." Klein drew another sacred emblem. "I'll give you the information now." Cancer shook his head subconsciously, glanced around and pointed to a billiard room. "Let's talk inside." This deacon, often publicly tried by the mirror eroders, was experienced. Klein murmured and followed them, making sure adjacent rooms were empty. After a pause, Klein said deliberately, "A Beyonder found a hidden tomb at the Stratford River mouth in White Cliff Town. He searched the periphery and found some items. They recruited others for further exploration, but no one returned. If you search carefully, you'll find traces." Cancer asked, "Are you sure it's a fourth epoch aristocratic tomb?" "The outside items prove it's the Tudor dynasty's Amon family," Klein answered truthfully. "The Beyonders who died there weren't weak. There were many. I believe only high-sequence Beyonders can explore it." "Amon," Cancer frowned. As a deacon, he knew some ancient secret history. Without waiting for emphasis, he said, "We'll gather relevant info before acting." "A fourth epoch aristocratic tomb is dangerous. Don't tell anyone or explore it yourself, or you and your friends will die." "If I dared, I wouldn't be here." Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. "My reputation is good." After making the deal, he watched them leave, then put on his hat and sauntered out. Regarding fourth epoch nobles and the Amon family, the machinery hive mind would be cautious, needing days of preparation. Prudence. Klein's thoughts froze on that word. He thought of another prudence example. After Roselle joined the suspected Twilight Hermit Order, he never mentioned its name in his secret diary, even in Chinese, always referring to it by traits. This prudence was suspicious. Why wouldn't Emperor Roselle write the Twilight Hermit Order's name even in Chinese? What was he afraid of? Could one of their members or a sealed artifact sense the name in any language? Klein guessed but couldn't confirm without risk. "I'll assume it's true and I haven't been detected, since Desire Apostle's spirit channeling was done above the grey fog, and informing Miss Justice likewise." "Well, Monday's near. I must remind Miss Justice not to say or write Twilight Hermit Order. She'll understand from a look." Klein planned and strode out. Seeing it was early, he took a horse carriage to the Quelaag Club, intending to spend the afternoon there. Entering the hall, he saw equestrian teacher Talim Dumont, a blue-blood descendant, seated in a corner, holding scarlet grape wine, rosy-faced and in high spirits. "You seem in a good mood, Talim," Klein smiled. Talim chuckled, "Because the new year is coming." Excited, he asked, "Sherlock, do you know what it's like to really like someone?" Klein gave a fake smile. "I'm sorry, I'm still single." Talim finished his wine, stood, waved, and said, "That's a pity. I have to get busy. By the way, thank you for introducing Mr. Framis Cage." Klein recalled the bike project. "When are you free? I want you to bring me to sample Backlund's delicacies." "After the new year." Talim smiled and walked off. "Has this fellow entered the season of love?" Klein muttered. Just as he turned, he heard a heavy thud. Klein jerked back and saw Talim on the ground, his left hand clamped tightly over his heart, convulsing. Klein hurried over, but Talim spat white foam from his mouth and lost his last breath. In seconds, he was dead. Chapter 437, Obituary. This wasn't the first time Klein had seen someone familiar die in front of him, but it was the most abrupt and unforeseen death. The expression on Talim Dumont's face when he had asked what it felt like to really like someone was vivid. A hidden excitement and flaunting, yet restrained by caution due to certain factors. That was too fast. Normal diseases do not cause death so quickly. Klein's face grew solemn as he lightly tapped his molars to activate his spirit vision. He dropped to one knee and crouched down, observing Talim's aura. The colors of his emotions faded rapidly. Furthermore, strands of black gas coiled around his heart like a snake, gradually dimming. A Beyonder ability resembling a curse? Klein instantly made a preliminary conclusion. At that moment, a nearby red-vested attendant and a servant girl in a black and white dress ran over. They stared in horror at the dead body, his eyes wide and round, and the corners of his mouth still frothy with white foam. Klein closed his eyes and instructed in a deep voice, "Go to the nearby police station and tell them someone died here." "Yes, Mr. Moriarty." The attendant turned and hurried out, so flustered he forgot his coat. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, Klein didn't check Talim's belongings or pull out hair strands for divination when alone. His identity was semi-official now, so he could rely on the machinery hive mind for follow-up. No need to play lone hero. Thinking of the many card games with Talim, the clients and investors he'd introduced, and the love story that lingered in his mind, Klein took a long, slow, deep breath. Who's Talim's murderer? Which Beyonder adept at curses did he offend? Judging from his attitude earlier, Talim was happy and calm, unaware he'd provoked a terrifying enemy. Questions flooded Klein's mind, but his limited understanding of Talim meant no fertile ground for inspiration. When the police arrived, Klein was questioned as a witness, wasting considerable time. Only after that did he leave Hillston Borough and head back to Lucky Bar in Backlund Bridge. Carlson was still there, but his drink had changed from strong malt liquor to golden, frothy beer. Klein raised his right hand, covered his mouth and squeezed over, lightly knocking on the table. "Is your job to drink here every day?" Carlson jumped, turning to see Sherlock Moriarty. He relaxed. What is it now?" This reaction was familiar. Klein sighed silently. "There's a case involving Beyonders." Carlson glanced at the crowded bar. Patrons hollered over glasses or waited to fight in the ring. "Follow me, let's play a round of billiards." Carlson nudged his thick glasses and carried his beer to an empty room. Klein followed, closing the door behind him. "Your alcohol tolerance seems pretty good," Carlson said. "No, I just drink very slowly." He put down his glass and picked up the cue stick, then added, "And I'd like some alone time lately." "I don't care." Klein pursed his lips. "I encountered a death at the Quellard Club in Hillston Borough. A friend of mine, a noble descendant and equestrian teacher. He was usually healthy and recently in a good mental state, but suddenly died in front of me. It looked like a heart attack, but my spirit vision suggested a curse." "You're adept at spirit vision?" Carlson asked subconsciously. What details had Mr. Stanton fabricated? After becoming a machinery hive mind informant, no one asked which pathway or sequence I'm at, nor about my origins. Keeping secrets is common for informants. Klein replied frankly, "Yes, the chest had decaying illusory black gas." "Then it involves a curse and a Beyonder." Carlson nodded slowly. "Hillston Borough, that's machinery hive mind's turf. In Backlund's northwest metropolis, Empress Borough and Sherwood Backlund fall under the mandated Punisher's jurisdiction, the western and northern areas under the Nighthawks, Hillston Borough and Backlund Bridge under the machinery hive mind." Carlson looked to Klein, confirming, "What deity did your friend believe in?" Klein hesitated a moment, then answered, "The Lord of Storms." "A believer of the Lord of Storms, is he the only deceased?" Carlson frowned. "Yes," Klein confirmed. Carlson chalked his cue and sighed. "We can't take the case. It's under the mandated Punishers. But I'll pass your information along. In the Lone Kingdom, jurisdiction over Beyonder cases is divided by the believer's deities. If multiple, jurisdiction goes to whoever controls the area." Klein knew this well and didn't want to trouble Carlson. "Thank you. I hope they find the killer soon." Carlson sipped his beer. "He's a blue blood descendant. The mandated Punishers will take this seriously." Pausing, he added quietly, "Hard to believe you've only been in Backlund 3 months. You seem well connected with many resources." "Some people are naturally adept." Klein smiled wryly, then left. By the time Klein reached Minsk Street, darkness had fallen and workers lit gas lamps along the road. Though his relationship with Talim Dumont wasn't deep, he was an acquaintance he met nearly weekly, a friend for card games, warm and always praising Klein as a great detective. He even introduced clients and investors. His passing saddened Klein deeply, reminding him of fate's helplessness. Anger also burned, anger at the murderer who cursed Talim to death. "I hope they figure this out. I hope the mandated Punishers don't run out of manpower because of Duke Negan's assassination case." Klein sighed as he left his carriage and walked toward his gate. He noticed the Sammers house next door had no lights. Looks like they're on their way to Desi Bay. Is this Backlund's New Year atmosphere? Yet I feel nothing. Klein felt a fleeting melancholy. With that, he went to bed early and woke at 7. To lift his mood, Klein decided to bake a homemade cake. "I'll buy the ingredients after breakfast," he whispered, sipping milk and flipping newspapers. Soon an obituary caught his eye in the Tusok Times. "My beloved son, Talim Dumont, passed away on 18th of December due to a sudden heart disease. His funeral will be held at Crown Cemetery at 9 a.m. on the 21st December. In the northern continent, due to reanimations, burying the dead quickly after death was an old tradition, of course, only if funds allowed. Sudden heart disease, is that the investigation's final verdict? Or are the mandated punishers trying to lull the culprit? Klein frowned, unable to decide. Maybe I can go above the grey fog to check if it's a trap by the mandated punishers, but chances of success are slim. I don't have any of his items or was targeted. He breathed deeply, calmed himself and methodically ate. His next step didn't surprise him. He left Minsk Street, took a bus to Hilston Borough and visited Isengard Stanton. The great detective stood in his warm room and said, "Sherlock, would you like some breakfast? My chef's skills aren't worse than mine." "No, I've already eaten," Klein declined. Isengard paused and asked casually, "Where will you spend New Year's?" "I'm planning on, returning to Lemberg." "I haven't decided. Maybe mid-Seashire," Klein answered perfunctorily. The scenery was once lovely, but coal and iron resources grew abundant. The shipping industry developed too. Isengard adjusted his collar and touched his pipe. "You seem a bit anxious." "Mr. Stanton, I have something to ask." Klein seized the moment to explain Talim Dumont's death, the spirit vision results, his advice to Machinery Hivemind, and the obituary's content. He hid that he was a Machinery Hivemind informant, only saying he'd found an official Beyonder through the Desire Apostle case. "Do you think this is a trap by the mandated punishers?" he asked at last. Isengard held his pipe thoughtfully. "I've been avoiding the mandated punishers and don't know much about this. I'll have someone find out. If there's news, I'll write. Thank you." Klein bowed sincerely. That evening, a letter from Isengard arrived. It read simply, "This case isn't handled by the mandated punishers. The royal family has taken it, claiming Talim Dumont is a noble." Chapter 438, Invitation. The royal family. Klein held the letter from Isengard Stanton and murmured silently. He looked outside the window at the rain pattering down. The gas lamps gave off quiet halos along the street. Inside, the living room was neat and silent, newspapers stacked in the corner. Klein sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly, lost in thought. After nearly 10 minutes, he exhaled and shook his head. Slowly, heavily, he tossed the letter into the trash. He stood expressionlessly and walked to the second floor. In the trash can, Isengard's letter silently caught fire and crumbled to black ashes. Monday morning, Klein stood before the mirror, pressing his right thumb and middle finger to his temples, rubbing firmly. Done, he turned on the faucet, splashed cold water on his face, shivering at the chill. Freshened up, he hung the towel, went downstairs, and made himself a simple breakfast. A single-sided, well-done fried egg with buttered toast. A cup of black tea with lemon slices quenched his thirst and cut the cloying feeling. As he idly flipped newspapers, a doorbell tinkled. Who is it? A new commission? Could the Machinery Hivemind already be done exploring the Ammon family tomb? No, it can't be that fast. Klein muttered, folding his napkin and papers as he walked to the door. Holding the handle, he formed the visitor's image in his mind. An elderly gentleman, dressed impeccably, a starched snow-white shirt, thick greyish-blue vest hiding his belly, and a sharply tailored long tailcoat. His shiny leather shoes showed no signs of rain or mud. White knitted gloves, silver hair at the temples, a deeply wrinkled face, and serious light brown eyes without a hint of smile. "I don't know him." Klein muttered and opened the door. "May I know who you're looking for?" he asked politely. The gentleman removed his hat, pressed it to his chest, and saluted perfectly. "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, I'm a butler sent to invite you on behalf of my master." "Do I know your esteemed master?" "Why is he looking for me?" Klein's mind buzzed with questions. At that moment, he noticed a carriage across the cement road. Its deep black shell was low-key but luxurious, curtains drawn on the windows. There was a coat of arms, a vertical sword pointing down with a red crown on its hilt. "That's the Sword of Judgment, the Augustus family's royal symbol." Klein's heart skipped. He roughly guessed the butler's background. Perhaps a powerful beyonder, Klein thought. The butler ignored Klein's scrutiny and smiled politely. You have never met my master, but in a sense, you do know him. You've been providing clues about the tarot-symbolized organization, and he has funded the money you need. As expected, the important figure Talim mentioned. I've been using false information to fleece funds, even submitting all reimbursements old Cola required. I can't refuse now, especially since Talim is dead. Klein pondered briefly and asked, Did your master come because of Talim's death? Yes, Talim was his friend. He was saddened and confused by his death and heard you were present when it happened, the butler said clearly. No, I wasn't. Klein wanted to deny but nodded instead. Yes, I saw Talim die in front of me. It's really sad and regretful, said the butler sincerely. Will you accept my master's invitation? Do I have a reason to refuse? That'd just make me suspicious, maybe killed on the spot. Klein met his gaze. I happen to have nothing planned this morning. Very well, Mr. Moriarty. The butler bowed slightly, extended his white-gloved hand and gestured to the carriage. Sire, I've tried to avoid important figures. Now I must face the one behind Talim's death. Will this attract attention or deeper checks? I must prepare to give up my identity and foothold any time, and get the human-skinned shadow and deep-sea Naga's hair to advance to Faceless soon. My risk resistance would double. Klein donned coat and hat and approached the carriage. The servant the butler brought opened the door. Inside, Klein stepped on thick brown carpet, glanced at wooden cabinets lined with red wine, white wine, champagne, Lanty and black rand, alongside crystal glasses. Lanty is strong malt distilled liquor, including sailors' favorite Lanty proof. These bottles were high quality. Black rand was distilled wine mixed with fermented grains, unique to Lone. As the carriage moved through wet streets, Klein asked, Are we going to Empress Borough? No, my master awaits you at the Red Rose Manor on Empress Borough's outskirts, the butler answered without hesitation. Looks like the royal family's manor. Klein thought, then smiled. Can you tell me your master's identity now? The butler straightened further and raised his chin. He's the founder and protector's descendant, grandson of the Might Wielder, fifth son of His Majesty, Duke of Lastings, His Highness Prince Edesac Augustus. So the third prince, second youngest, around 21 or 22 years old, Klein recalled occasional newspaper descriptions from the Quelag Club. The carriage passed through streets, an artificial lake, heading northwest. After more than an hour, they arrived at a massive manor. At the entrance, two soldiers in red uniforms and white trousers inspected Klein. He didn't hide his gun holster or revolver. He trusted Prince Edesac's people knew he carried a gun and that illusions wouldn't help. Since the prince knew he was a private detective, his guards wouldn't detain him for carrying a gun illegally. Klein watched as the soldier took his holster and revolver, instructing him to reclaim them upon leaving. After two more inspections, Klein followed the butler around the main house to a wide area with hills and flowing waters. The place's only floor was winter's dead vegetation, leaving desolation. Tap, tap, tap. Horses approached and stopped. A young man wearing white trousers, high-heeled black boots, a fitted shirt, and a dark rider's tunic nimbly dismounted and walked over. Followers trailed. He removed his helmet and smiled at Klein. I'm finally meeting you, Detective Moriarty. Klein's eyes lit up, not due to handsomeness, but because the young man resembled Henry Augustus from 5-pound notes. Edesec had a rotund face and slender eyes, but looked young and spirited, always smiling. I didn't know that you, Your Highness, were the one entrusting me with this task. Klein bowed. Edesec twirled a horsewhip and chuckled. I heard you played an important role in the serial killer and Desire Apostle cases. Talim's recommendation was good. Sigh, who knew he'd be gone days after I raced horses with him? He's gone to the kingdom of storm and lightning. Since the kingdom's founding, the Augustus family believed in the Lord of Storms. Without waiting for Klein's reply, Edesac said gravely, The investigation into Talim's death didn't go through me, Mr. Moriarty. I want you to uncover the truth. The royal family's conclusion? Your elder brothers? Such infighting is beyond me, and Your Highness, your style is really direct. Klein sighed. I'm sorry, but I still think Talim died of sudden heart disease. Is that so? The mandated punisher says Sherlock Moriarty testified Talim showed signs of a curse. Edesac chuckled. Klein gave a wry smile. Your Highness, you should know my principles. I want to live another 50 years. Wasn't Talem your friend? Edisak asked. Klein was at a loss when a maid hurried from the main room to whisper to the prince. Edisak's face stiffened. Tell her she's not to go out. Then he took 2 steps forward. His serious expression softened, a hint of helplessness and softness appeared in his blue eyes. But I will permit her to leave the room and walk freely around the manor. Chapter 439. The Generous Prince. The scene before Klein's eyes immediately reminded him of the romance Talem Dumont had once told him. Talem's noble friend had fallen for a commoner woman and insisted on marrying her, an act forbidden in their aristocratic world. Talem had been troubled, even contemplating hiring a murderer, but eventually convinced the woman to leave the prince on her own. Could this prince be Edessak Augustus? The parallels were striking. As a direct descendant of the Augustus family, Edessak's marriage to a commoner was essentially treason. Yet, Klein had just heard Edessak had brought the woman back and punished her by grounding her. In Klein's mind, the story of a tyrannical prince and a fragile white flower took shape. Klein looked out at the midwinter landscape, taking it in. That's not what it really looks like. When spring comes and the grass sprouts, you'll see a golf course of the highest quality. Edessak said, dismissing his maid and raising his whip to gesture around. Golf? Klein asked, though he already knew. Edessak waved away his guards and attendants, leaving only Klein and his elderly butler beside him. He chuckled, strolling the barren plains. Yes, golf. It's an aristocratic sport that even most magazine and newspaper owners find hard to access. Although I don't like Roselle, I must admit his fantasies have given us a world with plenty of fun. If you can uncover the truth behind Talem's death, this place will always be open to you. Roselle. The name carried weight. Klein exhaled lightly. Edessak, seeing Klein's silence, continued. There's much to learn from Roselle, but his attitude toward feelings disgusts me. It's typical of the Intis aristocrats, their obsession with luxury and debauchery. Looking toward a slow stream, Edessak spoke with a maturity beyond his years. 99% of people aren't geniuses like Roselle. To succeed and build a great enterprise, you must know what you truly want and pay the price without turning back. He laughed at himself, voice slow and self-deprecating. Before this year, I thought I liked Earl Hall's daughter. Perfect looks, elegance, fortune, family, powerful father, someone no prince could fault. But now I see what I really want is something else, a unique temperament and a profound soul born from experience. I'm not saying Miss Hall lacks temperament, but she's not what I admire or desire. Klein inwardly worried, Your Highness, your tone and expression are almost identical to Talem's just before he died. Please don't suddenly die here. Even if I jumped in the Tussock River, how could I prove my innocence? And honestly, hearing this makes it easier for me to be silenced. Are you trying to tie me to your chariot? He cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Your Highness, with your status, you surely have many subordinates willing to investigate Talem's death. Why do you need me? Edessak shook his head and chuckled. As a prince, my power is limited by scrutiny. Many things I can't entrust to those around me. You're a brilliant detective and had a good relationship with Talem. You were there. You're best suited. He assured me, if danger arises, I guarantee your safety. Klein thought, such promises are like toilet paper in a bathroom, but didn't say it aloud. With Edessak's words, Klein knew refusal was impossible. He sighed. I'm as angry as you about Talem's death, but reality keeps me calm. Edessak smiled. What do you want? Talem's hair, some of his flesh and blood, and something he always carried, Klein replied. All right, I'll have them sent to your home, Edessak said immediately, then curiously. Is that all? Klein was straightforward. I'll know what else I need when I find leads. Your Highness, you should give me a way to contact you discreetly. A detective frequently visiting here would attract suspicion. Edessak nodded as if expecting this. I'll have someone rent the house next door at 13 Minsk Street. When you need to reach me, leave a letter in your neighbor's mailbox requesting a visit. As for payment, I'm generous. Even if you fail, if you contribute and take risks, you'll be rewarded. If you find the truth, you'll receive a retirement-worthy sum. Swift and decisive, that was this prince. Klein inwardly sighed. Retirement meant at least £3,000. All right, May Talim's spirit be at peace in the kingdom of storm and lightning. Klein bowed. Edisac nodded and told his elderly butler, escort Detective Moriarty back to Minsk Street. Klein silently teased, "Why don't you keep me for lunch? Treating guests this arrogantly must be because it's still early." He followed the butler out and collected his gun holster, revolver, and bullets. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein stood at the oriel window watching the carriage bearing the royal coat of arms drive away. Sherlock Moriarty might die if this investigation went too deep. Someone might be watching him even now, though not yet, since he hadn't acted. He frowned, immobile, and longed to advance to Faceless. He couldn't wait for the machinery hive mind's slow exploration of the Ammon tomb. He needed to find other channels to buy the human-skinned shadow characteristic. The hive mind might take a month or more. Guarding and cautious information gathering were wise, but beyond his patience. His mind raced. He made his decision. At 2:45 p.m., Klein took his newspaper to the bathroom to prepare for the week's tarot gathering. At 3 p.m. sharp, a deep red illusory glow filled the room as Audrey Hall, visibly pleased, scanned the members. Last night, she had finally received the Sequence 7 psychiatrist potion formula she'd dreamed of. Her emotions mixed excitement, agitation, and serenity. The psychology alchemists hadn't demanded immediate contributions, trusting her ability to repay them. No new members arrived. Audrey rose, lifted her skirt, and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon." Her light voice broke the silence above the fog, briefly lifting Klein's heavy spirits. He nodded and returned greetings. Audrey resumed her seat and shared previous observations. Mr. Hanged Man subtly sized up Mr. Fool, then looked to Mr. World expectantly. As a Church of Storms insider, he knew of Duke Negan's assassination and the appearance of hero bandit Black Emperor. He sought the truth behind these events. Rumors of the werewolf beyond a characteristic sale by Mr. World, and discoveries of the human skin shadow trait, or deep-sea Naga's hair, hovered in the background. The sun's stable emotions indicated belief that City of Silver's surveillance had lifted. Had he been reassigned to exploratory teams? Fours felt somewhat relaxed, but also depressed. She had passed the Abraham test and become Mr. Fool's student, but had to accept unfavorable conditions. Mr. World remained cold and inscrutable. Perhaps when she reached sequence 6 or 7, she could read his thoughts. The Fool was still mysterious and powerful. Audrey's thoughts flashed quickly. She looked at the grey fog-enshrouded figure and said, "Honourable Mr. Fool, I have obtained 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." She had requested a copy from the psychology alchemists, who managed to provide 3 pages on short notice. "What kind of reward do you want?" Klein smiled. Audrey replied earnestly, "Can you just treat it as the reward for answering my previous question?" She felt a faint urge to flaunt. "Mr. Hanged Man and the others don't know of the Twilight Hermit Order. How enviable. I wonder what problem Miss Justice asked advice on privately. I'll write teacher later, see if he has Roselle's diary, well, notebook to outsiders," Fours thought eagerly. Under the Hanged Man's watchful eyes, Klein nodded without hesitation. "Sure." Audrey handed 3 tawny diary pages to Mr. Fool. Klein read the first. 13th January, contact with Mr. Daw stabilized. A Chinese proverb came to mind, involving jumping into the Yellow River. Chapter 440, Angel Family. Just as Klein picked up the diary, Audrey added, "Mr. Fool, I still have 10 diary pages which will be given to you later. It is for the payment for your previous blessing." She repeated this private promise so Mr. Fool wouldn't think she had forgotten. The reason she had provided payment for the information about the Twilight Hermit Order was partly to settle the debt and partly to show off a little. The payment for the blessing. Fours reflected on this and suddenly realized a significant oversight. Regarding the Abraham family, Mr. Fool had sent his angel to help her interfere with the divination. She should have paid an appropriate price. Oh no, she hadn't realized this at all. Fours had thought rituals ended once performed, like all ordinary magic. For a moment, panic gripped her. Ordinary ritualistic magic required advanced sacrifice, burning oils, extracts, or herbs pleasing to the target deity as an upfront payment. But the Fool's rituals often omitted many steps. The price could come afterward, or sometimes nothing was required at all. Fours used to the former had only offered thanks. Hastily, she looked toward the end of the long bronze table and said earnestly, Honorable Mr. Fool, your divination interference helped me greatly. I will try to find 10 Roselle diary pages as soon as possible as well. Seeing Justice and Magician's display, Derek Berg realized he had found a way to express full gratitude. However, the City of Silver did not have Emperor Roselle's diary pages. Well, Mr. Fool was very interested in history, so Derek promised to read more books and records to assist. From the side, the hanged man watched and was sure the Fool had an angel at his service. Every organization needed a figure like Miss Justice. The power of such a role model was limitless. With many debts suddenly appearing, Klein inwardly sighed happily. As the high and mighty Mr. Fool, he always found it awkward to ask for compensation directly, and believed helping organization members was reasonable without transactional strings. So he hadn't controlled the world to remind everyone theatrically. Of course, if Justice and the others wanted to pay, Klein didn't intend to refuse. All right. He smiled and nodded, shifting his gaze back to the diary in his hands. 13th January, contact with Mr. Dorr stabilized. The powerful Beyonder, lost in darkness and trapped in the storm, didn't rush me to complete a complicated ritual to help him return to the real world. He seemed to understand he must offer something to move me, rather than 3 intangible wishes, if he wanted me to take the hidden risk of saving him. Mr. Dorr temporarily didn't mention this and instead, with great interest, chatted about my tarot card creation. Haha. The word creation should be in quotation marks. From this, it's clear Mr. Dorr can contact the real world at certain times and methods and observe many details. While discussing the moon card, I record what Zaratul mentioned, that the life school worships the moon but not the Evernite goddess. Yes, I added the second half myself. So I asked Mr. Dorr, a 4th epoch expert, about this. He chuckled and didn't give a direct answer. But compared to the furtive seer who spoke half-truths making me want to beat him up, Mr. Dorr was more frank. He said that if he chose a tarot card to represent the Evernite goddess, it wouldn't be the moon, but the star. That makes things interesting. I pressed, who is the real owner of the moon? His reply was even better. He laughed and said, the moon currently has no owner. If I'm not mistaken, he means the peak of the moon's pathway is empty. The sequence 0 is empty. That's not right. Isn't there a primordial moon? Klein thought suddenly. He had expected the moon card didn't represent the goddess. The life school's faith, vampire's attitude, and the Book of Secrets all vaguely pointed out Evernite wasn't the moon. Vampire ancestor Lilith and the primordial moon resembled the sequence 0 of this pathway. According to City of Silver's history, Lilith likely fell in the Dark Epoch, the 2nd epoch. The primordial moon was an existence people still believed in and sent responses to. Of course, praying to her ended poorly. Why did Mr. Dorr say the moon had no owner now? The Book of Secrets showed the primordial moon existed in the 4th epoch. Klein frowned. He came up with 3 guesses. First, Mr. Dorr didn't know enough about the hidden primordial moon, unlikely. Second, the primordial moon was actually a disguise of another deity, not essentially the sequence 0 of the moon pathway. Third, that she was a sequence 1 of the moon's pathway, or disguised and had a corresponding sealed artifact. One more possibility. It's a response from the moon pathway's uniqueness, Klein muttered. The most important Beyonder ingredient in the sequence 0 potion formula described by the Black Emperor card wasn't all sequence 1 characteristics, but uniqueness. Different pathways had different uniquenesses. A true god was unique. Other than the first guess, the others were quite possible. What was the moon's Beyonder pathway? Klein turned the diary page and found a continuation. I pressed further, but Mr. Dorr refused to say more. He thinks I'll rescue him by whetting my appetite? Dream on. I hid my curiosity and scoffed at him for not respecting true gods. Casually, yes, casually, he replied. This is a 4th epoch noble's attitude toward deities. This guy's too good at acting, but I am interested in 4th epoch nobility, so I took the chance to ask. Mr. Dorr said in the Tudor dynasty, 5 noble families, Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Tamara, and Jacob, were known as angel families with tremendous strength. Angel family, just the name, raises questions. It makes one yearn for it. Mr. Dorr said the number of angel families in the 4th epoch exceeded 5, the Zaratul and Zoroast families loyal to the Solomon Empire, the Augustus, Sauron, Einhorn, Castilla families of the Trunsos dynasty, the Furtive and Ariel and Beria families, and the Demoness family stemming from a true goddess, one step above angel families. So the last winner of the fourth epoch was the Trunsos dynasty, but where did their royal family go? The four angel families, Augustus, Sauron and others, divided the northern continent. As Mr. Dorr said before, the strongest fourth epoch powerhouses exceeded my imagination. Most are buried in history's ashes. Even the Sauron family has waned, destroyed by me. In 1 or 2 millennia, perhaps the Augustus family might no longer exist. Only true gods seem able to forever illuminate the real world. Although some deities perished in the fourth epoch, they were few. This reminds me of something I memorized from a web novel with some changes. Ashes await those who fail to become true gods. After the communication ended, Mr. Dorr disconnected. He's like a prisoner on parole for a fixed time. He knows a lot. When he mentioned the Zaratul family, his tone showed faint contempt. Perhaps I need to maintain relations with Mr. Dorr. Apart from the Church of the God of Steam, Zaratul, and that secret ancient organization, I should have another outlet. Unlike the saying, a wily hare has far more than 3 holes. When Emperor Roselle struggled in the end, he only thought of the Twilight Hermit Order. He never mentioned Mr. Dorr. Something happened in between. So the lone royal family's ancestor, the Augustus family, was rich and powerful enough to be an angel family. But why did the Trunsos dynasty's royal family disappear suddenly? Klein thought deeply and felt his desire to clear the fog around fourth epoch history grow. It was the original owner's greatest hobby. Perhaps the underground relic with 2 side-by-side seats and a terrifying evil spirit could help answer many questions. Klein lowered his gaze and flipped to the 3rd page. 2nd June, Bernadette massaged my back. It's good to have a daughter. She knows how to care for her old father. Though I can see her intentions, at least she's willing to act. Besides, she did a good job. I asked which Beyonder pathway she wanted. She was undecided, but liked the maxim, do as you wish, but do no harm. 3rd June, I saw Florin again. He's very different, like a different person. No, he still had original memories and some distinctive traits proving it's him. What happened to cause such a huge change? Perhaps a metaphor fits better. Some monsters are physical sutures. He is a monster of mental sutures. 5th June, I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial demoness's name, not an honorific. Her name is Cheek, but that's a man's name. Is this ancient book fake? Chapter 441, Channels. Increased Cheek? Was the primordial demoness also a man in the past? Klein almost raised his hand to his chin. He had once speculated that the demoness pathway's gender change at sequence 7 was due to the existence of the evil goddess. But now, Roselle's diary hinted that the primordial demoness might have been male originally. That meant 2 things. First, the primordial demoness wasn't a naturally born deity, but had advanced via potions. Second, the femininity of the pathway was rooted in its Beyonder characteristics. Roselle had also suspected that all Beyonder characteristics came from the original creator, meaning the total amount never changed, just transferred. If that was true, then was the creator all-encompassing, masculinity, femininity, and neutrality combined, and the demoness pathway a representation of pure femininity. Of course, that ancient book might be fake. There's a lot to digest from today's diary. Klein let the diary fade from his hand. You can begin, he smiled and told Justice, the Sun, and the others. Alger turned to the world immediately. Your werewolf characteristic has been sold. An artisan paid £1,200. According to our agreement, I'll keep 200. Also, I found clues to deep-sea naga hair. £100 a strand. You want 5. If that's acceptable, I'll proceed. Klein had promised a higher cut because Alger had done far more than Emlyn White. He briefly considered before making the world reply, No problem. Give me the 5 strands and £500 in cash as soon as possible. Now, only the human skin shadow characteristic remains. I've got £1,235. Still not enough. Unless I wait for Machinery Hive Mind's exploration of the Ammon family mausoleum, I'll need another £500 to £1,000. Audrey raised her hand slightly and said openly, I'd like to purchase 3 ingredients. A pair of eyes from a mirror dragon, 50 milliliters of its blood, and a fruit from the Tree of Elders. She's gotten the psychiatrist formula. Klein and Alger both made that judgment instantly. I'll write to my teacher and ask, Fors offered after a pause. Derek nodded. I'll take note as well. Corroded mirror dragons and the Tree of Elders aren't rare. There's also a psychoanalyst beyonder characteristic in the City of Silver, but it's hard to trade for. Psychoanalyst? The ancient name for psychiatrist. Klein manipulated the world to say hoarsely, I'll ask around in my circle. Oh right, continue helping me find the human skin shadow characteristic. All right. Audrey turned and added, Mr. Hanged Man, I'll also look out for the wind-blessed potion formula you need. With the psychology alchemists backing her now, she had access to many resources, so long as she paid the price. Fors nodded again. I'll write to my teacher. Seeing the discussion unfold, Klein felt gratified. After all his efforts, the Tarot Club finally had two major supply channels, the psychology alchemists and the Abraham family. The world chuckled. Your answers fill me with hope, but you must also take care to protect yourselves and avoid suspicion. Mr. World, you rarely talk so much, Audrey teased with a smile. Oops. I got too into it and forgot the world's usual persona. Klein quickly made the world say, all of you have become sufficiently valuable. I hope that this kind of transaction can last a very, very long time. That's why I'm reminding you. Thank you, Audrey replied gracefully. Derek hesitated. I'll give it a try as well. I've recently completed several patrol missions, but there's nothing out of the ordinary. Very good. Klein had the world fall silent. After a brief pause, Alger looked thoughtfully at Audrey. I would like to know the details of the assassination of Duke Negan. What kind of reward do you need? Why ask me? As someone close to the Church of Storms, shouldn't you already know? Audrey was surprised, but quickly understood. He wants to ask about the organization behind the Desire Apostle, but it would be too abrupt to ask Mr. Fool directly, so he's using me to open the topic. Her lips curled slightly. No need for compensation. Isn't it the purpose of our Tarot Club to freely exchange regional common knowledge? Only by doing so can our Tarot Club expand rapidly, she added to herself. Your words shame me. Alger pressed a hand to his chest and leaned forward slightly. Klein, shrouded in fog, laughed inwardly. Audrey pursed her lips and said, The Desire Apostle used a unique method. By triggering intense emotions and desires, he assassinated Duke Negan, escaped seriously injured, and entered the sewers. When the Nighthawks caught up, he was already dead. The hero bandit Dark Emperor was present, not to silence him, but to target the organization behind the assassination contract. Which organization? Alger pondered. The Fool gave Audrey a reminder. In the outside world, do not mention the name of the organization or write it down. Why? Audrey asked in astonishment. In any mention of it, it will be known, Klein said gently. Audrey instinctively looked at him through the fog and seemed to catch a deeper meaning in his unseen gaze. Fool is hinting that unless it's within this divine kingdom or said directly to him, mentioning or writing the name will alert the organization. The Twilight Hermit Order. What a terrifying group. Even more frightening than the 7 churches in some ways, and our Tarot Club is looking for them. She straightened up. As you command. A name that triggers feedback just by being spoken? And I've never heard of them before. Alger was shaken. Is this the organization behind the assassination? Mr. Fool sent his adorer to search for them? The implications unsettled him. Yet he calmed down and reasoned that, for now, what he needed most was the wind-blessed formula and its ingredients, not knowledge of high-level secrets beyond his reach. After I advance, I can consider asking Mr. Fool again, he silently decided. Fors was confused. Terms like Desire Apostle and any mention of it will be known didn't appear in newspapers. There really are many secrets behind a duke's assassination. What a pity, I can't even write the name down. It'd make a great villain in my novel. But I still owe 10 diary pages, and I haven't bought the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. No need to spend money learning high-end secrets for now. The Tarot Club's secrecy and knowledge are 10 times what Mr. A's gathering had at least. She reined in her writer's curiosity. As for Derek, he didn't know who Duke Negan was, so he remained silent, sitting like a serious student. When the discussion ended, Fors looked around and cautiously asked, Lady and gentlemen, do you have a way to solve the problem of accumulating too many beyonder characteristics of the same level? Chapter 442, Exploration Mission. Alger looked at Fours and asked, "You were forced to drink a second apprentice potion. Why did you figure it out so easily? It's like you saw it happen." Fours cleared her throat. "Yes, let's just pretend that's what happened. What solutions do you have? What do you need me to exchange for it?" Seeing that Mr. Fool gave no indication, Alger calmly replied, "You don't need payment because it will certainly not be able to satisfy your needs." Before the others could ask, he explained, "High-sequence Beyonders can decide whether or not to pass on their Beyonder characteristics to their children. At sequence 6 or 5, they'll pass on a small part uncontrollably. It doesn't affect strength, but their sequence can regress if they have enough children. Such a child is born with high spiritual perception and some incomplete Beyonder powers?" Audrey asked, suddenly understanding. The Hanged Man nodded. "Yes, they're like half a sequence 9. If they want to become Beyonders, they can only take the same path. Of course, it might also come from a deity's blessing or corruption by an evil spirit. Also, sometimes a child might even be born at sequence 5, one of the rare cases of advancement without losing control. So that's how it is." Audrey found this knowledge even more satisfying than jewelry. Fours pressed, "Then what about Beyonders at sequence 7, 8, and 9? Theoretically, their characteristics won't pass on, but if there's excess, it might still happen. So if you're pregnant, it can reduce the potion remnants in your body. One child might not succeed, but 3 or 4 will have a better chance." 3 or 4? Fours stared blankly. Klein couldn't help but think of a joke. "Miss Magician, in the future you can say to your child, 'You were a free gift from drinking a potion.' Still, even if pregnancy helps digestion, it takes nearly 40 weeks, and you can't just abandon the child afterward. With the acting method, even 2 months might be enough." Fours forced a smile. "I understand. The best way is still to rely on acting." Alger nodded. "That's the case for sequence 7 and below. Above that, digestion would take longer, years. By then, giving birth would be more viable," he thought privately. The women fell silent, digesting this information. For Derek, it was basic knowledge. Adjusting his posture, he said, "I've been assigned another exploration mission." "Where to?" Alger asked. "The half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator," Derek replied without much concern. "It sounds relatively safe." Audrey didn't interrupt. Alger asked, "Is the Shepherd Elder still in prison?" "Yes, the chief will lead this mission," Derek answered. "This way, the danger level will be much lower than last time. You can give it a try," Alger said, glancing at Mr. Fool, but getting no visible response. "This should be your final inspection before they lift the surveillance," he continued. "You previously shared that Ammon is the fallen creator's archenemy. This time, by exploring the temple without abnormal behavior, the council will likely believe you're no longer under Ammon's influence. Mr. Hanged Man really is experienced." Derek kept that in mind and asked, "What else do I need to watch out for?" At the end of the table, the Fool finally spoke. "Flesh and blood, ravings." Klein left only 2 words, letting the others comprehend them. Alger thought for a moment, then said, "In particular, don't look at what you shouldn't, don't listen to what you shouldn't, don't eat what you shouldn't, and don't touch what you shouldn't." "What are those that shouldn't be seen or heard?" Derek asked in confusion. "After entering the temple, everything is included," the Hanged Man said solemnly. "Then how should I explore?" Derek asked, surprised. Alger chuckled. "Aren't there other members? Isn't there a chief?" That really is Mr. Hanged Man's style. Audrey wanted to facepalm, but instead gracefully tucked her hair behind her ear. The son clearly didn't approve of this method. Noticing, Alger quickly clarified, "What I mean is, follow your chief's instructions. Only do what he allows. At all other times, don't act on your own." "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." The son relaxed. Alger exhaled and turned to Audrey. "Miss Justice, I wish to know the political changes in Backlund after Duke Negan's passing." Audrey recalled recent news and said, "Duke Negan's death divided the House of Lords. His eldest son is about to inherit his title and seat, but lacks prestige to calm the disputes. Nearly 10 lords proposed that newly conferred nobility, those granted titles through donations or land purchases, should get seats in the House of Lords too." Alger laughed. "Aren't the old nobles the ones who despise such purchased nobility the most? Isn't their greatest pride a hereditary seat?" Ignoring the sarcasm, Audrey calmly replied, "When you owe tens or hundreds of thousands of pounds, you make the same choices." Nobles weren't threatened by debt itself, but losing land, which could be used to pay debts, would cause their noble status to collapse. "And then?" Alger asked. Audrey went on, "This dispute has stalled many bills, like raising wages, improving working hours, and revising the poor law. But thankfully, the civil servant unified examination is still progressing. The air pollution investigation is also continuing. There will be no war for the time being," Alger murmured, then turned to talk with the other members. Realizing he'd been in the bathroom too long, Klein ended the tarot gathering. Back in her room, Audrey didn't immediately get up. She looked at the mirror, smiling as she adjusted her earrings. "There's a psychology lesson tomorrow. I can tell Miss Escalante that someone in a Beyonder circle is seeking the human skin shadow characteristic at a high price. Maybe the psychology alchemists will be interested. Also, I mustn't forget Roselle's diary and the wind-blessed formula. Yes, I have to find the psychiatrist ingredients fast. Audrey, don't be lazy. Susie's already sequence 8. You can't let her overtake you." In her own room, Force finally made up her mind. She pulled out paper and pen, sat down, and began writing to Dorian Gray. She described someone looking for the human skin shadow characteristic and wind-blessed formula, and asked about Roselle's diary. In the city of Generosity, capital of the Rorstead archipelago, Alger Wilson exited a hotel and headed toward a secret underground market. He was looking for deep-sea naga hair, and if someone had the human skin shadow, he had no intention of missing it. "I'm short on money." Klein sighed in his living room. He still needed more cash to be able to purchase the human skin shadow's characteristic once it showed up. "Maybe I should stop waiting for Miss Shio and try to sell the interrogator's characteristic through other channels." After a long time lost in thought, the sudden sound of the doorbell broke the afternoon silence. Chapter 443, A One-Man Performance. The visitor was a man in a dark green postman uniform. He smiled fawningly. "Are you Mr. Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes," Klein replied, already guessing the reason for the visit. The man raised his right hand and handed over a small package, wrapped in black gauze. "Please sign and accept your package," Klein asked. "Shouldn't you give me a slip and let me go to the corresponding post office for collection?" The Lowen postal system was copied from Intis, flaws and all. Normally, anything that didn't fit in a mailbox required a collection slip. "Haha, because it's rather precious, so I have to personally deliver it to you," the postman explained after a pause. "You're definitely not a real postman." Klein signed for the package, then returned to the living room without opening it immediately. He tossed a gold coin into the air. "Pah, heads. No latent danger." He tucked away the coin and touched the paper figurine in his pocket before carefully unwrapping the black gauze. Inside were a pale gold pocket watch, a blood-stained handkerchief, several curly brown hairs, and a stack of notes. Talem's belongings, his hair, blood, and records. Prince Edessek is fast. It's not even nighttime. Klein suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. The Angel family's heritage spans more than 2 millennia. Just being involved in royal strife could get me killed anywhere, anytime. I must appear mediocre, even useless. He calmly examined the pocket watch, handkerchief, and hair. No spiritual warnings came. Klein then took out the letter, picked up a pen, and wrote, "The true cause of Talem Dumont's death." Feigning composure, he picked up the hair and handkerchief and entered cogitation. His eyes deepened, and after 7 repetitions he arrived at the dream world. He saw the familiar lobby of the Quelard Club, Talem clutching his heart in agony. "This revelation shows that Talem did die of a sudden heart disease," Klein muttered, frowning in confusion. Multiple variations of the divination all yielded the same result. He paced the room, punched himself in frustration, then sat silently like a stone statue. That should be enough. If no one's monitoring me, then I've just been acting for air. After shaking his head, Klein made dinner. He read through the stack of notes. Talem's daily activities, locations visited, Red Rose Manor, Quelag Club, Viscount Conrad's mansion. Nothing out of the ordinary. He circled places to investigate with a pencil, sighed, then washed up and went to bed. Late at night, Klein's eyes snapped open. Under cover of the paper figurine substitute, he slipped into the bathroom and walked 4 steps counterclockwise to the grey fog. His eyes were no longer dejected, they were calm and clear. From a hidden pocket he retrieved the blood-stained handkerchief, which he had secretly concealed using his magician powers. He took a deep breath and conjured a pen and paper. He wrote the same sentence again. The true cause of Talim Dumont's death. After repeating it 7 times, he leaned back in the fool's chair and fell asleep in the silent grey fog. In the dream he didn't see Talim, but instead a palm-sized wooden puppet with carved facial features and drops of dark red blood. A pale, beautiful hand extended toward it, slender fingers, a sapphire-inlaid ring on the pinky. "Pa!" Black flame swirled around the index finger as it pointed at the puppet's chest. The vision shattered. Klein awoke. Talim was cursed. My initial suspicion was right. But then a troubling thought struck him. Why didn't I see the full scene the first time, even here above the grey fog? The grey fog should eliminate interference. Normally, unclear revelations meant his divination skills were too limited, or the matter too complex. But this wasn't that. It was as though something had blocked part of the truth. Have I experienced this before? Then he remembered. In Tingen, when I divined the reason behind the coincidences, I saw the house with the red chimney, but not Insa Zangwil or 008. This is the power of something equivalent to a grade 0 sealed artifact resisting the grey fog. But he couldn't be sure. There were still other possibilities. He had to confirm. There was only one way. Redo the divination. If the scene stayed the same, things weren't dire. If the divination failed, then something, or someone, was resisting the grey fog. Klein repeated the sentence, the true cause of Talim Dumont's death. He leaned back and chanted softly, eyes darkening. This time all he saw was hazy, shattered grey fog. No puppet. No hand. No scene at all. Whoosh! Klein sat up straight, his expression grim. What did Talim get himself into? There's only one move now. Play it passive. I'll lie to Prince Adesak and say I couldn't find anything. This world is terrifying. A single misstep, and you touch something unspeakable. He sighed and quickly returned to the bathroom. Tuesday, 9 a.m., Crown Cemetery. Klein stood at the edge of the crowd, dressed in black and holding a bouquet he bought for 12 solli. He watched gravely as Talim's coffin was lowered into the earth. Talim's mother's eyes were swollen with tears, her voice caught in her throat. His father looked haggard and trembled silently. Klein tilted his head back, eyes closed. After the crowd dispersed, he stepped forward, placed his flowers down, and silently said, "I'm sorry." Turning to leave, he spotted Mike and Aaron approaching. What a pity. I never thought that Talim would actually, sigh. Mike trailed off in pain. Even Aaron, usually aloof, removed his glasses and wiped his eyes. He's a warm-hearted guy. He shouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, he could have gotten rid of his grandfather's bad reputation, Klein said. Just then, a woman in a thick black dress and veil walked to the grave. She carried a bouquet of white flowers. Klein didn't stare, just kept watch from the corner of his eye. She bent down and her left palm, covered by a black gauze glove, was revealed. A blue gem faintly gleamed on her pinky. Klein's scalp tingled instantly. His entire body turned numb. Chapter 444, Confession. A similar feeling. Klein instantly used his clown powers to control his expression and trembling. Without rushing, he calmly retracted his gaze, making his earlier glance seem natural. Sigh, Talim was so young, he wasn't even married and has no children. Klein followed up smoothly. It offered a plausible reason for his subtle reaction, sorrow at seeing someone possibly close to Talim, linking her to love and family. Yeah, actually, at his age, he should have been married 4 or 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the matter with his grandfather left him with an extremely strong psychological trauma. He had always rejected marriage, and only recently did he improve, Mike sighed. Klein felt as though a cluster of thorns was stabbing into his back. The woman in the black dress and sapphire ring straightened up, calmly scanned her surroundings, then silently left with 2 maids. Phew. Klein exhaled. The tension drained into cold sweat. Just who is she? Talim's lover? But how could Talim, with no wealth or power, be tied to someone associated with a grade 0 sealed artifact or demigod? And wasn't she the one who cursed him to death? He quietly listened as Mike and Aaron reminisced. The mystery only deepened. Why would a man like Talim, an ordinary citizen, be caught in something involving powerhouses? But this isn't an isolated case. Klein glanced at Aaron. That household might be hiding a Sequence 1 snake of Mercury. He began to reflect on his months in Backland. I've unknowingly come in contact with so many demigods and horrifying artifacts. The woman with the puppet curse, Will Orseptin. Ammon, the museum mystery woman, a high-sequence member of the Rose School of Thought, 08142, Insi Zangwil, the mutated sun sacred emblem, Antigonus's notebook, Mr. Azik, Mr. Dor, the Twilight Hermit Order, each name sent a chill down his spine. And that's not even including the true creator and the eternal blazing sun. He paused. Technically, I'm among them too. I was born of a dark divination from a foreign soul, and I control the strange grey fog. Could this be another crest of the times like Roselle said? Is that why all these forces are surfacing now? Mike and Aaron excused themselves. Klein left the cemetery at a leisurely pace. As he looked for a rental carriage, one stopped before him. Though its coat of arms was hidden, he recognized it immediately. Prince Edessax. The old butler stepped out and gestured politely. His Highness is waiting for you. All right. Klein boarded the spacious, warm carriage without hesitation. Prince Edessac wore a noble dark blue coat with a golden ribbon across his chest. He rubbed a diamond brooch and sighed. I am restricted even when participating in the funeral of a friend. I couldn't appear in person, had to send someone else to offer flowers. That is the royal family's lack of freedom. If Talim's grandfather hadn't lost his aristocratic title, you wouldn't have to avoid anything, Klein said as he sat opposite. Edessac lifted his wine. Sigh, I'd planned to help Talim's father regain that title, but now... He didn't linger on the topic. Sherlock, did you receive the package? Yes. Any progress? I made several divinations using Talim's hair, blood, and belongings, but all of them led to the conclusion that he had died of a sudden heart disease. Klein kept his tone steady and factual, subtly implying, I'm not strong enough. The other party is more powerful. I'm unable to uncover the truth. Edessac sighed, visibly disappointed. How do you plan on continuing the investigation? Starting with the people Talim interacted with and the places he visited before his death. Edessac turned to the butler. There will definitely be some threatening or bribing involved. Pay Sherlock £100 for his investigation fees. Yes, Your Highness. The butler handed over a prepared stack of bills. £100. Once again, Klein felt the prince's generosity. I'll do my best, he said as he pocketed the money without even counting it. I hope we can put Talim to rest. Edessac clenched his right fist and tapped his chest, gazing toward the distant cemetery. His friendship for Talim still runs deep. Klein sighed inwardly and was soon escorted out. In Earl Hall's Empress Borough villa, Audrey sat across from her psychology teacher, Escalante. She looked side to side, then lowered her voice. Miss Escalante, I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. There were high offers for a human-skinned shadow characteristic and the wind-blessed potion formula. Different people. These are likely mid-sequence items, right? Will the psychology alchemists be interested? Escalante was startled. After a pause, she said, I'll ask when I return. All right, Audrey said brightly, as if simply curious. Escalante turned serious. Although you're already a Sequence 8 Beyonder, you haven't received formal mysticism education. You don't yet understand the techniques and theory behind being a spectator or telepathist. From now on, I'll guide you to become a true Beyonder. That's what I wish, Audrey replied sincerely. Susie, the golden retriever by her feet, wagged her tail cheerfully. Having decided not to work, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street. But just as he opened the door and was about to take off his hat, he froze. His spiritual intuition flared. A stranger had entered the room. Someone had been here. Barely managed to hide my tracks. Was this a warning? Still, having a warning is better than nothing. He stood silently in the hall for a long time, then turned and left again, heading straight for the Steam Cathedral. Its towering structure rose beyond the chimneys and clock tower. Machinery, precision, and faith blended into its cold architecture. It wasn't a service time, so only a few were scattered in the pews, quietly praying. Klein sat down, leaned his cane against the bench, removed his hat and prayed silently for 10 minutes. Then, rising, he walked to the altar and addressed a bishop nearby. I wish to make a confession, Good. God is watching you, the elderly bishop replied gently, and led him to the confessional. Klein sat and spoke through the screen. I confess that I didn't adhere to my principles when facing danger, and I chose to retreat. What were you thinking at the time? Came the soft question. Klein described Talim's death, his divinations, the feeling of being watched, and his fear of Prince Adesak's entanglement in royal strife. He couldn't risk being honest with Carlson. Not if spies were watching. But within the sacred protection of the cathedral, he could be sincere. It was his way of staying true to himself, without getting dragged into something darker. The bishop listened quietly. Your choice derives from human instinct. God will not blame you. Go back, God will protect you. That's good. Klein understood the hint. He quietly left. Outside the cathedral, under the misty sky, he exhaled. I need to advance as soon as possible. Chapter 445, live broadcast. Lightning streaked across the sky, casting flickering light on the pitch-black city walls. Carrying a leather bag and the axe of Hurricane, Derek Berg stood outside a cave with nearly 10 teammates. He glanced up. Dry, hardened black soil crusted the stone cracks, and tenacious weeds, densely packed like human hair, had forced their way out. Light footsteps sounded. Derek immediately turned his gaze toward the city gate. As lightning flashed again, a tall figure slowly approached, 2 straight swords crossed on his back. His disheveled pale hair, ancient eyes, twisted scars, and ever-present brown coat came into view. It was Colin Iliad, chief of the 6-member council of the City of Silver, a powerful demon hunter. After greeting him, Derek's eyes subconsciously went to Colin's waist, a leather belt with numerous metal bottles. Each held holy ointments, potions, or essential oils tailored for different monsters. His parents had once explained that demon hunters, through special cogitation and deep knowledge of monster weaknesses, could prepare magical materials to restrain their targets. The more bottles, the more experience. Colin scanned the group. Light up. Let's go. 2 team members lit lantern candles. The pale yellow light barely penetrated the leather, but it was vital. In the City of Silver, lightning struck frequently enough to serve as intermittent light. But outside, if darkness lasted over 5 seconds, monsters could ambush in silence. Derek still remembered a story. During an exploration, 3 of 8 team members had vanished in darkness after their candles failed during battle. They were never found again. He gripped the axe of Hurricane tightly and followed the chief into the plains of tall, black grass. Lightning lit up the craggy path briefly, like an eerie oil painting, then faded, and dense darkness swept in. The faint candlelight flickered, barely keeping the darkness at bay. In East Barrow, inside a greasy, cheap coffee shop, Klein sat across from old Kohler, who was buttering toast. He glanced at the cigarette on the table and smiled. Newly bought? No, it's from the past. I haven't smoked since, but I'd carry it, sniff it. Haha, reminds me of that vagrant life. Felt like I could die at any moment, old Kohler said with a hint of fear. Klein pushed over 20 soldi in change. I was very satisfied with the information from the last time. Without waiting for thanks, he turned toward the counter. A loaf of oatmeal bread, 2 slices of toast, a block of butter, a serving of beef stew with potatoes, and a 1-pence cup of tea. Mr. Moriarty, didn't you have dinner yesterday? Old Kohler was surprised. Klein smiled. I'll be very busy later and might not have time for lunch. He had to appear active and diligent. After all, he'd received £100 from Prince Adesak. Old Kohler stuffed the money into his pocket and looked around warily. There are some results from the matter you asked about. Azik Eggers's bounty came from a few gang leaders and intelligence dealers. I don't know who gave them the job. MI9. Klein nodded. That's enough. There's no need to delve deeper. It's too dangerous. Old Kohler exhaled in relief. 2 days ago, someone at a budget hotel on Golden Cloak Street said they saw someone who looked exactly like Azik Eggers. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He only smiled. And then? Could it be that the moment I prepared to try for this bounty, the matter is over? With that clue, a bunch of bounty hunters rushed over, but they didn't find anything. There were traces of a fight in the room, old Kohler added. MI9 must have received the intel first. Did Mr. Azik have a standoff with them? Klein kept his expression neutral. He glanced at the boss approaching with food, then muttered to old Kohler, "Take me to Golden Cloak Street later. Maybe I can find some clues." The cheap cafe was nearly empty now. All right, old Kohler agreed without hesitation. A total of 16.5 pence. The boss placed down the food. The beef portion was meagre and the stew clearly overcooked, but the smell made old Kohler involuntarily swallow. After paying, Klein picked up his fork and spoon. Continue. There aren't many looking for the believers of the fool anymore. Some textile women and male workers left Eastborough, probably found new jobs, old Kohler said. What? Klein looked up. Left Eastborough. Some left with their families, others had come alone from outside the city. The target's choices are off. Klein took mental notes and continued listening as he ate. After scheduling their next meeting, Klein set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, grabbed his hat and said, "Let's head for Golden Cloak Street." At the only budget hotel on Golden Cloak Street. After accepting a 2-pence tip, the boss led them to the room believed to have been used by Isaac Eggers. There've been lots of bounty hunters. Hey, I made quite a bit, so I've kept it as it was. The boss opened the door. The room was a mess. Chairs overturned, rags scattered. No obvious signs of fighting. Klein's sharp perception swept under the bed. He stepped closer, patted the frame, dust poofed up as a grey rat jumped out. It looked normal, but through spirit vision, its aura was black and green. As the rat scurried up the wall, its belly turned to face Klein. Its flesh was rotting, green, oozing pus. Its internal organs decayed. Klein looked at old Kohler, who hadn't noticed the rat. "Has the bounty for Isaac Eggers been withdrawn?" "No." Old Kohler shook his head. "There's no valuable clues." Klein turned and walked out. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein lay on his bed and entered the dream world. Images flashed, sometimes continuous, sometimes fragmented. Then suddenly, he realized he was dreaming. A power has invaded my dreams. He remained motionless, feigning confusion, and scanned his surroundings. He was in a suburb, fertile fields stretching to the distance. A river turned around a cliff of pure white rock. It had a kind of holy beauty. Nearly 10 people in dark coats or jackets surrounded a concealed underground entrance. Among them was Ikansa Bernard, White Cliff Town, Stratford River Creek, Machinery Hive Mind. Are they exploring the Ammon family tomb? But why is this in my dream? The river's surface rippled, then a line of white words appeared. Your loyal and humble servant Herodes is here to report to you on the exploration situation. Klein's mouth fell open, momentarily speechless. Then a voice echoed in his mind. Tell me, why would a perfectly good mirror be a snitch? Chapter 446, Machinery Hive Mind's Combat Style. In an instant, Klein switched to his unfathomable state as the fool who overlooked everything. He nodded and said, not bad. Ahead of him, the river surged, and the white words squirmed and changed before taking shape again. What follows is the exploration process your loyal servant, Herodes, has recorded. You can choose to speed up or skip certain scenes at any time. This sentence froze for 2 seconds before the scene zoomed in. Klein instantly appeared beside Ikansa Bernard, unnoticed. Everything around him looked real, lively Machinery Hive Mind members, lifelike surroundings. Klein almost felt he was truly there. I can even speed up or skip certain scenes. The original form of this mirror, Herodes, is a virtual reality family cinema. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He looked at the team and saw an old man in white priest robes and a cleric cap leading them. His kind face and gentle expression contrasted his status. Your Grace, everyone is ready, Ikansa said with a bow. Archbishop, this is the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery's Backlund Diocese, the demigod, Hiramik Hayden. The Machinery Hive Mind really is cautious and not careless. They probably brought a Grade 1 sealed artifact and did a divination. Luckily, the Grey Fog's anti-divination properties likely made any results ordinary. Still, my meeting with Miss Sharon might have shown up. Unless Herodes trying to curry favor added mosaics, Klein speculated. Hiramik Hayden drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. Begin the operation. God will protect us. Nearly 10 Beyonders headed underground. Klein followed, choosing not to fast forward. He wanted to observe their combat style and the secrets of the Ammon family tomb. The black marble staircase, still intact after centuries, led them into a space filled with asymmetrical stone pillars scarred by ancient axes and blades. Ahead stood a heavy dark grey bifold door, already ajar. They lit lanterns and carefully scouted the surroundings but found nothing. According to the plan, the first group will begin with a preliminary cleanup. With the Archbishop's nod, Ikansa pressed down his fluffy hair and gave the order. Cleanup? Klein ruminated over the odd phrasing. 2 burly members set down long black boxes. One contained an iron-black cannon-shaped device, engraved with arcane patterns. The other held a complex gun and a belt of pale golden bullets. The first member lifted the cannon and marched to the doorway. The other followed, gun in hand. They exchanged glances. The cannon lit up with glowing runes, then, boom, a golden fireball like a miniature sun exploded into the darkness. Boom, the ground trembled, light flared from within. Boom, 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 the burly man fired again and again, golden cannonballs pounding the tomb. His feet quaked from the recoil. Then the other member stepped forward and fired the peculiar gun. Da, 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 da. Pale golden bullets sprayed into the shadows, purging whatever lurked within. Isn't this the bombardment effect I've always wanted? Furthermore, they're using Beyonder expendables like purifying bullets and exorcism cannonballs. How extravagant! Is this the combat style of the machinery hive mind? Klein stared, mouth slightly agape. As the echoes faded, Ikansa raised his voice. Group 2, do the follow-up cleanup. There's more. Klein felt a little numb. 2 other members held leather scrolls. They chanted incantations, activated them, and threw them into the depths. Golden holy rain fell like a baptism of light, cleansing the interior of the tomb. Klein found it all absurd. Wait, aren't you guys here to engage in archaeological studies? Aren't you professional archaeologists? Aren't you afraid that the tomb would collapse from using such cleanup methods? Still, the second team reported, Deacon, as expected, the construct's structural integrity hasn't been destroyed. They were clearly prepared. All right, continue forward, Ikansa ordered. Through the door, Klein saw piles of debris and scorched remnants. It was impossible to tell what had lived there or what mechanisms had once existed. After this kind of cleaning, nothing below high-sequence Beyonders would survive. Klein once again grasped what aesthetic of violence meant. Brutal, direct, unreasonable. The team continued exploring, repeating the same process. Klein occasionally saw them harvesting Beyonder characteristics beginning to gather. There are no murals. Horamik Hayden said, puzzled, as they approached the main tomb chamber. Klein, a half-historian himself, was also confused. A noble family tomb usually displayed the family's honor and achievements. Murals were common, especially in mausoleums. In ancient times, people drew before they wrote. The lack of murals in a Fourth Epoch tomb was strange. Search the surroundings, Ikansa ordered. The team split into pairs to investigate. Klein watched, impatient. He was tempted to fast forward. Then he noticed something off. 3 people in the left corner instead of 2. One of them looked exactly like Ikansa, fluffy hair and all. This. Klein was stunned. A guess quickly surfaced. The fake Ikansa walked over to a team member. Any discoveries? He asked in a low voice. The man looked up, relaxed upon recognizing Ikansa, and answered, no. But before he finished, Ikansa turned into a piece of human skin and pounced. The pale skin tightly wrapped the man, forming facial features without making a sound. Suddenly, it emitted radiant light, blazing like the sun. It rose into the air, translucent and aflame. A black whip lashed it, slowing it down. Then came the counterattack. Beyonder weapons, burning scrolls, pale golden bullets. Brilliant light burst forth. Ashes fell from the air, glowing faintly, struggling to gather again. It really is a human-skinned shadow. Klein turned his attention to the targeted team member. The man pulled out a charm covered in solar symbols. Thankfully, the Archbishop got us to wear these things, he said sincerely. Klein then noticed, one man's brooch had the quality of night, another's ring held storm intensity, and someone's belt radiated strength. Although not all mystical items, they were clearly powerful charms and weapons. Costly, even if expendable. If you weren't an artisan or a rich Beyonder, there's no way to gather that much. Is this the combat style of the machinery hive mind? Burning money. Klein felt a sudden setback and took a while to recover. The human skin shadow's characteristics slowly gathered and took form. A huge, multifaceted diamond reflecting countless faces, densely packed and dizzying. I'm just short of it. Klein was overjoyed. The machinery hive mind carefully stored the spoils. Despite continuing the mural search, they found nothing. Left with no other leads, the team regrouped and headed toward the passageway to the main tomb. With Chapter 447, Portrait. After another round of violent bombardment, the path to the main tomb was exposed. Debris filled the ground. A diamond-shaped beyonder characteristic that reflected human faces glowed softly beside two other objects near the right wall. Despite the wreckage, one thing remained intact, a brown wooden frame about 7 meters ahead, only partially visible. Its undamaged presence stood out starkly amidst the destruction. None of the machinery hive mind members needed to say anything. They all sensed something strange. Archbishop Horamic Hayden stepped forward and said gently, "This is likely to be the spectre portrait frame that belongs to the Ammon family according to the records. As long as one walks into its range and is illuminated by it, their spirit body will instantly be separated from their flesh and blood, turning into a portrait and be forever sealed inside. In this state, even if the portrait is replaced, there is no way of rescuing the person without the corresponding methods. If the duration of being sealed is too long, the body would already be dead. Then even if one grasps the correct method to remove the seal, the spirit will quickly dissipate." He advanced toward the strange frame. Klein instinctively felt anxious, but quickly reminded himself this was just a replay from Arodis, a projection, not real. What was there to be afraid of? This is very normal. It's just like watching a horror movie or playing a dark game. Klein relaxed and caught up to Horamic. As the demigod stepped into the effective range of the sealed artifact, his white priest robe and clerical cap were fully reflected in the glass surface of the frame. Glass in the Fourth Epoch? Seems to be the case. There has at least been glass in the Fifth Epoch's history all this time, and there has been no mention of who invented it. Klein thought, intrigued. Horamic's upper body appeared fully in the glass, but his eyes remained clear. He approached the frame directly, face to face. The silhouette inside flickered, repeatedly attempting to shrink him into the frame, but failing. Without hesitation, Horamic pulled out a prepared black cloth and draped it over the spectre portrait frame. It trembled slightly but soon quieted down. He efficiently removed it, wrapped it tightly and tied the cloth at the back. This isn't mystic. Didn't you say that your spirit body would be absorbed into the frame and be turned into a portrait? Why is the Archbishop fine? Is this the uniqueness of a demigod, or is it because of another reason?" Klein scrutinized Horamic but saw no abnormalities. His eyes are filled with spirit, his expression genial, and he's rich in flesh and blood. It's a pity that I'm not there in person. Otherwise I could activate my spirit vision and have a look. Horamic handed the sealed frame to a subordinate and continued toward the stone door of the main tomb. It was dark and scarred by blades and axes. In the center of the door was a grey-white disc marked with 12 segments and a black needle like a clock hand. The segments were uneven and partially shadowed. "The coat of arms of the Ammon family," Horamic said simply. He didn't elaborate. Only Ikansa Bernard was qualified to know more. Klein, however, tried to deduce its meaning from mysticism. A disc with 12 segments and a needle clearly represents time. Uneven segments with shadows. The dark side of time? It matches the worm of time which Amon's avatar left behind after it was wiped out. Is the Amon family the dark, twisted reflection of time? Where does the blasphemer part come in? As he pondered, Horamic opened the door bare-handed. A vast tomb chamber lay beyond. At its center stood a deep black coffin atop a dais. The walls were lined with iron lampstands holding white candles. None flickered. The entire chamber was frozen in time. On the ground lay corpses in black coats, half-top hats and worker clothes. Clearly they'd entered recently. The Beyonders that previously recruited helpers? How did they get past the earlier traps? The human skin shadow was still active. Klein looked closer and was stunned. The corpses all had white hair, dry skin, and the shriveled features of the elderly. No wounds. It looked like they'd died of old age, very recently. But it's obvious that there wouldn't be this many ageders in an exploration team. Even old organizers would have recruited young helpers. There's something odd. He recalled the Ammon family's coat of arms and the worm of time. Making people age rapidly. Is that one of the Ammon family's powers? A loophole in time. Did the Tomb Master lure them in to steal their time and prolong his own? His gaze shifted to the black coffin. At that moment, Archbishop Horamic raised his left hand. "You will stop here." "Yes, Your Grace." Ikansa and the others answered without hesitation. They were veterans of countless Beyonder cases. They knew that when a high-sequence Beyonder gave a command under these circumstances, it was a matter of life and death. Horamik continued forward, his eyes landing on a picture frame hung upside down at the base of the dais. His expression unchanged, he walked calmly, not making any preparations at all. The hallmark of demigods is to be rash. Klein was stunned. He imagined Horamik aging rapidly, his teeth falling, hair turning white, skin shriveling. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then suddenly Horamik trembled. A sharp grinding sound echoed from within his body. He began to move slower. His limbs stiffened. His skin dried out in front of everyone's eyes. There's something wrong with that. That isn't the aging process of a normal human being. What was that grinding sound just now? 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. A tearing sound came from his body as something fell. A gear, a rusted gear. More items dropped, screws, wax, bones, springs. His form grew thin and shaky as though about to collapse. This is just like a robot. Well, in this era's terms, like a living doll. Klein suddenly understood. He remembered old Neil once saying the Church of Earth Mother's Sequence 4 was skilled in alchemical life. The savant pathway's corresponding sequence had some overlap. Horamik is a high sequence of the savant pathway. The Horamik here is just a refined doll. That's why the Spectre portrait frame didn't work. It has no spirit body. The real Horamik must still be far away. As expected of a demigod, the doll walked to the dais and flipped the upside-down frame. A wind blew through the tomb. The silent pressure lifted. The white candles blazed brilliantly, then quickly melted. The corpses decayed and stank within seconds. Only the lanterns held by the team still gave off light. Horamik picked up the portrait and climbed the stairs to the coffin. He extended his right palm and pushed. Creak. The lid opened slightly. It wasn't nailed shut. "There's no corpse," he said in the same calm voice. As the image zoomed in, Klein saw it too. The coffin was empty, save for a pale gold cushion embroidered with a worm with 12 rings. Then Horamik turned, and the portrait in his hands was reflected in the eyes of Ikansa and the others. Klein's gaze froze. It was a portrait of a smiling young man. He had black eyes and curly black hair, a broad forehead and a thin face, a crystal monocle, a black pointed hat. Amon! Chapter 448. Amon's Possible Origins. Klein repeated the name in his mind. He had assumed the blasphemer seen in the Forsaken Land was a descendant of the Amon family, someone who inherited the legacy and climbed to demigodhood. But now it seemed this man might have lived for over 2,000 years and was part of the family at its peak. An ancient relic. Why build a tomb for himself? Did he fake his death to escape a threat, or was it to anchor time onto himself? Had he extended his life by siphoning time from others? I originally guessed that he's a Sequence 3 or Sequence 2. Based on what I've seen today, it's not impossible for him to be a Sequence 1. After all, long periods of time would eventually bring about an intrinsic improvement. Klein's thoughts boiled like water. Horamik's doll tugged at its throat, accidentally pulling off a piece of skin and exposing the intricate mechanical structure beneath. His voice leaked through. "Search the corpses on the ground. Don't come any closer." "Yes, Your Grace," Ikansa and company responded with relief. The corpses had already shed their Beyonder characteristics. Some had fused with body parts, forming terrifying mystical items. Many also carried items of value. The machinery hive mind sure has reaped quite a harvest this time. Between the portrait frame, the human skin shadow and these, the cleanup costs were fully covered. High investment, high return. Klein lingered for a while, then followed Horamik, who still carried no lantern, to the far side of the coffin. With the help of a Rhodes's light, Klein could now see that the far wall had weathered rapidly. Most murals were destroyed. Only one, a large colourful mural taking up nearly half the dome, remained mostly intact. It depicted towering mountains. On the highest peak stood a colossal glowing cross, radiating intense holiness. In front of it loomed a tall, powerful figure. The mountains themselves seemed to submit like pets at its feet. Surrounding the figure were angels, 2-winged, 4-winged, 6-winged, playing harps, flutes, or horns. At the base of the mountains, 2 12-winged angels walked toward the peak, each carrying a baby. One child had curly black hair, the other had pale blonde hair, one eye black, the other golden. In other parts of the mountains, faint outlines of a chained giant and a grounded dragon could be seen. Horamik stared at the baby on the left, expression turning grave. He murmured, "Amon." Then he looked at the other child and said quietly, "Adam." "Amon." Klein repeated, the fog of the fourth and third epochs thickening. Piecing together the clues, he guessed, the central figure before the cross surrounded by angels, giants, dragons. It must be a true god, a sequence 0. And the cross, wasn't that associated with the true creator? Amon is said to descend from an ancient sun god, but the figure on the peak didn't seem like a mere sun god. Could he be the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the City of Silver believes in? That would align with their legends, the creator who stripped ancient gods of their authorities. Then maybe the ancient sun god is the same Lord of creation. He might govern sun and time. The powers of the giant King Ormir and dragon Ankiwelt likely returned to him. This can no longer be completely contained within sequence 0. So the original Amon is that God's descendant, someone who inherited the time domain's characteristics? That might explain why he could endure in the dungeon for decades in silence. And Adam? What did Adam inherit? Is he still alive? Where? What's the connection between the true creator and that God? Was the creator's title just imitated, or was it something deeper? Klein kept these thoughts guarded. After all, Orodes might be watching. Horamik silently stepped forward and pressed his palms against the mural. The massive image disintegrated noiselessly, falling away as stone debris. Its colors vanished. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is intentionally covering up the history of the third and fourth epochs. Are the other churches doing the same? Klein frowned and followed. They circled around the coffin platform and discovered something else, a faintly outlined stone door in a dark corner. The Horamik doll, now creaking with every step, approached and pushed with his right hand. Suddenly above the door a shimmering, watery light emerged, creating an illusory, vivid scene. Dark blue waves surged, black mist churned like liquid, and a jagged mountain protruded from it, flowing with sticky fluid. Beyond that the mist stretched infinitely, falling into endless depths. Anything caught in it would never return. What is this place? Klein's face remained composed. Horamik retracted his hands and the scene faded. He looked up and sighed with quiet emotion. The abyss. Abyss, the source of all corruption? Said to even corrupt true gods? Klein was stunned, but his clown training kept his expression steady. He thought of Roselle's note in the fog sea. I saw the abyss. Is there an entrance to the abyss in the fog sea? Klein looked again at the stone door. Perhaps Amon hadn't exited the tomb normally. Maybe he performed a ritual and slipped into the abyss through a hidden passage, faking his death in the process. As for whether the City of Silver or the Forsaken Land was within the abyss, it was uncertain. The tomb was at least 1,500 years old. Amon had plenty of time to relocate. Would he still return to siphon off time from others? If he found his grave raided, his expression would definitely be marvelous. Klein couldn't help but smirk. Just then, the Horamik doll raised his left hand with his right and twisted. With a creak, the wrist bent unnaturally. No blood, no broken bones. A heavy black metal barrel gleamed beneath the skin. His whole left arm is a mystical cannon. To hide such a weapon in his body, truly worthy of the machinery hive mind. But the cost must be immense. Only a select few could afford such modifications. Klein was stunned. This was a whole new technological path in the mystical world. The only issue was conservation of Beyonder characteristics and the limited number of artisans. Mass production was unlikely. The doll placed his left wrist on the stone door. Inside his body, grinding gears radiated intense spirituality. A beam of dazzling light flashed. The door turned to dust, completely erased. He destroyed the door? If Amon returned and found it gone, that would be fun. Klein nearly laughed aloud. The tomb's exploration ended. The image surrounding Klein shrank. A silver mirror floated mid-air. The black gem eyes glowed. White words appeared. Your loyal servant Orodes has finished reporting and is ready to serve you at any time again. Klein eyed the overly enthusiastic mirror warily. Well done, you may leave first. Yes, the mighty existence above the spirit world. With that, the scene shattered. Klein thought to himself, the mighty existence above the spirit world? So Herodes has sensed the grey fog. Does this wicked mirror truly wish to follow me? Or is there something else at play? I'll need to keep a close watch, especially with it inside the machinery hive mind. I don't want to be cannoned every few days. With that, he looked forward to the next day. After collecting the spoils, they might let me choose an item. Chapter 449, Better Choice in Empress Borough, inside the opulent villa of Earl Hall. The cold air was kept out by the windows and walls. The building's interior was warm as though it were spring, and the fireplace was elegant. Audrey Hall was having her measurements taken by the fashion designer Mrs. Guinea to create a costume for the New Year banquet considering her recent physical and emotional state. Her personal maid, Annie, leaned close and whispered, "Lady Escalante is here." Such a fast response. Audrey was delighted but didn't show it. With a faint smile, she said, "Please get her to wait in my art studio." For 5 minutes. Art studio? Annie asked in surprise. "Yes, I'd like her to admire my recently completed oil painting. She says content painted in a relaxed state easily expresses true thoughts and emotions," Audrey explained unhurriedly. Annie suddenly felt enlightened. "Yes, miss." Less than 5 minutes later, Audrey entered the studio and saw Escalante admiring the paintings on the walls. "That's Mr. Sensi's Inner Heart's Night, a masterpiece that allows one to feel peace," she smiled and introduced the painting. Sensi's Inner Heart's Night? One of the top 10 works of last year's top 100 century-old paintings that the Tusop Times voted for. Escalante was clearly a frequent newspaper reader, and as a beyonder of the spectator pathway, she had a good memory. "Yes," Audrey replied simply. "I actually have the honor of seeing the real deal." Escalante looked up at the painting again. She swallowed back the words, "This is worth at least a manor," unwilling to appear too Philistine. Audrey didn't continue introducing other paintings. She sent Annie away and motioned to Susie to stand guard outside. Susie read the hint, wagged her tail and scampered out. Escalante closed the door and returned to the easel's side. Before Audrey could ask, she said, "We have both the human skin shadows characteristic and the wind-blessed potion formula. However, there is no need to sell unless the other party offers an irresistible price." The willingness to negotiate meant hope. Audrey's green eyes darted slightly as she asked with a chuckle, "What do you wish to receive in exchange?" Escalante stroked her hair and answered, £2,500 for the human-skinned shadow characteristic and £3,000 for the wind-blessed potion formula. Quite a huge premium. Audrey didn't find it expensive but lamented the psychology alchemist's over 50% premium. According to the Hanged Man's description, under normal circumstances, the formula for Sequence 6 would cost less than £2,000, but as it approached high sequence, fewer potion formulas circulated, making it very hard to buy them. Authenticity was also a major concern. Escalante added, "If the other party can barter with mystical items, all that's needed is for them to be of roughly the same value." That meant they wanted mystical items more and would accept a price reduction. The psychology alchemists were young and hadn't accumulated many mystical items yet. Audrey pursed her lips, saying, "I'll inform them, but I can't guarantee they'll accept it." She wasn't worried the psychology alchemists would notice her absence at recent Beyonder gatherings. Her schedule was tight: afternoon tea, music lessons, dinners, dances, equestrian training, language lessons, dancing lessons, and so on. There were too many social opportunities for her to blend in. Perhaps a particular dinner was a cover for a gathering, or maybe the music teacher was a senior Beyonder. The psychology alchemists hid in shadows and couldn't investigate openly. Curiously, Audrey asked, "Ms. Escalante, I thought you wouldn't sell the wind-blessed potion formula since it's already at Sequence 6. Haha, if there's a chance, it might be more useful to spread this information out," Escalante answered vaguely. In her mind, although Audrey was a new member important to the organization, she still couldn't know everything. "Why?" Audrey suppressed doubts, smiled sweetly, and asked innocently, "Ms. Escalante, if this deal succeeds, can you count it as my contribution?" Escalante laughed. "Yes." Klein busied himself all morning until he returned to Minsk Street. He ate, prepared to rest, and finally had time to listen to prayers above the grey fog. Someone on Miss Justice's side had the human-skinned shadow characteristic. Either it didn't come alone or it came in pairs. The psychology alchemists were resourceful. Klein felt a sudden happiness from having a choice. Counting the £500 the hanged man hadn't paid him, he had only £1,335 in cash, but this didn't stop him from seriously considering the psychology alchemist's deal. After a dozen seconds, he passed Justice's words to the hanged man for a decision. £3,000? Alger Wilson, still in the Rorstead archipelago capital, the city of generosity, felt as if struck. After becoming captain of the Blue Avenger, sometimes a pirate, sometimes a law enforcer secretly wiping out pirates, his spoils rarely exceeded £2,000, part shared with sailors. Ships and cannons captured were handed to the Church of the Lord of Storms. He sighed. Most pirates weren't rich, wasting money on opulent lives. Liquor, barbecue, whores, marijuana, gambling drained them. Unless he met a pirate crew with Beyonders, sudden riches were unlikely. He paced, then decided. He took a gold mask from his pocket. The mask had rough facial features like a primitive human from an ancient forest. Alger sat down, recited the fool's honorific name, and said, "I'm willing to use this mystical item to barter for the wind-blessed potion formula. As long as the user wears this mask, they become extremely calm and emotionless, gain strong regeneration, exaggerated speed, strength, and some black magic and primitive curse techniques. Its weakness, the more it's used, the less human the wearer becomes, turning colder, eventually seeing themselves as a god." Sitting as the fool, Klein looked at the £500 note, 5 strands of dark blue hair as thick as a tiny snake, and the simple golden mask. He tapped the table's edge, considering which mystical items to trade. The all-black eye? No. It's a key ingredient of a Sequence 5 marionettist, almost requiring Little Sun's help to remove mental corruption. Dark Emperor card? Too valuable. Hidden from public. Mr. Azik's copper whistle? Only summons a messenger, an important communication tool. Unsellable. The copper whistle of the numinous episcopate member with white feathers? Similar function, the messenger's target seemed dangerous. Sun brooch, wanted for himself to compensate weaknesses. Master key involves Mr. Door, full of secrets. Despite effects less valuable than human skin shadow's characteristic. Biological poison bottle, compatible with his spirit body. Could fight multiple Beyonders. Demon hunting, purifying, exorcism bullets. Consumables, low value. The Book of Secrets, not a mystical item. Psychology alchemists likely don't lack knowledge. Only an interrogator's Beyonder characteristic could be sold. Psychology alchemists wanted mystical items, and the trading venue was in Backland, risking exposure of hero bandit Dark Emperor info. Klein sorted his belongings and devised a plan. He took the form of Mr. World, made him pray, and replied hoarsely, "I accept £2,500 but need 2 days to raise it." He sent the reply to the hanged man and the world, symbolizing Miss Justice. After Miss Justice's affirmation, Klein waited all afternoon at Minsk Street. Late afternoon, Machinery Hive Mind member Carlson rang his doorbell. Klein didn't question. He followed Carlson to Lever Cathedral near West Balham Dock and entered a 3-story building beside it. The sign read, Backland Institute for Mechanical Research. How academic. Klein thought of Blackthorn's security company and smiled. Guided by Carlson, he passed strange devices into a windowless room. On a long table lay many spiritually strong items, including the human skin shadow characteristic and a spectre portrait frame covered in black cloth. No characteristics from dead Beyonders. Clearly, Machinery Hive Mind higher-ups hid the law of indestructibility and conservation from him. Klein was unsurprised. "You can choose one," said the hatless Icansa, pointing. Klein examined the items, then sighed. "There's nothing I want. If converted into gold, how much would I get?" He had decided not to take the human skin shadow's characteristic from Machinery Hive Mind. Though it might be needed for mystical items or rituals, it risked exposing his sequence. Given better options, he avoided risk. He intended to take only money. This would help him raise the £2,500 psychology alchemists demanded and reduce Machinery Hive Mind's suspicion. Icansa smiled. £1,500. But if you choose money, we offer £2,000. Klein smiled sincerely. All right. Chapter 450, Distribution of Money. With the help of a bestowment ritual, Klein handed £2,500 in cash and the gold mask provided by the hanged man to Miss Justice, using the world's image to urge her to close the deal quickly. I've spent almost £5,000 in the past 2 weeks. If I hadn't left Tingen, this amount could maintain a lifestyle just like my landlady's family. A doll ruins one's life. Consuming potions bankrupts you for 3 generations. Klein looked at the vast fog and the ancient palace, now silent. He felt a bit lost, as if something important was gone. Quiet for a moment, he returned to reality, picked up the £830 left on his desk, and counted 6 £5 notes. He put £30 in his now deflated wallet and solemnly stuffed it into his clothes' inside pocket. He divided the other £800 into 2 stacks, placing one in each side pocket. Then Klein took 2 of the 5 deep-sea naga hair strands he'd brought back, wrapped them carefully in layers of paper and put them in his pocket. Ready, he grabbed his hat and cane, heading out under street lamps' glow. He got in a carriage bound for Braveheart's bar in the Backlund Bridge area. In the heated, noisy bar, Klein finished a glass of Southville beer before slowly slipping out amid the boxers' thundering cheers, boarding a rental carriage. As the wheels rumbled, he closed his eyes intentionally. Suddenly, a soft tap on the window made Klein's facial muscles twitch. Opening his eyes, he saw the pale, exquisite Miss Sharon quietly sitting across from him. Without waiting for questions, Klein smiled. "I sold the information you gave me last time for a good price, the one about the Ammon family tomb." Sharon said nothing. Leaning his cane aside, Klein took out 2 stacks of cash and a small clump of paper. £800 plus 2 strands of deep-sea naga hair, about £1,000. That's what you deserve. He smiled softly as he handed them over. Sharon glanced at him, reached out and took both. She lowered her head, looking at them, then asked in an ethereal voice, "How much did you sell it for?" £2,000, so we split it equally. Klein chuckled. "If the machinery hive mind had only paid £1,500 originally, then I'll owe you a part," he thought gladly. With a flip of her bloodless hand, the cash and paper vanished without trace. She raised her head and tersely acknowledged before asking, "What's in the tomb?" "I don't know. I didn't go." Klein withheld the help he'd received from the magic mirror, Erodi's. For a moment, he imagined that if he described it in detail, Miss Sharon would listen attentively with one hand on her cheek as before. This Wraith lady seems to enjoy situational scenes, dramas, and all kinds of rumors, Klein summarized. Sharon's expression remained unchanged. After a few seconds, she said, "Someone is digging a tunnel to the underground ruin." "Huh?" Klein was momentarily lost. Then he understood which ruin she meant. Only one underground ruin was known to both, the 4th Epoch Tudor dynasty ruin. Someone was digging into it? Klein pondered, then realized, is it that baronet? He'd forgotten the name of the hidden Tudor descendant, but knew he was a baronet living on Civelar Street near Backlund Police Station. "Yes," Sharon confirmed. "What is he looking for? Doesn't he know there's an evil spirit inside? That all the Beyonders from his family died there?" Klein asked himself several questions. Sharon sat straight, replying seriously, "I don't know if he knows or not." "How much longer to dig through?" Klein asked. 2 to 3 months. "For now, he's working alone," Sharon judged. "Phew." Klein sighed. "No need to rush. When I'm ready, we'll visit him together." He smiled. "As you know, I like sufficient preparation. I won't get involved until I advance to Faceless," he warned himself. "All right." Sharon didn't ask what he'd do next, but quickly faded and disappeared from the carriage. Klein leaned back, relaxed. The ingredients for the Faceless potion are reserved, just waiting for the delivery. My debts are paid, nothing to worry about. His mood was like settled fizzy wine, with occasional quiet joy. The only problem? Klein touched his left breast, feeling the shriveled wallet. He sighed silently. Only £30 in cash, 5 gold coins and some change. Thursday afternoon. Audrey Hall waited in her study for Miss Escalante. After receiving replies from the Hanged Man and the World, she'd sent a servant to ask Escalante to bring the second psychology class this week forward to Thursday. Actually, they'd already agreed, so the letter was formality. Tick-tock went the wall clock as Escalante entered, her long hair reaching her waist and teaching materials in hand. Audrey gave Susie a look. The golden retriever, somewhat reluctant, leaped out and lay in shadows, watching visitors. Escalante closed the door, looked around slowly, and sat across a small white round table, setting down the materials. "Are they paying in cash or mystical items?" the Psychology Alchemists member asked quietly. One gave £2,500, the other a mystical item. Audrey casually took a white cardboard box from her orange handbag, covered with a wall of spirituality. Removing the spiritual wall, she opened it to reveal the simple golden mask. She recounted its flaws and effects. Curious to test it, Audrey had wanted to try the mystical item but resisted, not wanting to turn cold. It's basically the same value. Escalante tried it and sighed in relief. She pulled out the thickest textbook, flipping to page 48. The middle was hollowed, holding a palm-sized iron box and rolled parchment. Human-skinned shadow characteristic, wind-blessed potion formula. Escalante introduced them. Audrey's gaze lingered on the characteristic, which resembled a diamond. The face inside made her head spin. This restrains a spectator's powers. Is this Mr. World's sequence pathway? No wonder. She looked away to study the formula. Sequence 6, wind-blessed. Main ingredients: 6 crystalline feathers of a blue shadow falcon, a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor eyes. Before Audrey could examine more, Escalante rolled up the parchment, set up the spiritual wall again, closed the book, and pushed it toward Audrey. Audrey held the book but didn't hand over the gold mask and £2,500 to Escalante immediately. Seeing Escalante's puzzled look, Audrey smiled and said, "The other party worries the characteristic doesn't match and the formula might be fake. They want to verify first. Until then, the money and items are held with me. They trust me, and I don't want to lose my reputation." "I understand their concerns." Escalante paused. "We trust you too." With the money and items with one of their own, she felt assured despite inner turmoil. Besides, Miss Audrey was rich and powerful, a trustworthy guarantor. In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein held a spirit pendulum divining the wind-blessed potion formula's authenticity. He didn't want to lose the Tarot Club's most experienced, powerful member, Mr. Hanged Man. Seeing the topaz pendant turning clockwise, Klein sighed in relief and sent his thoughts to the crimson star symbolizing the Hanged Man. City of Generosity. Alger first saw the endless grey fog, then heard Mr. Fool's distant low voice. "Miss Justice has completed the deal." An illusory parchment appeared before Alger, showing the wind-blessed potion formula. With the potion passing through Mr. Fool's hands, Alger had no doubts about its authenticity. He bowed respectfully and thanked him. When the illusion faded, Alger found pen and paper, jotting down the formula. Pacing excitedly, he muttered, "Blue Shadow Falcon. That primitive island has it." After finishing matters with the Hanged Man, Klein checked the human-skinned shadow characteristic. Confirming its authenticity, he relaxed, exhaling happily. Finally, after 3 seconds, Klein suddenly sat up, deciding there was no time to lose. Tonight he would concoct the Faceless potion. Chapter 451, Faceless, 15 Minsk Street, in the dank, cold kitchen. Klein rummaged for his newly bought large iron pot, poured fresh water into it, and carefully scrubbed it several times. Then, he dropped some matches into it and snapped his fingers. Scarlet flames soared, and under his control they quickly burned the remaining water droplets dry without harming the pot's surface. This time there were no ingredients such as pure water in the recipe, so Klein was even more careful than before. He wanted to ensure everything was measured right to prevent any problems. Though he could divine whether the concoction would succeed or not, to avoid endangering his life, the result might still be an ineffective potion. Extracting beyonder characteristics from it would be tough, like removing rampager mental corruption. That required techniques Klein lacked, and he wouldn't be able to gather ingredients again soon. After preparing, Klein took a deep breath and looked at the neatly arranged boxes. He recalled the recipe. Faceless. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of a thousand-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. He first picked up the cardboard box from Vampire Emlyn White, took out a glass bottle with 100 milliliters of thousand-faced hunter's blood. Glancing at the scale, Klein unscrewed the lid and steadily poured the sticky liquid into the pot with a stable wrist. The liquid's color shifted with the light. Since it was supplementary, he didn't pursue precision or use chemical apparatus to titrate. The blood was like thin honey, slowly filling the pot's bottom. When he felt it was enough, he stopped and let the rest flow back. There was about 20 milliliters left. His spiritual intuition was accurate. This leftover could still make mystical items, beyonder weapons, extraordinary scrolls, or ritual symbols. It was precious. After putting the bottle back into the cotton-filled box, Klein added the black Jimson weed juice and dragon tooth grass powder. The liquid in the pot began to bubble. Without pause, he picked 3 strands of dark blue hair, resembling tiny snakes, with his black-gloved right hand and placed them firmly on the liquid surface. Sizzle! A faint mist rose and the liquid turned deep blue. It already had a strange effect, even without the main ingredients. As expected of a Sequence 6 potion, Klein grabbed the silver tin box Vampire Emlyn White had included. With a snap, he opened it, revealing a peach-like item inside. Not touching the mutated pituitary gland directly, he placed the tin box over the pot and overturned it. A yellow-brown, grooved brain-like object fell in, crashing into the dark blue liquid. No droplets splashed, and the constantly changing pituitary gland silently melted. Grey and yellowish-brown colors merged with the dark blue as bubbling increased. Klein felt nervous but controlled himself. He picked up the last box and overturned the huge diamond-like human skin shadow characteristic into the pot. Suddenly, the mist converged. Even the gas lamp's glow seemed attracted and devoured as the room darkened. When normal returned, Klein saw the final potion. It was blackish-green, with bubbles the size of an eye that seemed alive, burping every few seconds. When bubbles reached the surface, they burst, reflecting light in myriad colors. These colors formed images of different faces, their features a random combination. Klein picked up the iron pot with one hand and poured the liquid into a prepared glass bottle. Because of the potion's nature, none was left in the pot. Using divination to confirm acceptable harm and success, Klein took the Faceless potion bottle and steadily walked to the second floor, entering the curtained room. After locking the door, he sat on the bed's edge and used cogitation to calm his anxious mood. Sitting upright for more than 10 seconds, Klein twisted the bottle cap off, raised his right hand, and swiftly poured the entire potion into his mouth. A tingling sensation swished in his mouth and throat, fermenting into numbness that made him lose his senses. His psyche seemed extracted from his body. He felt like a bystander watching his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes melting. His whole face melting. In 2 or 3 seconds, his face and head looked like scorched white wax. His body was similarly abnormal, as if bones and skin were melting with blood. No, I can't allow this to continue. Klein knew if he lost control, he could be lost any moment. As a spectator, he tried to pull his thoughts back, visualizing layers of stacked spherical lights to maintain cogitation. After repeated attempts, he finally felt his body again, controlling every part to hold on. As the melting assault continued, Klein lost track of time, but when it ended, he regained the feeling that his body belonged to him. He knew he had broken through the threshold. Now a Sequence 6. He was faceless. Klein didn't sweat, but was mentally exhausted. Barely standing, he walked to the full-length mirror to observe himself. Under gas lamp light, he took 2 sudden steps back, making the floor reverberate. The mirror's scene shocked him. His face and exposed skin were covered with dense, pale granules that would numb and repel any normal observer. Timid ones might lose their mind. Despite knowing the acting method and digesting the magician potion, advancement to Sequence 6 was difficult. He was only 2 or 3 steps from losing control. He wondered how much risk beyonders who advanced by time accumulation and barely qualified to consume the potion faced. The failure probability must be high. No wonder Sequence 7 is relatively common among churches' captains or bishops, while Sequence 6's number plummets. Klein closed his eyes and sat back. With cogitation, he restrained overflowing spirituality and recovered. After about 10 minutes, the granules faded and merged into his flesh. Phew. Klein exhaled and looked back in the mirror at his full bearded face. Suddenly, his facial hair squirmed. His flesh and skin underwent a bizarre half-melted wax change. Within seconds, Klein reverted to his original appearance. Black hair, brown eyes, ordinary features, clean face with a deep outline and a somewhat thin body. He quietly gazed at this past self and pressed his right hand against his face. With a gentle touch, his face changed, a high nose bridge, extremely thin lips, and elegant handsomeness, unmistakably vampire Emlyn White. A little too short. He laughed at himself. At that moment, his bones and ligaments cracked as his body rose slightly, now identical externally to Emlyn White. I've noticed I can accurately recall everyone's appearance and temperament, and can grasp their unique scent. Klein's paws squirmed and his body changed accordingly. His smell shifted too. He looked in the mirror again, letting his hairline recede slowly, and his eyes turned deep grey. Without sound, Dunn Smith seemed alive again, staring at the team member who always reported unusual matters. Breathing out, Klein returned to his original form, but the corners of his mouth curled upward. He thought briefly, stepped back, and noted the actress's appearance on the magazine Ladies' Aesthetics he had bought for fashionable beauties. Then he wiped his face and looked again. He saw a young lady with black hair past her shoulders and delicate features. It really works. Klein looked down, seeing no protrusions on his chest. Trying hard, he created a pair of A-cups by shifting fat and flesh, but nothing could be done about his lower body. It was only a superficial change, nothing fundamental. Also, he could only grow taller or shorter by 10 centimeters now. Going beyond would be difficult. There was a limit to how much his head could enlarge or shrink. For example, he couldn't mimic Father Yutravsky's half-giant head. He could observe a target's appearance and temperament instantly, but knew nothing else about them. It was easy to be exposed facing a spectator like Miss Justice. Heh. In the clown stage, the clown restrains the spectator, but at Faceless, it's somewhat the other way around. Interesting this. Klein stopped changing and returned to Sherlock Moriarty's appearance. Divination, fighting, and magician beyonder powers had all improved. How much was to be confirmed in practice? I should head to the Quelag Club tomorrow. Klein took one last look and went downstairs to clean up. After finishing, he washed and crawled into bed. Lying there, staring at the crimson moonlight, he gradually calmed. After a few minutes, Klein slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Good night, Faceless. Chapter 452, Benson's Decision, Townshend Street, between Empress Borough and Westborough. Shio Derecha stood in a dark, secluded alley. Even without looking up, she saw the countless magnificent palaces and tall Gothic towers in the distance. It was the highest district in Backland, home to the lone royal family. It held status equal or higher than the White Maple Palace of Intis and the Alma Palace of the Fasak Empire, but its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called Sodella Palace, meaning balance in ancient Fasak. Shio turned her gaze away from the famous Bell of Order and looked into the shadows where street lamps didn't shine. A figure slowly emerged. He wore a golden mask revealing only the lower half of his face, the mysterious person who had sold Shio the sheriff formula and occasionally entrusted her with tasks. When Shio and Fours discussed privately, they suspected he was from MI9. Any progress this week? The masked man asked as usual. Shio shook her head. No, I don't think anyone was keeping tabs on Kapim before the incident. She hesitated, then reluctantly asked, Do you still want to continue investigating this matter? The man was silent for a moment. There's no need, but if you hear anything related in the future, contact me right away. Today, I'll give you a new mission. What mission? Shio was instantly in bounty hunter mode, ready to assess risk. The masked man laughed. This is a very simple mission, and one you've been dreaming of. Seek to purchase the sheriff and interrogator main ingredients in all your circles, especially a special ingredient that can be directly concocted into a potion. If someone responds, we will pay. The purchased ingredients will belong to me? Shio blurted out, her greatest concern. No. Do you believe such a simple mission would have such a high reward? Of course, if you fish out the person we're after, it's not impossible to negotiate and let you obtain the main ingredients, he said with a chuckle. But I don't know the main ingredients of the interrogator potion, Shio said hesitantly. I'll tell you later. This is our advance payment. Even if we don't find the target, you'll have the main part of a Sequence 7 potion formula, worth more than £600. I think you know our generosity, the masked man said bewitchingly. Generous indeed. Who's their target, and why pay so much to find them? If he's from MI9, exploiting this mission to retrieve Arbiter pathway ingredients on the market is likely a goal. No problem wasting money. Experienced, Shio immediately thought of a few possibilities. After a moment's thought, she nodded. I'll take this commission. Very good. The masked man relaxed, looked around and said, the interrogator potion's main ingredients are the horn of a flash-patterned black snake and dust of a lake spirit. He then melted into the shadows and disappeared. He really told me the main ingredients of the interrogator potion. Shio was stunned. Only then did she realize how important this mission was to the masked man's faction. I wonder who their target is. It seems focused on some special ingredient that can be used directly to concoct a sheriff or interrogator potion. At this thought, Shio froze. She recalled when she advanced to sheriff, using a special ingredient she had bought through Fours, one that could be used directly to concoct the potion. Is that their target? Instinctively, she kept silent and decided never to tell the masked man anything. Rubbing her fat baby cheeks, she walked toward the street, ready to take a public carriage back to Sherwood Borough. At that moment, a brown carriage drove past. Her eyes froze on its coat of arms. A single flower and 2 rings, nothing special, yet she stared dazedly. Only when the carriage was far away did she withdraw her gaze. Her mood plummeted, not improving even back at their shared rented house. Seeing her friend in a bad mood, Fours poured 2 glasses of red wine and brought one over. What happened? She asked, sitting across and pushing the glass toward Shio. Shio looked down at the wine. After 2 minutes of silence, she said hoarsely, on the way back, I met someone I used to know. Who? Fours cooperated. Viscount Stratford, Shio answered without elaborating. Fours thought, then said, this Viscount seems to be the captain of the Royal Guards. As a best-selling author, Fours was invited to nobility gatherings and tea parties and liked to collect material, so she'd naturally know some famous nobles. It was at such a party she met Viscount Glaint. Yes, he used to be my father's deputy, Shio said with difficulty. Your father? Fours knew Shio's aristocratic background was troubled, but not the details. Shio took a gulp of wine, coughing, then continued. My family was once aristocracy, even an Earl Palatine. Earl Palatine? What's that? Fours asked, half curious, half soothing. It's equivalent to spokespersons for the royal family, nobles closest to the throne, Shio recalled, her face briefly jubilant. Our family held a fee for true earlwood, but it wasn't as illustrious during my father's time. Still, we had the trust of the former king, might wielder William VI, leader of the household guards and captain of the royal guards. Her tone darkened as she struggled to hide pain. But 7 years ago, he was accused of revolt, executed and stripped of title and lands. Our family fell from grace, many died for no reason. To survive, we changed surnames and left East Tucker County. I don't believe my father was disloyal. He was more loyal to the royal family than to the goddess. Anyway, I left my mother and brother to come to Backland, looking for a chance to restore my family's glory and my father's name. Shio was vague at times, but Fours didn't mind. She sighed. It'll be very, very difficult. Then smiled. But I will support you. And behind me is the mysterious Tarot Club, she thought. Night in Tingen City, 2nd Daffodil Street. Melissa, doing math problems, looked up at Benson removing his half-top hat. Where did you go? Aren't the results announced tomorrow? They're out tonight. I know 2 city employees in charge of the unified exam, Benson smirked. In early December, he had enrolled for the Civil Servant Unified Examination, chosen a less competitive position, and made friends with civil servants and candidates through charm. What's the result? Melissa put down her pen unconsciously. Benson's face darkened, but he smiled before she could speak. I passed, and ranked quite high. That's great. Melissa stood and stepped forward. You have to prepare for the 2nd round at January's end in Backland. I'll prep your luggage. When will you leave? Seeing his sister's concern, Benson smiled. After New Year, we'll go to Backland together and rent a place. Regardless of the exam's success, I'm prepared to stay there and try my luck. You can use the New Year holiday to transfer to Backland's technical school to prepare for the university entrance in June. A month ago, Backland University of Technology and Industry had been upgraded officially. Melissa's lips pursed quietly as she listened. She softly said, Okay. Friday afternoon at the Quelag Club, Klein left and hired a carriage to Prince Adesic's Red Rose Manor. Talim had gone there days before his death. As a detective, Klein felt it would be unworthy of his pay if he didn't investigate there. No matter what, I have to put on a convincing act. Klein muttered, sitting in the carriage enjoying the scenery. After morning practice, he roughly grasped his improvements. Flame controlling, flaming jump, and other powers were about 30% stronger. Air bullets and underwater breathing pipe length had increased several-fold. Divination and combat skills improved substantially. Paper figurine substitutes and damage transfer hadn't changed much, but with his stronger spirituality, their uses increased. Klein arrived at Red Rose Manor, informed 2 guards of his purpose, and met the old butler. "You can ask everyone here," the white-haired butler said, pausing, "except that lady." "That's what I want. I don't want trouble." Klein laughed casually. "All right." Chapter 453, Stairs, Red Rose Manor, outside the luxurious rooms filled with antiques. Klein stood by the door and asked the 6th maid he'd met that day. The young maid wore a black and white servant dress of the era. She was pretty, in her prime, with natural curls in her brown hair and a hint of playfulness on her face. "Who does Mr. Tallam meet when he visits?" Klein repeated numbly. The maid replied almost without pause, "Mr. Tallam usually requests to meet His Highness or to accompany him riding horses or to discuss matters. If His Highness is absent, he will meet that lady. They are very good friends. He gets permission from the butler." "Tallam is good friends with the commoner Lady Prince Edessek likes. Meeting privately sometimes?" Klein nodded thoughtfully. I mean, Mr. Tallam and the young lady, what would they talk about? Klein suddenly recalled how Tallam had fallen in love recently. With his experience from the information age, he imagined a contrived romance story. The maid wasn't afraid of the detective. She smiled and said, "At times like these, we're all asked to leave the room. This?" Even more, Klein's mind raced, even imagining changing the colors of Prince Edessek's hat and helmet. Before Klein could ask more, the maid chuckled. "Detective Moriarty, if you want to find out exactly what the lady and Mr. Tallam talked about, you can ask her directly." "The old butler doesn't permit that." Klein pushed out his scapegoat confidently. He changed the topic with a smile. "You seem to know more than the other servants. You even call me Detective Moriarty." The maid looked around, smiled, and said, "It's because I've served the lady during rotations. She's always wanted to meet you, Detective Moriarty. After all, she's close to Mr. Tallam and cares a lot about his death. Unfortunately, she always ends up missing you." "Always?" Klein caught the weight of always, just happened, and missed. The maid nodded seriously. "The first time His Highness invited you as his guest, she threw a tantrum and wanted to walk downstairs to meet you, but you left in a hurry. Later, she represented His Highness by placing flowers on Mr. Beau Tallam's grave but didn't know what you looked like, so she couldn't find you. And today, she went to the golf course out back to relax on horseback. Otherwise, even if the butler forbade it, she'd try to find a way to meet you." What a coincidence. Klein sighed, suddenly grasping a crucial point. On Tallam's funeral day, it was the commoner lady he loved who placed flowers in the prince's place. That day, Klein had been most concerned about the lady with the black veil and sapphire ring on her finger. She might have a grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerful equal-level existence. Suddenly, a thought flashed. The woman with the sapphire ring wore a long, heavy black dress, accompanied by 2 maids, slowly disappearing into the distance. One maid had brown natural curls. The image of the maid overlapped perfectly with the one before Klein. His body tensed, sweat rolled down his back, but his expression stayed calm. Using his clown abilities, he pretended to recall, asking with a smile, "Were you with that lady on Tallam's funeral day?" The maid replied without hesitation, "Yes." "Damn, it's really her." Klein kept smiling. "Very well, next question." As if nothing happened, he asked other things, then switched to another servant and continued. But Klein secretly shortened the process. He wanted to leave Red Rose Manor before the young lady returned from riding. At 4 in the afternoon, before dark, Klein left early and took the carriage sent by the old butler back to the city. Sitting by the window, wrapped in silk and muslin, he reflected, Prince Edessek's beloved commoner lady had cursed Tallam. Why deal with a fallen noble's descendant? Revenge for Tallam trying to break her and the prince apart? But she wouldn't do it herself. She could mention it in bed. Prince Edessek has plenty of ways to silence Tallam quietly. Talim was deeply in love before he died. Yes, the first sign was after persuading the commoner lady to leave the prince. They had an affair? So, the commoner lady brought back to the manor killed Talim to silence him and remove latent dangers? Logically, it makes sense. But how could someone with a Grade 0 sealed artifact or equal-level powerhouse be restrained by Prince Edisac? Even if the Augustus family is an angel family, with enough knowledge, they still need tremendous strength and special methods to restrain such a figure. This isn't something a prince can do. Besides, how could such a figure fancy Talim? Why does she want to see me all the time? Did she sense I'm spying with the grey fog? No. If so, I'd be buried with Talim on his funeral day. Besides, when she first wanted to see me, I didn't have blood, hair, or belongings. I hadn't made divinations yet. Klein was puzzled. In the end, he decided to bury the problem deep. He wasn't to probe or investigate. I hope the machinery hive mind with my earlier reminder pays attention to the royal family's abnormality. Yes, they might care, not for Prince Edesac's reputation, but for another reason. I hope the royal family keeps preventing the lady from visiting me. After a few days, when the time is right, I'll relinquish this mission, express how powerless I am, and use the excuse of going south for a holiday to change my identity and hide for a while. Klein's heart calmed. Evenings in Backland were always dark clouds and drizzling rain. Physically and mentally exhausted, Klein held down his half-top hat and walked quickly across the wet street to No. 15 Minsk Street under street lamp illumination. After resting, he took advantage of the dark and took 4 steps counterclockwise, going above the grey fog. After advancing to sequence 6 Faceless, he'd wanted to check the mysterious space for changes. But he was too tired last night to wake in the middle of the night. Now he needed to eliminate interference to divine a particular matter. That was, after advancement, when his spirituality wasn't stable, he no longer heard the illusory ravings of Hornassus, Phlegrea, Hornassus, Phlegrea. He wanted to know if this was natural after ascending to sequence 6, or something else. Within the majestic palace, the mottled bronze tables and the 22 high-backed chairs with different symbols on their backs stood quietly, unchanged since time immemorial. The grey fog below and the endless emptiness around were the same. But as Klein entered, his spiritual intuition felt the mysterious space was somewhat different. He sat at the table's end, conjured pen and paper, and wrote a divination statement. The reason why I haven't heard any ravings after my advancement. Holding the paper, muttering the sentence, Klein leaned back and quickly entered dreamland with cogitation. In the dusky sky and land, images flashed, ending on a scene. Klein's face and body were still covered in pale granules. He was surrounded by an illusory, thin grey fog layer, undetectable. The dream shattered. Klein opened his eyes and understood roughly. The grey fog has interwoven with reality, helping block the ravings from who knows where. After advancing to sequence 6, my connection with the mysterious space above the grey fog became stronger, bringing changes and allowing me to naturally borrow part of its powers. That should be it. Yes, I should explore the area and see what changes there are. Klein stood and followed spiritual perception, walking outside the ancient palace. Beneath him, grey fog spread like a sea. He stopped after walking an unknown time. But as he gave up exploring, a light flickered at the path's end. In joy, Klein quickened pace. 7 or 8 seconds later, he saw a flight of stairs that seemed to lead to heaven. The staircase was formed from pure light, holy, transparent, untainted, and shocking to the heart. There were only 4 levels, each rather high, as if for creatures larger than giants. Klein looked up, following the path to a layer of greyish-white fog, condensed and suspended in mid-air, as if supporting something. It was a significant distance from the light staircase. The 4 steps represent my consumption of sequence 9, 8, 7, and 6 potions. What is above that fog? Klein cautiously advanced to the staircase and stepped onto it. Nothing odd about the steps. They were as solid as stone. He climbed to the 4th level and tried to look beyond the grey fog. But his vision couldn't penetrate. He thought a moment, then took 2 steps forward and jumped with all his might. The moment he left the staircase, he lost momentum and his spirit body's flight instinct. He plummeted straight down, landing on the grey fog's bottom layer. Looks like I need to advance another 2 or 3 sequences. If Sequence 4 brings a qualitative change, I should see after becoming a demigod. Klein looked up and made a judgment. Chapter 454, Who Am I? After looking around and finding nothing else, Klein returned to the ancient palace propped by stone pillars. He sat at the head of the long bronze table with eyes half closed, examining his spirituality growth by the number of members he could draw in. Including empty positions from before, I can still recruit 4 new members. But there are no suitable targets right now. Klein shook his head and muttered, then returned to the real world to busy himself with preparing a good dinner. After slicing potatoes, boiling beef, adding onions and stir-frying briefly, sprinkling seasonings like sugar and pepper, Klein poured hot water into the saucepan, covered it with a lid, and turned the fire down. I have to admit a magician's flame controlling is a good helper in the kitchen. Ever since I got it, my cooking skills have clearly improved. If it wasn't for loss of control, the monsters, the searches, and evil gods, the world would be perfect if everyone used their abilities without causing damage. Klein sighed and left the kitchen to enter the living room. As light spilled from the wall lamps, Klein planned to flip through magazines and wait for the right time to add potatoes, carrots, and salt, but he couldn't stop thinking about how to act as a Faceless. Just after waking this morning, my spirituality stabilized. Although I show no signs of digesting the Faceless potion, I do have harmony. This never happened after the seer, clown, or magician potions. Klein looked up at the oriel window, which now reflected Sherlock Moriarty. Black hair, brown eyes, beard, gold-rimmed glasses. Klein nodded thoughtfully, perhaps because I've always acted as Klein Moretti. Yes, Sherlock Moriarty is just Klein's disguise, not someone else. Though I gained many memory fragments and some of the original's feelings, in essence, I'm still a guest from another world. I am Earth's keyboard warrior, Zhao Mingri. I've been through so much in 5 months that sometimes I even think I'm Klein Moretti. Amid the silence, many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, giving insight. But I'm still Zhao Mingri wearing Klein Moretti's skin, someone who has never given up, returning. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the reflection changed. It was a young man with dark brown eyes and short black hair. His features were unremarkable but refined, with obvious eye bags and a faint double chin. This was Zhao Mingri from Earth. Long time no see. Klein sighed, rubbed his face. When he lowered his arms, he was back to Sherlock Moriarty. After this contemplation and adjustment, he felt the gap between his spirituality and the potion reduce, and signs of slow blending. No wonder marionettist Rosago's teacher, yes, his teacher, would say you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. This is likely a core rule of a Faceless's acting method. Forgetting this leads to losing yourself and becoming a monster. Klein felt enlightened, recalling spirit channeling knowledge. He crossed his right leg, leaned back, and quickly made a plan. Search for and conclude actual acting rules for a Faceless. Through Backlund's Tarot Club, gather info on mermaids to prepare for a ritual at sea. Get the Solar High Priest potion formula to help Little Sun advance to Sequence 7, so he can obtain the method to remove a rampage's mental corruption on a Beyonder characteristic. But I can't fully place hope on Little Sun. I should still look myself. Klein, mood settling, snapped fingers to reduce the stove fire as beef fragrance spread. Then the doorbell rang. The visitor was Lawyer Jürgen. Though it drizzled and the ground was wet, Jürgen was meticulously dressed with a vertical collar. What's the matter? Klein, familiar with Jürgen, asked without small talk. Jürgen put away his black umbrella, patted water off his double-breasted frock coat, and said, "Sherlock, I'm leaving Backlund Monday next week to go south on holiday with my grandmother. The warm air suits her." "That's excellent news." Klein smiled and deduced, "You want me to temporarily adopt Brody?" Jürgen shook his head gravely. "My grandma can't bear to part with Brody and insisted on taking him. I've asked, if we put him in a cage and buy a full ticket, he can board the steam locomotive, but we must keep the cage clean to not pollute the air above. Honestly, the third-class carriage smell overwhelms the cat poop stench." Klein chuckled. "Brody shouldn't be happy to leave, right?" "But he's more reluctant to part with my grandmother," Jürgen replied. Pressing his hat, he changed the subject. "I'm here to inform you if you need bail or legal help, You can go to my colleague. Here's his card. I told him he won't leave Backlund this year. Professional, thinking ahead, but I don't need that now. I'm an informant for the machinery hive mind, so I won't be remanded normally. Klein smiled, took the card, and pocketed it. Jürgen didn't want to chat or enter. He raised his hand. I still have other clients. Sherlock, see you tomorrow, or next year. Then I must wish your family a happy new year in advance. Klein smiled and waved. After watching Jürgen leave with his umbrella, Klein closed the door and sat back down. Except for the stove's flickering flame, the house was silent. So quiet, Klein heard carriages moving in the distance. He looked around at the coffee table, contracts, cupboards, pens, cups, dining table, chairs, and walls. Retracting his gaze, Klein leaned against the sofa and stared out the window at dark night and street lamps casting misty glows. In the deep, cold silence, he sighed. The new year. The lightning calmed. Darkness ruled the earth. The City of Silver's exploratory team finally reached their destination after a short but grueling trek and many battles. Most houses on both sides had collapsed. Only a few barely stood, their surfaces mottled with dust of time. Using an animal hide lantern with weak light, Derek Berg saw walls and streets so ruined even weeds didn't grow. Half-collapsed houses lined both sides. Their white and blue foundations faded to grey, making it hard to imagine their original look. Derek pieced together the city's past through this. It had a long history with many inhabitants, developing a civilization in the Dark Ages. Humans took potions, built and repaired, defended walls, and sent teams out hunting monsters for resources. They celebrated brief calm, offered sacrifices, yearned for godly response, and birthed the next generation to carry hope. But eventually they vanished into darkness, their voices lost, leaving ruins. The ruins were a huge grave, burying a struggling civilization that vanished dismally. Demon Hunter. Colin looked solemnly around, seeming to see the city's future. He pointed ahead. The other places have been cleared. The temple is in the center. The team spread out slightly but stayed alert. After passing through ruins destroyed long ago and maddeningly silent streets, Derek saw a tall, wide, artificial platform. On it stood a half-collapsed building resembling City of Silver temples, with a dome supported by pillars creating an arched entrance. The building's style was unlike others here. It was true they converted to the fallen creator later. As this thought crossed Derek's mind, all 4 lanterns went out simultaneously. Suddenly, pure darkness engulfed the team. No lightning in the sky, candles extinguished, human breaths vanished. Derek tensed, feeling as if a monster's tongue licked his scalp, but spiritual perception showed nothing real. Then a child's immature, helpless, terrified whisper sounded near his ear. "Save me! Save me!" Derek froze, unsure how to react. In an instant, a silvery dust glimmer appeared, exploding into white light that lit the area. Colin stared at Derek. "What's on your mind?" Derek snapped to senses, clasped hands in shame like prayer. His body emitted pure light, dispersing the darkness. The team quickly reignited candles. Thanks to Demon Hunter's timely action, no members vanished and no new ones appeared. Colin looked at the half-collapsed temple solemnly. "From now on, we can't be careless. We must be fully alert." Chapter 455, Help Seeker. Within the half-collapsed temple, only a few stone pillars remained intact, supporting half the main hall. At the front stood an altar cracked and worn, crowned by a huge pitch-black cross. Hanging upside down from it was a naked man, spikes piercing his ankles, thighs and torso, rusty and stained with bright red blood. Derek knew this statue was the fallen creator, but couldn't help studying its face. The nose, mouth, and ears were blurry, but the eyes were carved with abnormal clarity, tightly shut as if suffering guilt and pain. "Look away! Don't study the statue of an evil god," Demon Hunter Colin warned quietly. "Yes, Your Excellency." The team immediately withdrew their gazes. Though the City of Silver had found destroyed cities and records of evil gods, few had seen statues of these gods before. The temple was small, so the exploratory team split into pairs or trios, quickly investigating without finding anything unusual. After a few moments, Colin said, "Let's head underground." Drawing one of his 2 swords, he smeared it with a greyish-silver ointment. Then he took a small metal bottle from his belt, pulled out the stopper, and drank its contents. Derek noticed Colin's light blue eyes brighten slightly. Under the glow of 4 animal hide lanterns, the team descended the left side stairs beside the statue. Derek took the lead, holding a lantern cautiously. Their footsteps echoed off stone, the emptiness beneath underscored by silence, a silence that felt like a knock on the door. The secret buried here for who knew how long left the team tense. After walking without sensing time, Derek saw the path flatten. Ahead, murals spread across 2 walls, simple, gloomy, and ancient. He glanced casually, but was drawn to one mural on the left wall. A pure white cross stood at its center, surrounded by seawater-like blackness drowning humans reaching out. Hanging upside down from the cross was the fallen creator. Rusted nails and blood-red stains matched the outside statues. Here, the fallen creator suffered black erosion. Part of the white cross had turned pitch black. Above the cross floated a hazy land where countless humans knelt, praying. In the darkest parts of the mural lurked 6 figures like evil gods. Upper left, a woman in a black classical dress, starry sheen embedded, body ethereal with ripples. Her face was blurry, like a mask without features. Darkness around her surged, faint, strange eyes appearing. Directly above, a young man in pure white robes, face painted pure gold, tentacles of light growing from his skin. In his hands, a putrid green book and radiant spear, his chest and back inverted. Upper right, a trident-wielding monster with an octopus head, wide eyes, body wrapped in lightning. His cloak was feathers, darkness forming waves beneath his feet. Bottom right, a supple, beautiful woman with a bulging chest holding a rotting baby. At her feet were black ears of wheat, spring water squirming with flesh, pus-dripping herbs, and wildly mating animals. Directly below, an old man with a hood, revealing mouth, wrinkles, white beard. He held an open book topped with an omniscient eye symbol. His smile was indescribably evil. Bottom left, a giant warrior in tattered armor sitting on a throne against bleak dusk. He held a long sword. The mural meant that when the cataclysm struck, evil gods emerged from the abyss. The fallen creator bore most of the sins and pain to save humanity, becoming corrupted and changed. But Derek thought he might be the worst evil god. Holding an animal hide lantern, Derek studied the mural as he walked, realizing it matched Dark Regence's description. The place wasn't abandoned by the gods, but blessed and civilizing through apocalypse. Dark's account had only touched on this briefly. The murals told the fuller story. Derek stayed alert, ready to respond if needed. By candlelight, the team passed many corridors, halls, and rooms, delving deeper. Suddenly, a semi-open grey stone door appeared. Outside grew clusters of beautiful mushroom-shaped objects, palm-sized, white stems, bright red heads sparkling with dark golden specks. Team members' appetites whetted, tempted to pluck and eat them. Several swallowed saliva. But experienced high-sequence team members had been warned. One, Joshua, stood and whispered, "Those are rotten flesh and hairy scalps." Derek knew Joshua. He'd traded for mystical items before. Joshua stretched out his scarlet-gloved left hand at the door. With a flash, a fireball formed and shot onto the mushrooms. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, an inferno spread over 2 meters. When the fire died, all mushrooms were gone, replaced by bits of flesh and blood, disgusting those nearly tempted. Demon Hunter Colin watched silently, nodding occasionally. Why mushrooms made of flesh and hair? Where did the flesh and hair come from? Joshua muttered. Another guessed, the original city inhabitants? Derek thought it possible maybe their deaths turned into flesh and hair. After brief discussion, teams cleaned the hall outside the grey door. Regrouping, they slowly passed through, ready for combat. Behind the door was an altar, dimly lit, darkness hiding the unknown. Above it, a pitch-black cross and upside-down fallen creator. Derek stood closest, carrying his animal hide lantern. His gaze froze. The fallen creator's eyes were open, blood-red with black pupils, staring as if alive. Tat, 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 teeth chattered. Derek first thought it was a teammate but realized it was his own. Though clueless about evil god's dangers, his teeth chattered instinctively. His teammates were the same. A speck of powder floated into the air. Colin clenched his fist. Boom! Thunder reverberated. Derek and others snapped from their nightmare. Before exploring, they heard weeping from behind the altar. Sob, sob, sob. In chilling silence, Colin ordered calmly, "Derek, Joshua, go look." Chilled, Derek held his lantern and the axe of Hurricane, walking with Joshua behind the altar. Light dispersed darkness. They saw a black figure curled up. 2 steps closer, the shadow revealed itself. A 7 or 8-year-old child with soft yellow hair. He closed his eyes, shouting excitedly, "Save me! Save me!" Derek's pupils shrank, recalling the cry heard in pure darkness. He lifted his axe of hurricane instinctively. Colin stepped forward solemnly. "Who are you?" The child stopped pleading, said reminiscently, My name is Jack." After dinner, Klein donned coat and hat, ready to leave. He planned to find Miss Sharon, resolve the baronet's tunnel digging, and seek clues about mermaids. He wanted to finish before Detective Sherlock Moriarty's vacation south. Chapter 456. Playing ghosts outside the Bravehearts bar, a rental carriage briskly drove by. Inside, Klein, wearing a half-top hat, sat opposite Sharon, who still wore her black Gothic regal dress. Looking at the expressionless pale face of his former bodyguard, Klein was at a loss for how to start a casual chat. He went straight to the point. "I'm done with my preparations." Though Sequence 6 Faceless had granted him only 1 Beyonder ability, all his former powers had clearly upgraded, greatly improving his strength. This was his best preparation. But Faceless's powers were godly in certain situations. For example, when being pursued or trying to infiltrate, Klein couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. Sharon listened quietly and said, "Tonight?" Her slight rise in intonation made it a question. "If it's fine with you, then I'm fine as well," Klein replied. "All right." Sharon nodded. After a few seconds of silence, Klein asked cautiously, "Have you heard anything about mermaids? Do you know where one might meet such a legendary creature?" Sharon's blue eyes stared unblinkingly, like a real doll. After a while, she said emotionlessly, "There are no longer mermaids where humans can reach. Only fishermen of the Gargus Islands occasionally hear mermaids singing in storms during long voyages hunting white-tailed whales. The Gargus Islands, in the depths of the Sonia Sea, were the farthest human colony, known for whale oil and meat. I wonder if this rumor is true or fake." Klein nodded. "I understand." The bell chimes in the night rang softly, seeming far away. An abandoned chapel sat in the middle of Williams Street. Withered vines crawled its walls and grey stones lay scattered. Inside, feces and debris mixed with rocks and dead grass. In a half-collapsed corner, a middle-aged man wearing black tights moved stones, hiding a cave entrance. He carried digging tools, lighting tools, and an earth basket, moving carefully and excitedly into the tunnel. His hair was grey at the temples, his eyes puffy. This was Baronet Rafterpound, deemed mentally ill outside, but secretly a Tudor family descendant from the 4th epoch. A prodigy who'd tangled with high-class call girls, now serious-eyed and bright, no sign of drinking or lust addiction. He pushed himself on elbows and crawled down the slope rapidly, as if the tunnel's end held his only hope. Soon, he touched wet mud and cold stone. This didn't stop Rafterpound's enthusiasm. He repeated expert motions from recent experience. Digging, carrying, moving, an empty space appeared before him, a dark, underground palace. His face lit with crazed excitement. He grabbed a black iron badge, a hand holding a scepter. His eyes caught fire at the sight. Just as he pinned the badge to his chest, the scene shattered. He was still in the narrow, irregular tunnel with wet mud and ice-cold stones. No, someone else was there, watching. No eyes, nose, mouth, eyebrows, or ears. Rafterpound's pupils shrank. A numbness crawled up his spine. Without thinking, he threw tools and fled frantically. His elbows hit the ground, but he felt no pain despite mangled wounds. Finally, outside the tunnel, he returned to the abandoned chapel. Without his lantern, he saw only deep darkness and dim crimson shading the edges. Suddenly, withered vines swayed like snakes. A figure stepped from the darkness, wearing a Gothic regal dress and a small black soft hat, with a pale, almost transparent face and pale blonde hair with inhuman blue eyes. Rafterpound nearly shouted. A woman like that here was no different than a ghost story. Tap, tap, tap. He stepped back, nearly tripping over a rock. Then an idea struck him and he suppressed horror, revealing excitement. "Are you that evil spirit inside the underground palace?" "Yes, it must be you." "Sir Pound, there seems to be a misunderstanding." Faceless Klein stepped from the tunnel shadows. Their original plan was to scare Rafterpound so badly he'd avoid the ruins, but his reaction was unexpected. Sharon silently asked, "What do you wish to say?" Rafterpound exhaled quietly, curling lips into a smile. "After trying for so many years, I believe you understand killing Tudor descendants won't break the seal." Only working with me, with the great Tudor bloodline, can you escape this predicament lasting over 2,000 years. The Tudors knew the evil spirit, but still died in that room. Klein frowned, speaking before Sharon could. He imitated Sharon's ethereal voice. What took you until today to come here? The branch of Faceless's beyonder power, to mimic voices heard before. Of course, he couldn't imitate the true creator's ravings or Mr. Dawes' pleas. This power was limited to normal voices. Sharon glanced sideways but said nothing. Rafterpound chuckled. It's because the Dark Emperor has appeared. Fate tells me the Blood Emperor's glory will appear again. Is there logic? Klein felt Rafterpound seemed madder. He asked again in Sharon's voice, Dark Emperor? Haha, Rafterpound laughed. Yes, hero bandit Dark Emperor. He must be closely related to the real one. Why don't I know that? Klein was amused. He stopped questioning, giving up his right to ask. Sharon remained silent. Seeing this, Rafterpound asked excitedly, So, what's your answer? I refuse, Sharon said flatly. Rafterpound tried again, hiding anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes glazed and he staggered to an intact stone wall. Klein and Sharon noticed an abnormality. One pulled out a revolver, the other filled the chapel with crimson lunar light. Rafterpound didn't care, facing the wall and slamming his head into it. Thump, thump, thump! He fainted, blood dripping from his forehead. Then he rose, eyes bloodshot. Rafter wiped his forehead blood and licked his palm drunkenly. A Tudor's blood is delicious, intoxicating. It lets my loathing break limits and temporarily expand the seal's boundary. Klein aimed his muzzle and asked, stunned, The evil spirit in the ruins? Blood dripped as Rafter laughed horribly. You guessed right. Before I thought you were weak and tried to corrupt your mind, enter dreams, and tempt you to rescue me. Who knew, you also have secrets. Don't be so direct. Klein glanced at Sharon, who seemed normal. What do you want to do? Klein asked. The evil spirit sighed. I'm innocent, harmed by a Lister Tudor's ambition. Trapped nearly 2,000 years. I want freedom. I swear no innocent people will be involved. He looked at Sharon's bloodshot eyes. You're a mutant wraith, near becoming a demigod. Not sure if you have the puppet potion formula, but I can help you get it, even join your ritual. That's my reward promise. Puppet, sequence 4 of the mutant pathway? Klein thought. Strange name. The spirit looked at him. You will be rewarded too. It's mystical and precious. Its holder came to the palace and died beside Tudor descendants. This is it. He spread his palm and crimson moonlight formed a scene. A tarot card appeared. Different from others, the chariot held not a king, but a male priest in a dark red robe. The priest resembled Roselle Gustave, a card of blasphemy. Klein's eyes shifted. Starlight condensed into text. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Chapter 457, Information provided by the evil spirit. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Which pathway's Sequence 0 is this? I've learned the true name of another Sequence 0. Of course, the pretext is that the evil spirit isn't lying. It said the holder of the Red Priest card would seek out the underground ruins of the Tudor family due to some form of attraction, but died in that room. This should be the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics within the same pathway, right? No. Emperor Roselle had mentioned that after advancing to become a high-sequence beyonder, possessing a corresponding card of blasphemy would allow them to subtly sense the beyonder ingredients needed for subsequent sequences. In other words, the room where the evil spirit is sealed has a demigod-ranked characteristic of the Red Priest's divine pathway hidden within. Perhaps the evil spirit was a demigod of this pathway when it was alive, maybe even stronger. The subtle sensation provided by the card of blasphemy is probably a result of the law of convergence. Klein suddenly thought of many things. He subconsciously looked at Sharon to see her reaction, to determine if she knew about the card of blasphemy and understood what a Sequence 0 meant. There was no change in Sharon's nearly transparent face. It was as if the evil spirit had just shown an ordinary tarot card. But this implies something. When any beyonder first learns of a Sequence 0, they subconsciously think about its meaning. Perhaps only a beyonder in the spectator pathway can read Miss Sharon's subtle body language. Klein sighed inwardly. Both silent, the evil spirit gave Klein a deep glance and slowly made the card of blasphemy's projection disappear. It looked at Sharon with bloodshot eyes and said with a low, hoarse laugh, "If you are unwilling to become a demigod of the mutant pathway, Then I can provide you with the Sequence 4 potion formula of the Abyss pathway. The temperance of desire and the flamboyance of malice has always been very congruous, isn't it? Sharon ignored the question and turned unhurriedly to Klein, leaving him to respond. What the evil spirit means is that the mutant pathway and Abyss pathway are closely related and exchangeable at high sequences. The Rose School of Thought and Blood Sanctify sect's surface actions seem very similar. Klein thought briefly and looked at the bloodied rafter pound. Then how can your seal be removed? The evil spirit laughed. Very simple. Find a direct descendant of the Sauron, Einhorn and Medici families and obtain 10 milliliters of their blood each. A little more is fine, but not less. Then mix them with holy water and pour them into my room. This way, the seal will be lifted. It's a simple but strange method. Even in mysticism, it's rare. Why must they be direct descendants of those families? I have never heard of the last one. Sauron is Inti's former royal family, Einhorn, the Faceless empires, both loyal to the Trunsost Empire, the angel family of the Fourth Epoch, and final winners. Loans Augustus and Finapotter's Castilla families also meet these conditions. Oh right, Sauron and Einhorn share possession of the Hunter pathway. Is this why they were chosen? Taking the prior situation into account, the Hunter pathway equals the Red Priest pathway. As he guessed, Klein didn't hide his doubts. I know about the Sauron and Einhorn families, but I've never heard of the Medici family. Very normal. They often hide in shadows. They are corrupted angels and have an extremely secretive organization, the evil spirit said contemptuously. That organization is known as Rose Redemption. That name is familiar. Inside the abandoned True Creator temple recently found by the City of Silver, there is something similar written on a mural corner. They suspect it's the city or temple's creator's name. This likely symbolizes an extremely secretive organization founded by corrupted angels. They believe in the true creator? What is their relationship with the Aurora Order? Klein pondered and asked, It's related to the true creator? The evil spirit was silent 2 seconds before asking lowly, You know about Rose Redemption? I heard it by chance, Klein told the truth. The evil spirit thought, then smiled, You have more secrets than I thought. Can we not talk about such things? Klein held back, watching Sharon, wearing an unperturbed look. The evil spirit laughed, sweeping its gaze across them. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members, but have since left. As long as you find an organization believing in the true creator and trace it to the end, you may come into contact with Rose Redemption. It sounds a little like the Twilight Hermit Order, one being front, the other back. Klein guessed. Seeing no intention to give more introduction, he laughed. Do you think we can complete something like that with our strengths? The evil spirit was silent for a few seconds, then said, Maybe you can try your luck in Binksy Town. Binksy Town? Where's that? Klein asked repeatedly, but the evil spirit refused to reveal more. Faced with this, Klein switched topics. During the Fourth Epoch were the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor and Night Emperor fighting for Sequence 0. The evil spirit was stunned briefly before smiling. It was once the case, but not after Alistair Tudor went mad. Alistair Tudor was that Blood Emperor? Klein sought confirmation. The evil spirit nodded. Yes, only one Blood Emperor, the lunatic Alistair Tudor. Heh, heh. Tudor descendants have inherited his madness. They're usually crafty, devious, cautious, but at critical moments can become reckless without regard for consequences. It pointed at Rafter Pound's face. He is an example. But after this, he'll be more normal for a long time. I don't know if he's the last Tudor. Alistair left many good things requiring his descendants' blood to access. It's best you don't kill him now. The evil spirit paused, chuckling softly. All right, after you help remove the seal, I will tell you all the stories I've experienced. No, more accurately, the history I've experienced. Then Rafter Pound's eyes lost focus. His body twitched before collapsing limply. Sharon silently watched, then stepped forward. Whoosh! The wind howled. Dirt and rocks moved, falling into the underground tunnel and sealing the entrance. After that, Klein and Sharon left William Street, taking a detour through silent darkness. In the rental carriage, Sharon appeared, sitting across from Klein. She looked unblinkingly at him and asked in her hoarse, ethereal voice, Will you help lift its seal? No. Klein didn't hesitate, then asked, "What about you?" Sharon shook her head. "No." Klein sighed with relief and smiled. "It's been dead about 2,000 years. Now it's just an evil spirit remnant. Dispersing or returning to the spirit world should be its end. Once we're high sequence beyonders, we can team up and eliminate it, giving it true deliverance." Though the Red Priest card, Fourth Epoch secrets, and promised rewards tempted him, Klein had no confidence. In his mind, he recalled the evil spirit's corpse sitting on a high chair, head lowered, face covered with decay when raised. Sharon tersely acknowledged, "Aren't you supposed to ask why I'm so confident in becoming a high-sequence beyonder?" Klein couldn't help lampoon, and the answer is that people need dreams. Klein changed the topic. "Is the Wraith Sequence 4 really puppet?" Sharon nodded. "Do you have the potion formula or beyonder ingredients?" Klein asked thoughtfully. Sharon shook her head. Klein chuckled softly, "I'll help keep an eye out in my circle." Without changing tone, Sharon said, "Thank you." Klein looked out the window, muttering, "I'm going south for a holiday." Then he smiled as if speaking to lawyer Jurgen. "Let me wish you and Marek a happy new year in advance." Sharon was silent 2 seconds, pursed lips, and replied fleetingly, "Happy New Year." Her figure faded and disappeared from the carriage. Looking at the little boy behind the altar and hearing his slightly hoarse, tender voice, Derek felt as if facing the most terrifying monster. He almost performed a downward cleave with the axe of Hurricane. From what he knew, a person surviving so long in pure darkness was definitely not human. Even if once human, definitely not now. Demon Hunter Colin's eyes brightened slightly. He tightened his sword grip and calmly asked, "What are you doing here?" The yellow-haired boy Jack looked pained and replied, "We're looking for the holy residence of the Lord." "The holy residence of the Lord?" Colin pressed. "Right?" Jack turned and looked at the pitch-black cross and overturned man statue. "They told me that as long as I go in the direction the Lord's eyes look, I'll reach his holy residence." "They? You still have companions?" Colin's eyes moved fully, taking in the surroundings. "Where are they?" Jack was stunned, then held his throat, eyes blank, saying, "I'm so hungry, so hungry." Chapter 458, An Ancient Sanguine. So hungry. Amid his trance-like words, Jack raised his head and looked at Joshua, who wore scarlet-red gloves. So hungry. His mouth opened instantly, stretching to his ears, revealing neat white teeth and thick saliva constantly gushing out. At the same time, he threw himself forward toward Joshua, so fast he left an after-image on the ground. Though Joshua was on high alert, he couldn't react in time. Before he could even process, little Jack had pounced in front of him. Thump! The yellow-haired figure slammed into an invisible barrier, stopping a step away from Joshua. Jack suspended midair as a reddish glow emerged from him, corroding the transparent barrier, denying him entry. Behind Joshua and Derek, Demon Hunter Colin knelt, having stabbed his sword, smeared with silver ointment, into the ground. The altar area instantly brightened, as if filled with the purest dawn light. Colin drew his sword and his figure split into multiple after-images that spread around the altar. Every figure raised their sword at once, and combined with the dawn's light, they released a bright glow. So! One sword after another thrust forward, the light converging on Jack from all directions, encircling him. Under the rising sun's brilliance, the black and red figures evaporated, disappearing beneath the storm-like attack. In the underground hall with the altar, the brightness became abnormally intense, forcing Derek Berg to close his eyes. Suddenly jolting awake from slumber, Derek saw a bonfire burning quietly in front of him and his diligently guarding teammates. Demon Hunter Colin, cross-legged beside a stone pillar, opened his eyes and said deeply, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." Derek looked skyward. Lightning's frequency hadn't increased. Darkness still ruled. Thinking of the city and the fallen creator's temple, nervousness crept in. After calming, Derek ate and readied for combat. Holding the axe of Hurricane, he moved to the group's center. Lanterns covered with animal hide lit one by one in the campsite. 15 Minsk Street. Klein heated water, adjusted the temperature, and took a comfortable bath. Relaxed afterward, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and rose above the grey fog. He intended to use divination to confirm matters about the evil spirit. In the ancient palace's silence, Klein leaned back and seriously considered which divination method and statement to choose. It had to follow mysticism principles, avoid subdivision or elimination, and contain sufficient information. After a short pause, he leaned forward and wrote what he wanted to confirm. The evil spirit in the ruins harbors strong malice towards Sharon and me. He undid the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, gripped it, and entered cogitation. Muttering, he opened his eyes. The topaz pendant wildly rotated clockwise. This meant the evil spirit's malice was stronger than Klein imagined. At the time, there was nothing abnormal in their spiritual intuition. That evil spirit is skilled at interfering with divination and prophecy. He definitely didn't expect that one of us has the temperance to resist desire, preventing blindness by greed, while the other has experienced too much to ask a tiger for its skin. With a sigh, Klein returned to reality and lay down. Unfortunately, the sunbrooch's heat was psychological and couldn't warm the bed. Before sleep, he closed his eyes and thought with regret. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. After wiping the last chair, Emlyn White straightened and eagerly told Father Yutravsky, "I've finished doing today's chores. Damn, old man, don't suddenly get ideas to make me copy the Holy Bible." Emlyn prayed inwardly. His prayer shifted from the moon to Earth Mother. Father Yutravsky stood, making the vampire seem like a child. Smiling, he said, "Recently you've experienced the joy and relaxation of working with dedication and gratitude. Go back and quietly feel the pulse of life and pure joy from it." "I haven't," Emlyn denied reflexively. Father Yutravsky smiled kindly, turned and began his nightly prayer. Emlyn's lips quivered, wanting to refute but failed to say anything. He silently left Harvest Church and habitually closed the door. Returning home, Emlyn found the house empty. Both his parents had disappeared without a trace. Only then did he recall the sanguine gathering in Backland tonight. "Those fellows are disgraceful. As noble sanguine, they should sleep in coffins or their rooms. Why mimic humans and hold gatherings? There's even dancing." Emlyn muttered contemptuously. Touching his belly, swallowing saliva, he decided to change clothes and attend. The Odora family is enviable. They have a pure human partner running several hospitals with fresh blood every day. They can drink as much as they want any time. Emlyn donned his black top hat and quickly left. Westborough in a brightly lit villa. Emlyn picked up a glass with scarlet liquid and greedily gulped. It really has been pre-selected. He half closed his eyes, sighing heartfelt praise. On the dance floor, handsome men and beautiful women twirled slowly under romantic music. What's the point of this? Emlyn stood on the second-floor railing edge, watching kin. As the largest city, Backland had many vampires integrated into society. Those unable to control destructive urges were sent to castles deep in mountains or dealt with preemptively to prevent detection by Nighthawks or official Beyonder organizations. Watching kinsmen grow spirited, Emlyn felt increasingly out of place. At that moment, Cosme Odora, tonight's host, approached with a wine cup. Smiling, he asked, "Do you like tonight's wine?" Of course, its owner is young enough and possesses great vitality. Emlyn straightened and assumed a noble posture. Cosme appeared gracious and middle-aged but was over 200 years old. He'd seen Intis under Emperor Rosel's rule, then moved to Lone, fearing neighbors might suspect. Hearing Emlyn's praise, Cosme smiled. "Yes, its owner is a young lady stabbed by a thief and nearly died. Fortunately, she met me, and this is her recovery's price. You can taste the wine over there and the one over there, owned by Balaam and Fainapotter respectively. They have different flavors. Fainapotter, Mother Goddess, humans there love chili so much their blood's spiciness is unbearable. Mother Goddess." Emlyn paused, his expression turned blank. Cosme's mouth twitched, he pretended not to hear. In the silence, clearing his throat, Cosme said, "Emlyn, that's just your imagination. By the way, my grandfather wishes to meet you." "Your grandfather?" Emlyn startled, then widened his eyes. "Lord Nibs?" Nibs Odora was a powerful sanguine from the Fourth Epoch, but time had forced him into a cold coffin for long periods. Cosme nodded solemnly. "Yes." He turned and walked to another second-floor staircase, ignoring Emlyn's possible refusal. Emlyn followed, nervous and uneasy, thinking about Lord Nibs's summons. Has he finally understood the sanguine's honor is important and decided to help me get rid of Father Yutravsky's psychological cue? Emlyn's hope grew. Descending to the underground, Emlyn passed secret doors and entered a large grey hall. In its center was a heavy black iron coffin engraved with symbols and magic labels. After Cosme reported Emlyn's arrival, a heavy, aged voice emerged from the coffin. "Emlyn White, do you know why I summoned you?" "Honorable Lord Nibs, I imagine you're planning to help me remove the psychological cue," Emlyn replied without hesitation. Silence reigned for a few seconds. Nibs Odora chuckled. "That's one purpose, but I won't be helping. I just woke from a long dream after receiving a revelation from the ancestor." "Ancestor? She has awakened?" Not Emlyn, but Cosme exclaimed. "After the cataclysm, the ancestor responds only to important matters." Emlyn listened bewildered. "No, not yet," Nibs said heavily. "The ancestor told me the apocalypse is near and we must prepare. You, Emlyn White, are a key element in the ancestor's revelation." "Apocalypse?" Cosme asked in surprise. "Emlyn thought only I, Emlyn White, was mentioned by the ancestor. I am key to the Sanguine's survival." Nibs ignored Cosme and continued. "Emlyn White, I give you a task. Please speak." Emlyn was too modest. Even hearing this, he showed no arrogance. Nibs solemnly said, "Find a chance to pray to the fool." "Ah?" Emlyn suspected he misheard. Nibs lowered his voice. "The fool whose honorific name was only recently spread." Chapter 459, Letting a Chance Slip. Although I have always had the urge to pray to the fool to get rid of the psychological cue that Father Utravsky gave me, I also know very clearly that it's dangerous to recite the honorific name of an unknown being. Not all hidden existences will start with bait and slowly provide guidance. In such matters, they are often like sharks in the sea, who would go mad and lurch forward once they smell blood. But now? Lord Nibs. No, what does the ancestor want? Emlyn White said, finding it rather ridiculous. "It will be very, very, very dangerous." Inside the black iron coffin, Nibs Odora replied with an aged voice, "Yes, under normal circumstances. But not all hidden existences are filled with malice. Among them, they will similarly abide by rules and enjoy transactions. For example, the 7 pure lights of the spirit world. Since the ancestor has given such a revelation, it means that the danger that the fool can bring is not too serious, or even none. And during this entire process, I will always be by your side to protect you. Don't you want to get rid of the psychological cue? Have you already become a believer of Earth Mother and abandoned the moon?" "No, I haven't," Emlyn frantically denied. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "I wish to have a few days to think it over." "All right, no problem. I believe that you will make a choice that suits your noble identity as a member of the Sanguine." Inside the coffin, Nibs's voice turned soft as he smiled and comforted him. After sending Emlyn White back to the second floor, Cosme Odora once again returned to the dark and gloomy underground hall, and he asked with confusion and doubt, "Grandfather, how could the revelation given by the ancestor involve Emlyn White? He's just a weak member of the Sanguine who only recently reached adulthood." Nibs's voice came through the thick black metal coffin lid and reverberated in the air. "No, the revelation provided by the ancestor never included Emlyn White. She only showed a scene of the dawn of the apocalypse, depicting the erosion of the crimson moon, as well as mentioning the fool and the corresponding honorific name. During this process, no Sanguine appeared. The mention of the key element was just my way of convincing Emlyn White. However, being able to take risks for the future of the Sanguine can also be considered a key element." Cosme was first enlightened before he had another question. "Why did you choose Emlyn White? What's so special about him?" Nibs Odora suddenly laughed. "Hasn't he been clamoring about praying to the fool all this time? Didn't he think that we weren't putting too much weight on his problem, that we aren't willing to antagonize Bishop Utravsky, so he was trying to find other help? I'm just fulfilling his wish." For a long time, Cosme was speechless. Emlyn White stood at the railing of the second floor, looked down at his tireless kinsman, and nervously took a sip of his wine. Up to this day, I haven't heard of any terrible outcome for people who prayed to the fool. Perhaps it's just as Lord Nibs said, the fool is just like the 7 pure lights in the spirit world, a hidden existence that maintains order and is warm-hearted. Wait a minute, what are the 7 pure lights in the spirit world? Why haven't I ever heard of them before? They seem to be on the side of good. I wonder if this will be any help to me. In short, the fall isn't necessarily dangerous, and there is Lord Nibs protecting me. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the psychological cue. Emlyn consoled himself with fear and anticipation. Monday morning. Sherwood Borough, 15 Minsk Street. Klein squatted in front of the toilet, holding a brush and carefully cleaning the dirt inside it. According to his schedule, after completing his visits on Saturday and Sunday, he decided to take a day off and wait until tomorrow to report back to Prince Adesuk about the final results and hand over the assignment. But during what should have been his relaxation time, he found the house a little too messy and dirty. It was only when he saw this that he remembered that the cleaning of the house had been done twice a week through the temporary employment of the landlady's maid next door. As the Sammers had gone on holiday to Seville City in Desi Bay, one of the maids had gone along with them, while another had returned to the countryside after receiving a year-end bonus. 15 Minsk Street, where he lived, hadn't been cleaned by anyone for quite some time. Klein had planned to put up with it for 2 days since he was leaving Backlund, but in his free time he didn't dare to take the time to head to the Quelag Club to have fun. He was afraid of infuriating Prince Edesak, so he could only stay home. Hence, seeing the things that irked him, he changed into his old clothes and began spring cleaning before the new year. He went on to scrub the toilet, wash the bathtub, wipe the windows, mop the floors, clean his equipment, and wash clothes. Klein busied himself from 8 to 11 before barely completing his desired cleanup. Of course, he only did it perfunctorily without that much attention to detail. Sometimes renting too big a house isn't a good thing. Klein washed his hands and wiped his face with a towel. Walking out of the bathroom and looking at the clean and tidy living room and dining room, then watching the sunlight pierce through the clouds and shine through the transparent glass window, showering golden spots in his house, he had a strange sense of accomplishment. He felt a lot happier. Time to reward myself for lunch. I'll find a good restaurant. Klein returned to the second floor and changed his clothes. As he leafed through the papers waiting for lunchtime, the doorbell rang. It's almost the new year, and there are still people coming to entrust me with missions. As he rose and walked to the door, Klein made up his mind to decline. Although he only had £34 left in cash, in order to get out of the royal strife, he had to go on vacation to the south as soon as possible. He could no longer accept assignments. To his surprise, the visitor wasn't a stranger, but the old butler of Prince Edesak. The old butler was wearing a well-cut tuxedo. He saluted without losing his dignity and said, "Detective Moriarty, His Highness the Prince is waiting for you in the carriage at the end of the street. He wishes to know the progress of your investigations." So impatient? All right, that saves me the trouble of going all the way to Red Rose Manor tomorrow. Klein quickly reorganized what he had thought of last night and calmly replied, "All right." He was about to remove his hat from the coat rack when he felt a sudden ache in his stomach, a pain that required him to visit the toilet. After enduring for a while, he realized that he couldn't hold it in any longer and apologetically said to the old butler, "I'm very sorry. I'll need to use the bathroom first. My stomach isn't feeling well." The old butler didn't show any abnormal expression. That's your freedom. As he discharged one wave after another of bliss, clearing away the remnants in his stomach, Klein washed his hands and returned to the hall. At that moment, he noticed that the old butler was no longer around. The one waiting outside was the maid with curly brown hair. "His Highness requested me to apologize to you. He still has matters to attend to and cannot wait for too long. Please go to Red Rose Manor tomorrow or the afternoon of the day after tomorrow." The maid bowed meticulously. "It hasn't even been 10 minutes, and I'd already done it as fast as I could. Usually I can continue on for quite a while if I have newspapers." Klein smiled. "No problem." After receiving a response, the maid who had completed her mission immediately felt a weight off her chest. She giggled and said, "Detective Moriarty, you missed that lady again." "Huh?" Klein was at a loss. The maid lowered her voice and said, "This time, the young lady came with His Highness. She was the one who suggested taking a detour to meet you. In the end, I missed her because of my stomachache. Something isn't right." Klein frowned slightly. In a room padded with a thick and soft carpet, a quill that was being held came to a pause and stopped writing. In the open notebook beneath it, there were lines of text and marks of scribbled-out text. Scribbles. Target attempted to escape control, but unfortunately, Detective Sherlock Moriarty leaves before she heads downstairs. The target influenced the surrounding maids, but Prince Edessac's butler, Funkel, chanced upon the problem and dealt with it. Scribbles. The target went off track once again. She participated in Talim's funeral on behalf of Prince Edessac. However, having quickly recovered to her normal state, she realized that she was unable to identify Sherlock Moriarty, and she could only let a chance slip. Sherlock Moriarty went to Red Rose Manor to investigate, but the timing wasn't right, and the target happened to be riding horses on the golf course. Scribbles. The target, once again, triumphed over the arrangement, encouraging Prince Edessac to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Unfortunately, Sherlock Moriarty happened to have a stomachache, ended up staying in the bathroom for 7 minutes and 45 seconds, and the prince couldn't afford to wait. His facial features were like a sculpture, but the middle-aged man who was blinded in one eye put down his quill and looked at a woman. What exactly did you put on her body? Breaking through the restrictions time and time again will create big problems. The woman laughed in a low voice and said, "It was just an accident. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." As she spoke, she pulled back her hair, revealing her long white neck. After that, she slowly applied various things to her face, making her look even more alluring. Seeing that she was putting on her clothes and accessories, the dark, golden-haired, middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" The woman didn't directly answer and said with a smile, "Be careful of the quill in your hand. You almost exchanged bodies with someone the last time." "You don't need to remind me," the middle-aged man with deep blue eyes to the point of being black said with a straight face. The woman tightened her belt to make herself look thinner. Then she lazily stretched and yawned while covering her mouth. "I'm going to pay a visit to Mr. A of the Aurora Order. I hope he's as crazy as the rumors say." As she spoke, the expression of the blind middle-aged man suddenly sank. It was because that ordinary quill had begun to write on its own, as though an invisible hand was holding on to it. Chapter 460, Cyclic Explorations. Above the grey fog, the ancient temple-like building stood quietly. After noticing odd coincidences, Klein entered the mysterious space after lunch, aiming to confirm a guess. He conjured a fountain pen, paused, then wrote, "I am involved in a series of coincidences created by sealed artifact 008. Putting down the dark red pen, Klein held the silver chain in his left hand and began divination. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum inches away. The topaz pendant stood still without rotating. This meant the divination had failed. Divination cannot be completed, possibly because conditions weren't met, or 008 resisted it. Both yield the same result. Klein changed the statement and targeted different things, but all failed. He tapped the edge of the long mottled table, hesitating whether to go to Red Rose Manor the day after tomorrow. If there's no 008 or similar power arranging these events, then my sudden escape will definitely raise Prince Edessac's suspicion. No, my escape might not succeed. Prince Edessac's men live next door. Of course, since I'm already a Faceless, it's easy to find a chance when I'm out, but is there a need to go this far? Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be able to leave Backland without attracting much attention by honestly seeking audience with Prince Edessac and handing over the mission normally. His Highness will likely not force me, an unaffiliated Beyonder, to accomplish too difficult a task. If a sealed artifact or demigod like 008 is influencing recent events, then from my past experience, I'm just a side character who mistakenly entered the stage and hasn't drawn enough attention. In this case, escaping is like telling the other party I've detected their presence. I'm highly problematic. Thus, relying on faceless powers alone might not let me escape the attention locked on me. The best way is to calmly go to Red Rose Manor and follow normal exit procedures. After bowing graciously during the curtain call, I'll fade from the attention of the unknown party. After combining these thoughts, Klein decided to pretend he hadn't discovered anything and leave Backland as planned. The bonfire in the campsite burned bright, and someone stood guard the entire time. Derek Berg leaned against a stone pillar, sleeping to recover strength. He dreamed of the endless greyish-white fog, an ancient chair at the highest point in the centre, and the indifferent figure sitting there overlooking all. Mr. Fool. Derek murmured the name in his mind. Following that, he heard the Fool's voice. "Prepare for the gathering." "Yes, Mr. Fool," Derek answered silently, beginning to count his heartbeats. His eyes never opened, as if everything just happened was a prelude to a dream. "There's still enough time before we set off, enough time to attend the tarot gathering," he thought with relief. He had originally imagined that joining the exploratory team meant missing the gathering. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derek waited a bit longer before entering the quiet, serene, divine hall. Upon opening his eyes, scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if an external force injected all his lost memories at once. The scenes were crumbling city walls, buildings crisscrossed with white and blue, the fallen creator's temple, architecturally similar to the City of Silver, murals detailing the apocalypse and the fallen creator's protection of remaining humans from 6 great evil gods, beautiful and dangerous mushrooms, and Jack, the eerie pale yellow-haired boy of unknown origins. These scenes repeated 5 times, each with slight differences. The first time, outside the fallen creator's temple, all animal hide lanterns were extinguished, almost causing tragedy. The second time, someone nearly swallowed a mushroom, but Chief Collins stopped them in time. The third, Jack told a story. He and his father searched for the creator's holy residence in the endless ocean, facing a huge storm. The fourth, Joshua was severely injured by a suddenly mutated Jack. The fifth, the temple collapsed, blocking the underground exit. All these ended with Demon Hunter Colin killing Jack, followed by the team resting in camp, preparing to enter the ruined city. The beginning and end connected, repeating in a cycle. We've explored the temple 5 times. We've been living this experience all along, unable to truly end it. The more Derek understood his new memories, the more terrified he became. Audrey, sitting on the other side of the long bronze table, wanted to greet Mr. Fool cheerfully. But glancing at Little Sun, she noticed his mood wasn't right. She immediately asked, "Mr. Sun, did something happen? Has the exploration of the true, fallen creator's temple not gone smoothly?" Derek grabbed hope and hurriedly described the rough situation. After finishing, he said, "After that little boy was dealt with by His Excellency, we all closed our eyes and woke up in the campsite outside the city to start a new exploration. We no longer had memories from before. This repeated 5 times, with only details slightly different. If not for Mr. Fool alerting me, I wouldn't have known I've been living a recurring life." He assumed the extra memories from arriving above the grey fog were Mr. Fool's reminder. He stood and solemnly saluted the blurry figure at the bronze table's head. "I only understood the situation after listening to your description." Klein, still dazed, lightly nodded. In unknown circumstances, a superior wouldn't express an opinion lightly. "I can't rashly open my mouth." Klein secretly reviewed his past life lessons as a keyboard warrior. Seeing Mr. Fool like an imperturbable ancient wall, Derek relaxed, feeling the matter could be resolved. He turned to the Hanged Man, the world, justice, and the magician. He sincerely asked, "Do you know the root of the problem? How can this be resolved?" Zealous Audrey wanted to answer but had no clue or guess. Fours was similarly clueless. "Got it. If there's anything else you'd like to add or update, just let me know." With rich knowledge from Earth and many stuck-in-the-same-day novels read, Klein wanted to control the world to inspire ideas, but chose to stay low-key and observe. After hearing the son's description, Alger was silent for a long time. Finally, he said calmly, "I can think of 2 possibilities. First, you encountered a nightmare or hallucinatory power above a demigod level. After regaining memories with Mr. Fool's help, you'd detect something amiss returning to reality, and the problem would be resolved. Second, you were forced or proactively entered a strange space or state at a node where time flows cyclically within fixed limits, balanced and static. In this case, few ways end the cycle. Either an external force forcibly breaks the balance, or you find the key point connecting the time distortion." An external force to forcibly break balance? Audrey, Fours, and Derek glanced subconsciously at the calm Mr. Fool at the table's end. "No, I can't always seek Mr. Fool's help. By silence, he probably wishes to test my ability. After thought, he said, "Mr. Hangman, let's assume the second situation. In your opinion, what is the key point connecting the time distortion?" Without waiting, Audrey guessed with interest, "That little boy Jack? You can't kill him when facing him." Alger nodded. "That's a possibility." He hesitated, then said, "The son's description of Jack and his father reminds me of an incident." He looked at Miss Justice. "Didn't I once say I was pursuing a listener of the Aurora Order at sea? His voyage aimed to seek the true Creator's holy residence." Audrey carefully recalled, "That seems to be the case." Alger said in a deep voice, "That listener also brought his son, whose age matches the son's description of Jack. Are you saying Jack went from your world to near the City of Silver?" Derek asked, stunned. After settling, he felt indescribable happiness. This means the City of Silver hasn't been fully sealed. There's still a chance to connect with the normal world where the Hanged Man and Justice are from. "I can only say it is possible." The Hanged Man couldn't confirm. He suggested, "Try mentioning the Sonia Sea, the Lone Kingdom, and the port city near Jack. Maybe there will be a different reaction, but avoid doing so in front of your City of Silver's chief. Also, the key point may not be Jack. You should give us specifics, like the mural details. Maybe we can find something useful." Alger looked forward to receiving more information. Chapter 461, The Kind and Enthusiastic Hanged Man. Unlike before, Derek was clearly smarter now. He didn't just describe the situation with words. After getting Mr. Fool's permission, he conjured fragmented scenes from his memories to show the exploratory process and key discoveries. The collapsed walls, ruined streets, dust-covered temple, inverted cross statue, murals of the fallen creator suffering for humanity, the alluring mushrooms, the eye-opening altar statue, and young Jack hiding at the back all appeared vividly before the Tarot Club members. The dark atmosphere and constant danger in the scenes excited Audrey. This is more attractive than any novel I've ever read. Mystery, terror, uncertainty. But for the people there, it's pure horror. She wanted nothing more than to become a demigod and venture into that storm-racked land. Klein sighed inwardly, not just because of the harsh conditions the City of Silver endured, but also because little son wasn't quite experienced enough. If he could present everything like a movie, it'd be amazing, but it would take too long, and my spirituality wouldn't hold. Also, the longer we're above the fog, the higher the risk something happens outside. He suddenly felt lucky. Alger finished watching silently and had Derek highlight certain parts, including the mural of the fallen creator resisting 6 evil gods. "Which evil gods are these?" he asked, studying the mural. An octopus wrapped in lightning, black waves at its feet, an avian cloak, and a 3-pronged trident. "I don't know. I thought you would know them," Derek answered honestly. Audrey and Fours examined it carefully but couldn't identify them either. They thought they might be some of the 8 ancient gods from City of Silver legend, but the images didn't match. The Fool looked again and his pupils nearly contracted. These resemble the 6 god statues in the Tudor ruins, but corrupted. Especially Earth Mother, Lord of Storms and Eternal Blazing Sun, they're disfigured into grotesque forms. Klein hadn't expected sudden insight. He had expected the true creator to distort the 6 gods. Still, the presence of these murals can't be ignored. I used to think the Orthodox gods had no human form, just symbols. But now it seems divine imagery evolved over time. There are secrets buried in that shift. He was relieved to see Justice focused on the mural instead of his own reaction. Because the mural might help little son escape his time loop, Klein decided to share what he knew, through the world, so as not to ruin the Fool's image. Let the world say it. It fits the narrative of Sherlock Moriarty. Klein thought for a moment and had the world speak hoarsely. "I've seen similar statues." Everyone looked at him, he added, "in an adventure to a 4th epoch ruin." Audrey perked up but stayed composed. "Mr. World, what kind of statues were there? Can you show them to us?" "Of course, if you aren't willing to or if you require compensation, it's negotiable." "There's no need, as this might also solve some of my doubts," the World replied darkly. With permission from Mr. Fool, he conjured 6 statues and their sacred emblems. One wore a layered, starry dress beneath a full moon, exuding a mysterious beauty. Audrey instantly recognized her Ebonite goddess. The statue resembled the evil god in the upper left mural corner, but with a human face and no extra eyes. What sacrilege! This is sacrilegious to the goddess. Audrey was angry but calmed quickly. It's to be expected, but why would there be humanoid goddess statues underground? Weren't they just symbols? She frowned, thoughtful. Alger sighed. So the murals depict distorted images of the 6 gods. They really had humanoid images in the past. Maybe this is why the churches seek the forsaken land of the gods, which must be deep in the Sonia Sea. It probably doesn't exist in a normal state, or the gods would have sensed it. Alger pondered silently, the Evernite goddess Lord of Storms. These are the gods you mentioned before? Derek asked. Yes, the Hanged Man affirmed. What do they have to do with the apocalypse? What does this have to do with our land being forsaken by the Lord? Derek pressed. Unfortunately, no one had an answer. Falls raised her hand. Why is there no god of steam and machinery? That was her deity. In the northern and southern continents, the 7 gods are equal. The god of steam and machinery wasn't born until the 4th epoch, the Hanged Man explained. Looks like it happened late in the 4th epoch, not early or mid. He couldn't hide his enthusiasm for the topic. Falls felt a little guilty. She'd never read the Steam and Machinery Bible seriously, treating faith more as a way of life. Derek didn't linger on the point. Is this mural the key point? Perhaps. You can try to break it, Alger said, then hesitated. He nearly warned Derek against saying the 6 gods' honorific names, but realized little son didn't know them anyway. Just don't let the chief suspect you. All right, thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. You're always so kind and enthusiastic. Also, Miss Justice, Miss Magician, and Mr. World, you are similarly as kind-hearted, Derek said sincerely. Kind? Enthusiastic? The Hanged Man froze. No one's ever called me that before. After the discussion, Klein suddenly remembered something. In their previous exploration of the True Creator's temple, the City of Silver had found the name Rose Redemption, but hadn't paid it much attention. It can't be ignored. According to that evil spirit in the ruins, Rose Redemption is a secret organization led by fallen angels, no less dangerous than the Twilight Hermit Order. Maybe the cyclical time loop was set by them. The fool adjusted his posture and tapped the mottled table lightly. Audrey turned to look at him with bright, expectant eyes. The Hanged Man, the sun, the magician, and the world also looked to him. Amid the fog, Klein chuckled. Rose Redemption. Rose Redemption? Derek's mind turned. Yes, that name was on a mural near the top of the temple. Audrey, Alger, and Falls recalled it too, giving it new importance. Honorable Mr. Fool, what does Rose Redemption represent? Audrey asked eagerly. This time, Klein didn't respond, just gave a small laugh. It's tied to the True Creator. No matter what the situation in the temple, clues will always lead back to them. Whether or not the name was truly a key point didn't matter. Klein had one simple thought. If they misunderstood the real meaning, well, how could it be Mr. Fool's fault? Chapter 462. What is a miracle? Seeing the fool chuckling silently, Audrey and the others had no choice but to withdraw their gaze and stop asking questions. In a situation like this where they were only given hints and not explanations, they didn't find it problematic. Existences at the level of deities typically had similar habits, and sometimes what they gave weren't even hints, but revelations. In the eyes of a powerful figure like Mr. Fool, just providing a single name is enough. Our failure to comprehend things is because we are lacking. We need to work harder at figuring out and attempting things. Audrey was increasingly looking forward to her future as a psychiatrist. I remember that there was something related to Rose Redemption in that semi-abandoned temple. Alger tilted his head and looked at the sun. Without any hesitation, Derek nodded and said, yes. It was text derived from Jotun in a corner of the murals. We used quite some time to decipher those words. Text derived from Jotun. Alger hadn't paid much attention to this detail before, but he couldn't help but make connections at that moment in time. That little boy, Jack, seems to have gone there from the Sonia Sea. Text derived from Jotun. Alger deliberated before making a request to conjure a line of text. Those words were in ancient Faceless, the origins of the northern continent's language, and they meant Rose Redemption. Derek took a closer look and was stunned. It's very close, but the way that the words end is handled differently. Mr. Hanged Man, is this a language from where you come from? As he spoke, Derek conjured the text on the mural again. Yes. Alger gave an affirmative answer. This language itself has evolved. The one you found should be of an earlier type. Alger paused. What about the content of the corresponding mural? I wasn't in charge of that area and I didn't take a careful look before departing. Derek instantly felt ashamed. Alger nodded without a change in expression. Find a chance to clarify this. There might be a crucial point hidden within. All right. Derek was increasingly convinced that things weren't so bad after all. Seeing that he had relaxed quite a bit, Audrey was a little curious and a little puzzled as she asked, Mr. Hanged Man, if that young boy named Jack is the child of the listener you described, why would he be able to communicate with the sun and the others? After discussing the corresponding terms for Rose Redemption, she was completely certain that the City of Silver used a different language compared to the other countries in the northern and southern continent like Lowen. And above the grey fog, everyone is able to communicate fluently, without any gaps in communication. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's powers. Audrey praised in her heart. Alger scoffed as he looked at her. Miss Justice, you haven't experienced any Beyonder events, have you? Jack has already become such a terrifying monster, so what else can't he change? Trust me, there are times when language knowledge is very easy to obtain, with it taking just a second or two. Audrey blinked, feeling that she had once again exposed that she didn't have much experience or knowledge in mysticism. After this matter came to a close, the tarot gathering resumed as per the usual schedule. Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table and said, Mr. Fool, this time there are 3 more Roselle diary pages. I still owe you 7. Upon hearing that, Fours hurriedly added, Mr. Fool, I also received some responses. There will be new Roselle diary pages the next time. Very well, Klein chuckled in response. By the side, Derek suddenly felt ashamed again, because he hadn't had time to visit the library last week to look through any material and memorize historical details due to his participation in the exploratory team. After a simple process, Klein picked up the 3 diary pages which were conjured, and he began to read with great anticipation. 8th August. For the first time, I was invited to the White Maple Palace to attend a ball held by His Majesty. These aristocrats are really fucking extravagant, with the food they eat completely being in pursuit of novelty. Things like grilled swans, sheep's testicles. I have to say, I was very surprised at the beginning. The aristocrats of this world, yes, this is limited only to aristocrats, really love cleanliness. It's common for them to take baths, and toilet paper has already taken a nascent form. They totally aren't like the aristocrats of Earth's Middle Ages. I originally thought that this was an effect of the existence of true gods, but I was later informed that this was an improvement that had to be made because of some kind of threat. Beyonders of a particular sequence are able to spread the plague through dirty habits. I wonder which pathway and sequence that is. At that time, my first thought was that there's something wrong with these aristocrats' brains. Right? Since they're afraid of the plague, why don't they clean up the streets? Why didn't they build a complete sewage system? Why don't they uplift the slums? They're all in the same city. Does this mean that this place will be fine when there's a plague over there? Well, with water sources, food and people isolated and them moving only in one direction, perhaps it really will be all right. But there are plagues that can be transmitted through the air. When I hold a high position, I must push for urban planning and clean up the environment. Even without the plague, just living in such a stinking city is still very annoying. Oh right, I've been summoned tonight by His Majesty. I thought that since I was born on Earth, I, who received an education of all men being equal, would be neither humble nor arrogant and appear rather calm. But in fact, I remained very nervous and excited, unconsciously bending my waist and bowing my head. Of course, I know that in terms of dignity, I'm equal to the king. This is the charm of power. 11th November. About to advance to sequence 4 to become a demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, then my life's natural order will experience a qualitative change. I would no longer be a short-lived creature. Of course, different sequences of different pathways will be in different states. I face 2 choices. One is Alchemist of the Savant pathway, and the other is mysticologist of the mystery prior pathway. Eventually, I chose not to change pathways since the hidden sage is a very dangerous existence. However, I ultimately suspect that he isn't a real deity. Perhaps he is of a slightly lower level. After becoming an alchemist, I will be able to inject soul into the items I create and give them life. This is the feeling of being a creator. It will definitely be excellent. It's also the reason why I continued choosing this Beyonder pathway. After obtaining this sequence's Beyonder characteristic, I should be able to complete more of my concepts. There will come a day when the saying, "It's not that we aren't working hard, it's just that the cheat has a Gundam." It will be a Gundam in the truest meaning of the word. The only problem is that the corresponding ritual of alchemist needs to extract all the life force of a particular region, desertification of the land and the drying of lakes. Why is this not much different from a cult's sacrificial ritual? I've always felt that the potion sequence system has too many dark and crazy parts to it. Occasionally it would be so evil that it can make one despair. 23rd April. This bunch of aristocrats really are a mess. I even thought that Ma'am Karen had seduced me for sex because she had taken a fancy for my inner self. But who knew that her husband, the Earl of Champagne, was peeping in the opposite room? He was even thrilled and even fucking wanted to fuck me. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept it, so I had to kick him out of the room. Compared to their family, I'm just a pure child. 25th April. To cultivate my character and hone my mind, I went fishing at Swan Lake. I hope that one day I can go fishing at sea for a mermaid. Sigh, I've been quite depraved recently. I have to invigorate my spirit and invent more things. I can't leave any gaps. Since I transmigrated to this world, I will brand this era with my name. 26th April. Zaratul came visiting. I deliberately asked him what a miracle was. He asked me in return about what I thought it was. What I think it is? There is only one miracle in my heart, and that is the wonders of civilization. For example, the great Twilight Hall of the Faceless Empire, the former residence of the giant king, Ormir. Zaratul finally gave a direct answer. He said, "What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead." Chapter 463, answering his own questions. A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead? Klein suddenly remembered what had happened to him. The head injury of a man who shot himself in the head miraculously healing. A Beyonder who, having died from having his heart crushed, crawled out of his grave in the middle of the night. Are these considered miracles? Is this the miracle Zaratul spoke of? And sequence 2 of the seer pathway is called a miracle invoker. Klein felt he had grasped something crucial, but couldn't piece it all together. As I guessed before, there are deeper reasons behind my beginning with the seer sequence. My greatest support is the mysterious space above the grey fog, which eliminates interference and provides seers the most coveted environment. Even my resurrection seems to stem from the grey fog. When I arrived in Backlund, events involving marionettist Rosago were drawn to me, consistent with the convergence of same pathway characteristics. The higher the quality, the stronger the pull. The sudden change in the Antigonus notebook's way of passing information to me, related to Hornasis and the misfortune cloth puppet, might also result from this. Does this mean the grey fog is tightly tied to the seer pathway? Is it a grade 0 sealed artifact of the corresponding sequence? Or a divine kingdom left behind by a sequence 0? There's also the possibility of it being the so-called uniqueness of the seer pathway. Klein shifted his gaze from Roselle's diary, anticipation rising. What would he find after completing the staircase of light? Perhaps the reason for my transmigration and the way home is there. He suppressed his excitement and allowed the diary pages to vanish. At the same time, he grew more cautious of Zaratul. A long-time miracle invoker, he might have left traces on many events. Yet on the surface, Klein remained calm. "You can begin your transactions." Fors immediately turned to Miss Justice and said expectantly, "I have received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon eyes. The price is £1,000. She felt a little uneasy. Dorian Gray, Abraham's reserve price was already £800, above the usual 500 to 600, and she'd added 200 more. After so many tarot gatherings and Beyonder circles, I finally understand. Just like Emperor Roselle said, money isn't omnipotent, but nothing can be done without it. She had £350 in savings and a book payment, but the Spirit Eater stomach pouch still awaited her, along with many sequence 7, 6, 5, and even 4 expenses. The Fool's hint had implied that freedom from the full moon curse came only at high sequences. She couldn't depend solely on her teacher and the Abraham family. Saving alone wouldn't cut it. She had to make money. £1,000 is really steep. If Miss Justice tries to haggle, I'll say teacher agreed to lower it after negotiations. Fours comforted herself as she waited. £1,000? Audrey asked in a confirming tone. Without waiting for a reply, she happily added, "Okay, deal." Although she owed Viscount Glaint a final instalment and the Fool's adorer £2,000, she'd be officially declared an adult at the New Year's ball. She would gain full control over her wealth and receive many valuable gifts, including Earl Hall's recent promise of £50,000 in Backlund Bank shares and over £2,000 in cash. Audrey had originally asked Mr. Fool to delay the £2,000 payment until February or March to pay off Viscount Glaint and quietly save for the psychiatrist ingredients. Now was the time to use that budget. At most, I'll tighten my belt a bit longer. After March, there won't be any problems. Audrey thought contentedly. She agreed. Fours was both happy and confused. Fours asked Mr. Fool to bear witness and arranged for Audrey to pay first, with the delivery to happen Wednesday. Planning to head to Pritz Harbour immediately after receiving the money, she looked at the sun, the Hanged Man, and the world. Does anyone have any information on the Spirit Eater stomach pouch? Now calmer, she realized her experience in the acting method let her digest the excess beyond a characteristic much faster than before. 1 week now felt like 2. In 10 days, she could fully digest and solve the problem. Once she gathered the ingredients and advanced to Trickmaster, she could pass her teacher Dorian's first test with ease and finally gain real attention. Derek nodded. I was just about to tell you that during this exploration we obtained some Spirit Eater stomach pouches. I can exchange it at low prices after I return to the City of Silver. That's under the premise that I'm no longer under surveillance. Okay, but it seems that you have no use for gold pounds. Fours asked directly. She had a rough understanding of the City of Silver after the operation to save Little Sun. Before Derek could reply, Alger interjected, You can hand me the corresponding cash or gold coins. £300 is a very reasonable price. I will provide the Solar High Priest potion formula to the sun. Mr. Hanged Man, you have the formula to Solar High Priest? Derek asked in pleasant surprise. During patrols and explorations, he'd increasingly felt the sun pathway was perfect against the dark. Though Dawn Paladin could create the light of dawn, it was still inferior to a light suppliant. The Hanged Man nodded. That's right. He'd found the Solar High Priest formula in a Rorstead Archipelago treasury, but only recently managed to justify his access to read it once. He claimed that suspected priests of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had appeared on the Sonia Sea. As he couldn't return to Intis, he needed to search for Solar High Priest ingredients. And hatred toward the Eternal Blazing Sun meant rumors alone could provoke the Lord of Storms' church. Derek beamed but soon said awkwardly, The value of the Sequence 7 potion formula is higher than a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. I don't have the gold pounds all of you were talking about. You can repay it with ingredients of the same value, the Hanged Man replied. But I don't know what I can get from you. First, make a list of common monsters around the City of Silver and their ingredients. I'll choose from that. No problem. After this exploration is over, I will do it as quickly as possible. Derek looked visibly relieved. Klein wanted to facepalm but didn't make the world break the deal. He also wanted to know what kinds of monsters and ingredients were common near the City of Silver. As Audrey sighed, the Hanged Man looked around and said, I need a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor eyes. I'll pay the necessary compensation. He only mentioned the eyes, meaning Mr. Hanged Man has clues about the Blue Shadow Falcon's crystalline feathers. He really does have many resources. Audrey, who'd seen the wind-blessed formula, understood. Once the transactions ended, they exchanged area information freely, and the tarot gathering neared its end. During the process, the world asked about mermaids and received a similar answer to Sharon's. When all was over, Klein thought it necessary to warn Justice and Magician. A terrifying object suspected to be a Grade 0 sealed artifact has appeared around Prince Edisac. It might even involve 008. The last time this happened, Tingen nearly vanished. Now, Backlund might face the same danger. After a few seconds of thought, the world said in a hoarse voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have recently received some information that a major event is brewing in Backlund. This will bring about a great deal of unrest and may lead to a tragedy." "What's the major event?" Audrey asked with concern. Unknowingly, her brow had begun to slightly furrow. "I don't know." The world shook his head calmly. "Where would the element of unrest and the possible tragedy come from?" Fours asked nervously. From previous gatherings, she'd come to trust Mr. World's sources. The world shook his head again. "There's contradictory information, making it impossible for me to give a definite answer." Then he looked up, eyes earnestly locked on the figure within the grey fog. "Honourable Mr. Fool, your adorer in Backlund must have detected something, right?" Everyone looked toward the end of the long bronze table, curious, worried, tense. With the attention on him, Klein leaned back and said in a casual tone, "Edisac Augustus." Chapter 464, Consultation, Prince Edisac Augustus. What connection does he have with the danger that might lead to tragedy? Moreover, this matter seems to have received the attention of Mr. Fool. Audrey instantly matched the name with a face, giving rise to great worry and doubt in her. In her opinion, things that caught Mr. Fool's attention were either very dangerous, extremely secretive, or of far-reaching importance, and never simple. For example, the True Creator's attempt to descend on Backlund with Lanavus and harsh East Borough conditions, Emperor Roselle's Dark Emperor card, Duke Negan's death, and the Twilight Hermit Order. Taking these examples into account, Audrey believed that if mishandled or ignored, the major event involving Prince Edisac would inevitably lead to a terrible storm. Yes, Prince Edisac hadn't bothered me for quite some time, and I was relieved by that, not thinking much. But now, it seems problematic. At the previous ball, he warmly kept me back to discuss boring topics, trying pompous bad humor. But just 2 or 3 days later, he turned cold and deliberately avoided me. I have to find a chance to ask Father about him, but I can't show too much curiosity, or he might agree to the royal family's marriage request. Audrey recalled details and felt her shoulders sink. She had never liked Prince Edisac or his 2 elder brothers, and had no intention of becoming a princess consort. The reason was simple. Followers of the Ebonite goddess couldn't accept that the Augustus family had worshipped the Lord of Storms for generations, meaning arrogance, pomposity, contempt, and eccentricity toward women were deeply rooted. This was something Audrey couldn't tolerate. Thinking of the strict, ancient, extremely conservative environment she'd face as princess consort, Audrey felt she'd surely go crazy and flee. She wasn't moved by the prince's solicitous flattery. She was repulsed. Edisac Augustus. The last name means he's royal. I vaguely remember he's a prince. What dangerous matter is he involved in? I have no way to contact him. Right, I can ask Miss Audrey and Viscount Glaint for help, but I must think of a reason ahead to avoid suspicion. Fours frowned slightly, interpreting Mr. Fool's words. Alger was interested, but dared not ask Mr. Fool, who only gave a hint. He thought briefly, then told Justice, the Magician and the world. The atmosphere over the sea isn't calm either. It might be connected with Backlund, just like those machines. His words had no basis. He wanted to exaggerate the danger and spur diligent investigation by the Backlund Tarot Club. I must say Mr. Hanged Man has acted very well in concert. Klein, watching silently, gave up on having the world say something similar. Mr. Fool only mentioned Prince Edisac, not the lady with the sapphire ring suspected of holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He didn't mention that the matter might involve 08 or Ince Zanwil because he lacked details on the top sealed artifact that could destroy a country. He only had vague clues and feared that directly telling Justice and Magician might alert the target. That's why Klein hadn't tried to inform the machinery hive mind. Based on his guesses about sealed artifact 008, he suspected that if he left Minsk Street and traveled to the Lever or Steam cathedrals, he might face an unexpected and unstoppable attack, like an eruption of an underground sealed artifact or a fatal blow by a high-sequence beyonder. Only the grey fog screening let Klein avoid worry. To some extent, he could inform Justice and Magician gently, indirectly and veiledly. Klein also had other plans: to leave Backland by bowing out as a side character and changing his appearance without notice, then secretly return and contact the machinery hive mind beyond the Grade Zero sealed artifact senses. Let's hope this succeeds. I hope there's a chance to find Ince Zangwill. Yes, if he's involved. Mr. Azik chased Ince Zangwill, conflicted with MI9, became wanted, and MI9 is pro-royal. Coincidences involving Prince Edisak resemble sealed artifact 0-08's past behavior. This might indirectly confirm Ince Zangwill's existence. Klein closed his eyes, the bright boots and pale hand flashing in memory. He leaned back, lips curving. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet next week. In Empress Borough, Earl Hall's opulent villa, Audrey stood before a full-length mirror, staring blankly at her reflection. There was good news and bad news from the tarot gathering. The good, she was about to receive a key psychiatrist potion ingredient. Though no longer ignorant, having paid £1,000 for basic knowledge from the Hanged Man and knowing approximate beyonder ingredient prices, she didn't mind paying a premium for mirror dragon eyes. After Duke Negan's assassination, she wanted and was motivated to raise her sequence for combat strength. She wouldn't wait and was willing to pay. As long as the ingredient appeared and the price wasn't outrageous, she'd accept, wary of surprises. It's like precious jewelry coveted by noble ladies or purebred houses with unique bloodlines prized by men. The premium is inevitable and sometimes doubles or triples. Besides, Fours was busy contacting a teacher, so she shouldn't waste time and take risks. Yes. She also doesn't know I'm Justice, Audrey thought indifferently. The bad news, it was clearly about Prince Edisak, which troubled her. Luckily Mr. World received the news, and Mr. Fool warned her. Without that, who knew what might have happened? Audrey, with her excellent conditions, could solve this. She traced the crimson moon sign on the mirror, forcing optimism. Then she restrained her emotions and headed to the piano room for her scheduled lesson as if nothing was wrong. Earl Hall, his wife and Hibbert Hall wouldn't return until dinner. She had no one to ask now. She told herself to be calm, composed, patient. Before her tutor arrived, Audrey played the piano casually, letting the melody cleanse her mind and soul. When finished, she noticed Susie had silently entered and sat beside her, gold-rimmed glasses hanging around her neck. "Audrey, what problems did you encounter? The sound of your piano tells me you're frustrated," Susie said suddenly. Audrey froze, unsure how to answer. Having a mind-reading dog at home wasn't necessarily good. At a campsite with a lit bonfire. With eyes closed, Derek Berg recalled the tarot gathering and checked his repeated experiences. After some time, he opened eyes brimming with anticipation and looked around, seeing flames and teammates as before. Cross-legged demon hunter Colin, leaning against a stone pillar, said, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." Derek was sure it wasn't a dream or hallucination. Sherwood Borough, 15 Minsk Street. Klein went down to the first floor, sat in the activity room and felt the warmth of the fireplace. He rocked quietly in the reclining chair without reading newspapers, magazines or books. All was peaceful and silent until the doorbell rang. Klein, wearing a house shirt and cashmere vest, stood and opened the door. The visitor surprised him. He chuckled. "Good afternoon, Emlyn. Aren't you supposed to be helping at the Harvest Church now?" It was the handsome, somewhat effeminate vampire Emlyn White, hair combed back. The arrogant man froze at Klein's greeting but regained composure. "I have something to consult with you, Detective. Sherlock. Moriarty," Emlyn enunciated carefully. After inviting him in, Klein returned to his chair, smiling. "What is it?" "The fee is £1, but the consultation can't exceed an hour." Emlyn ignored the fee and said thoughtfully, "A big shot wants me to do something. Though it could help me indirectly, it's very risky. I have no friends. My parents would worry. And you're a knowledgeable beyonder detective. What do you suggest? Reject or accept? Solve your problem? Clearing the psychological cue?" Klein said thoughtfully, "I can't give advice with just the word something." Emlyn fell silent, then clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "It has something to do with that fool." "Huh?" Klein almost lifted his hand to his ear. Chapter 465, Emlyn's Determination. After a second of confirmation, Klein clasped his hands together and leaned forward. What exactly is this something? No, I can't say any further. Emlyn White shook his head firmly. Afraid of being probed, Klein didn't pursue. He analyzed the situation based on Emlyn's words. Something to do with the fool. It might help Emlyn resolve his problem. It involves high risk. Given Emlyn's previous ideas, this likely means a ritual to pray to the fool, i.e., Klein himself, to eliminate a psychological cue and gain freedom. But it's not Emlyn's own ritual. It's under instructions from a powerful big shot among the sanguine. Why would a sanguine big shot send a descendant to pray to the fool? Have they begun cooperating with the Aurora Order? Confused, Klein looked up at expectant Emlyn and scoffed inwardly. Try guessing if I'll respond to your prayers. He hesitated, then said, statistically, when praying to a hidden existence without understanding the situation, 30 out of 100 receive no response. 68 encounter terrible outcomes, losing their lives or living worse than death. Only 2 have possible success, but even then, the price might not be what they want. As a former keyboard warrior, Klein knew that giving exceptions without overall statistics was a cheap rhetorical trick. To convince Emlyn, he deliberately fabricated some data, but it was loosely based on files he'd read as a Nighthawk. Only 2 successes? Problems for 68? Emlyn lifted a hand to smooth his hair, startled. That's basically the danger level of what you're going to do. If you have malicious intent, the risk is even higher, Klein said sincerely. Emlyn shook his head. No, there's no malice. Besides, the big shot will protect me. No malice? Even if you do, you might not know. Your cannon fodder sent front lines, Klein thought, raising a palm and strengthening his tone. That protection will reduce risk, but not to zero. Does that big shot really have means to resist a hidden existence? Probably not, Emlyn answered haltingly. So, Klein spread his hands, then smiled. Emlyn, you don't need to take this risk. Even if you fully believe in Earth Mother, it won't affect your life. Look at Finepotter citizens. They eat, dress, live freely. Soon, Father Utravsky may no longer force your volunteer work at the Harvest Church. You'll regain freedom. Besides, I believe you've adapted well to Earth Mother's teachings without contradiction. Emlyn was silent a moment. Being a believer because I like her beliefs is different from being forcibly turned into one by a psychological cue. Even if I abandon the moon and believe in Earth Mother, I want it to be my free choice. That's the last pride of a sanguine. Klein looked surprised. He hadn't expected such insistence. After thinking 2 seconds, he acknowledged tersely without further persuasion. The problem is simple. Do you have the courage to face danger due to orders from the big shot and the temptation to eliminate the cue? If you're willing to risk your life, the answer is simple. This ultimately depends on you. Emlyn listened heavily and retorted, If I make the attempt, it's not for myself, but for all sanguine. Solving this problem is a bonus. For all sanguine? What matter involves all sanguine? That big shot is lying to you, Klein sneered. Do you believe a weak vampire can save a whole race? Sanguine, Emlyn emphasized. My strength is good, equivalent to sequence 7 of humans specialized in combat. As for whether you believe it, you wouldn't understand. He stood. Though your analysis is meaningless, thanks for listening. The consultation fee will be deducted from the suitcase and tin box. Huh? Klein was momentarily stunned. Only after Emlyn left did he realize what was meant. Aren't vessels in large transactions usually free? That petty, stingy vampire. In darkness, before lightning resumed frequency, the City of Silver's exploratory team punctually arrived at the abandoned temple's edge. Derek remembered that on their first operation, animal hide lanterns extinguished here, plunging them into darkness. He'd heard a creepy "Save me" cry from the temple's depths. According to Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice's conjectures, this might be where the cycle started. But why did they wake at the campsite, not here? Derek raised his arm and prayed secretly as suggested. A pure light burst from him, and Joshua and others quickly assumed battle positions. What happened? Demon Hunter Colin drew his sword. Derek looked around, horrified. Your Excellency, I just heard a child crying, "Save me, save me." He wanted to test if this was a key point. And now? Colin asked warily. I don't hear it anymore. Derek listened carefully. Colin glanced at Joshua and the others. Did any of you hear it? No. They shook their heads. After pondering, Colin took a dark blue metal bottle from his belt's secret compartment, smeared a colorless viscous liquid on his sword, and stabbed upward. Suddenly the sky lit up. Silver snake-like beams surged upward, spreading quickly. The silver-white light enveloped all members, illuminating the darkest corners of each. With a sizzling sound, the silver serpents drilled into the void. Calm returned quickly, leaving only dim animal hide lanterns in silence. Colin narrowed his eyes. Whatever he attempted sensed something unknown. After 5 seconds, he raised a hand and pointed forward. From now on, we can't be careless, full alert. Such familiar words. This isn't the key to breaking the predicament. Derek calmed himself and followed the team into the half-deserted temple without delay. This time he avoided looking at the fallen creator's face. Inspecting the ground, he proactively headed for the mural area with a teammate. Holding the animal hide lantern and axe of hurricane, he pressed forward through mottled, crumbling walls. Near the mural, the lantern's light revealed a strange, memorable line of words. Rose Redemption, he silently chanted, raising the lantern to examine the mural's details. On the mottled wall's highest area was a huge, blurry, pitch-black cross. A shadow hung upside down on it. Against this backdrop was a desolate plain. On the plains was a long line of people headed toward a distant mountain, topped by the cross and hanging figure. Some knelt, praying devoutly. Others stood, walking forward against a raging wind. Faces were simple sketches, highlighting tattered clothing. Only the leader at the front was clearer. A tall, thin man with long silver hair reaching his back. His soft facial features were lowered with eyes shut. Layers of wings of light spread from his back. Angel! A legendary angel! Derek studied the leader's surroundings eagerly. Beneath the angelic man was a meandering river. The river twisted back into itself, becoming the source. A cycle. This creates a cycle. Derek caught something important. In the cycles of experiences, there was a circular river in the mural. This must hint or reveal something. He looked up at the silver-haired angel with countless wings, gentle yet indifferent, as if looking down at a river and fate. Is this the true meaning behind Mr. Fool's hint? Derek pondered and decided to try. If he succeeded, he'd blame all anomalies on the boy Jack. If he failed, no one would remember his actions. Under stunned teammates' gaze, Derek raised the axe of hurricane and viciously slashed at the river in the mural. Lightning flashed, and silver light fell on the axe. Chapter 466. Tail Devourer, bam! Derek's axe wrapped in silver streaks struck the river in the mural. The wall caved in, stone chips flying. The river, connected at source and mouth, disintegrated. Just as Derek hoped the cycle would break and they could escape, demon hunter Colin phased before him, face grim. What were you doing? Colin's sword tip pointed down, grip tighter than before. Recalling Tarot Club wisdom, Derek said doubtfully, "Your Excellency, a black shadow flashed past just now. It looked like a child." Without looking away, Colin asked another member, "Haim, did you see it?" Haim moved closer, shook his head firmly. "No, I didn't see anything." Colin's light blue eyes glowed, revealing complex dark green symbols. He stared at Derek for several seconds, then withdrew his gaze. "This is your first exploration mission. Hallucinations from nerves are normal. Stay by my side, you'll be calmer." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek agreed. Having tested, he confirmed the mural wasn't critical. Rose Redemption, as Mr. Fool suggested, likely hid a deeper meaning. Derek walked silently beside Colin, axe of hurricane in hand. What followed was familiar. They repeated past events and arrived at the final hall with the altar for the 6th time. There, they found the yellow-haired boy Jack curled in shadows. Upon hearing "Save me, save me," and seeing Jack's silhouette, Colin subtly nodded and withdrew much of his attention from Derek. Deliberating his words, Derek asked, "How can we save you?" Jack's face lit up. Save me, send me home. Send me home. Where is your home?" Derek asked, curious and frightened. Colin tightened his grip. Silent, Jack weakly raised a hand. My home is at Enmat Harbour." Enmat Harbour. Though Mr. Hangman never mentioned it from the word harbour, Jack clearly didn't belong here. Likely from the outside world, the Lowen Kingdom where Miss Justice and others reside. Derek was overjoyed. His reaction didn't alarm Colin, who'd never seen the sea and only read preserved books describing it and the term harbour. Jack's words painted a new world before Colin, who was desperate to find the City of Silver's future. He blurted, "How did you, or you and your companions, get here?" Jack looked nostalgic. "My father and I traveled by boat, met his companions, and continued. After a huge storm, we touched ground and followed the Lord's gaze here." Followed the Lord's gaze. Colin and others looked at the deity statue in unison, trying to discern its stare. Colin soon determined general info. They'd moved where the statue looked. Reversing the path might lead to the shore and landing spot. The opposite direction was. The map around the City of Silver, improving through explorations, appeared in Colin's mind, helping sketch the boy's route. If no other temples or statues intervene, extrapolating leads through the giant king's court ruins. Colin's pupils contracted. That palace once housed the ancient god giant King Allmere, near the City of Silver. Descendants knew the ruins but couldn't explore fully. Too dangerous, more so than pure darkness. Colin's extrapolation meant the boy and party passed near those ruins. How? Maybe they circled around the giant king's court. There was a sea path behind it. On the other end might be a human kingdom. Is that the city's hope? Colin resisted the thought. Derek noticed the boy's chest and abdomen stained dark red like a liquid seeping out. "Are you hurt?" he asked cautiously. Jack lowered his head, voice erratic. "Something ugly is growing there." He took off his clothes, revealing his bare chest. 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth inlaid there, not painted or jeweled, but real eyes, nose and mouth, not from one face but 3. Derek imagined Jack forming a strange face on his chest with remnants of eaten companions. The face was gentle, indifferent, oddly familiar. It took Derek seconds to realize why. The face resembled the silver-haired angel from the mural, the one above the circular river. So the reason for repeating the exploration is because of him. Derek blurted the word as if an incantation to escape the predicament. "Rose Redemption." Jack grinned widely. "I'm so hungry, so hungry." Derek froze as a fierce battle broke out. When he regained consciousness, he was again by the campsite bonfire. Rose Redemption isn't the incantation, he reflected deeply. The 7th exploration began. Derek, now experienced, investigated the Rose Redemption mural. As usual, they entered the underground hall with altar and deity statue and found Jack. After a similar conversation, Derek again saw the human face pieced from others' features. Experienced, he avoided agitating Jack. He whispered to Colin, "Your Excellency, the face on his chest resembles the angel above us, the silver-haired one above the circular river, the mural labeled Rose Redemption." Colin was initially taken aback, then frowned. While comforting Jack, Colin glanced at Derek. After silence, he said in a suppressed voice, "You made me think. We studied this mural long, believing it showed an angel leading ascetics on pilgrimage, perhaps called Rose Redemption. The river, from source to mouth, represents a cycle, symbolizing the pilgrimage's repetition, and now it might identify the angel. That's the idea you gave me, like Amon hiding in your body." "Why?" Derek asked. Colin stared at Jack. "The worm left by Amon bore the symbol of time. A circular river relates to fate. Together they reminded me of books, uncertain in credibility. When the omnipotent God created all, he had many angels, including leaders called kings of angels, closest to God. 8 existed, some names lost. Legend says sons of God were among these 8. 2 held titles Angel of Time and Angel of Fate." Derek was enlightened. "You believe Amon is Angel of Time and the mural depicts Angel of Fate?" "I can't be sure. Only Angel of Time's title passed down. Records of Angel of Fate are detailed." Colin took a deep breath. Solemnly, Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. That evening, in the Odora family's underground structure, Emlyn White faced the iron-black coffin and said to the ancient sanguine inside, "Lord Nibs, I accept the ancestors' mission." Nibs replied with an aged voice, "Very good. When do you want to begin? Any last wishes?" Emlyn's calves went limp at the question, almost regretting it. He stiffened his neck. "There's no need. We can begin now." Chapter 467, The Delayed Response. The iron-black coffin with strange patterns lay quietly in the center, hidden shockwaves colliding silently in the air. Emlyn White stood in the corner, lighting candles according to ritual, burning essential oils and herbal powders. A dense, unsteady atmosphere filled the room. Recalling the artificial sleepwalking requirements, Emlyn lowered his head, entered cogitation, and repeated the honorific name of the fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. His monotone voice deepened as he gradually entered a magical state. His body relaxed, feeling like deep sleep, but his spirituality spread lightly and energetically outward. At this moment, he felt himself drifting upwards. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein sat at the end of a long bronze table, tapping fingers on a rippling light screen, expressionlessly watching the praying figure with amusement. Though vague, Klein recognized vampire Emlyn White. Very courageous, having the drive akin to buying a doll. Klein sighed and did not respond. He had tried to divine the sanguine's purpose but gained no effective revelations, only that it had nothing to do with the Aurora Order. This piqued Klein's curiosity, but he wouldn't risk responding while a lofty sanguine stood beside Emlyn. He wasn't sure if he could grasp traces of the mysterious space above the grey fog and threaten it like blasphemer Amon. Facing a powerful sanguine's true body, there was no reason to take risks over matters of little importance. I can delay my response, Klein thought with a smile. He planned to wait until Emlyn was unprotected and the sanguine had given up, then suddenly respond. But first, he had to use divination to confirm the danger. Tail Devourer? Just like that river? Derek Berg suddenly said. Demon Hunter Colin nodded solemnly. Yes, it means we may have stepped into a river running from its mouth to source, preventing our departure. Fortunately, this should only be remnants of that Angel of Fate's power. He isn't hiding here. No, it's definitely certain, and it has long been so, Derek thought silently. Colin took out a dark red metal tube, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly lightened, tinged silver. Pupils seemed to turn vertical, reflecting Jack's figure. Silver sparks lit and collided wildly in his eyes. Ding! Colin stabbed his sword into the ground, flipped out his other sword and smeared it with golden sun-like oil. Jack's expression darkened, shrouded in thick shadow. Before Jack could speak, Colin moved, withdrawing his sword and leaving a blurry afterimage. Golden and silver light shone brightly, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light before the boy was the most intense. After a mournful scream, darkness returned. Jack stood still. The face on his chest had vanished, leaving a hole revealing pulsating internal organs. Nearby, Colin genuflected, swords hanging down at an angle. Before him lay the torn face, scattered eyes, nose, and mouth, spasming like electric shocks before stilling, rotting rapidly. In an instant, Derek felt an invisible aqueous barrier silently shatter. Almost instantly, he left the swift river and returned to the bank. Looking at the gloomy hall, upside-down deity statue, and Jack's distorted, fainted expression, Derek felt joy and relief. They had finally escaped the cycle of repeating their lives. Derek knew the final solution seemed simple, but likely took dozens or hundreds of repeated attempts without clues. Any carelessness could cause death, and he wasn't sure if lost lives got do-overs or only revived by the bonfire to die later. Worse, people would always repeat the same choices, never discovering the problem. Without memories or experience, they'd be trapped in the cycle until death by outside world's time flow. At this thought, Derek thanked Mr. Fool wholeheartedly for restoring his memory and giving a hint. Turning, he saw Joshua and others unperturbed, checking the area as in the sixth exploration. Perhaps only after returning to the City of Silver would they notice lost time. At that moment, Demon Hunter Colin returned to Jack, pouring thick black liquid from a small bottle onto the boy's chest. The liquid condensed into a translucent membrane, sealing the wound. Haim, Joshua, the both of you are in charge of him, Colin ordered quietly. To Colin, this boy was the City of Silver's hope to break the curse and defeat the apocalypse prophecy. Phew. Derek wanted to thank the fool, but had no prayer gesture ready. In Empress Borough, Earl Hall's opulent villa glistened under candlelight. Unlike imagined, aristocratic dinners weren't serious or silent. This rare family gathering involved casual chatter to strengthen bonds. Audrey sliced a ranch steak, eyeing Earl Hall curiously. Father, did something happen to Prince Edesek recently? If not, she'd pretend to have heard baseless rumors, a common aristocratic tactic. Earl paused, raised eyebrows, and asked, "What did you hear?" "There really is something," Audrey noted from his reaction, smiling faintly. "Some rumors, but they seem true." Earl rubbed his temples. "It's not very serious." Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so I won't hide it. It's a relatively ordinary royal scandal. Prince Edesak has fallen in love with a commoner girl. This led to the death of an aristocratic descendant. The royal family blocked the spread, not wanting a commotion. His wife sipped champagne. He seems immature. Mother's criticism was tactful. Audrey wondered if Edesak was in danger threatening Backland. Smiling, she said, "Why would a story of freedom and love involve an aristocratic's death?" Hibbert, slicing steak, guessed with interest, "It reminds me of complicated love stories common among Lord of Storm's believers, fighting for honor and a lady." "That tradition's in a museum," Earl denied. Audrey thoughtfully said, "I don't think Edesak is like that. Rumors have spread. Maybe they're hiding something else." "Perhaps not," Earl frowned. Knowing when to stop, Audrey shifted conversation. She planned to probe noble friends, normal for a girl once courted by Edesak to seek details driven by curiosity or indignation. Unable to maintain artificial sleepwalking, Emlyn returned to reality exhausted. Opening his eyes, he stared at the iron-black coffin. "Lord Nibbs, there's no response." After a long silence, Nibbs said hoarsely, "Okay, stay here tonight to prevent accidents." "All right," Emlyn didn't argue. He spent the night anxious, but it passed quietly, fading with rare winter sunlight. "Bad weather," Emlyn muttered, leaving Odora's villa, lowering his hat and boarding a rental carriage. Suddenly, his vision blurred into endless grey fog. He found himself in a majestic palace, sitting at a mottled bronze table. At the table's end, a figure shrouded in thick grey fog looked down on him. Chapter 468, The Moon. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and blank, like a marble statue. Then, from the thick grey fog, the figure asked leisurely, "Why did you pray to me?" Emlyn's mind buzzed. "It's a revelation from my ancestor. She told us through a dream that the apocalypse is approaching and we need to prepare. I am key in this matter. My mission was to pray to the Fool." Hearing the detailed response, Klein, who had prepared answers, was at a loss. This vampire had explained everything he wanted to know. A revelation from the ancestor. Didn't the ancient goddess Lilith perish in the second epoch, her authority reclaimed by the Creator? Many vampires tried praying to the primordial moon afterward with tragic results. Mr. Dorr also said the moon card is empty. Likely the primordial moon is another deity or devil, indirectly proving Lilith lost her sequence 0, equivalent to dying. Klein instantly connected the dots. He had thought Lilith, responding to the Sanguine's prayers, was a relic of the ancient goddess's uniqueness of the moon pathway, rigid, passive, restrictive. But this revelation showed initiative, overturning that. Two possibilities. 1. Lilith is impersonated by another deity who occupies sequence 0 of the moon, offering the revelation as a test. The prime suspect is the goddess who took the Lady of Crimson title, but she's already sequence 0 of the star. Why covet the moon? To foil enemies? 2. Lilith hasn't fully died. Without another sequence 0 on the moon, she survives by unique means, awaiting a chance to return, like the Dark Emperor card says. Perhaps the Lady of Crimson title was to foil this. By this logic, Lilith's apocalyptic revelation is her struggle to revive, with the Fool playing a key role. If so, it's an invitation for cooperation. But Klein, a sequence 6 beyonder, wonders how to cooperate with a yet-to-die ancient goddess. Let Emlyn join the Tarot Club? The Sanguine are long-lived and know many secrets, but it's risky. Divination could help decide when to pull Emlyn in. Also, yellow light. Benethan's prophecy said an apprentice helped by a hidden existence would remove the Abraham family's curse, matching Miss Magician's stage. Has every high-level seer seen the apocalypse and the Fool's role? Thoughts raced through Klein's mind, but his expression stayed calm. He leaned back, smiling leisurely. "What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me for?" The calm voice pulled Emlyn from his stupor. He shook his head, dazed. "I don't know." Klein saw stars behind Emlyn's chair shift into the crimson moon symbol. The beyonder pathway of Lilith's descendants pointed to moon. Klein chuckled. "In a world with 7 orthodox gods and many secrets, why would your ancestor think I'm the key to the apocalypse?" The Fool's attitude calmed Emlyn. He realized he'd been forcibly pulled to a magical place by a hidden existence. He is the Fool, and isn't angry. Because I represent the ancestor? I, Emlyn White, am special. Mentioned by the ancestor, responded to by the Fool. Sitting straighter, Emlyn said deliberatively, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the ancestor's revelation is this. I, Emlyn White, will become the key to saving the Sanguine and winning against the apocalypse. It all begins with my praying to you. The meaning. The key isn't the fool, but me. This fellow has such an 8th grader syndrome. He's always been arrogant and self-important. Klein lampooned silently with a popular phrase. Amused, he said, "Same question, why me, not the 7 orthodox gods or other hidden entities?" "I don't know." Emlyn shook his head honestly. Klein thought, then said deliberately, "Actually, I think I understand your ancestor. She wishes that with my help you'll grow into a true high-level entity and save the Sanguine when the apocalypse comes." "Grow?" Emlyn asked, puzzled. "We Sanguine can't grow on our own. Only special ceremonies grant us advancement from elders and relics of the ancestor. Indeed, according to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, other ways must still obey basic laws," Klein chuckled. "Your knowledge blinds you to the wider world. This question won't be answered by me. The answer must come from you. I'll only give you an opportunity." Pausing, he added condescendingly, "Do you want such an opportunity?" Without hesitation, Emlyn bowed. "That is what I wish for." "Heh, where did your arrogance go facing a hidden existence? Why only humility?" Klein lampooned as he tapped the table's edge. "But you must adhere to conditions." "Please speak." Emlyn held back excitement. Klein smiled. "You cannot reveal anything related to me unless I permit it. This includes the Sanguine present at the ritual." "But," Emlyn hesitated. Klein asked warmly, "Lilith didn't ask you to report afterward, right?" No prayer contents indicated that. Calling the ancestor her suggested old friendship. Emlyn's heart trembled. He lowered his head. "No." Klein smiled calmly. "This is a secret deal. I responded after you were free from surveillance. You don't need to report to Lilith, it would alert others." Seeing Emlyn nod, Klein added, "If you want to be key to saving the Sanguine, you must bear painful thorns. You won't be understood, will be slandered and looked down upon. You can only silently proceed in darkness, burdened with your mission." Emlyn imagined the scenario. Mocked by kinsmen for liking dolls, lost in Harvest Church, stained with shame, unvalued by elders, silently guarding his race without notice. Respectfully, Emlyn replied, "Your will pass through the earth." Klein leaned back lightly. "I tacitly consented to a secret gathering here. Are you willing to join in seeking how to become powerful to save the Sanguine?" "I am," Emlyn replied without hesitation. Klein nodded. "Any other requests?" Overjoyed, Emlyn said quickly, "Honorable Mr. Fool, please help me dispel the psychological cue in me, a bishop of the Church of Earth Mother." "I know," Klein interrupted calmly. "He knows." Emlyn lowered his head. Klein chuckled softly. "I can help, but what price will you pay?" Above the grey fog, Klein's spirit vision saw the dark psychological cue in Emlyn's spirit body had mostly dissipated, thinning to frailty. Klein intended to use a ritual from the Book of Secrets, but now believed a secret deed ritual with the Dark Emperor card and Sun Brooch purification would thoroughly disperse it. Price? Emlyn thought, but could not guess what interests a hidden existence like the Fool. Seeing this, Klein offered, "I'm interested in your Sanguine history. Use that as exchange." After thinking, Emlyn agreed. "Think what you want to tell first." "Hehe. But first, choose a code name." Klein conjured unselected Major Arcana cards on the bronze table. Emlyn examined the cards and said, "The Moon. I choose the Moon card." Chapter 469, Vampire Queen. Above the grey fog, inside a palace like a giant's residence, the Moon Emlyn considered what part of Sanguine history to share with the Fool. He and the ancestor were old friends, so he must know what happened before the cataclysm. No need to repeat it. In the 4th and 5th epochs, Sanguine glory wasn't rare and there was much history, but only one point mattered most. Emlyn quickly chose. From what he knew, the Fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm who didn't perish but slept until now, gradually recovering. This explained why no secret existence appeared in millennia of Sanguine records, until his honorific name suddenly spread. After some thought, Emlyn straightened and said, "After the cataclysm, the Sanguine left the historical center of the northern and southern continents and became nobles in different empires and dynasties individually. They governed territories or guarded key castles. This continued until our queen, Blood Moon Queen Auernia, who led us out of darkness, became wife of the Trunsost dynasty's Night Emperor. She united all sanguine, making us important supporters of the dynasty. Loans Augustus and Physax Einhorn had to politely address her as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Auernia was the symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer questions, then the answer to who is the most beautiful of them all would be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became, growing from reserved to extremely talkative. A magic mirror that answers questions, isn't that a Rhodes? I wonder if any Machinery Hive Mind members bored out of their minds asked, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" I wonder how a Rhodes would answer. Klein smiled as his thoughts drifted. After his monologue, Emlyn's expression grew serious. All of this shattered in the War of the Four Emperors. The Night Emperor and Queen perished. The Sanguine suffered a terrible blow. While trying to reap victory's final fruits, the four noble families, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, and Castilla, split the empire, destroying the royal family, which lacked high-level beings. The Sanguine had no choice but to retreat to uninhabited mountains, hiding in shadows to preserve our race. Just as expected, the seven gods were already the seven gods then. Klein thought of the Tudor ruins' six-god statue. Fortunately, the seven gods were fractured, and the four countries fought each other. After paying a price, we escaped disaster. Emlyn looked roused. He looked at Klein. "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you have time to listen to my description of Blood Moon Queen's deeds and the glory the Sanguine once had? It will be a heavy tome of glorious expositions. I can repeat everything." "Looks like you could go on forever. I thought you were a puppet-loving vampire who didn't know much history. Didn't expect you to be so professional and academic. No wonder you always believe the Sanguine noble and are proud. This kind who avoids going out will delve deep into interests. Vampires live long, after all." Klein hesitated to decline politely. Though interested, time wouldn't allow it all. "It's enough." Klein smiled. "I like fair and equal exchange, so I won't let you speak without rewards. In future, when you want, use your history to trade with me." "All right." Emlyn felt lost. It was the first time he could share sanguine glory. Usually hiding identity he couldn't show off to humans. Among sanguine, all knew what needed to be known. He wasn't the educator. Klein resumed his supercilious tone. "All right, you can go back now." A dark red light lit before Emlyn's eyes, quickly devouring him. After dizziness, he found himself still sitting in the rental carriage. Soon, an illusory goatskin parchment appeared, teaching how to request the Fool's help via secret deed ritual. "When free in the afternoon, I'll hold the ritual and ask Mr. Fool to dispel my psychological cue." Emlyn grew excited. He waited until arriving at Harvest Church before calming and paying. Inside, relief flooded him seeing Bishop Utravsky preaching to few believers. He felt less vexed, more relaxed. In this state, a thought struck him. Father Utravsky never stopped me from seeking to dispel psychological cues. What's on his mind? Eastborough, greasy coffee shop. Klein arrived on time, enjoying wheat bread and fresh pea lamb stew while listening to Old Kohler's weekly report. No valuable information again. When done, Klein pulled out £2 in bills and pushed them over. "You already paid me just now," Old Kohler exclaimed, waving hands. Klein chuckled. "Within this week I'm heading south for a holiday. After a year's work, time to rest. I might be gone 2 or 3 weeks, so here's advance pay. Heh, don't forget to gather info." Okay. Old Kohler accepted gratefully. He already dreamed of New Year plans, buying cured ham to match bread. "I can't wait. Thank you, Detective Moriarty." He swallowed saliva unconsciously. Klein picked up his hat, hesitated, then said, "Eastborough's been chaotic lately. Don't take risks for info. If danger arises, hide and avoid involvement." "Worried about Prince Edessak's matter," he reminded Old Kohler. "I understand." Old Kohler patted chest. "I'm timid. No risks." "Very good," Klein praised. Then he thought of laundry-maid Liv and daughters Freya and Daisy, book lovers, and wanted to protect their fates. Watch Liv's family. Don't let them be bullied. If outbreaks happen, take them to safety. "Outbreaks? You mean workers' resistance?" Old Kohler asked, puzzled. "More or less," Klein answered vaguely. That was all he could reveal to avoid suspicion or sealed artifact detection. In a room of large and small dolls, Emlyn came home at noon and sat, enjoying gloom from curtains. He looked around, clenched fists. "I'll cheer for myself." Rummaging for spiritual materials, he began writing the Fool's honorific names, symbols, and magic labels. After bustle, he tried the secret deed ritual. His spirituality dissipated, as if reaching immeasurable heights. Vaguely, countless shadows of ineffable shapes, 7 colors of light with immense knowledge, and grayish-white fog appeared. Above the boundless fog was an ancient palace. Unclear inside sat a figure shrouded in grey fog. Then Emlyn saw a golden majestic figure with black wings blotting the sky. Before counting the wings, he floated quickly to the figure. "Ah!" He screamed miserably, clutching his head, rolling on the ground, emitting green smoke. It took a while to calm, then the Fool's deep voice echoed, "Your psychological cue has been lifted." Is this how dispelling a psychological cue feels? Painful. Emlyn sat panting, hair disheveled. Above the grey fog, Klein nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the sun brooch's purifying and dispelling effects can harm vampires. He'd calculated the sunlight needed to remove the weakened cue wouldn't severely damage Emlyn, so he chose the simpler approach. The result matched his expectations. After this, Klein removed the topaz pendant on his left wrist to divinate. "It is suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor this afternoon." After chanting 7 times silently, he opened his eyes. The spirit pendulum stood still, not spinning. Divining something involving a Grade 0 sealed artifact or corresponding powerhouse was too difficult. No effective revelations. He tried divining for tomorrow afternoon, same failure. Divination isn't omnipotent, proven now. I must decide myself. I have to act now, or this matter may become impossible to fix. His thoughts churned. A decision formed. He returned to the real world, donned his double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street toward Prince Edesac's Red Rose Manor. Chapter 470. Name outside Red Rose Manor, Klein stepped out of the carriage, cane in hand. He closed his eyes to calm himself as he observed the red-uniformed soldiers guarding the door. Since sealed artifact 008 had been causing coincidences to stop the woman with the sapphire ring from meeting him, he trusted today would be no different. As long as he fooled Prince Edesac with his acting, everything would be fine. After being searched and surrendering his gun holster and revolver, Klein followed a valet across the grey slate path past a fountain spewing clear water and entered the manor. They climbed to the 2nd floor and paused outside the solarium. His heart raced with anxiety. He dreaded any unexpected turn that could worsen the situation. Knock, knock, knock. A valet whispered, "Detective Moriarty has arrived." After 10 seconds of silence, a heavy voice answered, "His Highness has invited him in." The door creaked open, releasing warmth into the cold hallway. Under the watchful eyes of 2 guards, Klein stepped onto the thick patterned yellow carpet. Moving past a cabinet that separated the room, he saw Prince Edesac sitting by full-length windows, enjoying Baklan's rare winter sun. The prince's round face showed no smile, creating a solemn atmosphere. Thanks to the fireplace and pipes, the room was warmer than late spring. Edesac wore no coat, just a white shirt, with flower-like cuffs and a pale yellow vest. Klein felt relieved. The woman with the sapphire ring was absent. He bowed quickly. Edesac held a steaming cup of black tea, but didn't invite Klein to sit. In a deep voice, he asked, "Any results from your investigation?" "No, my divinations, spirit channeling, interviews, and investigations all point to Talon dying of a heart attack," Klein said, weighed down with self-blame. "I'm too weak in every aspect. Your Highness, you should hire a stronger, more capable helper." "Why don't you get someone better?" he thought. Only then did Edesac seem to notice Klein's weary face. He looked older, like he hadn't slept well for ages. Not an illusion. Klein had used Faceless powers to make his skin dry, beard messy, and eye bags darker. Edesac set down his cup and said, "I understand. It's like forcing a square peg into a round hole. I will have someone else follow up. Prepare a full report." Klein clenched his fist inside, then took out a folded paper. "Your Highness, no need to wait. I always keep written records." Attendants took the report as Edesac flipped through it and set it aside. "Anything else?" "No, Your Royal Highness. Please allow me to leave. I'm heading south for a while. I want to use the warm sunlight to melt the pain in my heart." "It's a New Year's custom in Lone." Edesac nodded and told Funkel, the old butler, "Send Detective Moriarty out and get him a carriage." The nearest town was a 15 to 20-minute walk. Klein planned to hire a carriage there. Yes, Your Highness. The butler bowed. Klein remained cautious as he left, following Funkel to the entrance, reclaiming his gun holster and weapon. Soon, he sat in a Red Rose Manor carriage. Leaning against the wall, he watched the manor shrink. He exhaled slowly, calming his racing heart. He had left the stage. It was time to bid farewell to Backland and head south, a complete curtain call. Later, he would change his appearance and sneak back secretly. Suddenly, his spirituality tensed. The carriage door silently opened and closed. Before he could react, a figure appeared, clad in a heavy black dress with a sapphire ring glittering on her hand. Sapphire ring! Klein's fight-or-flight switched on. He narrowed his eyes and sat back cautiously. This was someone terrifying with a Grade 0 sealed artifact or demigod-level power. The more afraid you are, the likelier it is to happen. Where are your coincidences, 08? Klein stiffened, helpless, watching the figure approach. The woman's age contrasted her style. Around 18 or 19, she had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle, refined temperament. Beneath it all, she was sweet and stunningly beautiful. Klein gasped, "Trissy!" Wasn't this the woman who transformed from instigator Triss to witch Trissy? How did she go from wanted criminal to Prince Adesic's companion? How did a member of the Demoness sect end up at his side? And she possessed a Grade 0 sealed artifact or similar. Looking closer, Klein saw her features, individually unremarkable, had softened and become delicate, altogether breathtaking. Trissy smiled happily. "You know me? I knew you'd know me. A detective with Beyonder powers pays special attention to wanted posters." She seemed genuinely pleased. Klein cautiously asked, "What do you want?" He remembered her dark history. Triss had caused the Alfalfa tragedy. Trissy caused many innocent deaths in Tingen City. Trissy smiled faintly. "Very simple. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Get them to come capture me." Calling the cops on herself? Klein was baffled. This woman must be insane. Then he understood. Trissy would rather be locked behind Chanis Gate than stay at Red Rose Manor. She wanted out badly. She believed this place was more dangerous and hopeless than capture. Klein forced his expression calm and asked, "What are you afraid of?" Trissy blinked dazedly, eyes unfocused. "Someone's manipulating my life. Horrifying coincidences happen after the fact. I'm becoming less and less like myself." Her lips curled ruefully. "Can you imagine? Loving shy, cute maids and waking up in the arms of a naked man?" Klein shuddered at the thought. No wonder it was best to avoid being an assassin or witch. Trissy smiled self-mockingly. "I thought advancing to become pleasure would free me from that state. I sought people to find the Beyonder ingredients, but things worsened. Sometimes I forget things, but they happen. I endured disgust, seduced Talum, and tried to get him to help me escape. Who knew I cursed him to death without realizing?" "Do you believe that?" "Hehe, they even changed my name, wanted me to abandon my past self. No, absolutely not. They thought I could only resist the coincidences briefly and would return to normal. Humph, it was an impression I deliberately created so I could meet you, Mr. Detective." Hearing pleasure, demoness, and ingredients, Klein recalled the Beyonder gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, Isengard Stanton. Someone sought the main ingredients for the Demoness of Pleasure potion. Klein noticed but ignored it. So that was Trissy's helper. Was she already at Prince Adesic's side then? Why did her smile look so miserable yet beautiful now? The Demoness of Pleasure was sick. Klein drew a shaky breath. He asked calmly, "What did they change your name to?" Trissy furrowed her brows with a vacant look. "Trissy Cheek. Trissy Cheek, Cheek, Cheek." Klein's body froze, stiff as marble. Only one page of Roselle's diary echoed madly in his mind. 5th June. I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial demoness's name. Her name is Cheek. Chapter 471. Klein's Preparations, Cheek. Goosebumps broke out on Klein's skin as he stared at the beautiful young woman with misty eyes and furrowed brows. Cold sweat accompanied the prickling sensation. It felt like being back in Tinian at Blackthorn Security Company, ready to activate spirit vision on Megos and her unborn child. The instinctive fear gripped his heart like a giant hand. He finally understood. The interference with the grey fog and his divinations wasn't just a Grade 0 sealed artifact or similar mystical item. Something far more terrifying hid inside Trissy's body, the symbol of apocalypse, the primordial demoness. No, she wasn't fully the primordial demoness yet. Otherwise, being near her would have turned him into a pile of writhing rotten meat. She was in a strange state. Trissy's brows eased, her eyes refocusing. She looked at the frozen Klein and gently lifted her right hand, sliding a slender finger slowly down her side. With a blend of grievance, seduction, and malice, she laughed softly. If you report me to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind, and I meet you before they arrest me, I don't mind showing you what true pleasure is. Klein's gaze involuntarily followed her finger's movement. Various mind-blowing details surfaced in his mind. They weren't large, but firm. What was he thinking? The seductive powers of a demoness of pleasure? Ignoring that she'd once been a man, even if a true lady, with many heinous crimes to lessen his psychological rejection, he wouldn't dare. If she suddenly awakened as the primordial demoness, even the fool couldn't handle it. Klein sighed, looking at the carriage's wooden roof. Do you think an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder like me can escape the royal family's pursuit? I'm sure they know something's wrong and are about to act. Trissy seemed smug that Klein wouldn't meet her eyes. She chuckled softly. I'll try to divert the main pursuing force. The rest are still strong, but not impossible. I believe you'll fight with all your might for your life. You have great hope. With that, she vanished as if wiped away by a rag. This wasn't a return to a wraith state like Sharon's, but true invisibility. Bam! The carriage door opened, then closed. Her sweet fragrance lingered, drilling into Klein's nose. His face sank. His arm still trembled slightly, as if infected by some disease. If not for experience, having faced an evil god's son in reality, he who knew what Trissy cheek meant would have collapsed from the pressure. It was like a rubber band stretched to breaking. Trissy still didn't know what was happening to her body, nor the meaning behind cheek. Klein calmed himself, looked out the window, estimated distance, counted time. Spirit intuition and experience told him doing something was better than nothing. With danger closing, he prepared to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein snapped his fingers. At the roadside, a small fire ignited on a bare-branched tree. Flames soared. Several matches in his pocket, separated beforehand, burst into flames, crimson engulfing his black clothes. His figure vanished inside the carriage, then stepped out from the roadside flames. Pa! 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 He snapped his left fingers repeatedly, flashing through the withered forest, riding the flames to a hidden depth invisible from outside. He paused, pulling out the accessory around his neck. Aware of hidden elements behind this, Klein had followed magician rules during his Red Rose Manor visit. He made preparations, separated matches, carried select mystical items. Biological poison bottle and sun brooch, tied to Capim and Wraith incidents, were left above the grey fog for caution. Marionettist Rosago's all-black eye was too risky to sneak past manor guards. Same treatment. Aside from 3 bullet types, purifying, demon-hunting, exorcism of purification, he only brought 2 mystical items. The Master Key, allowing passage through obstacles, with dowsing to offset getting lost, disguised as an ordinary key, and the vital item of Klein's preparations, Azic's copper whistle. In short, when facing danger beyond himself, he could call a powerhouse's help. After that encounter, whether recognized or not, Klein was definitely on a kill list. High chance 008 was behind the coincidences. Getting Mr. Azic's help wouldn't hurt. Klein raised the cold ancient copper whistle to his lips and blew. No sound came, but his spirit vision saw white bones bursting from the earth like a fountain. A nearly 4-meter-tall giant messenger took shape, lowering its head to regard Klein with eye sockets aflame in black fire. The massive body gave Klein security. He pulled out pen and paper, wrote, "Help." Folding it, he placed the note in the messenger's palm. When the messenger vanished, Klein put away the whistle, struck a prayer posture and quickly chanted the Fool's honorific name. "Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigations have borne fruit. The woman Prince Adesak loves is Witch Trissy from the Demoness sect. She has advanced to Demoness of Pleasure and been renamed Trissy Cheek." After the report, Klein dropped all pretense, took 4 steps counterclockwise to rise above the grey fog. He retrieved a scene of himself praying, threw it into the crimson star of Miss Justice, feigning a mocking tone fitting the fool. "Cheek, that's the true name of the primordial demoness." Immediately he returned to the real world, ready to run. But as he stepped forward, his eyes caught sight of flaming meteors streaking through the sky, tearing it apart, engulfing the forest. This. Scarlet light shone into Klein's eyes, filling him with indomitable will. He had never expected his foe to send meteorites from the sky to silence him. In a yellowed notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote, "For unknown, inexplicable reasons, the Dallas meteor shower arrived 2 days early. Some landed in the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty hid. Yes, just happened." Tuesday afternoon, Audrey's study. The teenage girl nearing adulthood listened intently as Mrs. Escalante explained the link between spectator and telepathist powers and mysticism psychology. Susie sat by her feet. Suddenly Audrey saw endless grey fog and a blurry figure praying in a forest. Words echoed: Prince Edesac, Demoness Sect, Witch Trissy, Demoness of Pleasure, Trissy Cheek. Audrey filtered the noise, catching the key details. So that's why. The person Edesac loves is a demoness. Many demonesses are transformed men. Why do I want to laugh? Is this why he'll bring danger to Backland? I must warn Father, but how? Her mind drifted despite trying to focus. At that moment she saw Mr. Barfool sitting leisurely at the long bronze table. She heard him say gently, with a hint of ridicule, "Cheek, hey, that's the true name of the primordial demoness." The name hit Audrey hard. Her expression crumbled instantly. "What's wrong?" Miss Escalante, ever observant, noticed immediately. Audrey admitted, "I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents earlier but forgot. It will lead to terrible consequences. Like the destruction of Backland, and how few would survive, nobles, middle class, poor alike." Her lips pressed tight, her eyes sparkled with worry. Escalante frowned. "Is it too late now?" "Better late than never. Please wait for me. No, you should leave first." Audrey entered her spectator state, making a calm decision. Rising, she left the study into the hallway. "Father's at the House of Lords." "Only Mother's home." "What do I say?" Frowning, she neither slowed nor hurried. Her maid and Susie followed. Gradually, an idea formed. When she reached the living room where her mother was, she'd made up her mind. She breathed lightly, felt a sinking weight on her shoulders. Then, without hesitation, knocked on the door. Chapter 472. Latent Danger. Lady Caitlin sat on a sofa in the activity room opposite the deputy butler, butler's assistant, and attendant of the corresponding services. She meticulously gave instructions for the dinner banquet that night. This continued until her daughter Audrey approached. "Mother, I have something to tell you." Audrey's gaze briefly swept the others in the room. On the way here, she had felt a slight tremor but found nothing unusual. Lady Caitlin nodded. "All of you can return later." The room quickly fell silent. Even Susie was signaled by Audrey to leave. "You should stay by my side more often and learn how to handle matters. Although you don't lack such content in your family lessons, it's still profound knowledge on how to effectively combine theory with practice," said Lady Caitlin, looking younger than her 50-something years. "All right, my little angel. What is it?" Audrey tried to summon the elegant smile she'd practiced but ended up with a heavy, nervous one. She pursed her dry lips and said directly, "Mother, I've been hiding something from you and Father." "Oh." Lady Caitlin tilted her head, waiting. Audrey's words stumbled at first, then flowed more smoothly. I'm already a Beyonder, the kind who possesses miraculous powers by consuming a potion." The blonde lady raised her eyebrows lightly, answering without surprise. "I know. Both your father and I know about it." "Huh?" Audrey was momentarily lost for words. Lady Caitlin covered her mouth and laughed. "You took so many mystical ingredients from the vault, and you're so naive to think your father and I didn't notice? By your father's side, in this villa, and in the fief of our family, there's no lack of Beyonders. They may be here because of employment, or assigned by the Church of the Goddess or members of the Hall family. His Majesty tacitly agrees to this, and we have tacitly consented to your little adventures. Sigh, you will eventually grow up and mature. Your father and I can't protect you forever. You'll face certain matters alone, so having powers as a trump card is good too. Yes, from what I know, the initial stages shouldn't be dangerous, and advancing takes 1 to 3 years. So your father and I aren't too anxious. We intended to wait until you become an adult to warn you to stop." "No, Mother, your general knowledge is wrong. You don't know the acting method. If I have all the ingredients, I can become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist before the new year. And I don't want to stop. Duke Negan's death showed me the world isn't as stable as I thought. I want the power to protect you all at critical moments. Mr. Fool is gradually recovering, and evil gods try repeatedly to descend. Though immature and lacking knowledge, I sense indescribable hidden dangers. Audrey had always known she couldn't avoid the problem of taking Beyonder ingredients from the vault, but she hoped her parents didn't grasp the specifics. At most, they'd think she was diving deeper into mysticism enthusiast circles. Having released this burden, she paid no heed to her mother's exhortation and said, "Mother, I joined a secret organization, more academic and non-worshipping of evil gods. Forgive me for not revealing its name or details. I've sworn an oath." Without waiting for questions, she cut to the chase. "I received word today that the commoner girl Prince Edisac has fallen in love with is a demoness. I don't know what plot they're weaving." Her first two sentences were unrelated, the former about the psychology alchemists, the latter from the Tarot Club, Mr. Fool. This phrasing kept every word true and verifiable by divination, but made it seem her news came from the psychology alchemists. Caitlin's smile faded. She asked solemnly, "Demoness?" She knew little of the mysterious world, but the word alone made her uneasy. Audrey nodded quickly. "Yes, a demoness of pleasure, and what scares me more is that her name is Trissy Cheek. What's wrong with that?" Her mother asked, puzzled. "A member of that organization saw the name Cheek in an ancient book." Audrey lied as planned. Every tone, word, expression, and gesture was flawless. In the 4th epoch or earlier, it belonged to the primordial demoness. She gravely added, "That's an evil goddess." Lady Caitlin didn't understand the primordial demoness, but she knew evil goddess well. She couldn't sit still. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." Audrey trusted Mr. Fool but couldn't say so openly. "No matter what, I think it's necessary to seek the royal family. No, get the Church of the Goddess Beyonders to confirm. If it involves an evil goddess, caution is wise." Caitlin looked at her daughter in surprise. "Audrey, you've grown up." If not for the urgency, Audrey would have masked her pride, modestly wheedled, then gleefully twirled away. But now, worry and nervousness surfaced openly. "Mother, can you help hide the truth? I heard the Church's Beyonders and the royal family abhor secret organizations outside them. You can say it was news Father received. He has plenty of channels." Caitlin stood, hugging Audrey. "Don't worry, neither your father nor I will involve you. Your father won't return until evening. I'll first let hidden guards appear, pretend he sent a message, then get the Church to send Beyonders to protect us." "All right," Audrey replied, relieved and exhausted from tension. Watching meteors crash at high speed, enveloping the forest, Klein felt helpless, thinking of waiting for doom. Even with flaming jump, he couldn't escape the epicenter before the meteor shower landed. His weak seer pathway body couldn't survive a meteor strike. Even a zombie impervious to revolvers would be minced and charred under it. The yellow-white light of flaming jump shone in Klein's eyes, sparking an idea. With seconds passing, he acted without hesitation. "Pa!" After calculating distance, he snapped fingers and ignited all remaining matches. A crimson streak soared skyward, engulfing him. Klein vanished silently, appearing in flames above a meteor. Whoosh! The meteor descended rapidly. Leaping from the flames, Klein escaped its vicinity, entering air with frightening heat. Using Beyonder powers, Klein was immune to ordinary flames in jump state, but after exiting, he had to avoid flames via flame controlling, or risk burn wounds or death. The hot air was beyond his jump range. "Pa!" Snapping fingers, he ignited air at a critical point, phasing into another flame, avoiding the meteor blast. No matter how many times he risked it, he couldn't fully escape. Only two choices remained: jump away and endure the blast, or jump about like an acrobat, waiting for the mushroom cloud. Klein pictured himself torn apart, scorched black, flames burning. Suddenly his vision saturated. Reds reddened, yellows yellowed, whites whitened like an oil painting. This oil painting differed from reality, letting him watch the meteor slowly crash. The forest patch was destroyed. The ground shook, smoke and flames formed a mushroom cloud. The blast didn't reach Klein. He remained inside the superposed oil painting world. Klein stared, stunned, then saw a bronze-skinned, medium-built man beside him, wearing a long black suit and half-top hat, with aged brown eyes, soft features, and a mole below his right ear. "Mr. Azik!" Klein cried joyfully. He finally knew what scene the revelation from the divination he made a long time ago corresponded to. It corresponded to the present. The sea of blood meant peril, and being pulled up by Azik meant rescue. As Klein spoke, Azik waved, grabbed Klein's arm, and pushed through the saturated colors. The quill no longer wrote on its own, its surface dimmed. A solemn, one-eyed middle-aged man grabbed it, quickly writing as if channeling a spirit. It was obvious Azik Eggers had yet to recover all his memories and strength. While attempting to travel through the spirit and astral worlds, a latent danger appeared. Hence he and Sherlock Moriarty landed near Ince Zangwill and his friend. Chapter 473. Faceless. Everything around him felt like an illusion. Colors were saturated and superposed as they receded quickly. As Klein came to his senses, he felt Mr. Azik's hand tremble slightly in his. Before he could react, a strong weightlessness overcame him. His body plummeted, spinning. The red, yellow, white, and black colors faded fast. Klein hit solid ground hard, his head spun and his insides churned. Golden stars flickered in his vision as it cleared. To his left was a bottomless dark valley resembling the legendary Devil Abyss. To his right, a grey stone wall extended upwards, as if supporting the whole region. No sun, no clouds, no fog, only dim light from luminescent moss. Darkness and heaviness dominated this world. Klein pushed himself up with his left hand and nimbly jumped. The ground beneath was paved stone wide enough for 2 horse carriages side by side, definitely man-made. One end spiraled down into dark crevices, the other led upward. Domed halls and corridors inside the walls were visible at times. Klein raised his head but couldn't see the top. The grey stone wall blocked his vision. Suddenly he realized they had fallen underground, into ancient ruins. Is this another region, or still near Backland? As he wondered, he heard Mr. Azik say lowly, "Leave here first. Head up." Before Klein could grasp the meaning, a flash of light formed an illusory door at the side, opening outward. The door looked bronze, not entirely real but heavy, covered with strange patterns and indistinct symbols. With a creak, a crack appeared. Pale, bloody arms reached out one after another, along with greenish-black vines with baby faces and sleek tentacles with protruding eyes. It reminded Klein of Miss Sharon's mystical item. But the arms, vines, and tentacles calmed and stuck to the ground, nothing like before, when they madly pulled a Sequence 6 zombie into the door. The door gap widened, and a human figure emerged. He wore pure black clergy robes, his features clear and classical, like an ancient sculpture. His hair was dark gold, eyes dark blue, high nose bridge. He wore an elderly-style bonnet, and his sideburns were grey despite his middle-aged look. Seeing the lifeless eyes, Klein recalled the man's name. Ince Zangwill, the former archbishop who led the Tingen incident, dealing heavy damage to the Nighthawks, and owner of sealed artifact 008. Almost immediately, Klein turned and followed Azik's instructions to flee toward the top of the road. As a Sequence 6, he would only be a burden in a clash between demigods. This was no time for false modesty or pretentiousness, only speed mattered. Tap, tap, tap. With no fire to ignite underground, Klein gritted his teeth and ran. Azik's calm voice came beside him. "Run all the way out of here. Don't worry about me. I've recalled a lot. I know I once remained in a particular sequence for a long time. That sequence's name is Undying." Klein circled a cliff and entered a dark-domed corridor with mottled murals on the walls. Suddenly, a dignified, hoarse voice echoed from behind. "Teleportation is prohibited here." A figure floated beside Ince Zangwill, defying physics. He wore a gorgeous gold mask. Ince Zangwill didn't attack, but glanced toward the bend where Klein had disappeared. The Sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Church of the Evernite Goddess's pathway had blessed Klein, causing bad luck to others, but Klein's slipping and falling into the ravine didn't occur. Ince seemed hallucinating, seeing a thin, greyish-white fog. Without time to think, he turned back to Azik. Running at full speed, Klein suddenly stopped. His spiritual intuition warned of beyonders ahead, likely guards. He wiped his face with his left hand. Crisp sounds echoed as he grew 7 to 8 centimeters taller. By the time his palm left his face, Klein had become a single-eyed middle-aged man with dark golden hair and a high nose. Ince Zangwill. Recalling the demeanor, Klein used an illusion to change clothes and quickly entered a large hall. 4 guards in dark black armor stood, their gazes sharp. Klein walked calmly toward them, deliberately speaking in a hoarse, stern voice. "Someone has sneaked in here. I'm looking for him. Did you discover any clues?" The leader examined him, then lowered his head. "Mr. Zangwill, nothing happened here." "Okay." Klein nodded, walking past them and leaving the hall. Though nervous with sweat on his back, he appeared calm and reserved, perfectly mimicking Ince Zangwill's appearance and aura. Using faceless powers and speed, Klein passed 3 checkpoints and reached the building's end. There was an illusionary door of ghostly blue light, sealed shut. Though worried about the demigod battle between Azik and Zangwill, Klein hid outside the room. He spied, seeing someone pass through the ghostly blue light and another leave through it. Those leaving had to show a badge for guard permission. "I don't have time to wait for another with a badge. I must risk it. The battle could end any time, or the search order come." Klein decided and walked into the room as Ince Zangwill. Something has happened outside. Unable to mimic the voice well, he used deliberate hoarseness to imply battle experience. The confused guards hesitated until Klein approached. They raised hands to stop him. "Mr. Zangwill, where is your pass?" "Don't waste time." Klein pulled a badge from his pocket, thrusting it into the man's hand. The guards relaxed. The guard holding the pass looked down as Klein suddenly lunged forward. Landing, Klein rolled and dashed through the ghostly blue door. Only then did the guard realize the badge faded into paper. On it was a common recent blessing. "Happy New Year." The abyss-like crevice brimmed with illusory pitch-black liquid, bubbling endlessly. Pale arms wildly reached out. Ince Zangwill, aware of Azik's standards, wasn't surprised or afraid, having a demigod ally. What worried him was 08, forcefully advancing the story, liable to backfire. Suddenly, he saw 08 floating, fervently writing lines on the grey wall. In a fierce battle, there would always be accidents, such as Ince Zangwill's belt snapping and his pants falling. The ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, forming a passage of overlapping light layers amid deep darkness and invisible creatures. Ignoring surroundings, Klein scrambled to the passage's end. He stood, straightened clothes, restored Ince's stern expression, and stepped into the rippling light screen. After a mental drift, he found himself in another room with many guards. "Something went wrong underground. Keep an eye out. Do not allow anyone entry," Klein calmly instructed, walking toward a door. "Yes, Mr. Zangwill," the guards replied respectfully. The guard from before passed through the ghostly blue light, shouting, "There's a problem with that Zangwill from before." Everyone looked at the door, but Klein had vanished. Tap, tap, tap. The guards split to search and notify companions, chaos ensuing. One rounded a corner, saw Ince Zangwill's back, and instinctively drew a lightning sword, swinging forward. Oof! The figure floated away, becoming a splintered paper figurine. 2 bangs echoed as pale golden bullets passed through the visor, striking the guard's head. Before he could cry out, the guard collapsed, convulsing. Klein stepped from the shadows, expressionless, holstering his revolver. After burning the paper figurine, he dragged the guard to an empty room. Changing into black armor, he assumed the fallen guard's appearance. He grabbed the lightning sword, closed the wooden door behind, and ran forward in mock panic. He intended to warn every guard that there was trouble with Ince Zangwill. Chapter 474, A Desak's Story. Inside the solarium of Red Rose Manor, Prince Adesak Augustus stood by the full-length window, his face gloomy as he faced the indifferent Trissy. His voice trembled like a volcano about to erupt. "Why did you run away again?" Trissy glanced past him, looking beyond the window with a quiet chuckle. "Did you see the meteor shower? Did you feel the trembling of the earth?" Behind her, porcelain and other fragile items had fallen onto the thick carpet. The old butler Funkel stood silently beside her. "It's not too rare for that to happen," Adesak said softly. Trissy raised an eyebrow. "You are very dull. Then let me be frank with you. I am a demoness." Edesak's expression didn't change. He turned to Funkel. "Guard the door and prevent anyone from entering." "Yes, Your Highness." Funkel gave Trissy a cold glance and left. Once the door closed, Adesak exhaled slowly. "Trissy Cheek, huh? You prefer to be called Trissy. I know you're a demoness. The person who helped you purchase Beyonder ingredients failed. What you received was from me. I don't mind that my princess consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster. Trissy's surprise shifted to a mocking smile. You sure know a lot. Did you know I was once a man and my real name is Triss? What? Edesac's eyes widened, head tilting in disbelief. Trissy laughed wildly, bending forward and back like a lunatic. Ha ha, you didn't make a mistake. I was once a man. I used to be like you, and the thing down there was longer and thicker than yours. But the witch potion forcefully changed my gender. Are you disgusted? Does it give you goosebumps? She vented years of repression and stepped forward. Edesac instinctively stepped back, his Adam's apple bobbing. No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's no problem. I can confirm that. He mumbled, then raised his voice. From the moment I met you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were before. I can pretend none of that happened. What I like, what I love is the present you. Stunned, Trissy wiped away tears of laughter. You're a really pathetic man. Do you still not understand? Our meeting wasn't a coincidence, even your interest. She paused, disgusted. Even your interest in me was arranged by someone else. Don't you think everything happened too fast? I believe in love at first sight, but not that it can be so magically overpowering. You act like the main character in a third-rate romance novel, obsessed from one meeting. You fell in love with a stranger, forgetting who you used to like. That's crazy. Edesac's eyes glazed blank, mouth agape, silent. His body swayed as if waking from a long dream. You are indeed my type, but my reaction, it's really too exaggerated. Trissy sneered, turning away. What a pathetic man to have what you like arranged by others, like a puppet on strings. Don't you see? You're a sacrifice. I'm a hostage for the cooperation between the royal family and the demonist sect, an unnecessary disguise for this deception. I hold an important demonist sect item, and under your strict watch I can be destroyed any time, causing loss of the treasure. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. If this leaks to the other 3 churches or the military, it's simple. Prince Edesac secretly kept a demoness out of lust. Once his sins are known, he shoots himself in the mouth. Then all problems are covered. No, Edesac blurted. With a twisted expression he asked, why are they cooperating with the demonist sect? How would a hostage who might be abandoned any time know? Trissy laughed bitterly. That's why I want to flee. She lowered her head, chuckling quietly, trembling slightly. After a pause, she raised her head and curled her lips. What do you want to do with me? Strip me down and throw me on the bed? No, you've probably formed a psychological resistance. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth now. It's not shameful for 2 poor people to comfort each other. Edesac's rotund face darkened as he stared silently for nearly a minute. Suddenly he closed his eyes, pointed to another side and said, You can leave. Leave through that door. Trissy raised an eyebrow, astonished. You're letting me go? Yes. Edesac turned back to the window, slowly replying, I'll stop, Funkle. Whether you escape other pursuers depends on your strength and luck. Dazed, Trissy ran toward the hidden door. Before leaving, she glanced back. What about you? Edesac didn't turn, staring out the window as if searching the shadows of his past. He smiled. Me? Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final end, good or bad. Trissy took a breath and quietly passed through the secret door. In a quiet room inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Archbishop St. Anthony Stevenson, in charge of the Backlund Diocese and one of the Church of Evernight's 13 archbishops, received an urgent telegram from Earl Hall's residence. This bearded old man with deeply sunken eyes had a clean appearance. Though clad in black and red robes, he radiated no gloom. Yet anyone who faced him shuddered deeply, as if their spirituality was dominated by an unseen dark force staring back. Trissy Cheek! Primordial demoness! St. Anthony murmured, tapping the paper, then stood abruptly. The light around him vanished, swallowed by gloom. Worshippers felt night descend. St. Anthony soon appeared before the Chanis Gate beneath the cathedral. Spirit guide Daly Simone led the team. Without waiting, St. Anthony commanded in a deep voice, Make preparations. The process shall begin. I'm awakening a sealed artifact. He intended to use 0-17, a terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact stored only in the Backlund Diocese, known to just 2 of the church's upper echelons. Yes, Your Grace, Daly replied, startled. St. Anthony closed his eyes. Part of 17's classified information surfaced. Number 17, name XXXXXX. Danger Grade 0. Extremely dangerous, highest importance and confidentiality, no inquiries, dissemination, description or spying allowed. Security clearance, Pope, Team A researchers, Archbishop of Backland with memory wipes upon transfer, sealed by 129 and 180. Description, not an item but a living angel. She appears as a beautiful young woman with black hair and eyes, no wings, looks like an ordinary person. She has no sentience or thought. Anyone near her disappears completely, still alive but unlocatable despite 1825 failed methods. Her range of influence expands and contracts unpredictably, causing over 70 researchers to vanish. Warning, she cannot be used. Appendix 1 first appeared in the Pale Era of the Fourth Epoch, exact date and location unknown. Appendix 2 awakened 5 times. Meanwhile, Klein, guided by divination and aware of the message to find the In-Zangwil imposter, overcame interference from the master key and raced toward the revealed exit. Knowing the corpse in the empty room would soon be found, he raced against time. A Faceless's powers need a mystical item to destroy corpses and erase traces. From experience, Klein moved swiftly past checkpoints and patrols. When he reached the exit, he was surprised to find no guards, only a heavy stone door stood alone. Why no guards? Was his divination wrong, or were they outside? He found a corner, shed his armor to regain agility, then approached the outward opening door. Using a gold coin to test the mechanism, Klein took out an ancient bronze key, leaned it against the wall, and gently twisted it. Water ripples spread and Klein silently passed through the wall, without opening the door. Natural light poured from a dome above, confirming this was indeed an exit. Klein stood still, adjusting to the light, noticing neat but mottled grey stones beneath his feet and thick pillars ahead. In the center of the hall, 4 hooded figures knelt around what seemed to be an altar. Soon, a soft, gentle female voice spoke. "Mr. A, are you ready?" Chapter 475, Lady Despair, Mr. A. Mr. A, of the Aurora Order? Klein, who had intended to cling to the walls and shadows and move toward the door, shrank back silently. In-Zangwil must be working with some faction of the royal family. Those capable of excavating and hiding such a large underground ruin near Backland had to be a main power in the Lone Kingdom. With In-Zangwil and 008 involved, the Church of the Goddess could be ruled out. Though the Lord of Storm's followers were reckless and male chauvinists, they were unlikely to work with the demonist sect. No Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway had appeared so far. Likewise, the Church of Steam and Machinery were unlikely suspects. Even the Aurora Order was involved. What were they planning? Klein pressed his back against the wall, slowed his breathing, and listened carefully. After a short silence, a hoarse voice said, "It's done." The reply was so brief that Klein couldn't guess their plan. The melodious female voice laughed softly. "You don't seem to trust us much." "That's right," Mr. A answered bluntly. "Ha, then I'll be frank about our goal and why I want your cooperation." The woman's voice held no anger. "We've done certain things and left clear traces. Before the churches of Evernight, Storm, Steam, and the military discover us, we need to clean up, and that requires your help. If you don't understand, let me give an example. Imagine you committed a heinous crime like murder in a house. What's the best way to eliminate evidence? There's no need. Our goal is for others to witness the act," Mr. A said indifferently. As expected of the Aurora Order, lunatics all. Klein identified the man as Mr. A, the killer of the Intis ambassador. "Suppose it were me, not you," the clear, soft female voice wheezed faintly. Mr. A replied, "Burn the house and bury all clues there." The woman smiled in her tone. "That's exactly our plan. I'll commit arson while you use this to create a passage or vessel, allowing your lord to descend into this world. The only price you pay is the infamy and hatred from the military and 3 churches, but I doubt you mind. As long as we can welcome the Lord's return, even if abhorred by all, we won't show cowardice." Mr. A's tone lost its distance. "Arson? The Aurora Order will use this to complete the true Creator's arrival ritual. This must be their 3rd attempt. Why did I stumble upon this again?" Klein cursed inwardly in Chinese. At that moment, he grew very wary of the plans involving this royal faction, In-Zangwil, and the demoness sect. It was terrifying enough to use the true Creator's descent as a scapegoat. Maybe they planned to sabotage the Aurora Order's ritual and destroy all other factions except themselves, Klein thought tensely. You have no other questions? The woman asked. This place is well hidden and suitable for setup. Your ritual won't be interrupted. Preparations outside are complete. We just wait for the spark. If you doubt, check again. Before Mr. A could speak, Klein heard a dull thud, the door opening. Who allowed you here? Didn't I forbid anyone near this area? The woman's voice suppressed her anger. Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Someone infiltrated the basement. Higher-ups sent me to arrange follow-up and close passages. A male voice with a Backland accent responded quickly. Lady Despair paused silently, as if confirming with an unknown presence. Go back inside. Don't come out or let anyone out. Wait for further notice. Yes, Lady Despair. The man ran toward the stone door, thudding heavily. From Klein's hiding spot, he watched the door leading back. After a few seconds, a normal-height figure appeared. The man took a deep breath, stretched his hands, and with bared teeth pushed the heavy door open fiercely. Klein took in every detail. This was a faceless beyonder. His skin was reddish-brown, clearly from the southern continent. His features were unremarkable, forgettable. Gritting his teeth revealed a fake tooth on the upper left, flickering golden. Klein's spiritual intuition stirred with familiarity. Quickly he recalled the source. The hanged man had asked the Tarot Club to find a reddish-brown man with a thick Backland accent and missing third tooth on the left. The man's name was Balin, linked to the disappearance and escape of many colonial island slaves. This man before Klein matched that description perfectly. The missing slaves, the vanishing southern continent tribes, Balin's presence here. Cupham, who controlled much of the underground slave trade, was protected by 4 arbiters, including a Sequence 6 and Sequence 5. Cupham targeted innocent girls for abduction. The Grain Act and textile machine improvements left many unemployed. Many female textile workers silently left Eastborough after new jobs, leaving no trace. All these clues formed a line in Klein's mind, pointing deep underground. What were they planning that required so many people, especially pure girls? A terrifying, long-hidden ritual? Klein's pupils narrowed sharply. Creak! Bang! The stone door closed. Balin vanished from sight. After silence, Mr. A's deep voice rang out. I smell an accident. Let's begin. We must hurry before it arrives. Lady Despair replied slowly. Exactly what I thought, but I need you to send me to Eastborough. Eastborough? Klein's unease deepened. No problem, Mr. A said flatly. A blurry, transparent book appeared before him. A distant chant sounded, I came, I saw, I record. The book flipped open, glowing blue. Light enveloped Lady Despair, blurring her figure until indistinct. She saw countless indescribable shapes and shining brilliance containing infinite knowledge. Dragged forward by a strange force, she tore through space, arriving in a filthy, uninhabited alley corner. She pulled her veil down and looked up. The afternoon sun was pale and dark behind clouds and fog. The light yellow fog wasn't thick but spread through every corner of Backland, choking with cold and moisture. It was a pity the haze hadn't reached its worst calm state. The accident with Trissy, the temporary loss of 008's control, Azik's appearance and previous destruction had complicated matters, forcing the operation's timing earlier. Lady Despair surveyed the area, walked out of the alley into the streets. Her steps were slow, like wandering through fog. Wherever she passed, the fog thickened, darkened with iron black, silently reducing visibility. On the street, a sallow-faced tramp coughed violently and collapsed. Nearby poor people gasped for air, clutching throats, as if suffocating from lung disease. An iron-black and pale yellow haze descended on Eastborough, docks and factory districts, spreading over Backland. Distant scenes drowned in the haze. Even the clock tower was a pale shadow. One by one, workers and poor fell, struggling against the cold. Tramps dropped lifeless like soap bubbles. Lady Despair's calm, gentle expression was like finishing an art piece. Walking among pedestrians, she chuckled softly. The Lone Kingdom's history will remember this day, the great haze of Backland. The dark valley was submerged under black, incorporeal water, but 08 kept writing. It spun ridiculous and terrifying tales wherever its pen touched. Dropping pants didn't affect Insangwill's performance. He wore a long robe, perhaps anticipating the accident. The imperative mage stunned Azik Eggers, robbing him of his 2 strongest powers, a great assistant indeed. But the spirit world and underworld doors were stirred by their battle, causing unpredictable changes. At that moment, an unknown existence was drawn in. He passed by, extending hands into the real world. Oh no! He caught In Zangwill! In midair, two bloody, squirming, flesh-covered arms appeared behind In Zangwill, grabbing his shoulders and dragging him into the void and spirit world. Chapter 476. The Strawmen. Light vanished where In Zangwill had disappeared, replaced by the richest darkness. Within this blackness, melodic chanting rose, quiet, hypnotic. Even the countless pale arms flailing beneath pitch-black water slowed, no longer frantic, as if their souls found redemption. From this dark night, In Zangwill emerged. He had lost his bonnet, his left shoulder's clothes were torn, flesh peeled away, oozing yellow pus. His eyes no longer indifferent, but filled with pain. Unimaginable torment writ large. The 008 quill kept writing. Some might feel regret, while others might rejoice. In Zangwill had the umbilical cord of the evil god which came from the baby in Megosi's womb. It was from the true creator, and through the umbilical cord he successfully escaped from the restraints of the unknown existence and forcefully returned to the real world, but as a result, he had lost that mystical item. In addition, he would suffer the ire of the evil god's spawn from having failed to descend for a short period of time. This made his strength appear like some kind of commodity in a department store during a change of seasons, with only 55% left. Yes, this number is extremely accurate. In East Borough's depths, old Kohler hurried to his apartment, carrying ham in a paper bag. He looked around warily, afraid ravenous wolves might steal his New Year's gift. He had seen wolves in the countryside, but surprisingly experienced that familiar feeling in Backland. It's still too expensive. I can only split the cost with someone else and cut it into pieces. This is enough for the New Year holiday. I can eat 2 slices of ham for every meal. 3 slices, no, at least 5 slices of ham. I can cut some off and stew them with potatoes. I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, old Kohler looked at the ham, seeing white spots mixed with red meat, and his throat twitched as he swallowed saliva. As he walked, fog grew thicker around him. The cathedral's clock tower was gradually swallowed by iron black and pale yellow colors. Even pedestrians became blurry shadows beyond 10 steps. Old Kohler suddenly felt forgotten by the world as he covered his nose. "Why does the fog smell so bad today?" he muttered, quickening his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His face heated, his forehead burned, his chest tightened, throat felt uncomfortable, and soon he had difficulty breathing. Have I fallen ill? Damn it, I still want to have a good New Year's, and now I can only send my savings to the clinic or hospital. No, perhaps some sleep will help. I'll be fine sleeping with a blanket. Old Kohler muttered as his head grew hotter and senses muddled. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He heard labored breathing as his hands went limp, the ham bag falling heavily. He bent to pick it up but ended up falling to the ground. He held the bag of ham, trying to keep it close. At this moment he thought thick phlegm rushed up his throat, blocking it, so he fought back, panting. Thud. Through blurry vision he saw someone else a few steps away, fallen and gasping, about his age with white sideburns. Suddenly he understood he was about to die. It reminded him of his wife and children, who like him had suddenly been infected with the plague and died shortly after. It reminded him of when he was hospitalized. Patients in the same room chatted and laughed that night, but were sent to the morgue early the next morning. It reminded him of friends he had known as a tramp, many disappearing over winter until found stiff under bridges or sheltered spots. It reminded him of days when he was a decent worker, when neighbors would suddenly die, some from headaches, others from molten steel accidents, painful ailments, or collapsing silently in factories, one batch after another. It reminded him of what a drunk had told him in a bar. People like us are like straw on the ground, falling when the wind blows. It's even possible to fall on our own, even without the wind. The wind is coming, old Kohler thought. He clutched the bag of ham tightly and groped his old jacket's pocket for the crumpled cigarette he had never been willing to smoke. He couldn't understand why his healthy body suddenly became ill. He had experienced such dense fog before. He couldn't understand why he collapsed just as life was back on track, moving in a good direction. He'd been paid in advance by Detective Moriarty to buy his long-awaited ham for the new year and was looking forward to tasting it. Old Cola fished out the cigarette but no longer had strength to lift his arms, which slammed heavily to the ground. He used the last of his strength to shout the words building inside him, but only frail sounds escaped. He heard his last words. He heard himself ask, "Why?" In an apartment at East Borough's edge, Liv hung up the last piece of washed clothing. She looked at the sky outside, somewhat unsure of time due to thick fog. "Anyway, it's still early, and we've already done the laundry." Liv's expression grew heavy. Finishing work too early wasn't good. It didn't mean they could rest. It meant insufficient work and inadequate income. Liv looked at her eldest daughter, Freya, who was wiping her hands and glancing toward the vocabulary notebook in the next room. "It's almost New Year's. Most of our clients have left Backland on vacation. We can't go on like this. We have to find new work. During this period, the rich will host banquets one after another. They won't have enough servants and might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. I plan on inquiring. Freya, you stay home and pick up Daisy when the time comes. We need income, but so do thieves, bandits, and human traffickers welcoming the new year." Freya answered briskly, "All right." But her mind was already on the vocabulary notebook. Liv had just opened the door when she stumbled and fell to the floor. "Cough! Cough! Cough!" She broke into violent coughing. Her face flushed red, every joint ached unbearably. Freya ran over in panic and squatted beside her. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Mother, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. Cough." I'm fine." Liv's breathing became harder. "No, you're sick, sick. I'll take you to the hospital immediately." Freya tried to help her mother up. "It's too expensive too. Expensive, cough. Let's go to a charity hospital. I can wait. It's not a big problem." Liv gasped. Freya burst into tears, her vision blurring rapidly. At that moment, she felt her lungs burn, and her body went limp, collapsing beside Liv. "What's wrong with you, Fraser? Cough, you're sick too." Liv shouted anxiously. "There's money. Cough, in the closet. Cough, in the hole in the wall. You have to be quick. Go to the hospital. Get a good doctor." Freya tried to speak, but no sound came. Her eyes flicked to the door beside her. It was their bedroom with bunk beds. On top was her favorite table and vocabulary notebook. Her body twitched. Liv's coughing stopped. At the public elementary school at East Borough's edge, the fog wasn't thick yet, but many students had started coughing. The experienced teacher ordered, "Quick, to the cathedral next door." Daisy stood in panic and ran with the crowd to the cathedral. Suddenly her heart palpitated with horror at losing something important. "Mother!" "Freya!" She turned sharply, wanting to rush home, but was stopped. Teachers forcibly dragged her toward the cathedral. Daisy struggled and screamed, "Mother Freya! Mother Freya!" In East Borough's docks and factory district, the old and those with latent ailments collapsed in fog like felled trees, while those who touched them felt infected by plague. They died quickly, and even able-bodied adults and children felt unwell. To them, the light yellow and iron-black fog was death's descent. On Tuesday of the last week in 1349, Backland was shrouded in smog. In a hall corner, Klein pressed against the stone wall so Mr. A wouldn't discover him. He heard muffled groans and smelled flesh and blood. "Give up your lives for the Lord," Mr. A's voice suddenly sounded. Thud, thud. Figures collapsed, strong spiritual fluctuations reverberated. Had Mr. A sacrificed his 4 attendants? Illusory layers of weeping sounded, some calling for mothers, others coughing violently, some moaning. As a half-expert in mysticism, Klein saw disgruntled transparent figures entering the ritual, carrying numbness, despair, pain, and resentment from the dock area, factory district, and East Borough. Has it officially begun? Klein closed his eyes, leaning back against the wall, his right hand clenching and relaxing. His best option was to slip out while Mr. A was focused. His right hand loosened and tightened repeatedly. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes, a crooked smile appearing. He reached for his revolver, turned abruptly, and dashed out. Dressed in black double-breasted frock coat, he raised his right hand and aimed at the altar. Chapter 477, The Many Considerations of the Fool. The first thing Klein saw was the altar, surrounded by layers of light, and the tall, thin figure standing in it. The figure pulled back its hood, revealing a devilishly feminine face, beautiful but grotesque, left chest, shoulders, abdomen and thighs covered in squirming, sticky, disgusting flesh and blood. The surroundings brimmed with illusory transparent shadows filled with numbness, despair, pain, and depression. Beyond the altar, the 4 praying figures lay fallen. Their skin was shriveled, bones tightly wrapped like long-eroded corpses. From above, rays of light pierced the air, entering the altar through stone pillars, floor, and air thick with symbols and magic labels. As Klein stepped out of hiding, Mr. A's eyes snapped open. His pupils were blood-dyed. Extreme madness burned in his cold gaze. Most Beyonders would look away subconsciously, afraid to meet those eyes. But Klein, having faced the eternal blazing sun and blasphemer Amon, was not afraid. Calmly, he pulled the trigger, firing a silver demon-hunting bullet engraved with intricate patterns toward the altar. Mr. A instinctively raised his hand but stopped. He watched indifferently as the bullet pierced the altar's light layer. Silently, the patterned demon-hunting bullet melted and vanished, swallowed by resentment and negative emotions. It disintegrated without a trace. Klein's pupils narrowed. He fired the rest of his revolver's bullets. Pale golden purifying bullets and bronze exorcism bullets pierced the radiant barrier one after another. But all disintegrated just as before, disappearing without even a ripple. "Mister," I laughed hoarsely. "It's no use, puny worm. The ritual has already begun. With your strength, it cannot be broken or interrupted, even if you're a Sequence 5 Beyonder. But you're fortunate. You will live to witness our Lord's coming and be integrated into his body." Ignoring Klein, Mr. A closed his eyes, treating him like a mere insect. The shepherd raised his hands in open arms, shouting in ancient Hermes, "The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the degenerate nature of all living things. Your devout believers pray for your coming. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear the burden of your great will." Amidst the prayers, a light appeared above Mr. A, enveloping him. The grievances and negative emotions gathered around him surged into his body like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. Klein snapped his fingers repeatedly, using flame controlling, desperately attacking the altar, but his attacks were disintegrated against the barrier. What can I do? All my other mystical items are above the grey fog. To use them, I need to hold a ritual that takes a minute or two. A body without protection would be vulnerable. What should I do? Klein stopped attacking and stood still, mind racing. Whether the sunbrooch, biological poison bottle, all black eye, or dark emperor card that raised his level, none could break the altar's barrier. Is waiting for Miss Justice's reinforcements my only option? Or must I helplessly watch the true creator descend? His thoughts flew rapidly, considering every strategy. His palms broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly he had an idea. Without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and grabbed something metallic. Tap, tap, tap. Klein took a few steps forward, jerked his arm and threw the object at the altar. With a flash of bronze, the object pierced the barrier. It was an ancient, simple key. The master key. Inside the light barrier, the brass master key began to decompose and melt. When its outer shell disappeared, the curse hidden within appeared, connecting to the unknown place where Mr. Dorr resided. In Empress Borough, Earl Hall's opulent villa, Audrey stood by a full-length window, anxiously watching. The horizon fog thickened, pale yellow-dyed iron black slowly spreading toward her. There's something wrong with that. Susie, the huge golden retriever, sat beside her and stared at the familiar haze. Yes, I hope it can be stopped in time. Audrey silently prayed to the goddess and Mr. Fool that they wouldn't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, branches outside the window shook, glass rattled slightly. A wind is coming. Audrey felt an inexplicable joy. Sherwood Borough's holy wind cathedral. Terrifying storms visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared outside and surged eastward in a hurricane. Whoosh! Thick, accumulated fog was blown away. The rich yellow and iron-black colors quickly faded. Whoosh! Dried branches fell. Dust and dirt rose into the air, chasing the fog away. Whoosh! Pedestrians' hats flew off. Bodies swayed, clutching trees and walls. Sailors in the docks felt as if witnessing a typhoon returning home. Smoke in East Borough and the factory district thinned. The healthy population felt relief from slight discomfort. Boom! Boom! Lightning leaped. Thunder rumbled. Soon rain began to cleanse the land. The Church of the Lord of Storms reacted quickly. We brought the operation forward without full preparation. Heh, heh. The middle class and tycoons would have shared the commoner's fate in this great smog without protection. They'd be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lady Despair sat in a rental carriage, leisurely listening to rain patter on glass. Though her plans were thwarted, the haze had caused over 20,000 deaths, with plague spreading after. With large population losses, all fingers pointed to the Aurora Order and the true creator. No one could guess the royal family's true plans. It's time I leave, along with the true creator. Her whereabouts were secret. She had prepared everything. She need not fear Baklan's demigods. By the time they found her traces, she'd be far away. Just as she was about to leave the carriage, her vision blurred, and a figure appeared. Across from her sat a young woman in a hooded classical robe, black eyes and hair, with a beautiful but dull face. After throwing the master key, Klein gripped Azik's copper whistle and held his breath. If the altar's barrier remained intact, he planned to use the whistle to summon help. If that failed, he'd go above the grey fog and deploy all his items like the Dark Emperor card. He would try every possibility until the last second. No crimson or full moon hung in the afternoon sky. Klein had little confidence in the Master Key's curse. He only hoped the altar's disintegration threat would provoke it instinctively, communicating with Mr. Dorr in reverse and sending a cry for help to him. In seconds, Klein watched the Master Key dissolve into tiny light particles and illusory crimson. The crimson struggled, then suddenly exploded. In an instant, Klein lost hearing. Countless figures made of resentment and indignation raised their heads, screaming. They morphed, tinged blackish green, sprouting extra skulls, eyes, or limbs. They surged into Mr. A's body. Mr. A's eyes snapped open, shock and disbelief breaking through his indifferent blood-red gaze. The radiant altar light warped and collapsed. Boom! A massive explosion roared from the altar, unleashing a terrifying storm. Crack! 4 thick stone pillars near the blast crumbled instantly. Klein barely ducked and rolled to avoid the shockwave. Bam! He slammed into the wall, flattened like paper. The wind tore that paper-thin form apart, scattering it. Klein crouched in a corner, bracing himself. The Master Key's destruction surpassed his expectations. The curse had instinctively reacted, transmitting Mr. Dorr's roar. This forsaken entity, at least angel level, contaminated the resentment and despair needed for the ritual. The altar lost balance and began self-destruction. When the blast quieted, Klein rushed out. The illusory figure and oppressive atmosphere vanished, leaving altar debris. Mr. A knelt by a fallen pillar, missing an arm, half his face, and many organs. His remaining eye burned with bone-deep hatred. Squirming flesh quickly covered his wounds. After one glance, Klein ran. For him, foiling the true creator's descent was the ultimate victory. If he didn't leave now, would he, a Sequence 6, be sharing dinner with the shepherd, Mr. A, to welcome the new year? Chapter 478, Grade 0 Sealed Artifact in Operation. The moment Lady Despair saw the stranger appear, she materialized a sharp, crystalline ice spear and threw it. Using the spear's recoil, she aimed to break through the carriage's back and escape into the street. Puzzled by how this enemy had found her so quickly, an act as difficult as destroying a city or teleporting continents, she chose to attack directly, rather than waste time thinking. She imagined the black-haired woman frozen in sparkling light from the spear's trail, struggling to break free while she escaped into the crowd. But the spear vanished silently the moment it left her hand, its whereabouts unknown. Angel. Black flames surged from Lady Despair's body, spreading ailments to ignite everything and cause a massive fire. Her body trembled unnaturally, freezing in place. She watched in horror as her left hand disappeared, centimeter by centimeter, rapidly spreading upward. The woman opposite her had beautiful, lifeless eyes, dark and serene, as if harboring pure darkness within. "You aren't, you are." Her words stopped abruptly. Her entire body faded like a sketch erased without a trace. Her last gaze was filled with fear and despair. The seat was empty, as if she'd never sat there. The black-haired woman pulled her hood up. Her lips moved almost imperceptibly. Then she vanished. On Empress Borough's outskirts, a trackless public carriage rolled quietly. Trissy sat in a corner wearing a veiled hat. She didn't flee by river or railway as expected. Instead, she chose to return to Bakland. Only in this city of over 5 million, filled with hidden factions and beyonders, could she hope to escape the demoness sect's pursuit. Mentally tense, she remained wary of the terrifying old butler, Funkel. Suddenly, Her head spun. When her vision cleared, she found herself magically outside the carriage on a muddy road. Her pupils contracted as she looked around cautiously. She saw a black-hooded figure in a classical robe, black eyes hidden in shadow. For some reason, she felt like an infant again, too weak to resist. Cold sweat dripped, legs trembled violently, but she couldn't move. This is the scariest enemy I've faced. Even the high-ranking demoness I met before didn't make me feel this way. Am I going to die here? Is this the end after all my desperate escapes? Despair and sadness flooded her heart, plunging her into a nightmare. Suddenly a dim blue light flashed, breaking the paralysis. She looked forward, no sign of the terrifying figure. Everything seemed a vivid illusion. But lowering her head, she saw her sapphire ring on the left pinky shattered, its brilliance lost. Crack, crack, crack. Pieces fell one after another. Klein dodged and rolled around a collapsed pillar and the badly wounded Mr. A, who was healing. He didn't glance at the gathering fragments of the Master Key's remains, afraid to give Mr. A time to recover. He knew that even with full preparation and mystical items, defeating the shepherd would be difficult, especially now, armed only with Azik's copper whistle and 3 types of bullets, no matches left. Even seriously injured, Mr. A was still dangerous. Klein heard that the Rose Bishop, the shepherd's predecessor, was expert in flesh magic, healing as well as transferring wounds. Creak. He pulled open a heavy door. Natural light shone in. The sky was pale yellow, sun dim behind clouds. Klein rushed outside, finding himself in a hidden mountain area surrounded by towering peaks. Tap, tap. He ran frantically, ignoring mountain trails. Using his clown skills, he ran down a steep slope, tumbling and swinging from trees. Splash! He heard a river crashing ahead just below. Suddenly a strong wind gust blew from behind. Klein dropped and rolled to the side. Sow! 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 A deep ravine carved by wind blades appeared where he stood and moved. Mr. A dropped out of the wind, cape dripping fresh blood. He pointed. Chunks of flesh flew out, swelling, then exploded. Boom! Blood and flesh flew. Klein cartwheeled, dodging most, taking shelter behind a huge tree. The projectiles bored bloody holes, corrosion spreading fast. Klein had loaded his revolver and was about to shoot Mr. A's eyes when he saw deep darkness within them. Suddenly, Klein realized he'd been dragged into a dream. He'd killed a nightmare before, a true nightmare. Maintaining lucidity, he saw Mr. A phase beside him, turning into a blood-red blanket enveloping him. You want to scare me to death with nightmares? Klein thought and countered, This is my dream. I can conjure anything. A pure, dazzling golden sun appeared, flames blazing instantly. Klein recalled his first vision of the eternal blazing sun during dream divination. Almost at once, he left the dream and heard a grunt. Mr. A stepped back, blood running from his nose. The flesh and blood robe slowly melted. Pah! Klein snapped fingers, igniting trees 30 or 40 meters away. Dry weeds caught fire beneath him, flames soared, enveloping his body. Mr. A's face, once soft and feminine, hardened. A crystalline, weightless ice spear appeared in his hand, thrown toward the burning trees. As Klein jumped from the flames, his pupils reflected the spear's transparent tip, which grew larger. He rolled aside, body covered in frost. The spear extinguished the flames. Ice spread fast. Still midair, Klein curled into a ball, flipped upside down. He pressed his left hand on the ice layer, rose and left the cold zone. His palm skin froze and tore with a rip. Rolling to his feet, he pulled out a self-made slumber charm. As he began the incantation, his nose itched. Achoo! 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 His head ached. Sneezing left him weak. Have I fallen sick? Infected by some ailment? Klein felt countless near-invisible threads twirling around, wrapping him like a mummy. He recognized this. Beyond the powers of a demoness of pleasure. Back then he used charms to induce slumber, escaping effects due to uniqueness. Now Mr. A was about 20 meters away. But Klein was no longer just a clown. His fingers snapped crisply. In an instant, all spider silk ignited like a giant torch. Just after jumping from the scarlet flames, he sneezed again and violently coughed. This blocked many beyonder powers. Mr. A's formerly gentle face lost softness, gaining dignity. He stretched out his right hand, clenched lightly. Klein sensed running would be futile, only circles. The blood-red robed Mr. A smiled cruelly. A transparent, illusory ancient book appeared before him. An ethereal, high-pitched voice rang. I came. I saw. I record. Achoo! Cough! Cough! Klein tried to hide but was powerless. At that moment, he felt the full weight of a shepherd's power, truly the most comprehensive, flawless and powerful sequence beneath demigod level. Despite no preparations and many mystical items unusable, being suppressed so completely meant many problems loomed ahead. Chapter 479, The Inexplicable Smile. The old butler, Funkel, fled across a barren wilderness field. His hat was lost, grey hair messy, and his outer clothes muddy. Huff, puff. He paused, panting, and looked back. No one was behind him. He felt slightly relieved. But as he turned to change direction, a figure appeared before him. The figure wore a hooded classical robe, its face dull and expressionless, black eyes hidden in shadows, Funkel's pupils constricted. He tried to speak a word in ancient Hermes, but his nose vanished and his voice disappeared. Despair filled his face. Like a stain wiped clean, his entire body was erased, no trace left behind. Achoo! Achoo! Cough! Cough! Facing certain death from Mr. A's looming attack, Klein was stricken with illness. His headache and fever made flame-controlling and flaming jump impossible. He couldn't even produce air bullets. Fear gripped him. His clown intuition saw himself breaking into tiny light particles, maybe ending all hope of revival. Desperately, Klein reached into his pocket. Prepared for worst-case scenarios, a magician never panicked mid-battle. He took out Azik's copper whistle, blew hard despite sneezing and coughing. Through spirit vision, he saw a geyser of white bones rapidly sketch a huge messenger with black flames burning in its eye sockets. The pages in Mr. A's book stopped flipping, the distant voice abruptly halted. A misty green brilliance surged. The bone messenger, nearly 4 meters tall, cracked and crumbled into countless specks of pure light. Behind it, the force forcing Klein in circles collapsed first. The figure in the black double-breasted frock coat was enveloped and turned to a yellow sand statue, then blown away by wind, but the sand was white spots, like shreds of torn paper. Klein appeared elsewhere, genuflecting and coughing uncontrollably. If not for the skeleton messenger blocking the blow, he wouldn't have suppressed his ailments and used paper figurine substitute. His illness worsened after the ordeal, nearly robbing him of all resistance. Mr. A, defeated in his fatal blow, coughed violently more than Klein. He fell in pain, blood frothing at his mouth. Cough! 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 He expelled fragmented organs and squirming flesh, then painfully licked them back, forcing consumption. What's going on? Klein was stunned, but he resisted a cough, raised his right hand, aimed the revolver at Mr. A's head. He vaguely understood. While Mr. A's flesh and blood magic healed injuries, mental and spiritual damage couldn't be nullified that way. Driven by hatred, Mr. A suppressed his wounds, chased Klein, but his body was faltering from overuse. Bang, bang, bang. Klein fired all revolver bullets. Bronze, pale gold and silver beams crossed the short distance. He couldn't control sneezing and coughing. Only 2 bullets hit Mr. A, one through his forehead, the other into his torso. Sizzle. A sizzling sound, but Mr. A's head was boneless, just rotten flesh. The pale golden bullet sank deep, stopping quickly without lethal damage, radiating golden sunshine. Mr. A lifted his neck, flesh around the head hole wreathed wildly. He wasn't dead, not seriously injured. He was once the tenacious Rose Bishop. Klein decided to run, no longer attacking. A panted, lowered his head, licking the coughed-up fragments. Amid wheezing, Klein ran randomly, occasionally rolling. He fled to a cliff edge 50 meters away. Below, the slightly turbid Tussock River surged calmly. Klein didn't hesitate, jumping with all his strength. He plummeted, feeling weightless in free fall. His body tore air as he tried adjusting midair to a standard diving pose. Cough! Achoo! His ailment stopped his flips midway, his positioning failed. With a splash, he struck the water surface, reducing into a thin piece of white paper. The paper figurine became moist, half sinking and floating. At the river bottom nearby, Klein's figure formed, shivering slightly. His clothes and remaining paper and bills in his wallet were soaked. After distancing from Mr. A, the ailment eased. Klein thought fearfully. Had his sneezing and coughing not eased last minute, he wouldn't have time for paper figurine substitutes. He'd suffer internal bleeding and die instantly. Of course, death that way might allow resurrection. Kicking to stay afloat, Klein created an invisible hollow tube in his mouth to rise above water and breathe fresh air. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. He inhaled through his mouth and exhaled through his nose, avoiding water contamination of the pipe. He stealthily swam toward shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's pursuit. But this wasn't a city. Faceless powers couldn't be used effectively. Otherwise, after breaking away, Mr. A wouldn't find him. While swimming, Klein thought of Mr. A's wind-controlling power. Generally, this belonged to the Lord of the Storm's pathway, covering wind and water, making it especially effective underwater. Underwater activities. Shepard is terrifyingly all-rounded. Klein's heart nearly stopped. He suddenly swam upstream, abandoning concealment. Emerging at shore, he saw Mr. A's devilishly beautiful face, covered with fish scales and gaping gills. Floating on the water in his bright red robe, Mr. A's mouth curled in a smile, eyes full of true hatred. "Fight! I can only fight. I'll hold out for the church's reinforcements or for Mr. Azik to escape." Klein, recovered from ailments, raised his right hand, ready to snap fingers. They simultaneously looked at the sky, instinctively. A beautiful feminine figure quickly took form. Hooded, dark robe, blank eyes staring at Mr. A. Then Klein saw Mr. A erased swiftly, like a pencil drawing wiped with an eraser. Only his look of indignation and despair remained, etched in madness. What level is this? What strength? As Klein's heart raced, thinking he'd vanish without trace or chance of resurrection, the woman's mouth corners slowly lifted into a smile. A smile? Klein was stunned. Was he dreaming? Before he could react, the figure faded and disappeared. Water splashed around Klein. Puzzled, he swam ashore, finding the place remote. No roads or people, only the river flowed unchanged. It ended just like that? Mr. A died just like that. Who was that lady? So strong Mr. A didn't scream, and she smiled at me. Smiled. Maybe a she. But apart from Pope-level figures, who are angels walking on earth from the three churches? And a Pope-level figure wouldn't be in Backland. Klein doubted he was safe. After a moment, reality settled. She must be a powerhouse sent by the churches, arriving in time to save me. If I hadn't informed Miss Justice, maybe no timely help, high chance I'd die at Mr. A's hands, resurrection questionable. Yes, persisting dragged the battle out until now. Not bad at all. Sighing in relief, Klein searched for a way out. Exile. The man with the gold mask pointed at Azik Eggers and threw him into a void no one knew. Turning to Ince Zangwill, who frowned, he growled, "There's no time. We can't finish him quickly. We must hide this area fast. Want the church to discover our secret." Ince Zangwill nodded, suppressing doubts. He turned to 008, who had stopped writing, and grabbed it. His figure faltered, pants torn mid-battle piled by his legs. Inside Red Rose Manor, Prince Edesak sat by the full-length windows with an abnormally vacant look in his eyes. "Your Highness, please hurry." Edesak's eyes sparked. He breathed deeply, picked up a revolver and pressed it against his temple. Inside it was a bullet that obliterated spirit bodies. He turned his head and looked longingly out at the golf course and the strolling horses. Bang! He pulled the trigger. Chapter 480. Honest Rewards. In the hall where the stone pillars had collapsed, a group of nighthawks in black trench coats and silk hats gathered around the altar. Leading them was St. Anthony Stevenson, Archbishop of the Church of Evernite. "It was disrupted by someone," he muttered without stopping, heading straight for the stone door leading deeper inside. Rich darkness surged as the door silently opened. St. Anthony led some nighthawks inward, exploring. They found no guards or anything valuable, like the place had been swept clean. Finally, in the deepest room, only walls and stone pillars remained. The blue door of light that had been there when Klein left was gone. Suddenly, their lanterns died out, plunging the room into darkness. When the light returned, the walls had somehow melted away, revealing no hidden doors or tunnels, just thick mud and rock, or the corridor they had come from. St. Anthony was silent for over 10 seconds before ordering, "Try divination. Search the vicinity." "Achoo!" Klein trudged through pathless cliffs and forest, realizing with dismay he had caught a cold. The residue of Mr. A's beyonder powers combined with winter's chill left him feverish. He dared not stop to gather twigs for a fire. Drying clothes and money was impossible without attracting church beyonders searching for him. Though endorsed by Stanton Isengard of the Machinery Hive Mind and holding semi-official status, Klein was caught in matters involving the primordial demoness's awakening and the true creator's descent. High-level cases that promised rigorous investigations and mandatory sessions with Machinery Hive Mind agents, mandated punishers, and nighthawks. Two major pitfalls weighed on him. First, he knew people inside the Nighthawks. While Detective Sherlock Moriarty looked nothing like the martyred Klein Moretti, making photographic identification impossible, Klein had zero confidence facing them directly. Second, the Church of Ebonite distrusted those connected to death. Back in the Pale Era at the Fourth Epoch's end, death was besieged by the Seven Gods, and Sherlock Moriarty had summoned a powerful death descendant at a critical moment. Explaining that away was impossible. The high-level powerhouse rushing to handle Ince Zangwill and 008 hadn't time for a friendly small fry like Klein, but Klein knew he must stay alert and flee if necessary. He planned to write the machinery hive mind soon, explaining his temporary departure from Backlund, perhaps keeping future cooperation open. Secretly, he'd watch if the machinery hive mind harbored strong enmity toward Death's descendants. He wondered about Mr. Azik. Heh. Maybe Sherlock Moriarty was officially dead now. He'd lived up to his name. Klein hurried to find a small town, blending into crowds while enduring chills and fever. Only in human society could the Faceless's powers truly flourish. The woman working with Mr. A demoness, Klein guessed, had gone to East Borough. The ritual suggested many deaths there, and Klein's seer intuition weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, colors before his eyes saturated, as if painted by a divine hand. The sensation passed instantly, replaced by Azik Eggers standing beside him, bronze-skinned, soft-featured. "Mr. Azik, are you unhurt?" Klein breathed a sigh of relief. "I am," Azik replied, smiling, "but to an undying this isn't a big problem." Klein calmed and asked, "What happened to Ince Zangwill and 008? "Ince Zangwill is still alive, and he still wields that Grade 0 sealed artifact," Azik said, walking. Klein sighed. "What a pity." "Don't worry, he was severely injured," Azik said solemnly. "Most importantly, he secretly cooperated with the royal family, so we can track him. You focus on improving yourself. I'll try awakening more memories by visiting places I recall." "Heh, your luck's good. I've been watching MI9 and the royal family to confirm Ince Zangwill's whereabouts. One important place was Red Rose Manor, so I lingered nearby. Otherwise, I couldn't have saved you so quickly." Klein felt awkward. "Mr. Azik, aren't you puzzled why I didn't die?" "I often wake after entering a coffin," Azik said with a smile, unfazed. "It's rare in others, but not unprecedented." Often wakes after entering a coffin? Klein realized his worries were trivial beside a true powerhouse, as expected of an undying death sequence. Azik had long advanced. Klein asked carefully, "Mr. Azik, would Ince Zangwill discover I'm Klein Moretti?" He feared Ince might target Benson and Melissa. "Unlikely. At most, he'd think we knew each other long ago or that you're my informant if we use police terms," Azik said. "The Grade 0 sealed artifact might notice, but you needn't worry." "Why?" Klein pressed. Azik's expression shifted, half amused, half horrified. "That Grade 0 sealed artifact tries to record its owner's death. It's intrinsic, unchangeable. I doubt it'd reveal info that could give Ince a huge advantage, unless unavoidable." Relieved by Azik's certainty, Klein exhaled, feeling a bit better. Azik added, "It's best you leave Backlund for now. Ince Zangwill might seek revenge using your alias. If you stay away, you'll be safe. That artifact's influence doesn't exceed a large city." Just as Klein suspected, the artifact's reach was limited. Otherwise, Ince could hide in a small southern continent town and manipulate fates freely. Klein asked, "A short trip to Backlund for a day or half a day is fine, right? Provided I've changed identity and appearance." He rubbed his face, reverting to his Tingeon appearance. Azik's eyebrows twitched. He nodded. "It's fine." Azik looked toward an unseen distance. "I'm targeted by a powerful Church of Ebonite existence. Best you don't stay near me. You might get implicated." They're interested in death-related Beyonder traits." "Yes, I plan to go to sea. While digesting my potion, I'll seek mermaids. It's a condition for advancement," Klein explained. Azik tilted his head. "Mermaids? Would a mermaid in dead spirit form work? I can find at least 4. "Probably. Not." Klein wiped his forehead. He suspected it impossible, but planned to divine above the grey fog to confirm. Not mentioning the dead mermaid again, Azik said, "If anything comes up, contact me through the messenger." "Messenger?" Guilt and shame washed over Klein. "It died in my battle with Mr. A. It saved my life." Azik glanced at him, shook his head, and laughed. Don't worry, unless killed by an angel-level powerhouse or special methods, as long as the underworld exists, it can slowly be reborn. Before that, I have similar messengers numbering, I don't know how many. An army of such powerful messengers? Klein was speechless. His shame faded, replaced by curiosity. Mr. Azik, where is the underworld? Hell. The spirit world, specifically, a special place the ancient death created there, Azik said honestly. Ancient death? The ancient god, phoenix ancestor Greg race. The underworld belonged to the spirit world. No wonder mysticism's basic structure was the real world, spirit world and astral world, excluding the underworld and abyss. Klein was about to ask more when he recalled something. Mr. Azik, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. It contains secrets of high sequence beyonders. I believe it can help you recall more. But you'll have to wait. It's hidden in Backland. He didn't mention the bounty, avoiding exposure of the Tarot Club's secret, the grey fog space of misjustice. This was a subtle way to show gratitude for Azik's help and sacrifice. Azik looked surprised but said nothing. He nodded. When you get it back, have the messenger bring it to me. I'll return it after study, or you can copy and send it. Pausing thoughtfully, Azik pulled from his pocket a glove so thin it looked like human skin and handed it to Klein. I've awakened the memories, so I don't need this anymore. Ha! It's from that pirate vice-admiral. I sealed it to prevent hunger, but using it requires feeding it human flesh and soul, or it will devour you. Creeping hunger? The remains of a particular shepherd? Klein immediately knew what the glove meant. Chapter 481, Statistics and People. In a small town on the outskirts of Backland, Klein changed into clean, dry clothes and carefully placed the wet bills one by one on the table, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. He moved gently, suppressing sneezes and coughs brought on by fever. To avoid any damage, he didn't dry the bills with fire. Afterward, he walked to the corner of the hotel room, where a full-length mirror stood. Klein's black hair was neatly combed. His dark brown eyes looked sharp, and his face was thin and angular. Gold-rimmed glasses sat on his nose. He was beardless, youthful yet experienced. This appearance was a modification of Joe Mingree's, a native from the northern continent, reflecting his university days when he was vigorous and unburdened by society. He planned to return to Backland once things settled, to get a legal identity for this look. Compared to when he left Tingen, he now had appropriate contacts: Ian at the Bravehearts Bar, Miss Sharon's Circle, and Detective Isengard Stanton. How nostalgic, Klein whispered. He busied himself with a ritual in the curtained room, preparing to bring creeping hunger above the grey fog to study it safely. Inside the silent ancient palace, Klein appeared at the end of a long bronze table, leaning back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made of human skin. He closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the gloves. He immediately felt the hunger within, like a stomach that could never be filled. Though above the grey fog it lay so tame it dared not release even a trace of malice, like a hunting dog unwilling to move. Suddenly, cries of indignation and groans of pain echoed. Distorted, hideous, grieving faces filled his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. These faces were deeply fused with beyonder characteristics of varying colors and states. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it combined with these faces and wielded their powers. Is this how to use it? Together with divination, Klein tried repeatedly until he identified the 5 souls creeping hunger could let out to graze. The first was Faceless, with powers only to change appearance and build. The second was Psychiatrist, capable of driving targets into frenzy, implanting psychological cues, simulating dragon might, intimidating individuals and groups, and sowing chaos. The third was Interrogator, allowing proficiency with all weapons, demolition expertise, mental focus, and the ability to pierce spirit bodies. The fourth was Nightmare, which could drag someone into a dream undetected. Unlike typical sequence beyonders, creeping hunger's wearer could still move their body in this state. The fifth was Priest of Light, able to produce a halo-like effect that purified undead and foul creatures nearby, had bard-like singing to strengthen companions, and could summon a light of holiness weaker than flaring sun. The limit was 5 souls, powers fixed when first let out to graze. This was luck-based. Maybe fewer would appear. Klein nodded thoughtfully, sighed. and spoke to the souls. No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from imprisonment to acquire complete deliverance. In the future, the souls I graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such beyonder I kill, I'll replace one of you and release you, regardless of whether I need their powers or not." His solemn yet gentle voice echoed through the ancient palace. The wailing souls quieted, ceasing their hideous writhing. Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, tapped the ancient table's edge, and muttered, "That faceless power overlaps mine, so it's completely useless. Once I have a replacement, I'll release him first. When the time comes, I can try channeling his spirit, perhaps learning about high seer sequences or mermaid whereabouts. No need to wait. I can try in a few days after my cold passes. The Priest of Light's soul should complete the incomplete formulas I found. He'll leave behind his characteristic so little son won't worry about future advancement. He'll be second to release. As for feeding a human soul and flesh to creeping hunger each time it's used, that's not something I worry about. I rarely use it. When I do, it'll be against a terrifying enemy with plenty of lives. If not, I'll throw creeping hunger above the grey fog. No backlash, no harm to innocents. Worst case, it becomes unusable. Setting those thoughts aside, Klein tried to divine the shepherd potion formula using creeping hunger but failed. He avoided divining creeping hunger's origins, fearing provoking an unfriendly existence. Though safe from harm by the grey fog's isolation, provoking it could damage creeping hunger. I'll try when I no longer need it. Klein leaned on the table. Recalling past events sharply, he noticed a detail. After the master key was destroyed, its beyonder characteristic didn't vanish but became dots of light striving to converge. It can be assumed the final apprentice characteristic won't contain Mr. Dawes' roars. Such a method might rid mental corruption inside a beyonder characteristic, but the problem remained. Beyonder characteristics solidified into items can't be destroyed normally. He had relied on a ritual requiring many innocent lives to summon a true god. Also, once the all-black eye shatters, the true creator's mental corruption inside will erupt. Who can withstand that? Perhaps it must be done above the grey fog. These thoughts recalled what might have happened at East Burrow. Klein conjured pen and paper and divined. After the revelation, his expression sank, and he leaned back silently. Below him, endless grey fog floated as if eternal and unchanging. Audrey stood by the window watching pale yellow and iron-black fog disperse rapidly. Seeing heavy rain, odd for winter, she felt a little relief. After an unknown time, she and Susie awaited Earl Hall's return. "Father, how is it?" Audrey asked. Earl Hall smiled warmly, handing his coat and hat to an attendant. "It's resolved, but exact details are unclear. My little princess, you've helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals." That's good. Audrey's heart swelled with pride. Thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder and the risky investigation of his adorer, their tarot club had once again stopped an evil god's descent and saved the world. Earl Hall took a towel, wiped his face, and sighed. However, there were serious casualties. Backlund's smog became deadly. Though stats aren't complete, I estimate more than 10,000 died in East Burrow, docks and factory districts. The plague still spreads. Please try not to leave your home. More than 10,000? Audrey understood the number, but couldn't imagine it. Only at Kingdom anniversaries or parades had she seen tens of thousands gathered. Her heart grew heavy, her mood suddenly gloomy. Outside her apartment, Daisy watched doctors and nurses in white coats and masks enter and carry out bodies. She had long known the outcome. Her expression was numb and vacant. She moved closer to the door. A police officer stopped her. "Don't go over. Do you want to be infected with the plague?" She watched 2 bodies carried out, her mother Liv holding sister Freya tightly. They were loaded into a cargo carriage wrapped in black cloth. The carriage disappeared beneath a white covering. Daisy seemed to wake from a dream, turned and ran full speed chasing the carriage. The muddy ground caused her to fall and rise many times, her body covered in dirt. Still, she couldn't catch up and only watched it disappear around the corner. Slowing, her body swayed, expression vacant. She held a tree and stared at where the carriage left. Suddenly her body went limp and she wept. "Mother, Fraser." Her voice was soft, low, sharp, weak, lingering. At that moment, tens of thousands in Eastborough docks and factory districts cried similarly. Empress Borough, Sedella Palace. George III, crowned and thin-moustached, sat rigid on the throne staring silently at the Earl Palatine. The Earl Palatine, sweating, said, "Your Majesty, the people from the three churches are waiting outside for your explanation." Explanation. Prince Edisac was seduced by a demoness, colluded with a cult, and attempted rebellion. That is, his schemes were exposed and he committed suicide. What other explanation did they want? George III suddenly flew into a rage. He calmed himself and said, "Tell them anyone who obtains the aristocratic title by any means gets a seat in the House of Lords. Property restrictions for elections will be relaxed, and invalid constituencies removed. This appeases factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will soon make their final statement. The relevant bill will pass, including minimum safeguards and working hours. The poor law will be reformed per their requests. The three churches are permitted to send personnel into the military." The Earl Palatine was startled, especially by the last concession. George III flared again. "Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Earl Palatine left silently. George III sat unmoving like a stone statue. After a long time his expression softened gently. Chapter 482. Ring out the old, ring in the new morning of December 31st at Harvest Church, south of the bridge. Emlyn White stood in the kitchen wearing his priest robes, tossing herbs into a large iron pot and stirring. After adding all the ingredients, he waited 10 minutes before scooping the ink-black liquid into a glass cup and bottle. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine brewed. Confirming the amount, he picked up a large tray and carried the bottles to the hall. In the hall, over half the pews were removed. The floor was covered with tattered blankets. Victims of the plague lay either in deep sleep or groaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Utravsky worked together, carrying medicine from opposite ends, distributing it. The first in line was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He propped himself halfway up, drank the medicine, then handed back the bottle gratefully. "Father White, thank you very much. I feel much better and have some strength again." Emlyn lifted his chin disdainfully. "This is only an extremely trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant." He sped up distributing the potions. After about 10 minutes he returned to the altar of Earth Mother and complained, "You should get 2 more volunteers." Father Utravsky said nothing, only smiled gently at the patients. They should be completely healed in 2 or 3 days. "How do you know?" Emlyn turned in surprise. Father Utravsky looked down benevolently. "Herbal medicine is one of Earth Mother's domains. As her believer, I do know some basics even if I'm not part of the Earth Pathway." Emlyn skied. "I'm not interested in religion and know little about it." Though inwardly he thought, "I've been copying Earth Mother's Bible these past months." With slight resentment he said aloud, "Father, I didn't expect you to accept non-believers. Among them, only 2 or 3 believe in Earth Mother." Father Utravsky smiled unfazed. "They are also lives, innocent lives." Emlyn paused, exhaled and said, "Father, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological cue. Perhaps I will leave this place soon." "Wait, why did I say that?" He suddenly felt nervous. What if he locks me in the basement again? Father Utravsky's expression didn't change as he looked down and said, "Actually, you didn't need to seek solutions. Soon, the psychological cue will be removed automatically, and you will be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral. Any longer, and I would have become Earth Mother's devout believer," Emlyn blurted. Father Utravsky raised an eyebrow, surprised. "I didn't compel you to change your faith. The psychological cue I left was to bring you back to the cathedral every day, hoping you'd appreciate the value of life and the joy of a harvest. The only effect of the psychological cue was to make me return to the cathedral?" Emlyn's expression froze. Father Utravsky nodded frankly. "Yes." Emlyn's mouth gaped, and he slowly, mechanically turned his head to look at the Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life on the altar, as if he had become a puppet. Evening of December 31st, 210 Daffodil Street, Tingen City. Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. I've booked second-class tickets for the steam locomotive to Backland on January 3rd. Melissa sat in the dining room, several newspapers before her, and worriedly said, "Benson, the air in Backland is terrible. Tens of thousands have died from poison and disease caused by the smog a few days ago." "It's a sad and regretful matter," Benson sighed. "But the two houses passed the National Atmospheric Pollution Council's report. Legislation will regulate smoke and wastewater emissions. The new Backland awaits us. You don't have to worry too much." He smiled mockingly. "When I came back from Iron Cross Street, many factory owners and employees from Backland were recruiting. They said factories suffer a manpower shortage due to the smog and plague and promised better wages and hours. Heh, heh." "You think it's impossible?" Melissa asked. "When more people flock to Backland, it'll be impossible unless both houses pass corresponding laws," Benson said, spreading his hands and pointing to the table. "Well, it's time to receive the new year." 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 empty porcelain plates, and 3 cups were on the table. 3 cups, 1 for beer, 2 for ginger beer. Evening of December 31st. Dressed to the nines, Audrey waited inside her lounge for the New Year's party to start. Despite nearing adulthood, excitement was absent from her face. Before her lay a newspaper with the headline, "According to preliminary estimates, over 21,000 died in the fog, and the subsequent plague took nearly 40,000 more lives. Among the deceased were young children, healthy men, and women." Audrey closed her eyes. At that moment, Earl Hall and Lady Caitlin knocked and said together, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey breathed out slowly, put on an elegant smile, and left the lounge with her parents. She walked to the front of the dais and, before many eyes, extended her white, muslin-gloved hand to the Queen. The Queen led her to the dais' edge, facing all guests. After a pause, the Queen smiled. "Although this is a dark period in Backland's history, we still have a gem to illuminate the city. Her wisdom, beauty, character, and etiquette are impeccable. Today I will formally introduce her to you. Lady Audrey Hall." Bang, bang, bang. Outside, fireworks exploded into dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. Afternoon of January 3rd, 1350. On the outskirts of East Borough at a newly opened cemetery. Using divination, Klein found the graves of Old Kohler and Liv. These were niches for urns, stacked row upon row. Klein saw Old Kohler's niche lacked a photo, epitaph, and even his name. Such ownerless ashes were common, unknown and unremembered. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper carved Kohler on the niche's door. He added an epitaph. He was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, and a daughter. He worked hard to live. He let the paper burn in his hands as a memorial service for all souls here. Instead of approaching Daisy, who lost her mother and sister, he wrote anonymously to reporter Mike Joseph describing Daisy's plight. Mike, having met Daisy, had promoted a charity fund. Klein believed this would help Daisy finish school and find stable work. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around at names, photos, and victims missing both. He exhaled deeply, turned, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa studied textbooks while Benson chatted with passengers. "It's too expensive, 10 soldi for second class," a burly man sighed. "If I could get a third-class seat or boat ticket, I wouldn't have paid. That's half a week's salary." "Yes, many are heading to Backland after the new year," Benson agreed. The man wiped his heartbroken look and said, "They promised 21 soldi a week, no more than 12-hour workdays. We signed contracts. When I get paid and rent a house, my wife will join me and find work paying 12 or 13 soldi a week. Backland needs people. Then we'll earn over £1.50 weekly and eat meat often. Your wish will come true. The king signed the minimum wage and max hours law," Benson sincerely wished before smiling. "This is the land of hope." Woo! The steam locomotive carried countless hopefuls to Backland. The sky was bright, the fog had thinned. Platform gas lamps no longer lit so early. Experienced, Benson protected Melissa and their wallets as they left with their suitcases. Suddenly, both felt a gaze sweep past. Following it, they saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them into the distance. Benson and Melissa looked away, eyes on the smoky garden pillars, and anticipated Backlund's underground transportation. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless face, Klein walked past them, body straight. He entered the departure station, facing the mass pouring into the land of hope, people filled with wonderful hopes in their hearts. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. End of the second volume.